That day Yongja was happily watching Dragon Ball Super at home. He had thought that with Vegito appearing at the end of the previous episode, he could finally enjoy an exhilarating battle. Yet after finishing the new episode, he found that Super Saiyan Blue Vegito was actually only evenly matched with Zamasu. Come on, Black Goku being able to fight on par with Super Saiyan Blue was one thing already. Zamasu relying on his immortal body to avoid being killed by Super Saiyan Blue was still barely acceptable, but how was it that the two of them fusing with Patera earrings somehow produced a greater boost than Goku and Vegeta's own fusion? How did Toei even dare to make Vegito only evenly matched with Fused Zamasu? The more Yongja thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he turned it over in his mind, the less sense it made. His anger surged to the heavens as though flames were bursting from his crown and blood was seeping from his 7 orifices. His vision suddenly went dark and he collapsed into unconsciousness. When he came to, he found himself in an unknown place. Dense forest stretched around him, birds sang, and flowers gave off their fragrance that looked like an ideal spot for a peaceful outing. The problem was, where was this? Wasn't he just watching Dragon Ball Super? Where was his home? How could an entire apartment simply vanish? No, to be precise, it was only a rented room. Good grief. Where on earth had he been dumped? Was this even still within the country? With no other choice, he could only look around. He walked a few steps and had to admit that the environment was quite pleasant. If not for his limbs being intact and his hands and feet unbound, Yongja would almost have suspected he had been kidnapped. He hurriedly patted himself down to see what he still had on him. Aside from the mobile phone, he always carried nothing at all had been left. He looked around. Of course, there was no signal, though the battery was still full. For the moment, the situation was not yet dire, but Yongja knew that without any wilderness survival knowledge, it would be impossible to live for long in such a forest. He scanned the surroundings and found a small hill nearby. Right now, the most urgent task was to determine his bearings. Blundering about directionless in a forest was extremely dangerous. At the very least, if he ran into a wild boar, someone like him with practically no combat power would have no option but to flee. Once he had fixed a direction, he headed toward the hillside. Just as Yongja was thinking to himself, surely nothing unexpected will happen, right? Naturally, the moment you assume nothing will go wrong, something is bound to happen. The grass ahead began rustling as though something were about to emerge. Really now? Everyone said he had a crow's mouth. What were his words coming true on the spot? Was this a case of his thoughts manifesting into reality right before his eyes? Yongja stopped where he was, staring cautiously at the clump of grass. First a patch of brown fur appeared, then a snout, like Zhu Beiji's, followed by a pair of gleaming tusks. If that wasn't a wild boar, what else could it be? He cursed inwardly, just my rotten luck. I mention a wild boar, and one actually shows up. While Yongja was at a complete loss, the boar on the opposite side stared at him with predatory eyes. Should I run? Before Yongja could think any further, the boar launched into a full-on charge. You've got to be kidding me. There was no way he was not going to run. With a nimble pivot, he turned and bolted. At once the forest path gained a dramatic scene, a figure on 2 legs running for his life, with 4 pounding hooves in hot pursuit behind him. He fled, the boar chased, and he was like a bird with its wings clipped, finding nowhere to escape. He had barely run for long when his legs began protesting violently. This was bad. Without having exercised much normally, suddenly engaging in such high-intensity exertion was brutally overwhelming. Damn it. Yongja had never felt this exhausted, even during the 1,000-meter test at school. The boar, however, cared nothing for his limits. He could feel it drawing closer and realized that simply sprinting in a straight line would not work. If he just kept running straight, the first one to collapse would definitely be the creature on 2 legs. With no alternative, he gritted his teeth and dashed toward a tree that was not particularly thick. Strangely enough, although he had never learned to climb trees as a child, this time, he scrambled up with exceptional ease. In just a few swift motions, he shimmied up and was soon perched among the branches. The boar rammed the tree twice, then lifted its head to look up at him. It snorted a couple of times, turned around, and trotted off. Up in the branches, Yongja was panting heavily, sucking in great lungfuls of air. He exhaled. It was only by coming so close to death that he felt he had truly awakened to the essence of survival. Now the world seemed to spin around him. His vision was filled with dancing golden sparks. He lay sprawled along the branch, resting for an unknown length of time. The sky gradually darkened. There was no longer any time to set up proper wilderness survival measures, and he had no choice but to make do with spending the night in the tree. The night passed without incident. When he woke the next day, his body felt extremely weak. The poor quality of sleep had left his spirits in shambles. It seemed he absolutely had to reach that hillside today to get his bearings, otherwise in a few days at most he would surely die. Groping his way down, he slid from the tree. A sharp ache flared along the insides of his thighs. There was no way he could run anymore. His neck also felt stiff and painful. He had clearly slept at a bad angle. After orienting himself, he set off toward the hillside. Today, at least, nothing unexpected happened. By the time he reached the top of the slope, the sun was already high in the sky. His stomach was protesting incessantly, and his mouth was parched, he vaguely felt the symptoms of heat stroke creeping in. He could only squint up at the blazing sun and carefully study the surrounding terrain. At last Yongja spotted a red roof farther off, a small structure resembling a temple. Yes, there was a building. That meant human habitation. Even if it was only a small shrine used for sacrifices, as long as he waited there, someone would pass by sooner or later. Returning to human society would then no longer be a problem. However, although it did not look far from here, there was no telling how much distance remained. He recalled the saying about how a distant mountain can exhaust even a horse. Using his current position as a reference, it lay roughly in the 2 o'clock direction. He wore a watch on his left wrist, but he had never learned the skill of using a watch to determine direction. All those survival videos featuring Bear Grylls had only ever served as background entertainment for him. Now he could only regret not having paid attention. With no other choice, he decided he would have to find a way down the slope, marking his path as he went and heading straight toward the distant structure. Fortunately, the path down the hill was easy to walk. He picked up a sharp little stone by the roadside, aligned himself once more with the hilltop as a starting point, fixed his gaze on the 2 o'clock direction, and began striding forward. Once he entered the forest, Yongja scratched 3 marks into any convenient tree along the way, adding an arrow pointing forward. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, and from time to time the soft rustling of wind through foliage drifted around him. Walking along this gentle woodland path, he had not the slightest mood to admire the scenery. His condition was far worse than the previous day. Yongja was now hungry, exhausted, and parched. People could generally survive up to 7 days without water and 3 days without food. That was the average human standard. But Yongja knew exactly what sort of condition he was in. A homebody who never exercised, he might not look fat, yet his body fat was probably over 20%. He was not even sure of the exact number. His weight hovered around 150, his height at 172 centimeters, and he had not had a health checkup in a long time. At this level, he estimated he might not last even 3 days. When Yongja finally emerged from the edge of the forest, a small mountain shaped like a steamed bun appeared before his eyes. There was a tiny flat area at the summit, and the re-roofed little temple sat right on top. At the sight, he could not help thinking of Goku's little house in Dragon Ball. This place felt like the very starting point of that story. Without overthinking it, he headed toward the summit. To his surprise, the resemblance was quite striking. Even the wooden stakes nearby were similar. The person who had built this shrine was clearly a Dragon Ball fan. At last he reached the temple and called out loudly, "Is anyone there? Is anyone here?" No answer came. He tried pushing the door open and discovered that there was no deity statue inside. Instead, it looked more like an ordinary dwelling. There was nothing particularly special within, and after a cursory glance, he stepped back outside. His stomach growled in protest, his head felt muddled and heavy, and he swallowed hard, sitting down beside the doorway. After waiting for a while, and seeing that there was absolutely no one in the vicinity, he felt only hunger. Hunger, gnawing hunger. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to his feet, intending to look for some wild fruit or anything edible. He had barely taken 2 steps when his legs suddenly gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a smack. His body toppled forward onto the ground, his consciousness beginning to blur. His field of vision narrowed to a thin line, and then he blacked out. He opened his eyes. On an unfamiliar ceiling. With a sigh, he sat up on the bed and looked around. In a single phrase, it could be summed up as a humble hut, yet somehow imbued with a quiet personal warmth. It was just an ordinary peasant house, yet the sunlight pouring in from outside made the room feel bright and open. "Ah, you're awake." A tender childish voice rang out, forcing Yongja to turn toward the sound. What entered his sight was a head of wildly thick hair like a hedgehog, cut done in a ridiculous crab-shaped style. Yet the very first glance at that hairstyle left Yongja stunned, his eyes widening. "Hey, are you alright? Can you talk? You're not a mute, are you?" The question snapped Yongja back to his senses, and he lifted his gaze to meet the boy's. The boy was short, dressed in a blue training outfit with a red staff strapped across his back. Though small, his body was packed with corded muscle. His bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Yongja with pure childlike curiosity. "Oh, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. May I ask where this place is?" Yongja asked. "Oh, as long as you can talk, that's great. This is Mount Paozu. You're a boy, right? Just like me and Grandpa, you've got one down there. This is porridge I cooked. Yesterday, I saw you collapse in front of my house, barely clinging to life," the little boy replied. Listening to the boy, Yongja took the porridge from his hands, and hunger surged up from the depths of his body. Without another word, he began wolfing it down, and in his mind, he could almost hear the crunchy, chewing sound effects from Minecraft. "No need to rush, there's plenty more. Eat slowly," the other said with a smile. Chewing between mouthfuls, Yongja replied, "Sorry, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Haha, you're really something. Why haven't you eaten for 3 days? Outside you can just hunt some wild game, boars, tigers, stuff like that. You can fill your belly anytime. Alright, what's your name?" "Orwa Goku." "Son Goku da," the little boy declared. After finishing the porridge, Yongja set the bowl down and said, "Thank you for the meal. My name is Yongja. I accidentally wandered into this forest and couldn't find a way out. I followed the path all the way here and finally collapsed at your doorstep. So that's how it is. Well, there's hardly anyone around here. You're the first person I've seen besides Grandpa. I've lived here since I was little, and I don't know where anyone else is, Goku said. So that's how it is. Sorry, Goku, for troubling you. It seems I won't be able to go back anytime soon, Yongja replied. Haha, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Just stay here and recover first. I'm heading out to hunt some game. See you later, little Goku said. Before Yongja could respond, little Goku dashed out. Watching his small figure disappear into the distance, Yongja lowered his head and let out a sigh, finally accepting this absurd, messed-up reality. It was obvious that the little boy just now was the very Son Goku from Dragon Ball, and unsurprisingly Yongja had transmigrated into this world as nothing more than an ordinary human without any cheat-like golden finger or system. His only advantage was probably that he knew the rough outline of the story. He wasn't some savant with perfect recall, but he remembered the general trajectory, even if the details were fuzzy. The main characters at least were clear in his mind. He had no idea where on the timeline he had landed, nor when Bulma would turn up here in search of the Dragon Balls. Yet in the Dragon Ball universe, mere golden fingers or systems might not amount to much anyway, unless it were one of those unreasonable stories where whatever the author says simply becomes reality. Well, then to revitalize the glory of Dragon Ball was a mission he could not shirk. With that thought, he got up and walked outside. Since he had crossed into Dragon Ball, why not embark on a path of cultivation and climb to the peak of the universe? The problem was that he was far too weak at the moment. His combat power probably didn't even reach 2, not even qualified as battle trash. With a strength like this, collecting the Dragon Balls was clearly unrealistic. Leaving aside the hardships along the way, even Pilaf's gang and the Red Ribbon Army were far beyond what he could handle right now, not to mention the Demon King Piccolo, who would appear later. It was like a death loop. To become stronger, he needed the Dragon Balls to make a wish, but without strength, he couldn't gather the Dragon Balls or make any wish at all. He wanted to grow stronger by wishing on them, yet he had no way to do so. For now, he could only train as an ordinary human. At best, his upper limit might reach the level of Yamcha. Kuririn had no nose, while Tenshinhan had 3 eyes after all. Granted, Yamcha later slacked off in his training. That was true. Yet even if Yamcha had never eased up and had trained diligently, at most he would stand at the same table as Kuririn and Tenshinhan, nothing more. Even if he stumbled into some fortuitous encounter and his potential were unlocked, at most he might reach the level of a Namekian like Piccolo, but never surpass it. The Super Saiyan transformation alone, with its 50-fold boost in combat power, was not something sheer effort could bridge. Right now he really was too weak. Just yesterday he had been chased by a wild boar and had nearly lost his life running for it. Even now his legs still ached. In the world of Dragon Ball, without strength you had no right to speak. Whether you could even stay alive was not up to you. Having thought this far, he hesitated no more and resolved to ask Goku later for guidance in cultivation. In his previous life, the depictions of training in Dragon Ball were mostly about tempering the body, but everyone knew that what they truly cultivated was chi, while physical training was merely the foundation. If the body wasn't up to standard, one simply couldn't cultivate chi at all, an unwritten rule of this world. He tried to recall what was Vidal's combat power in Dragon Ball Z, the level at which she could start cultivating chi. The thought made his chest tighten with frustration. At the moment, his greatest advantage was his knowledge of the plot and his foresight. Knowing how events would unfold, he could plan ahead and reap the dividends of being one step ahead of the times. To avoid running into tigers, leopards, and wolves, he could only explore the area around Mount Pozu. There were mountains, water, and woods. The environment was excellent. One had to admit that hiding away here in seclusion was indeed a perfect choice. Of course, that was on the premise that one had the ability to survive here. After sighing over it for a while, he returned to the small house at Mount Pozu and sat in front of the door waiting for little Goku to come back. He waited the entire afternoon. At dusk, little Goku, who had gone out hunting, finally returned. Goku looked at Yongja and asked, "You're all right now?" Yongja replied, "More or less nothing serious. Yesterday, I just fainted from hunger." As they spoke, little Goku skinned and gutted a tiger twice his size, then effortlessly hoisted an even larger log, split it apart, lit a fire, and set the tiger meat on a makeshift rack to roast. Although he had watched the Dragon Ball anime plenty of times, seeing such raw combat power displayed so directly before his eyes was still shocking. After all, whose childhood hadn't included a dream of becoming a Super Saiyan? Yongja said, "By the way, Goku, since I'll probably be staying here for a while, could you teach me how to cultivate? After all, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish." Little Goku turned his head and said, "Teach you how to cultivate? Of course, no problem. But what does teach a man how to fish rather than give him a fish mean?" Yongja wore a helpless expression. "Well, that's a long story. It's an old saying from an ancient country. The gist of it is, after they finished their dinner, the two of them each returned to their rooms. The night passed without incident. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Yukong barged in from outside and pulled Yongja awake, saying, "Hey, wake up. It's time to get out of bed. It's time to practice. Let me sleep a bit longer. Yongja replied lazily. But didn't you ask to practice and get stronger yesterday? Xiao Wukong asked in confusion. There's no choice, I have to activate the backup hidden energy. Let me experience your method of cultivation. Yongja said excitedly. Outside in the open space, Xiao Wukong effortlessly chopped a wooden post, as if it were tofu. Come on, let's start with chopping the wooden post. Xiao Wukong boasted. Hearing this, Yongja felt embarrassed, and said, Wukong, you know me. I'm currently as weak as a breeze, how could I chop a wooden post? How about we start with the basics? Xiao Wukong said. This is already basic. Can't you even chop this? Yongja said helplessly, if I really had that kind of strength, I wouldn't have fainted from hunger in front of your house. How did your master teach you to cultivate it first? Xiao Wukong replied, I don't have a master, I only have my grandfather. Unfortunately, my grandfather was trampled to death by a monster. What's a master anyway? Yongja said solemnly, I apologize, I did not mean to offend. A master is simply a term for someone who teaches you skills. Xiao Wukong said, oh, I see. So you mean you want me to teach you my previous cultivation methods? Yes, Yongja replied. Yongja responded. It's possible, but I don't remember much from before. I only recall carrying heavy things up and down the mountain, swimming in the water, and racing sharks, practicing holding my breath standing on a round log, and walking backward, and there's also. Huh, what else was there? Never mind, that should be about it. Xiao Wukong joked. Wow, you're the only one who could do these training methods. I doubt I could even last a day doing them. Yongja said, backing out. Hey Yongja, don't be discouraged. I found it really tough at the start too, but before I knew it, I got used to it. After I got used to it, I played like this almost every day. After saying that, Xiao Wukong demonstrated a handstand. Hearing this, Yongja thought to himself, you're impressive and proud, is this just discomfort? If an ordinary person came, they might as well start a feast. Alright, I can only start from the basics. Let's begin with physical training. I wonder if it will be useful for me. Yongja expressed his worries. Xiao Wukong said it should be fine. I'll go get you some suitable stones. With that, he ran into the depths of the forest. One must say Xiao Wukong truly is pure-hearted, without any scheming, as clear as a blank sheet of paper. Without thinking too much, he saw Xiao Wukong coming back with a bunch of stones of various sizes. When he set them down, it felt like the ground trembled. This one was my first stone, this one is the second, this one is the third, and this one. Xiao Wukong recounted proudly. In any case, Yongja's path of cultivation officially began, as he said, Wukong, you should also go and practice, don't let me surpass you. Xiao Wukong said, just wait and see. I won't be so easily surpassed by you. Before Yongja could respond, Xiao Wukong ran back into the depths of the forest. Until Xiao Wukong's figure disappeared in the depths of the forest, Yongja finally withdrew his gaze and looked at the pile of stones that resembled small hills, swallowing hard as he walked straight to the smallest stone. After a brief assessment, oh no, these stones need to be embraced with both arms to carry. This carrying would be hopeless, I can barely lift them. Helpless, unable to lift them, he let out a sigh. Alright, this just isn't going to work. Yongja simply gave up on this pile of stones and set off to explore the surroundings to look for a suitable stone. Strangely enough, he hadn't walked far when he found a suitable one about the length of an arm and roughly the same width, though its weight was unclear. In any case, it wasn't light. He managed to drag it back to the bun house, as there were no industrial ropes in Xiao Wukong's home. All he had were some unknown plant vines or stems, but their quality was surprisingly good. Following the weaving method Xiao Wukong provided, he quickly finished weaving this stone. Alright, everything is ready. Here we go. To be honest, it was quite heavy, feeling like he was carrying 5 adult men. This weight was no small matter, especially for the currently weak Yongja. Thus, he carried the stone down the mountain. Although there was no main road here, it was evident there were small paths, probably made by Wukong. Yongja followed this path down the mountain, and even just going downhill put great pressure on him. When Yongja brought the stone down the mountain, he was already panting and plopped down on the ground, leaving an imprint in the soil from the stone. Huff, huh, huff, huh. This is truly not something an ordinary person can endure. After resting to recover some strength, he once again lifted the stone and started walking back up the mountain. While going up the mountain is like a different world from going down. It was painful. After putting in a Herculean effort, I finally carried it back to the top. Bang. He set the stone down and lay flat on the ground, forming a large character with his body. One must say, in the world of Dragon Ball, to become strong, one must endure suffering beyond what ordinary people can bear. Only in this way can one have the chance to stand out and take control of their destiny. With insufficient strength, even the decision to survive is not in your hands. Thinking this, he unknowingly fell asleep. Oh, this guy really is sleeping on the ground. My grandfather said that you shouldn't sleep directly on the ground. Wake up, wake up. As he said this, Xiao Wukong slapped Yongja's face. Yongja stirred awake. Huh? Did I fall asleep? Wow, it's already dark. Don't sleep anymore, come eat dinner. Wukong said, but his hands didn't stop. Suddenly, the aroma of roasted meat wafted over. Smelling this enticing aroma, Yongja's appetite stirred. Here, eat up, Xiao Yukong said as he handed over the roasted meat. Thank you. I feel refreshed after that nap, as if I have endless energy now, Yongja replied. That's good. Finish eating early and sleep early. You're too weak right now. Just carrying stones tires you out to the point of lying down. How can that be? Xiao Yukong said. Yongja remained silent, as what the other said was the truth. The weak have no right to speak. The next day, Yongja decided to practice swimming because Yongja couldn't swim, so he called Xiao Yukong over to teach him. Huh? No way. Yongja, you still can't swim? Xiao Yukong asked. Yes, I can't, Yongja replied straightforwardly. Then Xiao Yukong taught Yongja the essentials of swimming. However, since Xiao Yukong had not read many books, after several confirmations and pondering, he finally grasped the essentials of swimming. But Yongja did not rush to get into the water, and then asked Xiao Yukong about the training method on the round log. This wasn't particularly difficult, it mainly tested the boat's coordination. Swimming also primarily tests coordination, but on this basis it can increase difficulty, such as weighted swimming or practicing endurance swimming until one can swim no more. In this way, the 3 fundamental training items were set. Next came the devilish training. As long as it didn't kill him, he would push himself to the limit. Only then could he quickly close the gap with Xiao Yukong's current strength. Otherwise, when Bulma comes to find the Dragon Balls and due to insufficient strength fails to get involved in the main storyline, Yongja would probably be extremely frustrated. Thinking this, he directly began today's training. First was the stone weight training. This place was not a gym with specialized equipment for training specific muscle groups. Basically, weight training was currently the best method he found for cultivation. So after a round of weight training, despite his body feeling exhausted, he stripped off all his clothes and jumped into the water, first swimming in a small lake. However, because Yongja couldn't swim initially, his first goal was to master swimming skills. The third item was the round log that Xiao Yukong had previously used. At first, he couldn't balance and fell countless times. Time passed in this tedious and repetitive training. During this period, his bond with Yukong deepened from mere acquaintances to understanding each other's intentions with just a glance. However, Xiao Yukong was a lively character who couldn't sit still and talked a lot, so there was no occurrence of the language degradation scene in Robinson Crusoe. Wait, why can Yongja communicate with Xiao Yukong without barriers? Never mind, being able to communicate fluently is already good. Oh, at least I don't have to start from scratch learning the language of the Dragon Ball world. This is one of the few conveniences of crossing over. A month has passed. This month has transitioned from initial pain to gradually adapting to the current intensity, giving him a feeling of rebirth. Logically speaking, such a cultivation method would not have worked in his past life, because the body cannot withstand it, and the human body has its limits. Even the 9.58 seconds of Usain Bolt in the 100 meters seems to remain unbroken until now. Now Yongja could easily defeat the Yongja from a month ago. His combat power has probably reached 5. Finally, he can be considered at least a mediocre fighter. For this, he could only credit it to being in the Dragon Ball world. After all, various novels from his past life also featured similar scenarios, like Golden Immortals are no better than dogs and Daluo everywhere. When will the map levels increase again, becoming a situation where Daluo is not as good as a dog and Quasi-Saints are everywhere? The Dragon Ball world may not be the highest martial world setting, but its advantage is the limitless potential and the absence of significant restrictions. For example, those prehistoric novels that Yongja read, becoming stronger or reaching peak combat power often requires indispensable elements, such as attaining sainthood, needing the primordial purple chi. Even achieving Tao or any other form of enlightenment requires certain preconditions. These conditions essentially eliminate 99% of people, leaving only those who have traversed worlds with the opportunity to succeed. However, the Dragon Ball world at least lacks these rigid constraints, focusing primarily on cultivation and breaking through limits. It also does not impose heavenly tribulations, but unfortunately the Dragon Ball world has racial limitations. Ordinary humans, no matter how hard they cultivate, cannot match the Saiyans. A Super Saiyan boasts a 50-fold increase. What can you use to compete with that? Yongja has indeed thought that combining cultivation with Super Saiyan training equals invincibility, but alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Here there are no immortals, and even the so-called immortal cat has nothing to do with cultivation. Thinking of this, he has become even harsher on himself. Now he can carry the first stone of little Yukong up and down the mountain, and swimming can be done tirelessly for a day. Of course, the speed cannot be too fast, but it's either fast or it takes a long time. And he can finally stand steadily on the round log, but moving still requires more practice, such as braking, accelerating, and turning, skills involving agility. Who can't just press the gas in a straight line? Speed in the curves is the real speed. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. This has been his achievement over the past month. To be honest, Yongja feels a bit unreal. But considering that even the fact of him traversing worlds has happened, it seems reasonable for his cultivation to be slightly faster than that of ordinary people. After all, no matter how fast he is, he can't match the Saiyans with their incredible life force and the freakish passive ability of death recovery along with the powerful transformations of Super Saiyan. In comparison, Yongja is merely at the peak of ordinary humans. Why does he increasingly feel that he should wish for Saiyan bloodline through the dragon? Just as his thoughts continued, a voice interrupted Yang's fantasies. Yongja, I've seen your recent cultivation. Why are you so obsessed with becoming super strong? And why are you so anxious? Could Yongja not be anxious? Who knows when Bulma will arrive to trigger the main storyline? If his strength isn't strong enough, he wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. During the period of Dragon Ball, wouldn't it be appealing to reach the pinnacle of this era as a human? Everyone needs a bit of motivation, and besides, Yongja also wants to see where the limits of humans in Dragon Ball lie. Thinking this way, he replied, of course it's to narrow the gap between us, and even surpass you. A month ago, I sensed the pain of being weak. The closer I get to death, the more I can awaken to the truth of life, thus igniting my desire for power. If I don't cultivate during this month, and at some point you happen to be out, but a monster that can destroy this place attacks, wouldn't I not even have the qualification to call for help? Just a wild boar made me look foolish. Encountering an opponent of that level, wouldn't I be left without a burial place? Little Wukong confidently replied, Yongja, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I won't let those monsters hurt you. If you encounter danger, I will definitely come to rescue you. Thank you, Wukong. Am I not perfectly fine now? Moreover, such a situation hasn't happened. I can at least protect myself now. As for wild boars and the like, I can't be bothered. As long as I am strong enough, perhaps in the future you might need me to rescue you, haha. Saying that I'm not pleased, Yongja. You are too weak now. Come back to talk when you truly have that kind of power. Forget it, Yongja. Continuing like this is pointless. Why don't we spar a bit? I want to see if you have gotten stronger this month. Really, Wukong? Remember not to hold back. I want to see how I die. Originally, little Wukong was eager to try after hearing the first half of the sentence, but upon hearing the latter half, he directly performed a dramatic fall. Little Wukong said, rest assured, I know the limits. I certainly won't kill you. Since that's the case, let me put down this stone, which is about 2 arms in diameter, and I will place it down heavily. Wukong, I haven't learned any professional martial arts. I just took a combat course as an elective in school. I'll forget it, you wouldn't understand. Oh, just consider me a novice in martial arts. Although I don't understand what you mean by combat, I understand the term novice. Don't worry, just come at me, and I basically know your level now. In that case, let's go to a more open area. It wouldn't be good to break any pots or pans. Yongja responded. Okay, little Wukong replied. The scene shifts on the freshly cleaned ground. The two faced each other with little Wukong striking a classic pose from the Dragon Ball anime. His legs are in a half-squat stance, body slightly turned, left hand in a scissor-like position raised at his chest, and right hand forming a fist tucked by his ribs, although the stance looks somewhat awkward. But if you dare to underestimate him, you will surely regret it. Yongja did not waste any words and assumed a less peculiar stance for combat. Of course, before striking, he did not forget to perform a fist salute. Excuse me, Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong copied him. Oh, excuse me, Yongja. Breathing in and tightening his abdomen, body turned sideways to face the opponent, upper body lowered, lower body in a half-squat stance, left foot applying force on the front toe, right foot behind for balance, left hand clenched under the chin, right hand clenched at the right cheek. This starting stance is now complete. There is no need for tentative punches. The strength difference is too great. Just one full power strike. Yongja stepped forward with his left foot, shifting his weight forward with his right foot, assisting harnessing the strength of his waist for a straight punch. The sound of air being cut through was heard. If this punch hit an ordinary person, it would either kill or maim. Little Wukong did not back down, countering with his left hand one palm. Upon closer inspection, this was no ordinary palm. It was clearly the cloth in rock, paper, scissors. With short arms possessing more powerful strength than Yongja, he completely blocked Yang's right straight punch. Little Wukong mocked, what's wrong, Yongja? Is that all you have? Do you have any more moves? In response to this, Yongja did not reply. What followed was another heavy strike. Seeing that the right straight punch was ineffective, he immediately followed up with a left hook aimed at Wukong's face. Wukong caught this surprise attack, and it was evident that Yang's strength was completely no match for little Wukong. No longer engaging in a stalemate, Yongja delivered a knee strike to break the deadlock. Both sides retreated 2 steps, confirming their gaze. This time, little Wukong took the initiative, launching himself like a small missile, leaving an afterimage as he rushed towards Yongja. Yongja had no time to think and quickly slid left, but little Wukong pushed off with his left foot, making a sharp turn to charge at Yongja. Before long, fists and feet collided, and Yongja did not hold back, either mixing straight punches, hooks, and jabs with sounds of air breaking continuously. Seeing that he could not break through his limits with this offensive, Yongja shifted his focus from direct fist-to-fist combat to primarily using kicks and supplementing with punches. He first squatted deeply and then delivered a sweeping kick to break little Wukong's balance, immediately followed by a whip punch. This strike finally hit little Wukong. Prior attacks from Yongja were either dodged or defended against or simply cancelled out. Ouch! Yongja, you hit hard. Little Wukong exclaimed. Sorry Wukong, I want to push my limits. Continuing in that kind of combat wouldn't lead to any improvement. Only by constantly raising the intensity can I become stronger. Alright then, I'll have to show my real strength next. It won't be so easy now. Are you ready? Bring it on. Wukong, Yongja said, fully concentrated. Without further ado, the second round begins. This time Yongja attacks first again, but unfortunately all of Yang's attacks were dodged. Whether it was hooks or kicks, little Wukong was as agile as an eel, making it impossible for him to land a blow. Take this. Rock, paper, scissors. Little Wukong shouted. Little Wukong's punch came with great force. Yongja raised both hands to block, resulting in both hands going numb. Scissors. Yongja had no time to think. He descended at lightning speed. However, while he could evade the first move, he could not escape the 15th. Cloth. Just as Yongja was still in a half-squat position, a slap landed directly on his left cheek. He was sent flying, spinning in the air countless times, and as he fell to the ground, he glanced at little Wukong before fainting. In the evening, hey, Yongja, wake up, it's time to get up for dinner, and he did not forget to pat Yang's swollen face. Ouch! Yongja sat up suddenly, as if rising from the dead. Ouch! Ouch! You Wukong hit so hard. Huh, this is still your fault. You're almost half as strong as me now. If I don't show my strength, you would keep bragging. Is that so? It seems I really have to double my training, Yongja replied. If Yongja remembers correctly, when Bulma first encountered Wukong, his combat power was around 10, right? Could it be that my arrival caused Wukong's combat power to rise above 10? After all, the original storyline had Wukong living freely here, and the intensity of his training probably wasn't high. It should be that my presence has influenced Wukong. Well then, let's roll up our sleeves. After this battle, Yongja and Wukong both gained a lot, primarily due to Yang's experience of fighting against stronger opponents, which greatly enhanced his combat power. Of course, this refers to the rate of improvement. One cannot simply say that fighting against a strong adversary will lead to an equivalent boost in strength. Only Broly can achieve such feats. However, even Broly's growth is not limitless. Whether in the new or old versions, the old Broly surpasses Super Saiyan 1 in strength, but is clearly weaker than Super Saiyan 2. In the new version, Broly's power closely approaches that of Super Saiyan Vegito from Dragon Ball Super, yet he remains inferior to Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, which is quite absurd. But there's nothing to be done, the new patch is just that strong. Back then, Frieza trained for 4 months, not only achieving the Golden Frieza transformation, but also reaching a power level that rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, who had trained for many years. Of course, the patch is a one-time boost of Frieza's further training, as well as the new version of Broly's can no longer result in such dramatic increases. Ultimately, these decisions rest in the hands of the creators. I have great respect for Akira Toriyama. Without him, Dragon Ball would not exist, and that's an undeniable truth. I digress. Let's return to the main topic. Due to the lack of real combat opponents for little Wukong, his power level had stagnated at 10. However, after this battle, it was evident that he had made a breakthrough, bringing his combat power to 13. Yongja, on the other hand, felt that with a bit of focused training, reaching a power level of 6 would be no problem. Thus, the following routine consisted of monotonous training interspersed with sparring sessions. As they became more familiar with each other, the effectiveness of their practical training diminished compared to their initial encounters. After the usual eating, drinking, and leisure activities, they entered high-pressure training. After completing one set, they would rest, and then increase the difficulty, repeating this cycle. Of course, this kind of training could only happen in the Dragon Ball world. If attempted on Blue Star, it would likely lead to disaster. In the past, martial arts experts online often supplemented their training with herbal medicine or other aids, whether ingested or applied externally. This is where the true costs of martial arts training lie. If one trained without any aids, their body, especially the parts trained through rigorous methods, would not fare well. I can't quite describe it, but in any case, Yongja and little Wukong's training unfolded passionately. Time passed, though I couldn't tell how long it had been, perhaps about a year. The watch and phone I had brought from my previous life had long since run out of battery and ceased to function. Now Yongja has a full beard, his hair reaching down to his waist, and his clothes are mostly tattered. Although he changes after every training session, the overall impression he gives is that of a disheveled wild man or a strange uncle. If not for the gestures that reveal him as a normal person, one might mistake him for a true savage. However, Yongja paid no mind to this. He could now lift a stone weighing as much as a small mountain, approximately 2 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 1 meter high. This was indeed in the realm of small mountains, making it effortless for him to traverse the hills. He also excelled in swimming. If he wished, he could swim for 3 days and nights at a speed comparable to ordinary fish, and if he swam with all his might, he could become a torpedo in the water. His coordination with the wooden stump had also reached an exquisite level. One might think he was a professional performer from a circus. By now, Yang's strength should be around 45 points. This year of training has been extremely challenging, and even with sparring against little Wukong, his growth and strength has nearly plateaued. Little Wukong's strength is slightly greater than Yang's, is estimated to be around 56 points. On Earth, he could essentially walk with confidence, but of course that's not guaranteed. Having spent a year training with little Wukong, there was not much room for growth left in this small place. It was time to step out of this forest. Well, let's call it a day for today's training. After being so tense for a year, it's time to relax properly. I've decided to indulge in a feast for 3 days and nights. While Yongja was on his way back, suddenly a vehicle, a jeep, surged out of nowhere. It showed no signs of slowing down and came straight towards him. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, Bulma, I've waited so long for you. The main storyline can finally commence. Nice. In my previous life, little Wukong, with a combat power of 10, was hit directly and felt nothing. Now could Yongja, with a power level of 45, only be knocked away by a car? Watch me catch this jeep with my bare hands. With these thoughts, Yongja adjusted his stance to face the jeep, feet and legs slightly bent. Just as the jeep was about to collide, he exerted force with both hands, grappling with the vehicle. But the inertia of a speeding jeep is tremendous, isn't it? Yang's feet began to leave scratch marks on the ground. Initially, the recoil was quite powerful, but as long as he could withstand the first wave and dissipate the inertia, the jeep's own power was nothing to fear. He was pushed back just over a meter, and after that the jeep could no longer move him even a fraction. The girl in the vehicle watched this scene unfold, her eyes widening. Due to the excessive impact, the system classified it as an accident, triggering the emergency system and deploying a safety cushion. Upon seeing this, Yongja lifted the jeep and set it back down on the ground and scathed, "Sorry, uncle. Since this is an uphill road, I accelerated without seeing you here. I didn't expect you to be so strong," the young girl in the vehicle apologized. It's fine, just a small effort. And why am I an uncle at only 23? With that, Yongja turned to face the girl. With deep blue hair adorned with a red bow on top, her hair tied back in a single ponytail and bangs neatly gathered, she has captivating azure eyes and delicate features. She embodies the standard beauty of a youthful girl. Dressed in a pink short shirt and matching pink skirt, her fair thighs exude health and beauty, with a brown belt around her waist, a waist pouch on her left side, and a thin purple scarf draped over her collarbone. Any ordinary person would likely fall for the beauty of this young girl at first glance. Unfortunately for Yongja, he seemed unfazed, as if he were meeting a long-known acquaintance. What began as a single glance turned into an unintentional second look. Fine, just one more look. Sorry, your outfit really does resemble that of an uncle," the girl remarked. Hearing this, Yongja decided not to pursue the topic further and asked, "By the way, who are you? Where do you come from, and where are you headed?" The basic formalities must still be followed. One cannot expect a stranger to know all about you. Anyone would be wary, right? "Oh, I'm Bulma. I came from West City to find the Dragon Balls," Bulma replied. "Bulma, nice to meet you. I am Yongja. I got lost here a year ago and have been training with little Wukong. Not knowing the way, I've been stuck here for over a year." Yongja answered concisely. "Little Wukong?" Bulma asked curiously. "Hey, Yongja, I caught an enormous fish today. I'll come eat. It's really huge." Little Wukong called out as he approached. Who are you?" he asked Bulma. "Cough, let me introduce her. Wukong, this is Bulma, who came from West City to find the Dragon Balls." Turning to Bulma, he added, "Bulma, this is Wukong, the one who guided me in my training to become stronger." "Oh, hello, Wukong, Bulma." They greeted each other. "Oh, by the way, Wukong, Bulma is a girl, so don't let her do anything strange," Yongja warned. "Oh, got it. But Yongja, you're amazing. How did you figure that out at a glance?" Wukong innocently replied. Well, I wouldn't lie to you, that's for sure," Yongja answered helplessly. "Well, never mind that. Let's hurry and eat the fish," little Wukong said, dragging the fish as he headed towards the Bowsy shop. Sorry, Miss Bulma, little Wukong doesn't know better. He's still just a kid. Please don't take it to heart." Yongja apologized. "Why would I be angry with a child? Besides, there are hardly any kids like him who are so innocent nowadays. Most children in the city are quite mature for their age," Bulma replied. "In that case, let us extend our hospitality. Follow me, and I assure you the barbecue here is a delicacy you've never tasted before," Yongja confidently stated. As the scene shifts, we arrive in front of the bun shop, where little Wukong's mastery of the roasting process can only be described as unparalleled. Even if his eyes were blindfolded, he could smoothly complete the entire process. The aroma wafting through the air whets everyone's appetite. Isn't this showing off directly? Oh, the fire is still roasting, so that's fine. The moment the fire is ready, little Wukong instantly tears off a portion for himself to show off. Having spent too long with Yongja, the two of them are either cultivating or on the way to cultivate, so they also compete in eating, but this time Yongja did not fight for it. With guests present, it would be inappropriate for the host to show off, and since the guests would be left with nothing, Yongja was not in a hurry to show off. Instead, he first tore off a portion for Bulma and handed it to her before showing off. This scene made Bulma chuckle, thinking to herself, "I thought you were so gentlemanly and reserved. Even if she doesn't eat this roasted fish, she has plenty of food. While sampling the flavors of nature occasionally is not a bad thing. A crunch hiss. Honestly, it's quite delicious, Bulma said. Sorry today, I'm cultivation. I'm so hungry, let me eat my fill first before chatting with you. Yongja devoured his food ravenously. As for little Wukong, he was even more capable than Yongja. His mouth never stopped crunching continuously. Bulma watched the scene and couldn't help but smile, thinking what two amusing fellows. After Yongja was full, he said, what a pity there aren't many seasonings in the mountains, otherwise this roast meat could be even more delicious. Bulma replied, since everyone is full, I should continue my exploration journey. Let me check the Dragon Ball radar. As she spoke, she pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the switch, and it showed that there was a Dragon Ball inside the bun shop. Following the radar's guidance, she went straight to little Wukong's room. Got it. Dragon Ball. Wukong turned around and said, no way. You can't take this, it's my grandfather's. This left Bulma bewildered, and she could only rely on Yongja to explain, this is a relic of his grandfather. This orb has been with him all along before I came here. Bulma asked, I see, can I borrow the Dragon Ball then? I want to fulfill the wish of never running out of strawberries or to have a perfect lover. Wukong replied, no way. At this moment, both Bulma and Wukong looked at Yongja. Well then, Wukong, since we can't get stronger in the mountains anymore, why don't we go out? I believe we will encounter stronger opponents on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, and only then can we become stronger. As for Bulma, since this 4-star ball is so significant to Wukong, why not let him carry it personally during the journey? What do you think? Bulma sent a grateful look this way while Wukong asked in return, can I become as strong as Grandpa? You only know once you step outside, and don't you want to carry your grandfather's relic while traveling around? Moreover, there are opportunities to grow stronger along the way, Yongja persuaded. Thus, the main storyline of the Dragon Balls officially began. In the jeep, Bulma said, Wukong, you sit in the back, but it's fine if you don't wear a seatbelt. Yongja sat silently in the passenger seat. Due to Yongja's presence, the car only slightly changed shape at the front, but did not affect normal driving. The car drove directly out of Bun Mountain with Wukong leaning against the window, gazing at Bun Mountain. It seemed like he was bidding farewell to Bun Mountain. Bulma glanced over and said, don't worry, Wukong, we're just going out to travel, not leaving for good. If anything, I will send you back later. Wukong didn't respond, just gave a soft Bulma's voice rang out again, what about you, Yongja? Yongja replied, as for me, I'm not quite sure. My only current goal is to cultivate and become stronger. Hey, ought to get stronger. So the jeep drove in silence for a long time until it finally arrived at an unknown place. Bulma stopped the car and little Wukong asked, where are you going? The restroom. Bulma replied. Not long after, Bulma left a scream, pierced the air. It was Bulma's voice. One must say, is this the main storyline? Some things are destined to be unavoidable. Wukong, you stay here, they'll be back shortly. Opening the door, stepping out, and walking behind the mountain, what came into view was a blue-skinned Western pterosaur. Pterosaur, you are. Before the other could finish speaking, Yongja swiftly appeared in front of it, first delivering a hand chop to its claw, then a heavy uppercut to its belly, followed by a whip kick aimed at its head, sending the pterosaur flying into the sky unconscious. In that split second, Yongja caught Bulma in a princess carry. Blushing, Bulma said, thank you, Yongja. June. Yongja unfazed replied, it's just a small effort, nothing to mention. You still need to take care of your business. Hurry up so we can set off as soon as possible. Saying this, he set Bulma down and turned to leave. Thankfully, I walk fast, otherwise if something bad happens, it would be problematic. What if someone loses their life? What kind of person is Bulma? A Dragon Ball fanatic, a young lady. I really fear that if I lose my composure, something terrible might happen. Afterward, the three of them continued on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Although Yongja and little Wukong could cultivate at such intensity and go days without sleep, Bulma could not. Thus they found a flat spot to stop. Today, let's spend the night here, Bulma said. Wukong replied, but there aren't any houses nearby. Bulma said, haven't you seen anything? Look at my universal capsule. Instantly, an ordinary house appeared before everyone, startling little Wukong. Yongja told Wukong, don't be surprised, this is the power of technology. Once we enter the city, there will be even more advanced things. In that case, Wukong and I will take a shower first. So under little Wukong's curious gaze, Yongja and Bulma finished showering. Wukong's behavior was like that of an innocent little kid. Due to practicing with Wukong, little Wukong usually held the upper hand, so for the past year, he had hardly any damage to his clothes, while Yongja's could be described as tattered, as if he had just returned from the Syrian war. Bulma sized up Yongja. Yongja, your appearance is too shabby, and your hair has grown out excessively. You haven't shaved, and walking outside you look just like a standard wild man. Haha, it's just that I don't have any proper tools, so I didn't care about it. Yongja shrugged nonchalantly. This won't do, you are lucky this time. I have all the tools here and quite a few clothes. Today let me show you what a young lad's self-cultivation is like. Bulma said. Naturally, she helped Yongja start grooming his appearance, first cutting his hair. Unfortunately, her technique was not that of a master. She nearly used the same method as shaving leg hair to cut his hair. His beard was also shaved with an electric razor, just a quick swipe, and most of his clothes were women's outfits with hardly any men's clothes. Reluctantly, she picked out a few ordinary men's outfits. His hairstyle was also quite ordinary. After looking in the mirror, his hairstyle was that of an average young man's, and his outfit was a simple casual one with well-defined features and a resilient, unyielding temperament. His physique was not that of an exaggerated muscle type like a bodybuilder. He belonged to the kind that looks slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. Instantly, Bulma was taken aback. How could Yongja remain unaffected? He took the initiative to show off. As expected of me, I look good in anything. Bulma snapped back to reality and said, so full of yourself, it's just average. Yongja looked at Bulma and thought, Bulma, when you say that, could you wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? At night, Yongja shared a room with little Wukong, while Bulma had a room to herself. Clearly, it was not a very peaceful night. Time rewinds to a little earlier within a luxurious palace. Although it is referred to as luxurious, the structure is simple with square rooms and a large round table filled with delicious food in the center. Moreover, there was only one main seat and one side seat surrounded by some symbolic decorative porcelain and landscape paintings indicating that the owner had no sophisticated taste and the decor was quite casual. On the seat sat King Pilaf, who had blue skin, wearing a red and blue hat, dressed in clothing resembling that of the Qing dynasty, with the huge characters, fried rice, printed on his belly. He was short, about the same height as little Wukong. The subsequent plot follows Pilaf preparing to enjoy the food when a character named Asu, who is either a dog spirit or a fox spirit wearing a full ninja outfit and of similar height to Pilaf, interrupts him. During the conversation, Pilaf let out a fart and forced his subordinate to admit it was their fault. Later, Xiaowu also descended from the ceiling. Xiaowu was clad in a thick military uniform with flowing black hair and features that conformed to the standards of beauty. She had red makeup on her eyelids and lips, giving her a capable and strong female figure. Xiaowu reported to Pilaf about the Dragon Ball status, and ultimately Pilaf dispatched 2 henchmen to ambush Yongja and his group nearby. In the room, I'm hungry, little Wukong said. Yongja replied, did we not just eat? But I am hungry, and that bread was not good, Wukong insisted. So fine, let's go hunt for some wild food for a midnight snack. Bulma, do you want a midnight snack? I'm going out to hunt for some wild food. Saying this, Yongja stepped out of the room, followed closely by little Wukong. No, I'm not eating. You all can eat, no need to call me, Bulma replied. What followed was the expected minor plotline where Yongja and little Wukong encountered Xiaowu and her group surrounded by a pack of wolves. Yongja and Wukong swiftly rescued Xiaowu and her companions. However, Xiaowu and her companions showed no gratitude, hastily climbing into a plane and fleeing the scene. During this, Yongja looked at the plane, and Xiaowu inside the plane glanced back, lost in thought. After confirming their gaze, I digress. In any case, they flew away from this location. During this, little Wukong thought they had been eaten by a bird and wanted to rescue them, but Yongja stopped him. That is not a bird, it's a plane, a product of technology similar to the car we rode during the day. Little Wukong exclaimed, wow, a flying car. No, a car that flies. Yongja facepalmed, saying, forget about them, let's go back and eat a midnight snack. An enraged Pilaf roared, useless. You are all useless. How can you not handle such a trivial matter? How will I achieve my grand ideals in the future? The terrified duo half knelt and said, we are truly very sorry, King Pilaf. We encountered 2 very strong humans who were incredibly powerful and handled the wolf pack with ease. I personally saw that man enter and exit the wolf pack 7 times, looking quite impressive. Pilaf stomped his feet and shouted, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Useless. Useless. You are all useless. Just then the phone on the table rang. I am Pilaf. What? You found information about the Dragon Balls. In the hands of an old man called Turtle Hermit. Good. Well done. The location is. Okay, I got it. Why are you still here? Why don't you hurry and get that Dragon Ball? Pilaf shouted angrily. Yes, the 2 replied. Wait. This time I am going too. Pilaf declared. In short, the Pilaf trio officially joined the main storyline of the Dragon Balls. The next day before dawn, Xiao Wukong woke up. He shook the still sleeping Yongja, saying, Wukong, you go practice in the morning. I want to relax a bit lately. Without caring about Wukong's thoughts, he turned over and continued to sleep. Xiao Wukong disregarded Yongja and went out for his morning practice. He randomly chose a lucky stone, hugged it with love, and then the stone shattered. Goodness, something he dared only to think about in the past. Hugging. A hugging stone killing. After hugging one, he had to continue hugging. After shattering several stones, he spotted a black-brown, somewhat oval stone nearby. Wait, I am not a stone. The black-brown stone spoke. This was naturally the scene where Xiao Wukong encountered the turtle. Wukong said sorry. Then Bulma came out to talk to Wukong, and after the turtle drank the salt water, it acknowledged its identity as a turtle and requested Yongja and the others to take it to the sea. Just as they set off, they encountered a tiger vanguard. Can this be tolerated? The main storyline was already slow enough. The vehicle hadn't even stopped when Yongja jumped out and delivered a descending palm strike to the blocking tiger vanguard, causing blood to flow from its 7 orifices and rendering it lifeless. Yongja said, "Let's go continue our journey to the seaside." The vehicle continued forward until they finally reached the seaside. Upon seeing the familiar scene, the turtle expressed its gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. You are truly good people. Wait here, I will go get a reward for you. Don't wander too far." Saying this, the turtle crawled in a direction going deeper into the sea until it vanished. After a long time, a figure appeared on the horizon, and as it approached, they saw an old man standing on the back of the turtle crossing the sea. The old man wore a shirt with letters printed on it, paired with white shorts, deep green sunglasses, and had a white mustache on the corners of his mouth, and chin topped off with flip-flops, perfectly embodying a beach vacationer enjoying a sunbath. Next came the scene where the turtle sage rewarded the good people. First was Xiao Yukong, who could not obtain the phoenix's feather and instead received the flying nimbus. Upon obtaining it, Xiao Yukong was initially puzzled, but upon realizing its use, he swiftly hopped on and flew into the sky, having the time of his life. As for you, the turtle sage addressed Yongja. "Please teach me your most powerful technique, Master Turtle Sage." Before the turtle sage could finish, Yongja interrupted. "Oh, you really want this reward? I do have an impressive technique, but whether you can learn it depends on your abilities. However, I still suggest you. Please teach me, Master Turtle Sage," said Yongja, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. All right, no problem. Watch closely, I will only demonstrate this technique once." After saying this, the turtle sage moved to a secluded spot, looked around, and aimed at a small mountain not far ahead. He first extended his arms to the sides, then rotated both hands counterclockwise by 90 degrees. When his hands were parallel, the fingers curled, drawing inward to the shoulders. The left arm came together from below, while the right arm came down from above until the palms joined in a lotus shape. Then the hands moved to the right side of his abdomen. Then a beam of energy light traced a circle in a clockwise direction, forming a spherical energy mass, during which he intermittently shouted, "Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha." Upon finishing, both hands pushed forward, and the energy mass erupted like a spring compressed to its limits. Pentato. A beam of energy about 10 centimeters in radius struck the nearby mountain. Beyond them, a thick cloud of smoke rose, and when the smoke cleared, where was the mountain? It had been flattened to the ground. Yongja, who witnessed all of this, was also quite shocked. Although he had seen the power of the Kamehameha countless times in both manga and animation in his past life, the moment it truly appeared before his eyes, and the possibility of it being unleashed by him, caused indescribable delight and tremors throughout his body. Similarly, amidst the astonishment, Yongja was also continuously contemplating. Since he had been practicing with Xiao Wukong, his battle power had reached 45. In the original timeline, Xiao Wukong, with no combat training opponents, managed to learn the Kamehameha just by watching the turtle sage perform it. In contrast, for Yongja, with 45 battle power, it wasn't enough to learn it at a glance. At the very least, he should have a glimpse of its essence. Yet he always felt that his battle power was stagnant due to a lack of qualitative change. If the battle power from 0 to 5 was considered the first qualitative change that transformed a person into a warrior, then 5 to 45 was merely quantitative change, representing just the accumulation of battle power. This implied that he was a typical warrior capable of reaching the peak of cultivation without a teacher. To break through to a higher level, a qualitative change was necessary. Cultivating chi was the breakthrough to the current battle power of 45. So what do you think, you little rascal? Did you witness it? My strongest technique isn't something that can be learned easily. Back in the day, I put in a lot of effort to learn this technique, said the turtle sage, reclining. However, Yongja paid no mind to the turtle sage. After performing a bow, he directly walked toward the unknown tree ahead, emulating the Kamehameha, and although his movements were somewhat awkward, it seemed as if he had practiced it countless times. Ka, me, ha, me, ha. Upon finishing, a light blue energy wave was pushed out by Yongja, who. A sound of breaking air erupted repeatedly in front of him, and the attack landed on the tree. Bang! The tree fell in response, leaving only a stump emitting white smoke, marking the traces of its existence. Yang's actions left everyone else dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The turtle sage was even more astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. Finally, it was the turtle sage who broke the momentary silence, saying, You. You can also perform the Kamehameha. No, I can't, Yongja interrupted. I just learned it recently. Just learned it. Everyone was taken aback. Yes, Yongja replied calmly. The turtle sage remarked, today's young people are truly terrifying. Such a heroic youth, the future is promising. Master Turtle Sage, you flatter me. Yongja cupped his fists in salute. Ahem, by the way, this young lady, what about you? What reward do you want? Oh, me. I haven't thought about it yet. said Bulma, glancing at the Dragon Ball hanging from the Turtle Sage's chest, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, I want the Dragon Ball on your chest." The Turtle Sage appeared reluctant, and what followed was a tug-of-war and bargaining with Bulma, ultimately saying, "How about this, show me." "Show me the panties." Before Bulma could reply, Yongja interjected, "Just agree to him, Bulma. You must have brought a lot of panties with you, right? What's wrong with giving him one?" Bulma, who initially wore an angry expression, changed her face upon hearing this, and smiled, saying, "All right. It's settled then. No backing out, you old man." The Turtle Sage looked troubled, saying, "No, this, you, he." In just a short moment, Bulma had already retrieved a bunch of panties from the Universal Capsule and handed them to the Turtle Sage, saying, "Here, is this enough for you to look at? Now can I get the Dragon Ball?" Bulma asked. Thus, with Yang's assistance, Bulma successfully exchanged panties for the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Xiao Wukong also returned from his travels, and Bulma looked at Xiao Wukong, saying, "Let's go, Wukong, it's time for us to set off." "Oh, okay," Wukong replied from the sky. The Turtle Sage, helpless, had to return to his house wearing sunglasses, looking satisfied, when by coincidence, he bumped into Pilaf and his companions, who had also searched his house and failed to find the Dragon Ball. Seeing that his house door had been kicked in and the plane just took off, the Turtle Sage frowned and directly used the cane in his hand to throw and explode the plane's rear propeller, causing the plane to become a watercraft. In short, except for Yongja and his group, everyone else was having a hard time. After driving a distance, Bulma stopped the car and called out to Xiao Wukong, who was sitting on the flying Nimbus in the air, "If I ride your flying Nimbus, it must be very fast, right?" Xiao Wukong replied, "The old man said only good children can ride it." Bulma immediately became unhappy, saying, "I am also a good child, okay?" Xiao Wukong said, "Then you can try." Bulma, not willing to accept, declared, "Trying equals death." Xiao Wukong lowered the flying Nimbus, and without saying a word, Bulma lunged forward, but the soft sensation she imagined did not come. Instead, she met with the affectionate greeting of Mother Earth. Bulma, unwilling, said, "Wife." Yongja, witnessing all of this, thought to himself, to be honest, even he might not be able to ride the flying Nimbus. Forget it, it's best to remain silent. Just as Yongja wanted to silently pass the scene, Bulma suddenly said, "Yongja, you try it too." "Oh, me? If it's not necessary, then forget it. You can't be that incapable, can you?" Bulma teased with a smirk. "Humph, a man can't say he can't. It's just a little flying Nimbus," he declared, and jumped toward the flying Nimbus, emptying his mind at the moment of the jump, closing his eyes, and duong, he succeeded. Bulma was jumping up and down, exclaiming, "How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Open your eyes, look at me, look at me." But how could Yongja be fooled? He resolutely kept his eyes shut and thought of nothing, while Bulma, not willing to give up, leaped forward, hugging Yongja from behind and shouting, "I don't care. You can't be up there." Due to Bulma's excessive movement, and being a young woman in her prime, it was hard not to have any skin contact. Thus, when Yongja felt the undefined sensation on his back, he thought, how could he hold it together? This young man, full of blood and vigor, was overwhelmed by new thoughts. Just as Yongja was thinking this, he realized it was bad. Thud! As he lost his support point beneath him and Bulma's movements were too vigorous, she served as a cushion below. Yongja felt a lot, and before he could say anything, Bulma accused him pervert. Sicko. And then came a barrage of attacks. Yongja dared not delay. He quickly got up, and Bulma said, "Are you still running?" "I'm not running. Want me to let you hit me? And the culprit behind all this seems not to be me, right?" Yongja clarified. Bulma rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I don't care. I don't care. Baka. No way." In short, this day passed amidst chaos. Next, if everything goes as expected, it should be an unexpected plot twist. Inside the car, Yongja thought to himself that once he meets the troublemaker, he would just forcefully clear the level. There wasn't much point in wasting so many words on such an unimportant character. With this thought, the car drove into a village, and Yongja remained silent throughout the journey, as there was nothing to say. Finally, after Wukong broke the door and entered a house suddenly, an axe swung towards his face. Yongja directly received the blade with empty hands 100%. He blocked this deadly attack, which would have been fatal for an ordinary person. Then came the classic scene. The village was in trouble, and a charming little girl was to be selected as a sacrifice for the big bad monster. In short, the plot was quite predictable, and Yongja said little, quietly waiting for the plot to unfold. Finally, a tall and robust pig-headed man entered the village. Except for Yongja and his group, everyone else seemed to be on high alert, hiding away. It was still little Wukong outside, disguising as a little girl to lure the enemy. Finally, when the opponent arrived, Yongja shouted to Wukong, "All right, Wukong, the enemy has appeared. You don't need to disguise anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Wulong to do anything, he quickly approached the pig-headed man, sweeping his leg to unbalance him, followed by an elbow strike aimed at his kidney. Of course, this was a controlled attack, otherwise he could have killed him outright. Although killing him directly wouldn't have been impossible, the main goal was to avoid letting Bulma see this bloody scene, especially since there were many children in the village. The pig-headed man held his kidney, transforming back into a form as tall as Wukong, dressed in a green military uniform with a red 5-point star on his hat. His head was a pink pig's head. There was no doubt this was Wulong, and the plot proceeded normally from there. Finally, before leaving, Yongja reminded Bulma to restock supplies, and then warned Wulong, "You can choose to run, but clearly your life is not in your own hands. Wukong, if this pig turns into anything, birds, fish, leopards, attack immediately without hesitation. If this pig gets killed outright, we'll have roasted pig to eat on the way." As he spoke, Yongja's aura and killing intent were subtly released. Bulma, witnessing this scene, was first frightened, then captivated. Just as she was about to be entranced, little Wukong interrupted. "Okay, Yongja, I will keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't escape." On the way, when Wulong heard that their target was to blow up Bread Mountain, he was adamantly unwilling to go. However, seeing Yongja's genuinely murderous gaze, he caved in. Going might mean death, but not going would mean certain death, resulting in his face displaying a mask of agony. Next, Yongja and his group arrived in the desert. Although they had stocked up quite a bit before, people still needed to rest, but unfortunately there were no buildings nearby. Just as everyone was complaining, Yongja with keen eyes pointed out, "That mountain over there has the words forged through countless trials. Perhaps there are people there." This caught everyone's attention, and thus Bulma turned the vehicle towards that direction. On the mountain, a capable young man was looking through binoculars at Yongja and his group. They actually chose to come closer instead of distancing themselves. This young man had a head of thick black hair, wearing a green training outfit on his upper body and orange long pants below. His shoes were mainly blue with red accents, and he carried a treasured sword at his waist. Having said that, this young man was lying in wait on the mountain. Finally, as the car approached, Yongja said, "Since I proposed this, I'll go down to check things out. You all wait in the car, I'll be right back." Having said that, Yongja got out of the car. It was getting crowded in the vehicle, and it seemed they would soon have to seize Wulong's RV. At the entrance of the cave, a young man shouted, "I'm Yamcha the thief around here. Be sensible and hand over your money and universal capsules, or don't blame me for being rude, right?" "No rudeness," chimed in a floating blue-green plush toy beside him. At this moment, Wulong also got out of the car. Isn't that pure? It's the perverted Wulong, the one who was expelled from the Transformation Academy for stealing the teacher's underwear. Pure said, and at this remark, everyone's expression towards Wulong changed except for little Wukong and Yongja. "Alright, I'll be honest with you. We have no money and only a life to spare. We just passed through here and would like to ask for some travel expenses. We will gladly thank you for your generosity." Yongja said likewise, and instantly both sides were at a standoff, the atmosphere tense. At this moment, little Wukong also got out of the car. "What's going on, Yongja? What are you all doing here?" Yongja replied, "It's nothing. You just know that the guy across from us really deserves a beating." Yongja thought to himself, is it any wonder he deserves a beating? In my past life, I thought Bulma and Yamcha were a perfect match, but as the main plot progressed, Yamcha turned out to be useless. Sorry, but in this timeline it's all about me, Yongja, so Yamcha, just step aside. With this thought, he immediately assumed a fighting stance and said to Wukong, "Wukong, I estimate you must be very hungry by now. You probably have no strength left, so just watch me perform next." Originally, little Wukong wasn't that hungry, but after saying that, he suddenly felt hungry. Yamcha said, "So you're quite brave then." Yongja replied, "Let's talk. Prepare to take my strike." Without further ado, Yongja slid forward and thrust his right fist towards Yamcha's face. Seeing this, Yamcha didn't dare to underestimate him and countered with his right fist. When Yongja's first attack failed, he continued to launch strikes: left hook, right uppercut, left front kick, with increasing speed. From a distance, Yongja appeared like a dancer, constantly moving, while Yamcha was left struggling to defend, his expression grave. Seeing his disadvantage grow, he let out a loud roar. Having taken several punches from Yongja, he attempted to force some distance, but Yongja would not easily let him escape. He pursued relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yongja unleashed a flurry of cross punches, leaving Yamcha bruised and bloodied, finally ending with a side kick, though this was not at full strength. Having finally met a durable punching bag, the previous battles had been either instant kills or skips. It was time for some intense action to spice up the currently dull plot. At this moment, Bulma, alerted by the commotion, peered out from the car and coincidentally witnessed Yongja's final side kick. It was now impossible for Bulma and Yamcha to become a couple. Though Yamcha was also a handsome young man, having Yongja a gem in the picture, and seeing him beat up Yamcha on the first glance, naturally the first impression couldn't be anything but poor. Struggling to his feet, Yamcha groaned. All right, very good. After all these years, you're the first one to make me look this pathetic. I see I need to show my true strength." Yamcha then assumed a fighting stance once more, his aura condensing, as if he were a battle-hardened wolf Fang fist. He charged at Yongja, who raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Now this is something worth playing with. In that case, I'll entertain you." Yamcha rushed forward at high speed, his aura growing stronger with each step, his footsteps heavy like a tank charging in. "Take this." Yamcha's fists blurred as he rapidly attacked Yongja's upper body. His right punch followed immediately by his left. The sound of air being ripped filled the air. But Yongja was no ordinary opponent. You're fast. I'm faster. You're fierce. I'm fiercer. Yongja showed no signs of retreat, charging Hedon. Instantly the two were locked in a fierce battle with constant exchanges of offense and defense, their movements stirring up the sand in the desert, creating swirling dust. You're quite good, Yamcha. Recently I've been itching for a fight, and you're a decent punching bag, but unfortunately your strength still falls short, Yongja remarked. Stop boasting. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat. Among the younger generation, you're already the strongest aside from me, Yamcha replied, his expression grim. Oh, what was that saying? In battle, honest people only speak the truth while others have to consider a lot more, Yongja taunted. I don't know what you're talking about. Take this. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha roared. Yamcha's attacks grew stronger and faster, the speed of his punches reaching the point where a third hand seemed visible. Yet no matter what, Yongja managed to block them, or he evaded with his agile movements. Damn it, do you only know how to dodge and block? Do you dare to face me, Hedon? Yamcha sneered. As you wish, Yongja replied. He stopped holding back and began his offensive. Once the expert strikes, one can tell if they are skilled. Instantly Yamcha's expression changed dramatically. The offensive he had built just moments ago crumbled, and he switched to defense. Yet he barely managed to hold out before getting hit in the stomach, taking damage. Alright, the game is over, Yongja declared, throwing a punch. Watch closely, Wolf Fang Fist, this is how it's done. Yongja began to execute Yamcha's own technique. Each strike was no less than Yamcha's swift and deadly. With each hit aimed at vital points, the moment Yamcha received the first critical blow, he had already lost the strength to resist. The remainder was Yongja's relentless assault, hitting him with a flurry of blows. Finally, with a rear side kick after kicking, Yongja turned towards the group, his back to Yamcha, and declared, "This is the Wolf Fang Fist. The punches are free of killing intent, all just show. You should practice for another 7 or 8 years before coming back." Yamcha, lying on the ground, heard this just before losing consciousness. Yamcha, Pure ran over anxiously. "Well done," everyone exclaimed, but the three had different thoughts. A little Wukong said, "Wow, Yongja has gotten stronger again. After eating, I must challenge him to a fight." Wulong thought, "Wow, this guy is so strong. If I had run earlier, he would definitely have killed me." Bulma exclaimed, "Wow. No wonder Yongja is so handsome and strong. Could he be my perfect partner?" Cough. "Just a small matter. Nothing to be concerned about," Yongja humbly replied. But to be honest, Yamcha could only be considered a decent punching bag. For real sparring, he still needed to rely on little Wukong. "Alright, your Yamcha has been defeated. Hand over the money and universal capsules, or leave your lives behind," Yongja said to Pure. Yongja continued, "Oh, and we are temporarily requisitioning this mountain. Do whatever you want. And you, Wulong, hand over the universal capsules for the RV." Wulong and Pure simultaneously wore painful expressions, but Yongja was not suspicious. Alright, I'll give it," the two responded in unison. As night fell in the wilderness, Yamcha slowly regained consciousness. "Oh, Yamcha, you're awake. Unfortunately, we lost all our belongings, and they only left us with a four-wheeler." Yamcha painfully rose to his feet and said, "No worries, Pugh. As long as we have our lives, we can always find more fuel. Once I recover and grow stronger, I will make sure they pay for this." Yamcha continued, "However, for now, we must indeed remain hidden. But they certainly don't expect that this four-wheeler has a tracking radar." The scene shifted back to Yongja's side. After Yongja had severely beaten Yamcha, tonight's invaders were only 2 of Pilaf's henchmen. And Wulong's little trick with the sleeping drug was crushed by Yongja's words. "Come on, Wulong, this is the first cup of water you personally made exceptionally precious. You should drink it first, we shouldn't rush to drink it." Bulma, who initially didn't understand why Yongja said that, saw Wulong's awkward demeanor, and after a moment of thought understood the general idea, scolding, "Good for you, Wulong. How dare you drug us? Do you want to die?" With that, she charged at Wulong. After a series of fierce attacks from Bulma, the pig head became a braised pig head, bruised and battered, making for a good laugh, while only little Wukong remained clueless about what was happening. Later, Bulma went to take a shower in the RV while the others waited inside the mountain. To prevent peeping, supervision was necessary. After Bulma finished her shower, she came out and said, "I'm done. How about you all?" "No need," everyone replied. Hearing this, Bulma said, "Alright, tonight's arrangement is like this, Yongja, and I will rest in the RV while you all rest in the mountain." Wulong protested, "No way. That's my RV. Why should you two rest in the RV?" Bulma retorted, "As a weak girl, how can I rest in the mountain? Moreover, I won't be safe alone. I need a strong person to protect me." Yongja thought to himself, feeling a bit guilty. This doesn't seem right. If a powerful protector is needed, Wukong can also do it. I'd be fine resting in the cave. "No worries, no worries. I don't mind the trouble. What do you have to worry about? Let's go." Saying this, Bulma took Yongja's arm and pulled him towards the RV. Wulong protested, "Damn it. Do you really need protection? You're clinging to him, how shameless. Bulma replied, what a lady does can't be called lustful, it's called deep communication that needs security. Saying this, she tightened her grip and Yongja could only be half pushed, half accepted as he was dragged into the RV. Inside the RV, Yongja said, Bulma, I'll just rest on the first floor. You rest well on the second floor, we need to set out early tomorrow. Yongja pretended to be calm. Bulma, hearing this, playfully said, oh, it's fine. Come on, come up to the second floor with me. She continued to pull. Sensing Bulma's fragrance, Yongja panicked. Absolutely not. This is unacceptable. Just being alone in a room would seriously damage your reputation. This is a serious issue for a beautiful girl like you. In short, this was unacceptable. Yongja began to feel a bit flustered, trying to maintain his calm. Bulma seemed to see through him. Listen, Yongja, come with me to the second floor. No matter how Yongja protested, it was as if an invisible hand was pulling him up. Bang! The door closed. Yongja's heart began to race uncontrollably. Oh no, what's wrong? Our Yongja seems so nervous. Yongja, big bro. Is this too early? Is it too fast? Yongja stammered. What's too early? What's too fast? What are you referring to? Bulma feigned confusion. It's that, between men and women, matters, Yongja stuttered. What? So this is how you think, Yongja? I merely wanted you to sleep beside me. I didn't expect you to think of such things. Bulma covered her mouth in surprise. At once Yongja's face turned red, speaking rapidly, yet stammering sorry. I was thinking too much. Yongja retreated in defeat, hurriedly escaping to the first floor, preparing to break out of the RV, but suddenly felt something was off. Why am I being scared? However, looking back at the now closed door, he thought, forget it, I lost this time. Bulma, you'll see. Oh, I can't win. I can't win. A novice like me can't compete with these young ladies. So he adjusted his mood and returned to the mountain. Wulong looked at him and said, is it done that quickly? Are you up to it? Being met with Yang's dangerous gaze, Wulong completely wilted, just a little kid who hasn't even matured yet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a little brat. What can he do to me? The truth was, in matters of romance, Yongja had completely lost being led by Bulma. Damn it, I want to become a master of romance. Yongja thought to himself. Meanwhile, Bulma was feeling pleased. Let me see how I can win you over. Acting all aloof, turns out you're just a novice and a bit shy. Just a few provocations, and you're already thinking too much. Suddenly she thought, this kind of romance doesn't seem too bad. With that thought, she lay on the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and fell asleep. Later, Xiao Wu and Dog Ninja Ashio finally made their appearance. It seemed their target was still the Dragon Balls, and they were preparing to install sticky bombs on the RV's chassis, planning to annihilate Yongja and his group during their journey tomorrow. Of course, Yongja sensed the commotion. Originally resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them, looking around. Wulong and little Wukong were sleeping soundly, so he thought, it's better not to disturb them. After all, everyone has their waking moments, and one can naturally sense the resentment of being woken up from a deep sleep. So he quietly slipped out from the mountain to the RV. Originally on lookout, Xiao Wu was startled by Yongja's sudden appearance, but having undergone professional training, she didn't scream, but instead tapped Dog Ninja Ashio. Dog Ninja said, what's going on? With you tapping like that, the bomb has stuck to my hand. Xiao Wu replied, stop messing around. We've been discovered. Xiao Wu stood ready. Yongja looked at Xiao Wu's determined face and recalled how Bulma had teased him earlier in the evening. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he struck a pose that seemed cool, awkwardly saying, this beautiful and valiant lady, have you come from afar just to enjoy this flawless moonlight with me? Xiao Wu, caught off guard by this sudden cheesy pickup line, felt her cheeks flush. It seems as long as I take the initiative, Bulma will surely have no chance. At this moment, Dog Ninja Ashio interrupted, is this kid hitting on you? Instantly, the two snapped back to attention, ready for action, but Yongja calmly said, are you sure you don't want to deal with the bombs in your hands first? At that moment, the two clowns opposite began to frantically think of ways to disarm the bombs. Looking at them, Yongja said, forget it, with your level you'd better change the timer on the bomb to maximum. Just go back and try again. Are you planning to let me beat you up and send you back? Or are you going to voluntarily go back? Upon hearing this, the two looked over with hostility. We will go back voluntarily. And Yongja met Xiao Wu's gaze at that moment. Xiao Wu felt a bit uncertain. Though Yongja had good composure after being teased by Bulma, how could he retreat now? Looking into Xiao Wu's eyes, he assured her, don't worry. Although I enjoy a good fight, I won't harm a girl. However, punishment is unavoidable. Considering your failed attempt at a crime, while I haven't changed my mind, yet I suggest you leave on your own. After hearing this, the two felt relieved. All right, we'll leave right away. However, having not run far, Xiao Wu stopped, glancing back at Yongja twice, seemingly wanting to recognize his appearance before turning to run away. Yongja witnessed the entire scene. This should be the end of it. Time to sleep now. The next day, Yongja proactively suggested that he would drive today. In his past life, Yongja already possessed a driver's license, so mastering this almost fully automatic RV should be a piece of cake, right? However, even someone as clever as Yongja couldn't possibly know everything in one leap. Thus, feeling a bit insecure, he sought advice. At first, he approached Wulong for guidance, but Wulong refused, citing sleep as his reason. Left with no choice, he turned to Bulma for help. However, upon seeing Bulma's mischievous, impish face, he couldn't help but recall the experience of being trained by her last night. His face immediately flushed a bit, but fortunately he managed to maintain his composure and clasped his fists toward Bulma, saying, "Please, Miss Bulma, teach me how to drive the RV." "Allah, what a clueless person you are, you can't even drive an RV." Bulma mocked, and Yongja felt the pressure. His fists clenched. Bulma continued, beg me, and I'll teach you how to drive the RV." I beg you, Miss Bulma," Yongja stammered. "Oh ho, I'm just teasing you. Come sit in the driver's seat, and I'll teach you how to drive the RV." Bulma said. "Oh, all right." Yongja perked up. "No need to be so tense, relax. It's not difficult," Bulma reassured him, then expertly settled herself onto Yongja's lap. Miss Bulma," she replied, "what is it? Aren't you going to teach me how to drive the RV?" Yongja asked. "Yes," Bulma replied. "Then what are you doing?" Yongja continued. "Teaching you how to drive the RV," she said, adjusting her position. "You can't be serious. Teaching you how to drive the RV like this won't work." Bulma teased. "No, Miss Bulma, there are boundaries between men and women. This is quite improper. If word gets out, it could damage your reputation." "Stop. You already said that last night. Can we have a new line?" Bulma interrupted. Not wishing to pursue that topic any further, he said, "Then Miss Bulma, please demonstrate the procedure." Thus Bulma began to demonstrate step by step. Unfortunately, she seemed uncomfortable sitting there moving this way, and that resembling someone with ADHD. Yongja was already unsettled by the fragrance emanating from Bulma in front of him, and the constant friction between their skins only worsened his discomfort. Torture. Pure torture. Miss Bulma, I think I should have learned it by now, don't you think? I don't want your opinion, I want my own. I think you haven't learned it. Listen, you need to do this. Bulma instructed sternly. Although the impish girl in front of him continued to provoke him, Yongja, who had been single for 23 years, managed to suppress the urge. Being single for 23 years, he successfully held back the powerful recoil of an AK-47. Bulma, he'll remember you, just wait. Behind the RV, the one closely following wasn't Yamcha. Who else could it be? What a true wolf-fang fist. I've learned a lot. Next time I'll repay you 100-fold. And my assets, what a beast. They took all my possessions. If it weren't for the inconvenience of moving the mountain, I would suspect they could move the whole mountain. Truly beastly. Yamcha gritted his teeth while Pure looked on with concern. The RV finally began to move steadily onto the right path, transitioning from stops and starts to normal driving, marking significant progress. Just as Yongja was thinking this, a voice broke the thought, "As expected of me. Even with such casual teaching, I can teach someone to drive. Truly impressive." Yongja silently thought, "Is it possible that my talent is extraordinary and has nothing to do with your teaching?" The vehicle finally drove out of the desert area and into a vibrant place with vegetation beginning to appear around them. Only in the distance on the horizon was there a streak of red like a sharp blade rising from the horizon and piercing the clouds. As the vehicle drew closer, the red was not anything else but a raging fire. Even from inside the vehicle, they could feel a thick wave of heat washing over them as the RV continued onward. Wulong's complaining voice rang out again. "You guys aren't really planning to blow up Red Mountain, are you? There are some incredibly powerful bull demons there, not to mention they are known as the Demon King of the world. I advise you." Before Wulong could finish his sentence, Yongja turned to little Wukong and said, "Wukong, if it dares to say another word of retreat, just kill it. Today we're having roasted pork." Upon hearing this, Wulong immediately became obedient. Just then a voice cried out, "Help." The cry for help shattered the tranquil atmosphere, and everyone turned to look. Yongja immediately stopped the vehicle, shifted to neutral, pulled the handbrake, got out, opened the door, and closed it all in one smooth motion, as if he had practiced it for a long time. At the same time, on the other side, two unknown dinosaurs were chasing a girl dressed in revealing blue armor resembling a bikini. Despite her young age, her figure was more impressive than those of her peers. She wore a blue cloak, was taller than Wukong by a head, and had a helmet resembling that of Seven, complete with a blade on top and a green jewel where the helmet's eye was. Her long black hair and small cute face made her a beauty. At that moment, one of the dinosaurs took a step forward and knocked the girl away. It looked like she was about to be swallowed whole, and panic filled her eyes. But a firm and resonant voice shouted, "Let go of that girl." With that, a swift knight's kick struck the dinosaur that had turned back due to the voice sending it, and another dinosaur flying. Yongja caught the girl in a princess carry. The girl, looking at the imposing Yongja descending from the sky, blushed, but she was still in shock. He set the girl down on level ground and said, "Don't worry, little sister. I'll help you deal with those two dinosaurs." Without waiting for the girl to respond, Yongja charged towards the dinosaurs, swiftly eliminating them in a matter of moments. Yongja beheaded the two dinosaurs and placed their heads in front of the girl. He then approached her and gently said, "Little sister, don't panic. The two dinosaurs are dead. Are you all right?" The girl shyly lowered her head and said, "I am fine, thank you. My name is Chi-Chi. What about you?" During their conversation, little Wukong and the others arrived at the scene. Yongja replied, "Hello, Chi-Chi. I am Yongja, and these are my companions. That tall lady is Bulma, the one in blue training clothes is Wukong, and the pig over there is Wulong." Wulong wanted to protest, but chose to stay silent upon seeing the two dinosaur corpses beside Yongja. Yongja continued, "We're heading to blow up Bread Mountain. What about you? It's dangerous for a girl like you to be out in the wilderness alone." Chi-Chi blushed and said, "I am also going to blow up Bread Mountain. Regardless, thank you." After saying that, Chi-Chi bowed deeply to Yongja, a 90-degree bow. At that moment, Yongja noticed a curve that shouldn't be present at her age. He quickly said, "Chi-Chi, no need for such formalities. Helping others is my hobby. There's no need for such a grand gesture. Just one more glance." Meanwhile, Bulma noticed Yongja's gaze, and Yongja casually shifted his eyes to look at Chi-Chi, who had just gotten up. Thus, even the observant Bulma was unaware of what Yongja was truly looking at. Yongja said, "Then Miss Chi-Chi, why not join us on our journey to Bread Mountain?" Chi-Chi happily replied, "Sure. Let's get going." Subsequently, everyone boarded the RV one after another. Chi-Chi quietly set her gaze on Yongja, choosing the seat closest to him positioned at Yongja's rear right, allowing her to see his profile and the driving situation. Yamcha, who was following closely, didn't dare to linger when the RV moved. He and the others drove on behind it. The vehicle entered the village where the raging fire ahead showed no signs of stopping. Consequently, the group disembarked to explore the village. Not long into their exploration, a fierce axe came flying towards them, but with a battle power of 60, Yongja easily intercepted it. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from behind a ruined wall wearing a bull-headed hat that obscured the upper half of his face. With tactical goggles over his eyes, he wore a full fur armor and a red cloak. His limbs were strong and sturdy, and his movements were rather sluggish. A deep voice boomed, "I am the Bull Demon King. Are you eyeing my wealth?" Little Wukong and Yongja spoke in unison. "You are the Bull Demon King. You look quite strong," Chi-Chi chimed in, jumping out to speak. "Father, they're not bad people. That big brother saved my life." The last sentence was accompanied by a slight blush. "Chi-Chi, don't think for a second that holding my precious daughter hostage will allow you to do as you please," the Bull Demon King declared. "Chi-Chi, wait for me. I'll rescue you right away," the Bull Demon King asserted. Upon hearing this, little Wukong and Yongja were eager to engage. This time, little Wukong spoke first. "Yongja, you can't steal my thunder this time. I'll go first." "As you wish," Yongja replied. Little Wukong said, "Come on, Bull Demon King." Words exchanged, and with no further ado, the Bull Demon King wasted no time. The others made space for the two of them, but no matter how much Chi-Chi tried to stop it, the battle was unavoidable. Little Wukong and the Bull Demon King faced off, with the Bull Demon King wielding an axe larger than Wukong's body. The axe swung with impressive force, its destructive power undeniable, but sadly its speed left much to be desired, making it easy for Wukong to evade. When it was Wukong's turn to attack, despite this world-line's Wukong having a battle power of over 50 due to Yongja's influence, he was still no match for the Bull Demon King's 63. Yongja shouted to little Wukong, "Go all out, Wukong. He's not someone you can underestimate." Wukong, upon hearing this, stopped holding back and went all out, launching a series of punches that landed on the Bull Demon King's chest. In the early rounds of battle, Wukong took advantage of his speed, but unfortunately, he was caught off guard when he attempted a flying kick. The Bull Demon King executed a move reminiscent of the Hulk, grabbing Wukong's legs, smashing left and right, repeatedly pounding the ground until it was left concave. At this point, Wukong was unable to rise again and was tossed aside as the Bull Demon King declared too weak. Little Wukong turned to Yongja and said, "Sorry, I lost." He cautioned Yongja, "Be careful." Yongja replied, "You fool. I told you not to be careless. Step back, it's my turn to shine." As Yongja stepped into the ring, he assumed a fighting stance. The Bull Demon King noticed that although Yongja's stance was that of a novice, his strength was undeniable. He thought to himself, "This man is very strong. No wonder." At a battle power of 45, he learned the Kamehameha technique. Although he had yet to fully master his chi, just grasping the essence of the Kamehameha skill significantly boosted Yongja's power to 60. Back on the battlefield, the Bull Demon King dared not be reckless and took the lead in attacking, swinging his massive axes directly at Yongja's vital points. Before the opponent's attack could land, Yongja struck first with a front kick aimed at the Bull Demon King's center of gravity, creating distance between them. The Bull Demon King staggered from the kick, and Yongja seized the opportunity to leap and deliver a knee strike to his chest, pinning him down to unleash a flurry of punches. To be honest, one shouldn't hit the face, yet Yongja was merciless, targeting the Bull Demon King's face with a barrage of punches. Perhaps it was because Chi-Chi was nearby. Before long the Bull Demon King went into a rage, breaking free from Yang's control at the cost of his helmet being smashed. As he stood up, the Bull Demon King said, "Very good, kid, you've got some strength. Now it's time for me to show my true power." With his power clearly elevated to a new level, the Bull Demon King's battle power likely exceeded 70. His speed had significantly increased as he removed his armor, discarded his helmet, and set down his axes, clearly opting to sacrifice defense for speed. The fact that he no longer used his axes showed that he no longer dared to take risks. Continuing this fight could cost him the reputation he had built. And would Yongja be afraid? Perhaps, but since he began his cultivation, he had long suppressed such emotions in favor of rationality. In the Dragon Ball world, choosing to retreat might allow one to survive for a moment, but without that fighting spirit, one would likely never stand at the peak of the Dragon Ball universe. With this in mind, Yongja did not roar or shout about friendship bonds. He simply entered a state of calm akin to facing death. Back on the battlefield, seeing this, the Bull Demon King said nothing further. Attacking was the greatest respect he could show his opponent. With a powerful charge, he unleashed his might each step, leaving a crater in the ground. As he approached Yongja, a heavy punch came crashing down. For an ordinary person, facing such a devastating blow would feel like death itself. But Yongja was not one to back down and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fists erupted with tremendous force. One punch landed, and the other followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. Yongja landed a right hook squarely on the Bull Demon King's left cheek, making him stagger. However, the Bull Demon King retaliated with a right uppercut that struck Yongja in the stomach, both of them forced to take a step back. The Bull Demon King covered his face while Yongja held his stomach, and they exchanged glances before engaging in another brawl. Yang's fists moved like a storm, appearing to the onlookers as if four hands were attacking the Bull Demon King. Despite the Bull Demon King's slower speed, every time he landed a hit on Yongja, Yang's figure would momentarily freeze, as if a high-speed action had been paused. This fierce battle lasted for half an hour. This fight astonished everyone. Yamcha was so shocked that his jaw dropped, exclaiming, "He can actually hold his own against the Bull Demon King. Unbelievable." The Bull Demon King finally exhausted his strength and was defeated, though his injuries, while not as severe as Yang's, were still considerable. After half an hour of intense combat, combined with the Bull Demon King's advanced age, which could easily be described as middle-aged, despite his battle power being over 70, it was a strength acquired at the cost of his vitality. In contrast, Yongja Bulma's clothes were in tatters, blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and he had no idea where all the blood on his face was coming from. His upper body was either bruised or covered in scars, and he was gasping heavily, as if even a gentle breeze could knock him down. Seeing the Bull Demon King lying on the ground, Yongja walked over with heavy steps. Chi-Chi mistakenly thought Yongja was going to deliver a fatal blow and hurriedly ran in front of him, saying, "Please, brother Yongja, show mercy. My father no longer has the strength to fight. Please let him go." As Chi-Chi grew increasingly frantic, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, Yongja approached her, squatted down to pat her helmet, and reassured her, "What are you thinking? Even if the floor here isn't cold, we can't just let a middle-aged man lie on the ground like this." Though his voice was not loud, it was enough for everyone to hear. Oolong remarked, "I didn't expect you to have some principles of martial ethics." The now-recovered Goku said, "I didn't realize Yang's strength had surpassed mine. I need to train harder to become stronger." Bulma chimed in, "What are you showing off for, forgetting that you were beaten to a pulp?" Chi-Chi blushing said, "Is that so?" As Yongja walked past Chi-Chi toward the Bull Demon King, he found the Bull Demon King lying on the ground, barely breathing, gasping heavily. "Do as you will. You Bull Demon King, not only do you attack indiscriminately, but you also turn the tables and make it seem like I'm the villain," Yongja said, extending his hand toward the Bull Demon King. "What are you doing?" the Bull Demon King asked, puzzled. "Is it comfortable lying on the ground?" Yongja replied. "Oh," the Bull Demon King said, reaching for Yang's outstretched hand. Yongja nearly lost his composure. He had greatly underestimated the Bull Demon King's weight. Nevertheless, somehow this conflict seemed to reach a satisfactory conclusion. The Bull Demon King looked at the crowd and said, "It seems you are not here for my treasures." Just as everyone was about to start a new plot, Yongja interrupted, saying, "Bull Demon King, I can help you extinguish the fire on Bread Mountain, but my reward is this Dragon Ball." As he took out the Dragon Ball, just when everyone was about to delve back into the plot, Yongja continued, "Everyone quiet, watch my performance. I have a skill from the Turtle Hermit. Don't say a word, let me extinguish the fire first." Yongja stepped outside the crowd's range, climbing onto a tall wall. As his shirt was already in tatters, he decided to tear it off completely. He exhaled a breath of foul air, and in this world line, the Turtle Hermit used his full power Kamehameha. In that state, the battle power was at least 150, but unleashing such force would level the entire mountain. To use 60 points of battle power, Yongja had to compress the Kamehameha, pushing it to the limit he could withstand. Aiming for about 100 battle power should suffice. To be honest, it was challenging, but without challenges there would be no growth. so he decided to go for it. Standing on the wall, he took a stance and executed the movement step by step, Kamihami. As he needed to compress and gather the Kamehameha, the energy ball in his hands continuously shrank. From the initial size of a ping-pong ball to later being compressed to the size of a basketball, it was now almost impossible to contain. He had to either release it or cancel the spell. If he compressed it further, it might explode. He also felt the energy ball becoming increasingly difficult to control and sensed a deadly danger. Finally, at the critical point of compression, he unleashed the Kamehameha aimed at around 100 battle power, shouting "Ha!" However, the price was an immediate wave of weakness throughout his body. Oh no, with a body at 60 battle power, it was difficult to unleash a Kamehameha at 100 battle power. Damn it, the Kamehameha had been released, but the energy was drained completely, causing all his injuries to flare up again. The wounds that were healing reopened, and where he had already bled, he began to bleed profusely, once more instantly turning Yongja into a bloodied figure. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, as a blinding white light enveloped everyone's vision. When everyone regained their senses, the flames had disappeared, and a large hole had been blasted into the small mountain. The crowd erupted in cheers, but they noticed Yongja's body swaying, finally unable to hold on, and he collapsed backward. Chi-Chi was the first to rush over and catch Yongja. He struggled to see whose face it was, but his vision was too blurry. All he could feel was a pair of small hands catching him. Then came the sounds of the crowd shouting, and he felt something hard against his left cheek, like hitting armor. No, was Goku's chest so hard? With such questions in mind, his consciousness gradually faded. The next day, Yongja slowly awoke, opening his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings. It was a lavishly extravagant room adorned with decorations reminiscent of a prince's palace. In short, it looked very much like a prince's chamber, and sleeping at the desk was Chi-Chi. He had initially thought it was Goku who caught him, but it turned out to be Chi-Chi. Noticing the commotion, Chi-Chi turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, you're awake. They'll go notify everyone." With that, she dashed out of the room. Feeling the sharp pain all over his body, 80 of these injuries were inflicted by the Bull Demon King. At this time, everyone came in from outside the room, each or simultaneously asking Yongja if he was okay. "I'm not that easy to kill, it's just exhaustion and excessive bleeding. A mere fatal wound is nothing to worry about," Yongja replied confidently. "This is the reward I promised you," the Bull Demon King said, taking out the Dragon Ball and handing it to Yongja. "Kid, I have high hopes for you. How about becoming my son-in-law?" His words stunned everyone, causing them to burst into laughter except for Chi-Chi, who blushed and protested. "Father, how can you say that in front of everyone? It's so embarrassing." "The Bull Demon King is just joking. Your daughter is indeed a rarity, but the age difference between us is too great to be a good match," Yongja replied calmly. "Huh, age is not a problem, only true love matters. Love can bridge any age gap," the Bull Demon King declared grandly. "Does Yongja not like Chi-Chi? Did Chi-Chi do something wrong?" Chi-Chi said sadly. "Goodness, how am I supposed to respond to that? Is there a way to smoothly transition into this conversation?" Feeling Bulma's death glare, I had to figure out how to navigate this. After all, I aim to become a master of romance. "Ah, Chi-Chi, you are mistaken. You are the kind of person everyone loves. How could I not like you? You haven't done anything wrong. You just mistook admiration for love," Yongja argued calmly. "Is that so? Then will you come to marry me in the future?" Chi-Chi asked innocently. Yongja could only put on a helpless expression and said, All right, I promise you. Is that good enough?" Kiki's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Yay, that's great. You can't go back on your word." Seeing this, the Bull Demon King said nothing further. Yongja stood up, relieved to have kept his underwear on, and said to the Bull Demon King, "Bull Demon King, I might need to borrow a few sets of clothes before I head out." The Bull Demon King generously replied, "No problem at all. Your clothes were damaged during our fight." In any case, the group set off once again, and during Yang's unconsciousness, Yamcha had learned about the Dragon Ball's information. Both sides upgraded their vehicles, and how Yamcha came by the money was not for us to consider. The journey continued. Due to the large number of people, the pace of travel was inevitably slow, so Yamcha followed from a distance. Ahead of the desert, there was an oasis, and within it lay a city. The residents there were dressed in attire reminiscent of the Middle East as the crowd entered the city for various supplies. Even though the main characters had been rather low-key, they still encountered the two henchmen of the bunny-headed antagonist. Is this the world's narrative correction force at work? Even though due to Yang's interference, Bulma did not dress up as a bunny girl, she still ran into two thugs. The two thugs exclaimed, "Hey, that little girl over there, come play with us. We'll let you experience unprecedented happiness." They spoke disrespectfully to Bulma. Yongja, annoyed, said, "Wukong, go show them what a black hand is. Eat while you fight." Little Wukong replied, "Sure, okay." The two small thugs were no match for little Wukong. Even while munching on a bread, they were swiftly knocked down to the ground. The thug with dark skin and thick lips, perhaps due to his tougher skin, or little Wukong, showing mercy, somehow managed to get his boss over. In an instant, the people of the city hurried back to their homes as if their boss was a plague. Touch him, and you die. Brush against him, and you get hurt. Before long, a vehicle modified to resemble a rabbit approached from a distance, leaving a trail of sparks and smoke as it arrived before everyone. The door opened, and the driver wore a rabbit head. What he wore was unimportant. After exchanging greetings with his subordinates, I was getting bored with the plot when the rabbit said to Yongja, "Come, let's shake hands." Yongja walked over at the rabbit's words, just as everyone thought the two sides were about to shake hands. Yongja delivered a knife hand strike to his extended right shoulder, followed by another strike to his left shoulder, rendering it useless. Then Yongja slid over to the side of the rabbit, executing a hook that forced the rabbit's hand to rotate over its head, now pointing backward, clearly severed. Everything happened too quickly. When the rabbit realized his hand was severed, he let out a painful scream, drawing the attention of the crowd. Seeing this, Yongja said to the crowd, "Let's go, we've delayed long enough, it's time to set off." Only when Yongja and his group had walked far did the crowd realize everything was real. As for what happened to the three bullies, it was beyond Yongja and his party's knowledge. Inside the vehicle, everyone inquired about the earlier incident, and Yongja didn't hold back, saying, "I just didn't want to waste too much time on these minions, and when the enemy desperately wants to do something, doing the opposite might lead to unexpected results." On the road, everyone chatted and laughed inside the vehicle, while Yamcha closely followed behind. At this moment, an RPG flew towards them from the sky, and Oolong asked, "What is that thing?" Everyone looked to the front side, with only Yongja already prepared to jump out of the window. When they finally saw what was coming, the RPG was already close to the vehicle. Everyone except Wukong was screaming, while Yongja had already jumped out the window, leaping high to absorb all the damage from the RPG. The assailant thought everything was over, but before the smoke could clear, they drove a mech down from above just as the smoke dissipated. Unfortunately, the gruesome scene of severed limbs and blood did not appear. All that was left was Yang's clothes, which were tattered, while the vehicle remained intact. Just as the assailant in the mech was about to strike again, Yongja had already charged forward, tearing the mech apart and dragging out the assailant. It was the dog ninja Ashu. In a panic, Ashu exclaimed, "Hero, stop. I surrender." Yongja didn't say much, just tossed the dog ninja over to Bulma's group, instructing them to not kill him. Following that, Ashu's screams were incessant. Once Yongja deemed they were done, he approached and asked, "Purpose? Accomplices? Location? Speak quickly or die, understand?" Ashu, like a pouring bean, revealed everything, and Yongja said to everyone, "Please wait here, I'll be right back." Everyone rested in place. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman in black military attire next to a plane grew impatient and said, "Shio, what's the hold-up? Why is it taking so long?" A loud voice answered her question, "No need to wait for your accomplice, he has been dealt with." Holding the unconscious dog ninja, Ashu Shio approached Xiaowu, who exclaimed in surprise, "What? You didn't report a failure? You have made things so difficult for me." Then in a perfect parabolic arc, Ashu was thrown aside like a discarded item, and Yongja walked up to Xiaowu. Xiaowu didn't dare to be careless and immediately took up a combat stance. Yongja looked at her and said, "What? Do you want to dance too? Do you think you can handle the dog ninja in the mech? He could easily come over." After finishing, he made a provocative gesture, inviting her to come at him. Xiaowu, feeling disheartened, replied, "What do you want?" Yongja didn't say much, walking straight towards Xiaowu. Then Yang's right hand began to rise higher. Xiaowu, terrified, shut her eyes, expecting a fierce attack that never came. Instead, she felt a gentle caress on her head. Xiaowu opened her eyes cautiously and asked, "What are you doing?" Yongja replied, "Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to touch your head." After feeling it was enough, Yongja leaned closer, and Xiaowu blushed, saying, "What do you want? I warn you, don't mess around." After teasing her for a bit, Yongja said, "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Also, your eyes are really beautiful. They have a certain indescribable charm, whether it's your eyebrows or eyelashes. Alright, that's enough punishment for you. I wouldn't really hit you. Goodbye." Before leaving, he didn't forget to pat her head one last time. Xiaowu watched Yongja's figure gradually shrink, a hint of blush on her cheeks as she murmured, "My eyes. And why is touching heads a punishment? Forget it, I'll ask next time." Afterwards, Xiaowu lifted the dog ninja back to the plane, but made several mistakes while operating it. She took a moment to calm down before successfully starting the aircraft heading towards Pilaf. The scene returned to Yongja, who, after reuniting with everyone, immediately set off in the vehicle. This time the journey was smooth, and following the dragon radar, they successfully reached Pilaf's lair. The exterior resembled a castle standing in the desert. Bulma parked the vehicle in front of the castle, and everyone got out, marveling at the large scale of the castle in the desert. After some discussion, they decided to enter the castle on foot. Just as everyone was preparing to enter the castle, Yongja suddenly said, "Sir, you've been following us for so long, won't you show yourself?" The first to respond was the gaze of Bulma's group. Just as everyone was puzzled by Yang's words, he casually picked up a stone from the ground and turned to throw it at a mysterious plant by the roadside. "What? Do I have to personally invite you out?" Upon hearing this, Yamcha and Pure finally revealed themselves, shocking everyone. Then came the crowd's mocking remarks, with Oolong leading the charge saying, "What have you been tailing us for? You're not after the Dragon Balls, are you?" Then came the classic scene, somehow, without knowing how, Yamcha joined the main group, while Yongja said nothing throughout the process. Unless there was a unanimous veto, Yongja saw the timing was right and said, "Everyone, the Dragon Balls are almost gathered. How should we make our wish? How should the wishes be distributed?" With that, everyone fell silent. Bulma spoke first, saying, "I originally planned to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, but during this process I essentially found what I needed, so I won't use my wish this time." Next, Wukong asked, "What's your wish? Can it be eaten?" The group automatically dismissed him. Oolong said, my friend has a wish." The group retorted, "Sure, we know you have no wish." Then Pure said, "I follow Master Yamcha." Yamcha looked at Yongja and Bulma and said, "I give up." Finally, Yongja said, "Thank you all for your support. I will make the wish this time." With that, everyone happily entered the castle. Meanwhile, Pilaf learned that Zaiwa's group had failed again. He flew into a rage. Originally, the unconscious Ashu could have escaped, but Pilaf woke him up and then scolded him mercilessly. After letting off some steam, the protagonists also entered the castle. Pilaf ordered, "Listen up this time, we're fighting on our turf. The enemy has 6 Dragon Balls. As long as we seize them, we'll achieve a great victory. Go, let them see our power." Inside the castle, everyone was complaining about how dark it was, how the owner had no taste, and even little Wukong was whining about being hungry. Due to the excessively dark traps, and with Yongja leading the way, Bulma leaned against Yongja regardless of what happened. Originally, Yamcha thought that his fear of women was the hardest thing to overcome, but seeing Yongja so spirited, confident, and neither arrogant nor humble, he felt that his fear of women wasn't a big deal. He just felt like he had lost something. On the other hand, Pilaf saw Xiaowu getting closer and closer to Yongja through the monitor. An inexplicable anger rose within him, and thus the mechanisms were basically all triggered by Bulma, while Xiaowu felt something was off in her heart. In short, the main characters cut through obstacles, and even when they reached a dead end, Yongja forcibly broke through using the Kamehameha. Seeing this scene, Pilaf felt despair. How could there be such a powerful person who could emit energy blasts? What the hell is this? As they demolished their way through, they finally saw the base's appearance. The interior of his castle was like a maze, and they arrived at a place similar to a monitoring room. One by one, they entered this large room. When the last person entered, a large screen before them displayed Pilaf's image, saying, Good, you're quite impressive. Whether it's my traps or mechanisms, you've cleared them all. Attempting to defeat you with conventional methods clearly won't work. Only divine punishment can deal with you. My minions unleashed the heavenly thunder." Suddenly, the ceiling slowly opened and moonlight poured into the cold monitoring room. Those mechanical hands firmly grabbed the unarmed people. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky and dark clouds gathered, clearly intending to use the power of lightning to electrocute Yongja and his group. However, when they opened the ceiling, it was destined that this plan would not succeed. After Yongja removed all the mechanical hands, little Wukong, having stared at the moon for long enough, transformed into a great ape, wreaking havoc everywhere. Pilaf exclaimed in terror, What kind of monster is this?" Regardless of what means Pilaf employed, it was futile. Little Wukong's body grew larger, finally breaking through the castle and starting to cause massive destruction. Meanwhile, Bulma's group was safely moved far enough away, thanks to Yongja's protection. Yongja looked at everyone and said, "Stay here and don't move, I'll go get Wukong." After saying this, he dashed towards the castle. On the other hand, since Pilaf wasn't ambushed in his sleep like in the original timeline, he employed many tactics. Unfortunately, he was still destroyed to pieces. Pilaf, with tears in his eyes, shouted, "Retreat! My hard work! Retreat!" In the end, Pilaf and his 2 companions fled in a plane, but the great ape was enraged and hurled a giant rock at the aircraft. Even with Xiaowu as the ace pilot, she couldn't withstand such a barrage, and finally the tail of the plane was hit, causing it to plunge toward the approaching Yongja. Seeing this, Yongja didn't waste words. He increased his speed, leaped high, and collided with the plane midair, crashing down and creating a large crater. Xiaowu was stunned by the scene before her. Yongja tapped on the plane's window and said, "Still inside? Aren't you bored?" At this moment, Pilaf and his companions snapped out of their shock and hurriedly exited the plane. Yongja didn't waste words, saying, "I saved your lives. 3 lives in exchange for 1 Dragon Ball is quite reasonable, isn't it?" "It's reasonable," Pilaf begrudgingly replied, while Ashu was too scared to speak, and Xiaowu seemed to have something to say, but held back. Yongja extended his hand, and Pilaf obediently presented the Dragon Ball. Then he quickly dashed away while Ashu shouted, "King Pilaf, wait for me." He hurriedly followed. Yongja turned to Xiaowu and asked, "What? Aren't you coming?" Xiaowu replied, "What does it mean that my eyes are beautiful and that touching my head is a punishment?" Xiaowu pursed her lips. Yongja responded, "Oh, about that, I just think you're pretty. I couldn't help but want to touch your head. Alright, enough talk, I have things to do. See you later." Before leaving, he patted her head again, saying, "Why are you still thinking about this, eh?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu's vision darkened, and she felt a touch on her forehead. Realizing what happened, she blushed and exclaimed, You, what are you doing?" Yongja laughed and said, "All right, I'm off, see you. Oh, by the way, I'm Yongja. The world is waiting for me to save it by." After taking a couple of steps back, he turned and sped towards the great ape. Xiao Wu placed her hand over her chest, smiling softly, muttering, "Yongja, huh? I'll remember that name. I'll make sure you never return next time." After saying this, she turned and chased after Pilaf. On Yang's side, thankfully he ran fast, otherwise the atmosphere would have turned too intense, and if he didn't proceed it would have been inexcusable. Luckily, he held his expression together, or he wouldn't have been able to control his facial expression. It seems he deserves the title of a master of facial expression management. Roar. The great ape wreaked havoc on the castle, but it didn't satisfy its desires. It even started using its legs. Yongja remarked, "It seems it's time for a real battle." Soon Yongja arrived near the feet of the great ape. True to its great ape form, its combat power was amplified tenfold. Even if the Wukong of the original timeline had a power level of 10 times, that would be 100, which was beyond Yang's current capabilities. Moreover, the Wukong in this timeline was even stronger due to Yongja's presence. Just as Yongja was preparing to target its tail, the great ape noticed him and attempted to stomp on him, but Yongja nimbly dodged. Fortunately, this great ape lacked Wukong's battle instincts and acted purely on instinct. Otherwise, that stomp alone could have been followed by a series of attacks. The great ape stared for a while before realizing that this insignificant creature hadn't died. It continued its assault, stomping, grabbing, pouncing, slapping, kicking, stomping, and hammering. Almost every action imaginable, but Yongja deftly dodged them all. It was a joke. If he didn't evade, he'd probably be at a feast that night. Yongja analyzed the battle situation, saying, "A direct fight won't work. I need to outsmart it. If I can launch a Kamehameha at the connection point of the great ape's tail, I should be able to resolve this issue. The problem is I don't have many opportunities." After a stalemate for half an hour, Bulma and her group realized Yongja couldn't handle this alone and began to discuss it. They ultimately decided that Yamcha and Pure would create an opportunity for Yongja. They noticed that as long as Yongja attempted to strike the tail, the great ape would become particularly agitated. Yamcha instructed Pure to transform into a powerful flashlight. One must say, in front of vision, everyone is equal. Finally, this allowed Yongja to seize the opportunity. "Good job, Yamcha." Then a voice rang out across the field, "Cut. Me. Huh. May. Huh." Due to the limited time, Yongja could only expend all his strength to quickly compress the Kamehameha to its utmost limit, the price being that his body could barely hold up. An energy beam shot straight towards the connection point of the tail. Boom. The tail fell to the ground in response, and the great ape's body quickly shrank, its fur receding, transforming back into little Wukong. The difference before and after the transformation was that his clothes were torn. Yongja, having forcibly used the Kamehameha under high stress for a short time, felt exhausted and leaned against the wall to rest. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wukong, wearing Oolong's jacket, slowly awakened, and everyone gathered again. Bulma looked around at the ruins and sighed. "What a pity we didn't gather the Dragon Balls. It was all in vain." The group fell silent, nodding in agreement. Yongja said, "Who says we didn't gather the Dragon Balls? Look, what's this?" Yongja held up Pilaf's one-star ball. The group was overjoyed, asking, "Now who supports my wish and who opposes it?" Yongja looked around, saw that no one opposed, and said, "In that case, come forth, Shinran." The once cloudy sky was again enveloped by darkness, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a bright golden light. Suddenly, from the center of the 7 Dragon Balls, a dragon head resembling a Chinese dragon emerged, first slithering in the air, forming an infinitely large symbol with the dragon head at the center. The surface skin of Shinran was green, its belly orange and white with layers of body segments. Shinran looked down at everyone, saying, "Whoever summoned me, state your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant it." The crowd was stunned by this scene, unable to speak for a long time, their mouths agape and bodies trembling. Yongja looked directly at Shinran and said, "Oh Shinran, please grant me a gravity suit that can automatically repair, clean, and adjust its weight, color, and shape through thought within your maximum ability." Shinran replied, "This wish is very simple." Shinran's 2 red eyes emitted a burst of red light, and in front of Yongja appeared a black, tight suit, consisting of a t-shirt for the upper body and tight-fitting shorts for the lower body. Shinran said, "Your wish has been granted. This gravity suit can reach a maximum of 100 times gravity." "All right, goodbye." Yongja mused, 100 times gravity, huh? That should be enough for Namek, and it can be further enhanced later. For now, it's usable. The crowd only heard Shinran's words. What? 100 times gravity? What does that even mean? Meanwhile, little Wukong was completely clueless. Yongja casually remarked, "Oh, it's just 100 times gravity, no big deal." The crowd was speechless. "So what are your plans, everyone?" Yongja continued. Bulma and the others all advocated going to the city, while only little Wukong chose to go train with Master Roshi. As for Yang's choice, he decided to first take Bulma back to West City and then head to Master Roshi mainly, because he had nothing in hand, making it impossible to become his disciple. Thus, Wukong soared into the wind on his Nimbus cloud. This time Bulma achieved half of her wish. Oolong survived Yamcha, basically overcame his fear of women pure, was happy for them. Wukong found his goal of becoming stronger, and Yongja obtained a gravity suit. Aside from the heavily wounded Pilaf and Ashu who bore scars, no one else was hurt in this world. With the decision made, everyone boarded the airplane scavenged from the Pilaf base. Flying towards the direction of West City, perhaps due to Yang's presence, there were no unexpected events along the way. The group arrived at West City smoothly, but just as they were about to land, the airplane conveniently ran out of fuel and dove towards the ground in a critical moment. It was still Yongja who broke through the window and reached the cockpit, with one hand gripping the cockpit and the other hand unleashing the Kamehameha, using the recoil to land safely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Bulma immediately embraced Yongja. Feeling the indescribable sensation on his chest and the fragrant aroma, Yongja mumbled, "It's okay, Bulma, it's all over now, but you're hugging me too tightly." After this brief interlude, everyone finally arrived at Bulma's home. The reunion with her parents was deeply moving as Bulma recounted how difficult her journey had been and the dangers she had encountered. Then she pulled Yongja closer and introduced him to her mother, saying, "Mom, let me introduce you to Yongja, his height and weight." She almost revealed the color of Yang's underwear. Yongja shyly said, "I apologize, uncle and aunt. Aside from knowing a bit of martial arts, I have no other merits. Coming to your esteemed abode without a proper gift makes me feel quite ashamed." Bulma's father nodded and said, "No worries, bringing my precious daughter back safely is already the greatest gift in the world. Come, let me take a good look at this young man." In short, it was all about pleasantries, and that's how social interactions go. Bulma also told her parents how everything started, how she left home, and how she met Yongja. Yongja publicly expressed his gratitude to Bulma, acknowledging that perhaps he could have made it out of the mountains alone, but without Bulma, he would have missed out on the main storyline of Dragon Ball, so his gratitude was necessary. Uncle and aunt looked at this young man with increasing approval. He was handsome, tall, and a skilled fighter. Seeing that it was about time, Yongja said, "All right, Bulma, I should head off to train with Master Roshi now." Bulma's family exclaimed, "What? Don't you want to stay for a couple more days?" Yongja replied, "No, I'm still not strong enough to protect the people who matter to me. If I can't protect them well, I will regret it for 1,000 years. By the way, Bulma, could you provide me with Master Roshi's location? I'm not strong enough to remember such a distant place yet." Bulma handed Yongja a large sum of money and said, "Be careful on the road, I'll be waiting for you. Don't worry, you know how strong I am by now, right?" Yongja teased, then looked at Yamcha and the others, asking, "What about you guys?" Yamcha replied, "I plan to live in the city for a while, and as for you, I will eventually surpass you." "All right, then I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Uncle, Aunt, and Bulma." Saying this, Yongja walked outside. Once he was out of sight, he quickly ran to a place not suitable for children, filled with various magazines, comics, and photo collections. Yongja eagerly grabbed anything that caught his fancy and packed it up before setting off towards Master Roshi's house. Meanwhile, the plot had progressed to where Goku and Krillin were bringing a beautiful girl to Master Roshi's place. The girl had long blue hair with a red bow on one side and wore a corset that exposed her navel. She wore short hot pants that revealed her long white legs, gloves that exposed her fingers, and red sneakers with green wrappings around her ankles. Just when the three of them were at a loss in front of Master Roshi's house, the sound of a jet airplane came from the sky. You might wonder how Yongja could fly. Oh well. This is an artificial intelligence-operated system that allows for automatic flight to the designated destination provided by Bulma's father personally. In any case, Yongja also arrived at Master Rose's house, stowed away the airplane's capsule, and looked at the girl, recognizing who this beautiful girl was. However, the formalities still needed to be observed. "Hello, I am Yongja, a friend of Goku, here to seek Master Roshi's guidance in martial arts." The beautiful girl replied, "Oh, hello, Yongja, I'm Lan Chi. I was attacked by bad guys and rescued by Goku." Then came the small talk between Goku and Yongja, along with an introduction to Krillin as the conversation flowed naturally. Yongja asked, "Is Master Roshi here?" "I, Yongja, have come to seek his mentorship in martial arts, and I brought a gift for him, a rare and valuable item from the city." Upon hearing about the gift, Master Roshi couldn't contain his excitement and rushed out of the house, saying, all right, I accept you as my disciple." Yongja carefully sensed Master Rose's aura. Although he hadn't formally practiced his chi, yet his perception of strong beings was not lacking. While Master Roshi might not have 139 power points now, he was still considerably stronger than Yongja's current 60 points, and there was no chance of victory against him. After the mentorship ceremony, it was time for Master Roshi to distribute benefits. Master Roshi instructed everyone to wear dance attire, while only Lan Chi still wore black stockings. Well, this segment of the plot was quite interesting, so let's see how it unfolds. True to expectations, Lan Chi emerged from changing clothes, instantly capturing the attention of Master Roshi and Krillin. You might wonder about Yongja. He only glanced once, because looking any longer would. At this moment, for some unknown reason, honey appeared on a small island, and coincidentally, near Lan Chi's nose, causing her to sneeze. At this moment, Super Saiyan. Oh no, Lan Chi transformed into Huang Chi, with her hair turning golden and her temperament becoming more irritable, while our Yongja had already changed back into his clothes. He also distanced himself from Master Roshi and the others as if to say he didn't know them. Huang Chi looked at these men dressed in such a way. It was quite improper. She directly pulled out a submachine gun and unleashed a round of fire. Fortunately, the three of them were tough and sustained little damage. Then a gust of sea breeze blew by, causing Huang Chi to yawn from her own hair and transform back into Lan Chi. Afterward, they arrived at a larger area, perhaps by the seaside of the continent, or perhaps a bigger island. This isn't important. What matters is that the real training has begun. Yongja and the others underwent basic testing under Master Roshi. The first test was the 100-meter dash. Krillin's time was 10 seconds and 4/10. To be honest, this level of skill would make him a standout among ordinary people. Goku's result was significantly better than in the original timeline. Originally, he had 8 seconds and 6/10, but here he achieved 7 seconds and 8/10. Speed isn't as easy to improve as strength. Even the mighty Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks takes several seconds to fly around the Earth. The explosive power of Super Saiyan 3 is enough to destroy a galaxy, while Yang's 60 power points only measured 7 seconds and 2/10. Master Rose's time for the 100 meters was surprisingly 5 seconds and 6/10. A formidable master like Master Roshi is truly terrifying. Before long, the evening arrived. Master Roshi casually picked up a stone from the ground and pulled out a marker from his pocket to write the character turtle on it. Then he said the last test is to find the stone. He casually threw the stone down the mountain. While Goku and Krillin were bewildered, Yongja quickly intercepted the stone and held it in his hand, saying, "Master Roshi, the moment you threw it, the test began right." Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, it should be counted as the start. Well, you're quite clever. You probably won't suffer in battle. Consider it a pass. Now throw the stone down again." All right then. The stone was thrown down the mountain once again, and Yongja returned to the turtle house with Master Roshi, who began watching television. Yongja entered the kitchen and started assisting Lan Chi. "Let me help Miss Lan Chi. Cooking for 5 people alone must be quite a challenge. This pufferfish needs to be disinfected, otherwise it could cause food poisoning." As Yongja reached for the pufferfish, Lan Chi remembered, thanks to Yang's reminder, that preparing pufferfish requires complex procedures. Their hands accidentally touched each other. Lan Chi blushed and withdrew her hand, saying, "Sorry, you're right. Pufferfish does require very complicated preparation." Yongja casually replied, "In my hometown, do you know what the strongest unit in the military is?" Lan Chi was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Yongja replied, "It's the cooks. They not only need to undergo the same training as the soldiers, but must also finish before the soldiers do. Regardless of the training, they need to complete it faster than the soldiers to have time to prepare meals for them." Lan Chi responded, "I never knew that." This was her first time hearing about it. Thus, whenever Yongja finished training or wasn't training, he was almost always with Lan Chi, either helping in the kitchen or chatting with her. Meanwhile, Krillin envied Yongja for his height. Notably, he envied his height. The remaining time was spent on rigorous training with Goku, but Yongja was different. He trained in a weighted suit, and the same training volume could not be compared to that of Goku and Krillin. Now, with 60 power points, he could withstand up to 5 times gravity, any more, and he wouldn't be able to move. Thus, during normal training, he used the maximum bearable gravity, while for intense training, he used half of the maximum bearable gravity. He still had to finish training faster than them to help Lan Chi in the kitchen, making him quite the time management master. All this had to continue for 8 months, and it was all for the sake of becoming stronger. Master Roshi loved having such a talented disciple, but also hated that Yongja visited more frequently than Krillin, disrupting many of his plans for mischief. The training content included early morning jogs. For such light training, the weighted suit was set to 5 times gravity. Now he could bear up to 5 times gravity, any more would render him immobile. Next was running while delivering milk, which was quite a test of coordination. Then came shuttle runs along the sides of the road, and it wasn't over yet. They had to climb steep stairs that were absurdly high. Even Goku found it tough. With the weighted suit, it became even harder for Yongja, but the benefit was that his power level kept increasing rapidly. In 8 months, the first World Martial Arts Tournament would take place. From now on, Yongja would be counted as participating from the first edition, as he stated. After delivering up the mountain, there was a real log bridge, just a tree trunk spanning across 2 banks. Crossing the log bridge led to a desert environment. It was hard to tell what location this was, but there was indeed desert terrain. After crossing the desert, they faced a waterfall. Those with weak will or carelessness would be swept down by the waterfall. Next was a race against dinosaurs. Although Yongja had the strength to defeat them, he had to run in front while they chased from behind. This was just the intensity of the morning exercises. In the morning, the training involved tilling the fields by hand without any tools. Krillin initially planned to back out, but upon seeing Yongja and Goku go without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. If the fields had already been tilled, they would have to turn the soil and perform other farming tasks. After completing all this, the group rested and Goku expressed his desire to train in martial arts. Yongja didn't skip this part of the plot. Fast-forwarding to the stone-pushing phase, Goku could push a stone taller than himself, but couldn't budge a stone the size of a small mountain, roughly 7 cubic meters. In this timeline, Goku also couldn't move it. Then it was Yongja's turn to show his skills. Even with the weighted suit on, he couldn't move it at all. After removing the weight, he could only push it a little over a meter before running out of strength. It seemed he had found his training goal. At noon, they had normal rest and meal times for studying, and Yongja's presence made the learning experience less tedious. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he didn't make Master Roshi feel like he was teaching a cow. In the afternoon, they swam back and forth in a pond filled with sharks, and on the opposite shore were dinosaurs. While they could be defeated, it wasn't necessary. This was just one aspect of their training designed to build endurance, followed by being tied under a tree with a beehive to enhance their evasion skills. At this point, even Yongja couldn't escape. Now with power below 100 points, he couldn't manage to avoid the dense swarm of bees. Perhaps the Zazai Ji Gong could. But if you could already perform Zazai Ji Gong, your power level wouldn't be low, and bees of this level could be easily wiped out. After this set of processes, they had to wear a turtle shell. Although it was optional, Yongja already had the weighted suit. Yongja also had to complete his training before Goku and Krillin finished to help Lan Chi in the kitchen. He was almost becoming a master of time management, and all of this was to become stronger. 8 months later, under the leadership of Yongja, the combat power of the 3 individuals progressed rapidly. First, Yongja's battle power reached 150 points, and he had adapted to 5 times the gravity with a maximum tolerance of 10 times the gravity. Adapting to 100 times the gravity is still too difficult considering the current length of Dragon Ball. Compared to the original timeline where Goku's base power was 8,000 in Dragon Ball Z, it took 7 days to adapt to 100 times the gravity, while it took 8 months to adapt to 5 times gravity. It is evident that the talent of Earthlings cannot compare to that of Scions. Their current battle power has already surpassed that of Master Roshi, all thanks to the gravity training suit, the system's training, and practical sparring with little Goku. Of course, in daily training, they did not forget to build rapport with Lan Chi. Girls like Lan Chi are not suited for aggressive pursuit. A gentle, steady approach is required. What? You say Huan Chi. Huan Chi will choose who she likes herself, no need for strategy. Next is little Goku. It's no surprise that he has reached a battle power of 120 without a gravity training suit. He is probably on par with Master Roshi, even though in the original world line little Goku seemed evenly matched with Master Roshi at the first World Martial Arts Tournament. However, later on Master Roshi stood up and declared I won while celebrating, so his battle power was at least around 100 points. The 139 battle power detected by Bulma during the Dragon Ball Z era was after Master Roshi had secretly trained before the second World Martial Arts Tournament. The current battle power of Master Roshi is hard to determine. Then there's Krillin, who has also proven himself with a battle power of 90 points, close to Master Roshi, stronger than Yamcha, who is currently training alone and would be lucky to reach 60. Next is a demonstration of their strength. As previously mentioned, Yongja can now push the small hill of 7 cubic meters with little effort. Little Goku needs more strength to push the same distance as Yongja, while Krillin's performance is equivalent to little Goku in the original world line being able to push a small distance as well. The three's extraordinary feats astonished Master Roshi. Before heading to the tournament, Master Roshi and Lan Chi each gifted a set of clothing. Naturally, Master Rose's gift was a brown training outfit from the Turtle School. The back and the left chest both had the character for Turtle printed on them. Lan Chi, on the other hand, customized a suit for the 4 with Yongja's measurements taken personally by Lan Chi. Yongja said, "Thanks, Lan Chi, but in the end I still need you to keep an eye on the turtle house." Lan Chi replied, "No problem, no problem." The scene shifted as everyone arrived at the registration area for the martial arts tournament. Yongja and the others registered while Master Roshi secretly signed up. They encountered Bulma and her group, starting a friendly chat, and Bulma said to Yongja, "You Yongja haven't even written a letter in 8 months. I don't have any contact information." Yongja said helplessly, "I don't care. Right now, immediately. Come with me to get a phone." Bulma pulled Yongja's hand and walked out. Yamcha sensed little Goku's incredible aura, but when he sensed Yongja's presence, he could hardly perceive it. Looking at Yongja, an inexplicable cold sweat broke out, and Master Roshi noticed Yamcha's oddness, interrupting, "Young man, although your talent is quite impressive, do you know how hard he trains?" He briefly explained Yongja's training methods. Master Rose's training intensity was already high, and he had further increased the difficulty himself, leading Yamcha to admire him and resolve to apprentice under Master Roshi after this tournament. As for why Yamcha couldn't sense Yongja's aura, it's because Yongja had strengthened his chi training along with his physical training over these 8 months. Although he only mastered the basics of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the essence remains unchanged. Now Yongja can fly using chi, though his speed is still not very fast, so he hasn't revealed it in front of others. He even vaguely felt the threshold for explosive chi. If he successfully explodes with chi, his base battle power would temporarily increase by 1.25 times according to this book's setting, which means 151. 25, 187. 5 points of battle power with 1 time the King of Worlds set at a base of 1.5 times as per this book's setting. The next day was the preliminary rounds, which were uneventful. Besides Yamcha, the other 3 basically defeated their opponents with a single punch. Of course, they didn't really kill anyone, but it was easy for them, so we'll skip the plot of the preliminary rounds. The 8 finalists were Yongja, Goku, Krillin, Jackie-chan, Master Roshi, in disguise Yamcha, a barbarian, a big guy with a strong odor, Nanwu, a monk from a drought-stricken village who participated for the 5's individual reward, and Monster Jiren, a powered-up version that appeared in Chapter 6. Yang's presence essentially replaced a female contestant from the original timeline. The first match was between the barbarian and Krillin. In the early stages, the barbarian used his foul-smelling magic attacks to nauseate Krillin, but midway through, Goku reminded Krillin of the fact that he had no nose, leading to the barbarian's instant defeat. The second match was Jackie-chan versus Yamcha. In the early stages, Yamcha unleashed a flurry of the Wolf Fang Fist, but ended up getting completely outmatched, suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of Jackie-chan, who sent him flying out of the ring with a burst of wind. The third match was Nanwu versus Yongja. Initially, Nanwu wanted to say how difficult his life was, how he was the only hope for his village trying to stack buffs. But just as the referee called for the start, Yongja directly struck and defeated him in an instant with a slap that sent him spinning in the air. In his fading consciousness, he heard, "Your hometown's water resources cost money, and other places don't charge for water. Remember to use the universal capsule to collect it." After hearing that, his head dropped and he fainted. The fourth match was Goku versus Monster Jiren. In this world line, Goku found defeating him to be effortless. Come on, with a battle power of 120, he was joking. The fifth match was Krillin versus Jackie-chan. Unfortunately, even though Krillin had a battle power of 90, he was able to hold his own against Jackie-chan early on. In the middle of the match, he even used a girl's underwear as bait to kick Jackie-chan away, but he was still rescued by the Kamehameha and brought back into the ring. Later on, Master Roshi stopped holding back and began using the afterimage technique. Although Krillin was not defeated outright, he was still overwhelmed and exhausted with too few trump cards, resulting in his loss. The sixth match was Yongja versus Goku. Yongja said to Goku, "What a pity, Goku, only one of us can enter the finals." "No worries. It's a pleasure to fight with a strong opponent, so this trip is worthwhile," Goku excitedly replied. On the stage, Yongja and Goku both took their stances. Since little Goku didn't take the initiative to attack, Yongja also chose not to move, prompting the referee to announce, "The match has begun. Both contestants may start the match." This time, little Goku did not hesitate and attacked first, with Yongja following closely behind, as both moved at incredible speed. To ordinary observers, both launched attacks simultaneously without any probing, diving straight into fierce combat. Goku's fist struck Yongja's face, and Yongja retaliated with a kick to Goku's stomach. Both paused for a second, then instantly became entangled again, with sounds of punches colliding. Bam! The sound of fists hitting flesh. Goku performed a low kick, but Yongja blocked it with a crossguard. After blocking, he immediately counterattacked, sliding to Goku's side for a knee strike. However, there was no feedback of impact at the knee, and the Goku that was kicked transformed into an afterimage, gradually dissipating. This is bad. Afterimage technique. Goku seized the opportunity from behind and unleashed a flurry of punches, his hands moving so fast that they almost left afterimages. Yongja felt an onslaught of attacks like torrential rain from behind. Having no choice, he executed a defensive technique, and clouds of white smoke emanated from his body. Yes, it was the early form of explosive chi, taking advantage of this brief opening to finally shake off Goku's relentless assault. With momentum, he turned around and delivered a powerful whip kick. This kick was forceful, catching Goku off guard, who could only cross his arms to block as the marble floor beneath them shattered. Yongja refused to relent, retracting his leg, taking a deep breath, and delivering another whip kick. This time, little Goku found his legs trapped in the cracks, unable to move. Next came Yongja, throwing punches at a speed that seemed to produce afterimages, perhaps landing dozens of punches in a second. Little Goku could only cover his head in defense. Finally, Yongja aimed for the back of Goku's neck and delivered a full-force kick. Bang! This strike created a loud noise, with smoke enveloping the entire stage, causing significant damage to Goku. When the smoke cleared, little Goku struggled to rise, ready to fight again. Yongja then assumed the pose for the Kamehameha. Seeing this, little Goku also took the stance for the Kamehameha, both of them shouting Ka, me, ha, Ka, me, ha. Two energy beams of the same color but opposite directions collided. Although everyone said not to clash energy waves with a member of the Sun family, if one's battle power exceeds that of the opponent and their state is better set during the Dragon Ball era, how should one respond? Returning to the moment, the energy beams collided, creating shockwaves that transformed into a tangible force blowing outward. The crowd was ignited by this scene, with the referee energetically narrating and the audience cheering. Originally, Goku's battle power was weaker than Yongja's. Logically, Goku should have lost right from the start of the clash, but he stubbornly held on while Yongja no longer showed any mercy. Not only did he increase his output, but waves of white smoke also emanated from his body. With a thunderous momentum, he claimed victory in the energy clash, while Goku had to endure the defeat in the energy wave. Bang! When the smoke cleared, Goku was already lying on the ground, unable to rise. The surroundings were in disarray, the ground completely shattered. The referee counted down to Goku 10, 9, 5, 2, 1, 0. The winner is Yongja. Seeing this, the former Master Roshi began to reconsider. This battle had surpassed his expectations. Unless he unleashed 100 of his power in his muscle form, he would undoubtedly lose. The referee expertly declared, "Let's take a short break. Tomorrow is the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and it will be broadcast live globally." At that moment, the audience erupted. During the break, everyone came to encourage Yongja and comfort little Goku, but both didn't need it. They were in good spirits, both looking forward to the finals tomorrow. "Then let me see Jackie Chan's true strength," Yongja said expectantly, while others offered their well wishes, emphasizing safety first and competition second. The next day, the referee didn't say anything particularly special, just emphasized that this program was sponsored by a brand listing dishes for a minute, finally starting the match officially. On the stage, I faced Jackie Chan and said, "Senior Jackie Chan, please show your strength, otherwise you will lose miserably. Young man, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Soon you will learn what it means to be outmatched." Jackie Chan replied. With that, Jackie Chan launched his attack, but all his strikes were deflected by Yongja one by one. Not only did he defend, but he also dodged, and when he pulled back, Yongja struck him with a slap, leaving a bright red handprint on his cheek. Yongja suggested, "Senior Jackie Chan, unleash your hidden energy in your back, otherwise you will undoubtedly lose." All right, you forced me," Jackie Chan replied, then let out a loud shout as he adopted a horse stance, his muscles visibly swelling. During this time, Yongja did not attack. He wanted to see how far Master Roshi could push him. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Yongja could become. Once Jackie Chan finished charging his power, he warned, "Watch out, kid, be careful not to get killed." Whoosh! Jackie Chan's figure suddenly vanished, which was apparent to ordinary people. But would Yongja be the type to be afraid? "Old man, forgive my rudeness." He too vanished. Just when the audience wondered if both had fallen into the back room, the scene of their battle finally appeared, both fighters moving so fast they seemed to leave after images. From afar, it looked like two mages dueling, each seemingly materializing several hands to attack and defend against one another. Yongja realized this wasn't very entertaining and actively sought change, quickly seizing Jackie Chan's head and delivering a knee strike to his nose, causing blood to flow. Jackie Chan seemed enraged by the blow, retaliating with a heavy punch that struck Yongja in the stomach, causing stars to fill his vision. Yet both continued to trade blows fiercely, as if they harbored a deep-seated vendetta, narrowly avoiding attacks to the most vulnerable areas. Their speeds were evenly matched. Yongja sought change again, gripping Jackie Chan's hands tightly, confirming each other's intentions as they locked their fingers together in a horse stance. From silent grappling to gritted teeth, and then to roars of exertion, it seemed this way they could unleash more power. However, the ground could not withstand their struggle. Cracks appeared, deep holes formed, and eventually a section of the ground collapsed. Seeing this, Yongja wasted no words and delivered a headbutt to Jackie Chan, who retaliated with his own headbutt. On the third strike, both came forward simultaneously. Bang! The ground was finally split in two by their combined strength. The fourth strike. Whoever backs down is a coward. Bang! This time the noise was the loudest, but the damage was also the greatest. Both released their grips and distanced themselves, forced to cover their wounds as if that would reduce the pain. However, the battle was not over yet. The fight began to reach a fever pitch, with Jackie Chan unleashing drunken fist techniques and afterimage punches, employing various evasive maneuvers. On Yongja's side, he countered each move with sheer strength, learning and applying new techniques on the spot, gradually growing stronger. Jackie Chan began to panic. This kid is a monster. How can he hit so hard? My bones feel like they are breaking. Will last him getting old. Master Rose's battle power ranged from 100 to 139. In muscle form, his power might be around 160. Yongja's increasingly fierce performance can be attributed to his youth and resilience. Additionally, due to Master Rose's age and his stats being inferior to those of the younger generation, he could only fight evenly with Yongja. Determined, Jackie Chan's eyes sharpened as he declared, "Yongja, you are impressive. You are the most talented young person I have seen. However, when I use this move, you will surely be defeated." With that, Jackie Chan pressed his palms together, electricity crackling in his hands, the high voltage sound buzzing in the air, creating an aura of danger. But would Yongja be afraid? Facing such a deadly move from Jackie Chan, he showed no signs of retreat. Charging towards Jackie Chan, he shouted, "A young man should be bold." Jackie Chan, without hesitation, roared Universal Shockwave Palm. One side was a terrifying high-voltage electric attack, while the other was Yongja charging forward with his physical body. As the imagined sound of the two colliding did not come, all that was heard was the sound of Yongja being shocked by the electricity, emitting crackling sounds. At first, Yongja could still endure without making a sound, but as the electric current intensified, he could no longer hold back and began to scream in pain. Jackie Chan warned, "Young man, surrender. This move is my ultimate technique, honed over many years. Forcing me to use it proves your abilities. I refuse." Zzz. As the electric shock continued, Yongja could no longer scream, feeling every nerve in his body numb, losing all sensation. However, Yongja's consciousness was not gone yet. It was not over. He decided to make one last effort, abandoning all defenses and compressing his chi to the extreme, with external and internal pressures pushing him to his limit. Boom. Yongja was enveloped in a white energy flame. Ha. This was the sound of the energy flame being unleashed, and Jackie Chan looked at Yongja in shock and said, "No, this can't be. How is this possible?" Having endured the electric shock for so long, Yongja could no longer bear it. Ha, first sound. Ha, fourth sound. An even more intense burst of energy erupted, and at that moment his battle power reached 1.5 times. Jackie Chan could no longer maintain the universal shockwave palm, being blasted to the edge of the stage. Just as Jackie Chan struggled to rise, Yongja's hand strike had already landed on Jackie Chan's neck, to which Jackie Chan relinquished his muscular form and said, "I lost, I concede." Silence. The entire venue fell silent. The referee regained his composure. "First, I declare that the winner of this final is Yongja. Congratulations to our Yongja for winning the championship of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us congratulate the Yongja contestant." Following this were the cheers from the audience, with some even shouting, "I want to have a child with Yongja." Behind the stage, Jackie Chan said to Yongja, "You are truly a hero of the youth. The new generation pushes the old. Yongja, I have high hopes for you. You are the new star of humanity." "Haha, Master Roshi, thank you for the compliment," Yongja replied with a smile. "Well, you saw through me. Ooh, I won't pretend anymore. Tonight's dinner is on you." "No problem," Yongja replied. The rest was a classic moment, starting with various expressions of concern, followed by joy, and finally congratulations on Yongja winning the championship. Then everyone took Yongja's 5-0 championship prize and had a grand feast at the restaurant, with little Goku and Yongja showing off the most. The next day, everyone gathered again to discuss their next destination. Yamcha decided to apprentice under Master Roshi, while Krillin continued his training under him, and little Goku wished to retrieve the 4-star ball from his grandfather. At this moment, Bulma was troubled and explained the rules regarding the Dragon Balls, such as that they could only be used once a year, but it was a fact that she had borrowed the 4-star ball first. Then Yongja intervened and said, "How about this, Bulma? Lend me your Dragon Radar, and I'll accompany Goku on this trip. With me by his side, the search for the Dragon Balls should go much smoother." Bulma cast a grateful glance at him, "As expected of you, Yongja. You've solved a major issue for me. Ooh, I owe you one this time." "Arigato." Yongja calmly replied. "Bulma, you're too polite. If it weren't for you searching for the Dragon Balls across mountains and rivers, Goku and I would probably still be wandering in the mountains. I should be thanking you instead." Yongja then said to little Goku, "There's no time to waste, let's get going." Little Goku replied, "But the flying Nimbus can only carry 6 pure-hearted people. Can you manage that?" "How can a man say he can't do it? Call your Nimbus." The Nimbus appeared before them, ready for action. Yongja emptied his mind and jumped to success. This scene left everyone except for Master Roshi and Bulma, who had seen it before, in disbelief, and they immediately expressed their desire to try it themselves. Oolong failed. Pure. There was no need to try, he could fly by himself. Krillin, despite having tried earlier, thought he could do it since Yongja did, but ended up having a close encounter with Mother Earth again. Krillin exclaimed in dissatisfaction, This isn't right." Bulma watched all this and felt even more pleased with Yongja. The subsequent plot was relatively simply written, with no significant battles or special storylines. The Red Ribbon Army was not worth extensive elaboration. The first Dragon Ball was located in Nam's hometown. Little Goku brought Yongja to a village in a desert environment where they encountered Nam once again. After understanding the situation, the direct cause was that the water source had encountered problems and was no longer flowing. Although Yongja could forcibly take it, he ultimately dismissed that thought. After all, living off the Dragon Balls, it's better to maintain goodwill towards this world. At worst, when I'm strong enough, everyone can practice chi freely. Oh, I can't just endlessly demand power and rights from the Dragon Ball world. One must still act as a person fulfilling the experience and obligations of the strong. To resolve Nam's water source issue, Yongja and little Goku went to the waterfall at its source, initially clashing with a group of monsters led by Angela, but they were all defeated by Goku. After some negotiation, it turned out that the waterfall was blocked by a stone hard as iron, which obstructed the water flow. This minor difficulty posed no challenge for Goku, who smashed the stone with a Kamehameha, allowing the water to flow freely again. However, Yongja doused everyone's enthusiasm with cold water. Don't celebrate too early, your village hasn't had water for so long. Remember to carefully observe tonight to see where the water flows together, then relocate, if necessary. That night, as Yongja predicted, the water flow gathering point changed. They then received the villagers' praise, with some even suggesting to erect a longevity tablet to honor them daily. Yongja humbly replied, there's no need for that. Our goal is just to obtain the Dragon Balls. Yongja obtained a Dragon Ball, and the villagers received water resources, a win-win situation. Later, little Goku asked Yongja how he knew this outcome, to which Yongja replied, don't ask, asking is leaking heavenly secrets. They then continued the search for the second Dragon Ball. Due to the desert environment, little Goku found an oasis to wash up. Originally, a little beggar boy came to steal clothes, but Yongja was nearby and caught him, giving him a lesson. They set off again, following the Dragon Ball radar to a desert town, where they encountered Pilaf and Mai, who were also searching for the Dragon Balls. However, this time Pilaf did not acquire a fake item due to Yongja's presence, and their meeting occurred sooner than expected. Goku and Pilaf were both flustered at seeing each other, while only Mai and Yongja remained calm. Yongja exclaimed, long time no see, my Pilaf. How have you been lately? Mai gracefully responded, thanks to your little brat, next to you we have been doing very well. We started from scratch, working hand in hand, and have finally rebuilt our base, which now even has flying capabilities. This time we won't let your little brat's transformations ruin it. As she spoke, Mai began to boast. Pilaf angrily shouted, hey, Mai, is that something you can say, eh? Mai bowed and said, I sincerely apologize, King Pilaf, I was wrong. Pilaf replied, forget it. Seeing you all makes me feel unlucky. Oh, I won't shop here anymore. Let's go, Mai. Mai responded, yes. As Pilaf left, he waved goodbye to Yongja and even gave him a particularly meaningful look. It was as if he was saying, you're lucky this time. Next time, wash yourself clean and wait for me. I want you to know the cost of crossing me. He then turned and walked toward Pilaf. You ask why a single glance can convey so much. Don't ask. Asking is leaking heavenly secrets. Little Goku followed the Dragon Ball radar into the shop, where the owner had sharp eyes, and followed him inside, while Yongja did not enter. He remembered that this Dragon Ball was in the bird's nest on the eaves of this shop. Thus Yongja enveloped himself in chi, using it to lift himself up. Soon he floated off the ground. Although he could jump every time he saw Goku using the Nimbus, he longed to fly as well. Although he had already grasped the explosive chi beforehand, his speed still could not match that of the Nimbus. After all, the Nimbus was a means of transportation used by Gohan when he went to school during the Buu saga in Dragon Ball Z. It wasn't until Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan that the Nimbus was completely eliminated, proving that its straight-line speed was undeniably fast. Although during that time Gohan's usual battle power wasn't very impressive, he could easily transform into a Super Saiyan, having a battle power of at least 3 million. Unfortunately, following Frieza's defeat, the battle power numbers in Dragon Ball escalated to billions, and Toriyama no longer used specific numbers to express battle powers. Thus, floating in the air, Yongja retrieved the Dragon Ball from the bird's nest. Unfortunately, the white bird could only protest with its beak, no matter how much it pecked. Yongja managed to pull out the Dragon Ball and shouted to the store, Goku, I found it, come out quickly. The store owner exclaimed, this is my prized possession. Upon hearing this, Goku ignored the store owner and ran out. Thus, the store owner failed to sell a fake Dragon Ball to little Goku. Because Yongja intercepted this 7-star ball, the subsequent plot involving Shishi was eliminated. Come on, how would this part of the plot be written otherwise? They couldn't really get married, could they? That would be too much. Although it might not be impossible. No, that's still not feasible, otherwise it would be a disaster. They couldn't think about it any longer, or else they wouldn't be able to fly up on the Nimbus. Yongja shook his head to interrupt the dangerous thoughts that could lead to a loss of life. Meanwhile, the belated Red Ribbon Army's young general with red hair and a blue coat finally arrived here. Since the 7-star ball was taken by Yongja, this young man was destined to return empty-handed. Yongja and the others headed north, where the temperature suddenly dropped. Upon seeing a village in the snow, Yongja went down to borrow warm clothing. Soon they encountered the little girl from the original timeline, who had carried little Goku back during the plane crash. However, Yongja and the others did not linger much. They merely borrowed warm clothing and inquired about the misdeeds of the Red Ribbon Army before heading straight to the tower. This tower, rather than simply a tower, resembled a fortress with heavy firepower deployed outside, including machine guns, cannons, and so on. easily resolving the defenses outside the tower the two entered. The first floor was filled with minions, and they quickly cleared them out. They ascended to the second floor where they encountered a large robot resembling those from the Terminator movies. This large robot initially intended to say something about intruders invading, but it was quickly destroyed. They continued to climb the stairs and met a ninja who wore standard ninja attire and introduced himself, saying in the world's #1 ninja, "You will die by my blade." Smack! It was finished in an instant. Yongja was tired of listening to such nonsense and quickly eliminated him. The characters from the original timeline were supposed to be easy to defeat, yet he dragged it out for an episode. Yongja and Goku continued up the stairs encountering several more ninjas who looked just like the one they had just defeated. They clamored about avenging their big brother, claiming that he was a significant figure, and even freed Android 8 from his cage. Yongja couldn't be bothered to chat and swiftly eliminated them all, smashing the remote control that could control Android 8 in front of him. "Now you're free." Without waiting for a response, Yongja and little Goku continued to climb the tower, overcoming each challenge until they finally encountered the boss at the end. Although referred to as a boss, he was just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Unfortunately, little Goku still showed mercy, seemingly planning to talk him down, but in the end, he triggered a trap, and the two accidentally fell into a hidden boss stage. The lighting here was dim, and the floor was littered with bones. Those who fell here undoubtedly had no way back, and there was also a large fat dragon with power far exceeding ordinary people. Anyone who fell here would likely die from the fall, but today the fat dragon was destined to gain nothing. The fat dragon began to prepare for a long-winded speech, but Yongja, impatient, said, "Go Goku, show it some color." Little Goku asked, "What color should I show it?" Yongja facepalmed and said, "The common sense lesson I taught you is still too difficult for you. Forget it'll do it." He then threw a powerful punch. The fat dragon thought it could rely on the fat on its belly for protection, as usual. Unfortunately, this punch was faster than a knife and sharper than a gun. In an instant, he exploded with chi tearing open its belly. Yongja didn't want to be covered in filth, so he followed the Rui Bang back to the top of the tower, sending the boss flying into the sky. Whether he lived or died depended on his own luck. Afterward, Yongja cleared out Android 8 and all the remaining survivors. After a Kamehameha, the world saw no more Misrura. Afterward, Yongja and his companions were greeted and treated by the villagers, and after Yongja and little Goku were satisfied with food and drink, they continued their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Due to Yongja, the Dragon Ball radar in this timeline remained intact, allowing Yongja and little Goku to directly search for the next Dragon Ball. Their main target was to bully the weak. In any case, there would definitely be a confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army, as their headquarters seemed to have a Dragon Ball as well. Forget it, it didn't matter. For now, walking sideways posed no problem at all. What was the name of the general at this tower? I think it was General White, and the one who sold fake Dragon Balls was Colonel Sairoba. I must say, if the masters in the Dragon Ball main story do not intervene, the Red Ribbon Army could easily dominate the Earth. Forget it, no need to think about this. Yongja and Wukong continued searching for the next Dragon Ball on the flying Nimbus. Strangely enough, they seemed to have returned to a temperate or even tropical zone despite being in the extremely cold northern region just a chapter ago. For some reason, as they walked, it seemed they returned to a warmer climate. Now Yongja and his companions found themselves hovering over a sea area. After determining the location of the Dragon Ball, the two headed towards the nearest island, but now they were both troubled. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is not the same as the cultivation world. Even if you hold your breath for a long time, searching for a Dragon Ball in the vast ocean could take you a year. And because Yongja had made a name for himself in Marsrudo, when he and his companions entered this sea area, they were spotted by General Blue, who was stationed there. This general is a severe neat freak with a preference for young boys, truly a homosexual. With golden hair, a muscular build, and dressed in a yellow military uniform, he spoke with a somewhat effeminate tone. Little Wukong continued to try finding the Dragon Ball in shallow waters by holding his breath, but soon returned. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure, and without enough oxygen, he couldn't last long. Seeing little Wukong return empty-handed, Yongja said, "Wukong, come back. We should find Bulma. This isn't something we can manage right now. We can't ignore all natural disasters." Of course, when you possess the power to explode stars, you can essentially disregard the damage caused by planetary natural disasters. Randomly, Yongja and his companions flew westward on the flying Nimbus, while General Blue could only watch helplessly. Due to the incredible speed of the flying Nimbus, he couldn't catch up. Even if he had the Dragon radar, by the time they flew to West City, Yongja would probably have already returned. Location: West City. This is a bustling, modernized city where the standards here would make it a truly futuristic city compared to the past life. The streets are filled with vehicles, most of which float in the air without wheels. In the sky, there are also yacht-like flying vehicles moving orderly, and there are transparent tubes specifically for high-speed travel, which literally means transparent high-speed tubes. People come and go endlessly, and all kinds of tall buildings are erected throughout the city. It can be likened to an original forest of a city. This is an era of highly developed productivity where humans in the city do not worry about food and drink, and technology is unprecedentedly advanced. Especially in applied technology, the universal capsule has further developed this aspect. Interestingly, military technology is very backward, leading Yongja to wonder if the Dragon Ball world even lacks nuclear weapons, let alone hydrogen bombs and other more powerful weapons. Even during the Cell games, the military weapons used seem to only be of World War I scale. They likely have satellites, and the communication here is not inferior to Blue Star, with even more advanced technology that Yongja cannot comprehend. Unfortunately, these beautiful scenes cannot move Yongja, as he currently feels no sense of belonging to this world. From the initial excitement of crossing over to the numbness of hard training and interacting with the main characters along the way in Yongja's heart, all of this even pales in comparison to the importance of Bulma and Chi-Chi, the main female characters. But Yongja knows that even if all this doesn't matter, it is a necessary existence. No matter how glamorous the plants and soil outside may be, without the land they are nothing. Even in the water, they are merely rootless duckweed drifting with the wind. With this thought, Yongja's obsession with becoming stronger deepened. The Dragon Ball world is full of hope. Only with sufficient strength can you do what you want. Even if you return to Blue Star, you must have enough power. At the very least, having the Dragon Balls on Namek offers a glimmer of hope of returning home. At Bulma's home, she said with boredom, "So boring, so boring. I should have gone with Yongja to find the Dragon Balls, at least I wouldn't be so bored." Just as Bulma was thinking this, Yongja and little Wukong arrived at her door and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. At that moment, a machine inquired, "Who is it?" Yongja replied to the machine, "I'm Yongja. I'm here to seek Bulma's help." The machine recorded the video and voice and sent it to Bulma's room. Normally, Bulma would casually delete the message as usual, but just before deleting it, she saw Yongja and sat up in shock. Now she was wide awake, directly opened the video and began talking to Yongja. Yongja said, "Bulma, we encountered a bit of trouble while searching for the Dragon Balls. It's not something that can be explained in a sentence or two. We came to ask for your help." Bulma replied, "Oh, then come in. Dad, Mom, we have guests." Here many words are omitted, Bulma said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that in such a short time you have already collected 2 Dragon Balls. Back in the day when you first came out from the mountains, you weren't this strong." Yongja replied non-committally, "It's nothing, Bulma. When I become strong enough, I will promote cultivation for everyone. In life, one must leave something for time. Don't worry, there will be thresholds, and I won't allow those who do evil to grow stronger and harm the good." Bulma excitedly asked, "What about me?" Yongja assured her, "Don't worry, I will also take special care of the girls. I will modify the cultivation content so that women can also unleash powerful strength." Suddenly, little Wukong asked Bulma, "What about Yamcha and the others?" Bulma disdainfully replied him. Originally, he was somewhat famous for kicking around in the city. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, he became a disciple of Master Roshi. Now he is living the good life, surrounded by beauties and flirting everywhere. Bulma turned to Yongja and said, "My Yongja is the best, only wanting to become stronger and not forgetting to help everyone become stronger as well." Upon hearing this, Yongja remained calm on the surface, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Bulma. It's just a small matter." Inside, he was panicking this. "I just want to conquer the main female characters of the Dragon Ball. That shouldn't count as flirting, right? I just want to provide all the girls with a home, isn't that right?" Yongja hurriedly changed the subject. "Now that we're here, shouldn't we call everyone? Let them all experience the fun of searching for Dragon Balls. Watch me show off." Saying this, they set off towards where Yamcha often hung out. Not far ahead, a group of people was crowded around. "Hello, Yamcha handsome. I heard you also became a disciple of Master Roshi. Is that true?" "Yamcha, hello. I'm your fan. I recognized you when you were kicking around in the city. Could you please give me an autograph?" Yamcha. Surrounded by admirers, Yamcha was both pained and happy. Mainly girls surrounded him, though there were some boys as well. Bulma, seeing this, complained there isn't a decent man among them. Then she turned to Yongja and asked, "Don't you think so?" Yongja laughed and said, "Perhaps." Yamcha noticed Yongja and his group and seized the opportunity to interrupt. "Thank you all for your kindness, but my friends have arrived. Please return to your homes." After saying that, he jumped high and landed in front of Yongja and his group. But what surprised everyone was, "Look, who is that man? Isn't that Yongja?" While that shout attracted the attention of passers-by, those who were skeptical began to take out their phones. It's him, it's really him. The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Yongja. Now it was no longer just Yamcha surrounded, now Yongja and a few others were encircled. They asked Bulma, "What is your relationship with Yongja? Why are you so close to him? Isn't this Wukong? Such a cute little boy. Come here with your sister." "You mean Yamcha? Who is Yamcha? Not familiar at all." In any case, it was chaotic on site. Some even took the opportunity to touch him. Yongja felt several hands groping his abs, chest, arms, and even reaching below. Left with no choice, Yongja had to explode with anger, using his energy to push everyone away. Little Wukong's strength was unaffected, while the force directed at Bulma was minimal, merely a gust of wind. The remaining onlookers were pushed back as if an invisible hand had shoved them away. To prevent trampling, he had to create some distance among everyone, finally stabilizing the situation. I'm sorry, but I still want to say, dear villagers, please calm down. We can't occupy public resources. Everyone please disperse in an orderly manner to restore normal traffic. I understand everyone's enthusiasm, so I promise here that when the time is right and safety is assured, I will promote a cultivation method for everyone regardless of gender or age. With this promise, the crowd cheered. So please return to your own businesses. Then Yongja exchanged information with Yamcha. It turned out that Yamcha had come out to buy groceries with Krillin and Bulma. They had originally planned to visit a market but ended up in West City, however that wasn't important. Yongja was seeking help for the Dragon Balls, and upon hearing this, Yamcha requested to join the team. What could be done? Bulma was already on board, so they didn't mind adding Yamcha. At this moment, a conversation from the market interrupted. What? I took your vegetables, and you still want to charge me? With just these few veggies, why don't you go rob someone? As she spoke, a blonde-haired Bulma, no, a yellow-haired Krillin, directly lifted the stall owner and smashed his stand, leaving the owner dumbfounded. Krillin tried to grab hold of Bulma's leg to stop her from continuing her attack, but unexpectedly he was caught by a hand and then tossed towards Yongja and his group. Little Wukong, being innocent, did nothing, but could Yongja do nothing? He first pushed towards Krillin, releasing a burst of white energy from his palm to halt Krillin's trajectory. Then where Krillin was about to land, he thrust out a palm, instantly creating a small whirlwind of white energy to catch Krillin. After Krillin steadied himself, he thanked Yongja. Yongja said nothing more, just patted Krillin on the head and walked towards the direction of Bulma. Just as Bulma raised her right fist, preparing to punch the stall owner, a strong and powerful hand grasped her wrist. She couldn't throw a punch, and Huang Chi turned around impatiently, asking, "Who is it?" However, upon recognizing the visitor, all her inexplicable anger dissipated. What a joke! Yongja had been improving his rapport with the Blue Flag almost daily while training with the Turtle Sage. If that didn't yield any results, it would be better to start over. Huang Chi found this person somewhat familiar, yet inexplicably intimate, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. She said to Yongja, "Who are you?" "Me. I'm Yongja. You've smashed someone's shop and hurt people. If this goes on, it won't end well." Huang Chi replied, "Hey, I've always been wild and free. Oh, why should I care?" "Let go." Yongja released his grip. "In preparing to look for treasure, are you coming?" Huang Chi perked up immediately. "What treasure are we talking about?" "Just some minor skirmishes. I'm not interested in that." Yongja said, "There's at least 10,000 gold pieces. Becoming wealthy overnight is not an issue." Huang Chi questioned, "How can I trust you? What if this is a trap? What about my abilities?" Huang Chi replied, "Very strong." Yongja continued, "If I had any ill intentions towards you, would I need to stage a treasure hunt?" "That's true. Let's go then." Yongja said to the shopkeeper, "Boss, I'll cover the compensation for the damages." The shopkeeper, upon recognizing who it was, exclaimed, "How could this be? This is a small business. There's no need for Master Yongja to worry. You're mistaken, and my friend has caused trouble, and as the leader I cannot turn a blind eye. Just wait a moment, I won't keep you waiting long. The compensation won't take much time. In that case, I look forward to hearing from Master Yongja." Meanwhile, our Turtle Sage was waiting at home. Before setting off, due to the large number of people, Bulma prepared quite a few submarines and flying machines, as well as a huge vault. The group returned to the previous water area and island. This time, due to not riding the magic cloud, they clashed with the Red Satin Army. And who was Yongja? Could he endure this? He could not tolerate it at all. He unleashed all his firepower, causing General Blue to flee in disarray. Eventually unable to endure further, General Blue launched a surprise attack on Yongja, thinking that as long as he immobilized this leader with his superpower, the others would be leaderless and naturally collapse. The scenario was beautifully imagined, but in reality, he became a clown. Not only did his superpower have no effect, but he was also killed instantly. Seeing their general fall, the remaining soldiers no longer dared to fight. Those who could run fled, some even jumped into the sea without regard for whether it was the ocean or not. The rest didn't care about killing, after all, as they were exposed to the Red Satin Army's view. Intelligence had long since reached headquarters. During this time, Yamcha and others expressed some caution, but when they saw Yongja and Little Wukong charging through like heavenly warriors, Little Wukong just fought while Yongja couldn't resist, taunting a bit after defeating his opponents. Killing was not just about physical defeat, but also psychological defeat. How terrifying. The diving configuration was Yongja, Bulma, and Huang Chi in one submarine, and for this, Yongja temporarily learned to operate the smart submarine. After all, the two had quite a heavy load. When choosing Bulma to drive, she exclaimed, "What? I have to drive my own submarine." When selecting Huang Chi, he exclaimed, "What? What level am I? What status do you have? I drive a submarine." The rest had Klin operating a separate submarine, while Wukong and Yamcha paired up. Because they had finished off General Blue ahead of time, the subsequent search for the Dragon Balls went much more smoothly, and they quickly found a cave, which was quite deep. Therefore, it was basically impossible to rely on holding their breath to pass through here. After traversing the deep cave, they reached the end of the path and surfaced, revealing a hidden world within the cave. Due to the dim lighting, everyone had to turn on their flashlights as they walked through the cave until they found a button on the wall. Upon pressing it, lights unexpectedly illuminated above, indicating this was indeed an artificially constructed cave. Not far ahead, they found a skeleton dressed in pirate attire lying on the ground, which startled Bulma greatly, while Huangqi remarked that Bulma was overreacting, and it seemed the two were about to quarrel again. Yongja shifted the topic, saying since there's an island here, there must be treasure as well, right, Clin? This left Clin momentarily speechless. He had originally planned to enlighten them, but instead he said in any case that statement is not wrong. Now both Bulma and Huangqi's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but charge forward, fueled with excitement. They arrived at a room where 3 walls were covered with numerous holes, and Huangqi, having roamed for many years, immediately recognized the traps. Bulma was still charging ahead, but Huangqi grabbed her and pulled her back, causing Bulma to fall to the ground. To be honest, Huangqi hadn't intended to meddle, but for some reason if she just stood by and watched Bulma walk to her doom, she felt a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, Yongja, though walking leisurely behind, remained vigilant, because caution is the mother of safety. Moreover, with such a short distance ahead, if anything were to happen, Yongja could reach it instantly with his current battle power of over 150, although that was only his explosive speed. The group saw that this was a typical shooting mechanism. As long as someone stepped on the ground, powerful arrows would shoot from the walls, and ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance to break through. The group discussed how to solve the issue when Yongja, facing away from them, declared any technique is insignificant in the face of absolute strength. After finishing his words, he charged down the hallway. Suddenly arrows came shooting from both sides like a storm, but against Yongja's fierce aura they were either shattered or deflected. When Yongja reached the other side, he turned back and said, "What I just demonstrated was absolute strength. Now, I will show you what it means to break all techniques with brute force. This time I am not using my explosive techniques." With each step, Yongja took countless arrows shot at him. Although the arrows were quick, Yongja was quicker. He could catch bullets, let alone mere arrows. He even used his iron fists to gradually destroy the walls on both sides. Thus, back and forth, the mechanism was disabled. Yongja added, "This is merely a violent solution. There should be a button on the wall for jumping over, but I believe it won't be completely smooth sailing on the other side. There can't only be traps on one side. So let's move on." Yongja took the lead again, with Bulma and Huangqi closely following, and behind them Wukong and the others. Suddenly the skeleton's eyes on the ground emitted a white light, blinding everyone. This caused everyone to instinctively halt and shield their eyes. At that moment, the floor beneath the 3 in front of Yongja suddenly opened downwards, revealing a pool of lava waiting below. The lava was boiling due to the high temperature, and the columns of water erupting from it resembled a dragon's spout. Even an experienced person like Huangqi was caught off guard by the cleverness of this mechanism. The two screamed in Yongja's ear while the group rushed to the narrow opening above, but found themselves helpless. Only little Wukong wanted to jump down to save them, but was held back by the others. Below, Yongja channeled his chi, reached down and grabbed the two, then flew up towards the exit. This scene astonished everyone. Yongja explained, "This is the training of chi. You can understand it as the principle of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, but its function is not to kill enemies, but to aid oneself." Such an easily understandable explanation left only little Wukong looking confused. Ahead was a suddenly illuminated harbor. Everyone analyzed that this was a port built by pirates in the past, which could serve as a military base for naval forces. Then from behind the building, a robot resembling a pirate charged out, but unfortunately, it didn't survive 3 seconds before being taken down by Yongja. The group found a control room and a corpse in front of a computer, concluding that this was an automated enemy defense system. They continued forward to a corner where Yongja chose to turn left, encountering a giant octopus, which he also dispatched in an instant, solving the dinner problem. Next, after diving a short distance, they arrived before a statue. The statue had some tricks, but not many, just a blade that attacked without further developments. Under the statue there were 3 treasure chests, a bronze chest on the left, a golden chest in the center, and a silver chest on the right. Yongja directly approached the central golden chest and opened it, from which a small figure shot up and fired at Yongja, but unfortunately it merely tickled him. Then, opening the left chest, revealed a key. Holding the key, he inserted it into the keyhole at the base of the statue, and the statue's mouth spat out a large pile of treasures, filling the central golden chest. Upon opening the silver chest, they found a diving suit and a map of a soul painter. To the right front was a pool of water, hinting that the treasure lay below. Unfortunately, that diving suit was no longer usable, and he proceeded to inform everyone of this discovery. Excitedly, everyone jumped into the pool to search for treasure, during which little Wukong found a Dragon Ball, and they finished counting the treasures from both the underground pool and the golden chest. Everyone thought this journey was about to end, but Yongja walked directly to the statue's base and said, "Everyone, you don't think the treasure is only this little, do you?" Just as everyone was confused, Yongja jumped up, as if to press on the statue's acupuncture points, causing it to shatter, revealing all the hidden treasures inside spilling onto the ground. Just when everyone thought it was over, Yongja directly went to the wall behind the statue and began to hammer wildly. The wall's outer shell gradually peeled away. What was this wall? It was clearly a massive block of gold. The treasure behind the statue filled box after box. They had struck it rich, struck it rich. Everyone was ecstatic. The group greedily asked Yongja, "Is there more?" Yongja responded helplessly, "What a joke. The wealth here is enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Now let me handle the distribution. First we have 6 people, me, Wukong, Bulma, Huangqi, Yamcha, and Klin. It's certainly impossible to divide it equally, but just that large chunk of gold would be difficult to cut, and we can't carry everything at once. How about this, Wukong and I take 20 each and the rest of you take 10 each." The others agreed, "Sounds good." Thus they successfully obtained the 3rd Dragon Ball, the 3-star ball. Since General Blue was eliminated by Yongja, the subsequent story in Penguin Village was also skipped. As for the next destination, if memory serves right, it should be the Karen Tower, and Tao Pai Pai would also be making an appearance. Unfortunately, in this timeline, it would be pointless for anyone to show up. Only the early boss could still match Yongja, and I estimate that with the Scion bloodline later on when fighting the boss, it would merely be a matter of playing with them. With this brief journey coming to an end, Yamcha, filled with determination, resolved to intensify his training to soon catch up with Yongja. After this experience, Bulma suddenly felt that collecting Dragon Balls was no longer entertaining and decided to withdraw and return to West City to relax. Huangqi, however, was indecisive, unsure of how to proceed. Currently, Klin was slightly stronger than Yamcha, but if Yamcha were to make a comeback, Klin at the bottom of the rankings decided he too should return to training. After all, he had amassed a considerable fortune and could focus solely on his cultivation. Yongja said, "Since that's the case, let me arrange it. First we will take Bulma back to West City, and along the way we will repay Huangqi's compensation, then return Klin, Yamcha, and Huangqi to Kame House." Only Huangqi, focusing intently, interjected, "Hey, my name is Lan Qi, and why should I follow your arrangements?" Yongja replied earnestly, "All right, Huangqi, no problem." As he spoke, he placed his hands on Huangqi's shoulders and turned him around, pushing him toward the path they had come from. The group had taken everything they could carry, marking what couldn't be taken for future retrieval. Essentially, only large gold bars remained, as all the jewels and diamonds had been collected. The exact value was unclear, but it could certainly be described as wealth beyond measure. After leaving, Bulma would handle the finances, since she was the richest heiress in West City. Following this adventure, the group was indeed wealthy beyond compare, and Bulma was equivalent to wealth beyond the globe. Amidst a cheerful atmosphere, the group returned to West City. They first arrived at the shop that Huangqi had smashed. Upon seeing Yongja and the others return, the shopkeeper hurriedly stood to greet them, saying, "Lord Yongja, you have returned. There's no need to concern yourself with this morning's incident. Oh, I can recover this small amount in just 2 days of business." Yongja rebutted, "Ah, that statement is mistaken, my friend. A promise is a promise, no matter what, it must be fulfilled. Just now I acquired a treasure from the depths of the sea. Here, accept this." As he spoke with a slap, a gold ingot was placed on the table. The shopkeeper stared at the gold, speechless, unsure of what to say next, likely because he felt the amount was insufficient. Never mind, with another slap, 2 more gold bars were added. Was that still not enough? Slap. Yongja nearly cracked the table with his force, prompting the shopkeeper to finally respond, "That's enough. 1 gold ingot is already more than sufficient. Oh, Lord Yongja should take it back. This is a small business and I cannot provide change." Yongja generously replied, "This is for you. Take it and cherish it. I have great expectations for your shop. Oh, I hope you can continue to grow and thrive, achieving greater glory." Little did he know his words today would significantly impact the shop's reputation. Passers-by gawked at the gleaming gold on the table, drooling. It appeared that in this world of Dragon Balls, there was no national currency. Basically, everyone used a single currency, which could be exchanged for gold, but gold did not equate to currency, as it was a metal. Yongja didn't understand economics much, but he certainly knew gold was valuable. Originally, there were some ill-intentioned individuals planning to take advantage of Yongja and the others leaving, but Yongja addressed the crowd, "Dear townsfolk, this morning, due to my friend's unintentional destruction of this shop's business, I sincerely apologize to the shopkeeper and everyone." He then pulled Huangqi out, who blushed and hurriedly protested, "You idiot, your apology is your own affair. You don't drag me into it. This person is the mastermind behind it all, and I have punished her accordingly," he said, wrapping an arm around Huangqi's shoulders and bowing deeply. "Hong, Do and I sure and I Masai?" Turning back to the shopkeeper, he bowed again. The shopkeeper, not daring to accept an apology from a martial arts champion, quickly helped Yongja and the others to their feet, stating, "Given the circumstances, let's consider this matter settled." Yongja then addressed everyone, "Where else can you find such a kind-hearted shopkeeper? From that day forward, the shop gained a reputation for generosity, establishing a brand effect where the owner was approachable and everyone enjoyed doing business with him. Regardless, this matter was put to rest, and they proceeded to take Bulma home. Before entering, Bulma stared at Yongja with a peculiar gaze, making him sweat profusely. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince her to enter her home. Then they took Yamcha and the others back to Kame House. But upon arrival, Huang Chi had a change of heart, expressing that it was too boring here and she wanted to roam freely in the vast world. Thus Yongja had no choice but to use a trump card, promising to help Huang Chi with her sneezing personality change problem next time, which made her reluctantly decide to stay at Kame House. As for whether Master Rashi and the others were doing well, that was no longer Yongja's concern. He then hopped onto the flying Nimbus, with little Goku heading towards the fourth Dragon Ball. Searching for the fourth Dragon Ball, the Nimbus flew swiftly, and Yongja spotted the towering Karen Tower from afar on the horizon. At this moment, the Red Ribbon Army was also approaching from the other side of the sky. However, the ground troops of the Red Ribbon Army had already reached the base of Karen Tower and were engaged in a violent conflict with two individuals resembling Native Americans, a father named Bora and his son Upa. However, the aerial forces were quickly dealt with by Yongja and little Goku, and by the time they reached the ground, Bora was already at a disadvantage. Seeing that Upa was about to fall into crisis, Yongja focused on attacking, while little Goku focused on rescuing. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly resolving the entire Red Ribbon Army. Next, the plot unfolded with Bora introducing the legend of Karen Tower, expanding the world's setting and deepening the friendship between Upa and little Goku. After a series of events, little Goku successfully obtained the 4-star ball. As little Goku fantasized about climbing Karen Tower to become stronger, Yongja finally sensed a formidable aura approaching from the horizon. On the horizon stood a figure atop a pink pillar, looking fierce and stern. With hair slicked back and a braid at the back, dressed in pink training attire with black pants that were integrated with the upper garment, the left side of his chest bore the traditional character for kill, and his back displayed the English phrase kill you. This uninvited guest descended to the base of Karen Tower, with Bora's father being the first to question who he was and his intentions. The middle-aged man replied without hesitation, "My name is Tao Bai Bai, and I am here to kill Yongja and this little brat." The two sides exchanged no pleasantries. Bora lunged forward with a spear, only to have Tao Bai Bai catch the spear's tip and throw him into the air. Just as he was about to stab Bora with the spear, Yongja unleashed a ki blast to sever the spear, and little Goku saved Bora. Tao Bai Bai remarked with interest, "Oh, I never expected you to master ki. No wonder I couldn't see through you at first." Yongja scoffed, "You are not worthy to be my opponent. Your opponent is him," he said, pointing at little Goku. Tao Bai Bai arrogantly replied, "It doesn't matter. They're all the same." At this stage, Tao Bai Bai's battle power was approximately around 110, though the exact figure was unclear. Meanwhile, little Goku's power should be around 125 or even 130. Never underestimate the power level of a Saiyan. Those numbers are deceiving. A sudden surge can break barriers. Yongja's power had long been at 150 and now estimated to be around 170, easily surpassing Tao Bai Bai. After all, Yongja had his gravity training suit on all the time. That means he was effectively training every day unless he encountered an unbeatable foe, which was unlikely. It seemed the only boss capable of facing him was Beerus, and the outcome was uncertain, depending on how effective Beerus' patchwork would be. The battle began with Tao Bai Bai launching the first attack, which was easily dodged by Goku. However, Tao Bai Bai struggled to evade Goku's attacks, leaving him bewildered. Damn it, after training for so many years, I've never seen a young person with such terrifying power at this age. Totally overwhelmed, Tao Bai Bai found himself getting beaten black and blue by Goku, who was relentless. Unable to take it anymore, he shouted, "Dong Dong Bois." He took a stance, extending his right index finger while clenching the others into a fist, launching a yellow-white energy wave towards Goku. Goku did not evade and opted for a defensive stance. After the smoke cleared, while Goku wasn't unscathed, at least his clothes were tattered, but still more dignified than in the original timeline when Tao Bai Bai fought him. In the original timeline, little Goku was essentially crushed by Tao Bai Bai, who dominated in speed, strength, and energy waves. In this timeline, however, it was Tao Bai Bai who was on the receiving end of the beating, having to resort to his trump card energy wave, proving he couldn't handle little Goku. Seeing that Tao Bai Bai had unleashed his energy wave, little Goku felt he couldn't be disrespectful and decided to retaliate with a Kamehameha, shouting "Ka." When he shouted "Ka," Tao Bai Bai was startled, but by the time he tried to run, it was too late. He crossed his arms to defend against the Kamehameha, but at his current level, he was no match for little Goku, who pushed him far away. Then came a thunderous explosion, and no traces were left behind, suggesting that Tao Bai Bai was likely dead. Yongja looked at the pillar in delight, saying, "Why didn't I think of this before? Although I can't fly fast, I can throw pillars to travel." This speed could be said to be the fastest method of travel under the Nimbus, though the downside was that the accuracy might not be great. Due to Yongja's leadership, the strength of everyone in this timeline would only continue to rise. This was a good thing, with people stronger than you pushing themselves to train. How could you afford to relax? Others were forced to keep up. However, Yongja was determined to push himself regardless. He understood the importance of the main plot, and that many things needed to be set up in advance. Returning to the matter at hand, little Goku and Yongja began to climb the tower together, with each of them climbing vigorously. Yongja led the way, with little Goku trailing behind. In less than half a day, they both reached the top of Karen Tower. At this height, the air was cold, with a circular exterior and a hollow interior supported by columns. At first glance, it resembled a scenic tourist spot. The first floor lacked any special decorations, containing only some jars and other artistic ornaments. Yongja and little Goku surveyed the area. No one decided to head up the outer staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, it was also hollow inside, supported by columns, with a pedestal at the center holding a bottle. It appeared that the so-called super holy water was inside that bottle. "You have arrived. I saw everything you did at the tower's base," spoke a white cat that could walk independently, leaning on a cane and appearing somewhat ethereal. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the cat sage, the deity of Karen Tower," said the cat. Little Goku asked, "Are you really a god?" "You don't seem very strong," he remarked. The cat sage replied, "People nowadays only know fighting. Cultivation should focus on both mental and physical health." Yongja responded directly, "Cat sage, forgive my friend for his naivety. We are here to seek the super holy water to enhance our power." Though Yongja understood that the super holy water was just ordinary water, the formalities still needed to be observed. The real enhancer was the super divine water, which was truly valuable. The cat sage replied, "You're somewhat polite, but the super holy water shouldn't be given lightly. If you want it, you must take it from my hands." "All right, you said it," little Goku agreed. Then Goku engaged in a fierce struggle with the cat sage over the bottle containing the super holy water, with little Goku being vigorous and aggressive during each attack. The cat sage, however, adopted a defensive strategy, skillfully parrying with finesse. Every time he managed to keep up with Goku. Yet what the cat sage didn't realize was that in this timeline influenced by Yongja, little Goku's power was now on par with his. The cat sage's power was about 135, while Goku was also around 130, so not being able to take the super holy water from the cat sage was merely due to Goku's unfamiliarity with the cat sage's techniques. After about 2.5 hours, little Goku successfully obtained the super holy water, but upon drinking it, he found it utterly ineffective. "You fraud. This super holy water is completely useless," Goku complained. "It's not without effect. You're just too strong. The process of competing for the super holy water is part of your training. What surprises me is that at such a young age you possess such skill. Your future potential is limitless." Yongja interjected, "Please, cat sage, present us with genuine benefits. We need to become stronger to better fulfill our responsibilities, don't we? If the senior doesn't mind, I would also be willing to join you in playing this game of bottle snatching." The cat sage was skeptical. One, little Goku was already strong enough. Could this person be even more monstrous? Thus the cat sage decided not to hold back like before, and instead went all out in defense. However, Yongja was so fast that the cat sage couldn't see how the water bottle was snatched from his hands. "Well, cat sage, does this prove our strength? And by the way, when it comes to getting real benefits, please don't beat around the bush. Don't drag things out with trials. Either hand it over directly or teleport us to where we can obtain it. With our current strength, we can skip those tests entirely," Yongja stated plainly. The cat sage, hearing this, did not reply directly. He walked to a small jar, shaking out 2 cups of super divine water, and explained the risks involved. The super divine water could unleash a person's potential, and many martial arts masters had consumed it, but thus far none had survived. Yongja countered, "Cat sage, this is where you're mistaken. Those martial arts masters you speak of, how do they compare to us?" "Worlds apart," the cat sage answered. Yongja speculated perhaps this super divine water is indeed poisonous, but when one's strength reaches a certain level, enduring this terrifying damage can lead to boundless benefits. There was also the possibility that Yongja did not mention the super divine water might not be poisonous at all, but rather it was toxic to the weak. The Goku from the original timeline was not only resilient, but had a solid base power. At the time, Yajirobe had licked a drop, but his reaction was not to show signs of poisoning, but rather pain, disgust, and rolling around. Thus Yongja first smelled the water. It had no particularly stimulating scent. Then he examined it. It was dark in color, possibly darker than regular water, appearing grayish-black. Finally, he took a small sip. The taste was bitter, reminiscent of bitter melon, followed by a fiery pain throughout his body. It felt like he had just consumed some extraordinary poison, making him suddenly understand the sensation of the poison in the three-body problem. However, Yongja managed to suppress the pain with his strong willpower, not displaying any signs of rolling on the ground, though he wore a painful expression. Finally, Yongja turned to little Goku and said, "Cheers, brothers." Dun dun dun. Painful. Utterly painful. Moreover, it had the bitter melon flavor which Yongja detested. He seriously suspected that this substance was originally tasteless. It just happened to choose the flavor he disliked the most. At this point, Yongja could no longer endure it. Even with a battle power of around 170, he was in immense agony. Ultimately, he couldn't hold back any longer and released an explosive burst of energy. Using his anger to overpower the pain had an extraordinary effect. This explosive burst brought an indescribable feeling of exhilaration. Yongja felt as though his energy channels had been opened. Perhaps this was the wondrous effect of the super divine water, unlocking potential. The previous explosive bursts were merely forced. Now it felt smooth and effortless, deeply enhancing his comprehension of ki. He felt that his control over ki had progressed significantly, such as stronger micromanipulation or even transforming ki into a sword. Of course, these were just inspirations he thought of at the moment. Further practice would be needed to truly understand the extent of his control over ki. In terms of Yongja's experiences, if he were to define levels of proficiency with ki and not having learned Kamehameha, clueless, learned Kamehameha, just starting out, grasped flying, somewhat understanding, began to master explosive bursts, gradually improving, started creating ki techniques, entering a new realm. Now Yongja was at the early stage of entering that realm, having merely achieved smooth explosive bursts. The next step would be in-depth development. One cannot help but admire the human who invented the energy wave. They leaped directly to the creation of energy techniques, skipping the flying and explosive phases. To be honest, that was quite remarkable, especially the first human to develop the energy wave. They laid the foundation for combat in the Dragon Ball world. As for what comes after entering the new realm, Yongja had yet to think it through. The development of ki in the later stages would be akin to magic. However, there remained a fundamental difference: it couldn't detach from reality. Magic, on the other hand, did not fare well in the Dragon Ball world, but its convenience was undeniable. After drinking the Super Divine Water, Yongja's power level reached 289 points, meaning the Super Divine Water had given him a boost of about 1.7 times. Now Yongja could withstand 10 times the gravity of his training suit, normally operating at 5 times the gravity. This increase was nothing short of significant. Seeing Yongja achieve such results, little Goku disregarded everything and also downed the Super Divine Water, but his reaction was far more intense than Yongja's. After all, Goku's power was only around 130, but he possessed the Saiyan trait of having remarkable vitality, and finally, he managed to endure it despite feeling like he was on the brink of death. Now little Goku's power level also reached 221 points, a boost of 1.7 times. After consuming the Super Divine Water, Yongja speculated that to withstand its effects, one would need at least 150 in battle power and decent physical condition. For instance, some older individuals with a power level of 150 might not be able to withstand the strain, as well as a younger person with a power level of 120. Thus, this should be the threshold for the Super Divine Water. Yongja kept this conclusion in mind, planning to test it again when the opportunity arose. Overall, this journey was quite fruitful. Not only did they acquire a Dragon Ball, but the wealth gained was substantial, and this particular Dragon Ball had significantly enhanced their battle power. Having reaped abundant rewards at Karen Tower, the young son Wukong resolved to set off in search of the next Dragon Ball. Before departing, Yongja pledged to the Cat Hermit that his next visit would bring a most generous offering. Just before leaving, he turned to the Cat Hermit and asked, "Honorable Cat Hermit, aside from the Ultra Divine Water, do you possess any other extraordinary artifacts here? Rest assured, the more miraculous the item, the more splendid the gift I shall bring next time." What use have I for lavish gifts at my cultivation level? Very well. I do happen to have some senzu beans. A single bean can restore life to the dying and mend shattered bones so long as even a faint breath remains. Even if one's abdomen is pierced by a gaping wound, consuming a senzu bean will restore full vitality instantly. It also quells hunger and sharpens the mind. Yongja responded eagerly, "Such a divine artifact truly exists in this world. Please, Honorable Cat Hermit, bestow some upon us. In return, I, Yongja, shall surely present you with a gift so extraordinary it stirs even an elder's heart." As he spoke, another idea sparked within him, further refining his experimental hypothesis regarding the Ultra Divine Water. What if drinking a sip of Ultra Divine Water together with a senzu bean stabilizes its effects? Before the Cat Hermit could utter his lofty refusal, Yongja added swiftly, "Fear not. I've prepared an array of earthly delicacies, premium fish-based products, canned fish, gourmet fish snacks, and countless varieties, all exquisitely crafted and utterly irresistible." The Cat Hermit, drooling uncontrollably, cried, "Stop. Stop. If you continue, I'll lose all self-control. Leave at once. Don't linger before me." And thus Yongja and the young son Wukong were unceremoniously ushered out of Karen Tower's summit. Their son Wukong's stomach growled in protest. "Yongja, shall we eat first?" Indeed, Yongja agreed. Man is iron, rice is steel. If one meal is missed, hunger strikes fiercely. Let us descend to the base, bid farewell to the father and son, and enjoy a complimentary meal along the way. After all, we cleared the Red Ribbon Army from their land. Surely a shared meal is only fair. Though ascending the tower demanded great effort, descending proved effortless. Along the way, Yongja tested increasing the gravitational resistance of his gravity suit, yet it appeared to affect only the physical body, or perhaps the soul, without altering planetary gravitational acceleration. No matter, it was no grave concern. Upon reaching the tower's base, they first briefed the father and son on conditions atop the tower, then left the decision to stay or depart entirely to them. With Yongja and son Wukong's assistance, all four feasted heartily at the tower's foot. By the time the meal concluded, night had fallen, and the two travelers pitched camp on site. As dusk settled, Yongja reflected upon his earliest days after transmigration. Same wilderness, yet profoundly different companions. He was no longer the vulnerable novice anyone might exploit. Only Beerus remained an exception, truly peerless in strength. Meanwhile, back in West City, Bulma, though safely returned, could hardly sit still. Barely settled indoors, she tumbled about her room in restless agitation. Leveraging her family's formidable influence, she soon pinpointed Master Roshi's coordinates and soared toward the Turtle School aboard her aircraft. At the Turtle School, with no opportune moment to reclaim authority, Shuichi had assumed dominion, while disciples Krillin and Yamcha trained elsewhere. Master Roshi suffered immensely, yet refused to surrender. He schemed relentlessly, devising countless stratagems to regain advantage or revert Shuichi into launch, though each attempt ended in failure. Just as Master Roshi, once again rebuffed, lay sprawled outside his door on the sun-warmed sand, he spotted a distant aircraft gliding toward the Turtle School across the horizon. When Bulma landed, Master Roshi briefly imagined fortune's turn, only to realize he'd gone from serving one person to catering to two. His composure shattered entirely. Truth be told, Master Roshi's innate talent was exceptional, perhaps unmatched on Earth, if those 3 centuries of idle existence had instead been devoted to martial cultivation. He might well have attained a battle power of 1,000. Though such a figure would later rank among mere foot soldiers in Dragon Ball's later eras, this remained the very dawn of the main storyline. Were he to follow the canonical path, imbibe the ultra-divine water train at Kami's Lookout and King Kai's planet, and undergo potential awakening under the Namekian Grand Elder, ultimately ascending to the realm of the Supreme Kais to receive the former Supreme Kai's ultimate potential enhancement, the resulting growth would shatter all known limits. Curiously, Bulma and Shuichi, who initially seemed locked in mortal enmity, had suddenly forged an unshakable sisterly bond. Master Roshi declared it incomprehensible. Not even Yongja, were he present, could have done otherwise than exclaim in stunned disbelief. When Shuichi first inquired Bulma's purpose, Bulma answered candidly. As their conversation deepened, female camaraderie revealed itself in its quiet, inevitable grace. Strangers may become confidants overnight through a single shared truth, or sever ties irrevocably over one careless word. Bulma and Shuichi clearly belonged to the former. Their talk soon drifted from trivialities to Yongja, and Bulma struck first. "Hey, what do you think of Yongja?" The sudden question left Shuichi flustered. At this stage, she remained unswayed, unconquered. Launch, however, was different. 8 months of rigorous training at the Turtle School, daily practice followed by heartfelt moments, assisting her in the kitchen, building genuine rapport. To speak plainly, if Yongja proposed outright now, Launch might blush and hesitate, but with sufficient boldness, success would be all but guaranteed. Shuichi was distinct. Her memories appeared non-transferable between forms, 2 souls sharing one vessel. Thus her feelings toward Yongja remained ambiguous, undefined. She felt neither aversion nor indifference, merely a quiet, instinctive ease in his presence. Yet beneath that calm, an unnameable tenderness stirred, leaving her unsettled, uncertain where her own emotions had strayed. Proudly she retorted, "Merely a valiant and powerful martial artist. Why, do you harbor feelings for him?" Bulma replied, "That's far too narrow a framing. He is in my eyes the perfect partner. I'll tell you." And so Bulma recounted, concisely yet vividly, how they met, how they journeyed, how their bond deepened. Meanwhile, Master Roshi eavesdropped shamelessly from behind the wall, absorbing every detail. Even this abridged account consumed an entire morning, and interspersed with questions from others, the telling stretched further still. By lunchtime, Yamcha and Krillin had returned from training. Thanks to the recent pirate treasure windfall, both had become Master Roshi's most lucrative disciples and most devoted students. Their exorbitant monthly tuition fees alone made Roshi feel rich beyond measure. Having unexpectedly acquired vast wealth, Yamcha and Krillin found themselves at a loss, so they invested it wisely. Intensive martial arts training under Master Roshi. It was mutual gain. Both sides believed themselves victorious, and both signed contracts trembling with fear the other might renege. Post-lunch cleanup naturally fell to Master Roshi, a sacrifice borne willingly for money's sake. With no income of his own, these two disciples formed his sole livelihood. Training was straightforward for students trained diligently and pay punctually. For Master Roshi, however, responsibilities multiplied, guiding progress, nurturing discipline, attending to every need beyond the dojo. Bulma sideboard. Oh, how dull. What is Yongja doing right now? Shuichi scoffed. If you miss him so much, why not simply fly there yourself? Exactly. Fly there now. Without hesitation, and heedless of onlookers, she plunged into invention. Her hands blurred into motion, moving so swiftly they seemed to multiply, like a four-armed deity weaving spells. By evening, her creation was complete. She had built a sleek aerial drone, housing a large crimson glowing camera and equipped with high-thrust thrusters. Speed posed no limitation. Bulma proudly introduced her latest marvel to the assembled group. Functionally, it was a drone. Though Earth's technological tree in the Dragon Ball universe had grown, ASCII military-grade innovation remained stunted, while civilian applications flourished spectacularly. Guided precisely by the Dragon radar embedded in Yongja's wrist, the drone could locate him instantly and observe his immediate condition in real time. Due to time and resource constraints, it currently supported one-way visual transmission, but two-way voice communication functioned flawlessly. Night had already fallen. Bulma spent the night at the turtle school. With insufficient rooms, Master Roshi surrendered the sofa and the living room to the two formidable women, while his disciples as top-tier patrons remained untouchable. Thus, beneath the same moonlight, two separate scenes drifted into the realm of dreams. At first light, Bulma launched her drone without delay. Once oriented, it shot toward Karen Tower at breathtaking speed. Unburdened by passengers, its velocity was unmatched. Meanwhile, Yongja and his companions stirred awake and formally bade farewell to Broly and UPA. Just as they prepared to ascend Sun Wukong's nimble cloud, a slender streak sliced across the sky. Upon closer inspection, no pilot sat inside, but a familiar voice crackled through the air, calling. This is Bulma. Yongja, please respond. Over. Received. Bulma, what are your orders? Over. Then came the swift exchange of intelligence. Until hearing Yongja and Sun Wukong's plan to assault the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold, all listeners gasped in astonishment. They'd assumed earlier skirmishes were audacious enough, yet Yongja's resolve dwarfed even their boldest expectations. In this timeline, Broly had survived Tao Pai Pai's assassination attempt. Thus, this campaign was Yongja's initiative. He framed it as pruning Earth's weeds, lest future martial cultivation reforms empower warlords, widening the chasm between strong and weak until disparity became irreversible. If existing socio-economic gaps remain unresolved, why compound them with new contradictions? In essence, Yongja was pioneering Earth's spiritual economy. Elsewhere, Pilaf, possessing one Dragon Ball, inevitably clashed with the Red Ribbon Army. Having fled all night, they convened urgently in the control room. Shu proposed immediate evacuation and surrender, emphasizing survival above all. Retreat now. Preserve our strength for tomorrow. But Shuichi countered, we escaped once before, must we flee again? Will we always retreat when faced with adversity? This time, I refuse to run. She gazed steadily at the others. Yongja's influence had transformed her bearing now radiated unwavering resolve, utterly unlike her former self. Having witnessed Yongja's indomitable strength, she now cultivated an unbreakable Tao heart, and her vision had expanded immeasurably. Pilaf, previously wavering, felt his spirit ignite under Shuichi's commanding aura. Clenching his teeth, he roared, damn it, we fight. Shu, recalculate coordinates immediately. Full speed toward their base. Shuichi, clear the path ahead. You control the process. Even if the spaceship disintegrates, it must explode over their lair. Back to Yongja's side, after sharing the clues, Yongja and his team set off towards the nearest Dragon Ball, while another Dragon Ball moved in the direction of this one. The speed of the flying Nimbus was swift. Although there were aerial troops blocking the way, it was of no use, and the ground forces were easily bypassed, quickly reaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Originally, Wukong thought of charging in alone, but Yongja disagreed, waiting for Bulma and the others to join in, as gaining experience for the main characters was beneficial in the Dragon Ball world. While a single chopstick is easy to break, this principle does not apply. But what if each member of the main team has the strength of a chopstick? Is one strong individual useful? In this world, power comes with influence and background. After all, when one person is powerful, the enemy thinks about how to handle them, but when faced with a group of strong individuals, they dare not act recklessly. While Yongja and Wukong were waiting for Bulma and the others, another scene unfolded before them. A massive flying sphere was hurtling towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army remarked, how can I deal with them when I can't even handle this giant? Soon a thrilling aerial battle unfolded before Yongja, with various firepower exchanges and aerial troops crossing paths. Yongja naturally recognized that this large iron ball was the fruit of Pilaf's labor, yet this did not prevent him from enjoying the show. Ultimately, Pilaf's massive iron ball failed to reach the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, falling short of its goal. The large iron ball finally could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse, disintegrating midair with parts scattering everywhere. Yongja said to Wukong, let's go save them. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the area, accompanied by a blinding white light. However, before the explosion, Wukong used the flying nimbus to rescue Pilaf and Ashu, while Yongja used his flying ability to save Xiaowu. Xiaowu closed her eyes thinking she was doomed, but then felt a strong, comforting grip behind her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yongja's face. Yongja said to Xiaowu, so brave. You have no strength at all, but your spirit of fearless defiance is commendable. Xiaowu blushed and replied, isn't this what I learned from you? But you saved me again. You're so powerful, ooh, I want to be strong like you. Don't worry, the day you become stronger won't be far off. They'll take you to a safe place first, he said, leading everyone to a secure area. Upon reaching the other side of the mountain, Yongja laid Xiaowu down gently and criticized the three of them. What strength do you have, and what level is the Red Ribbon Army? You just rushed in like that. Without any backup strategies, if it weren't for me and Wukong being here, you might not even have made it out alive. Saying so, he gave Pilaf and Ashu a playful knock on the head, and then patted Xiaowu affectionately, causing her to blush even more. Pilaf and Ashu had no choice but to swallow their anger. Where was the fairness in being treated differently? Yongja continued, well, you should have a Dragon Ball on you, or you wouldn't have clashed with the Red Ribbon Army. Hand it over. Reluctantly, Pilaf had to use the Dragon Ball to buy their lives once more. Thus, Yongja's group obtained 5 Dragon Balls. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Yongja asked Xiaowu and the others, what are your plans next? If you want to take revenge on the Red Ribbon Army, you can team up with us. My companions are on their way too. I believe this will be an enjoyable experience. As he spoke, a plane came rushing from the direction Yongja and Wukong had come from. Yongja looked and said, look, they are here. With that, a tall figure flew down gracefully, and Bulma in the plane recognized Yongja, blocking the way, then descended alongside him, gathering everyone together. As they landed, Bulma and her group were surprised to see Pilaf and the others. Bulma exclaimed, what are you doing here? Pilaf and the others replied, oh, it's you. Then Yongja briefly explained the backstory, saying in short, Pilaf and his team are now our allies. Initially, it was just me and Wukong, and now everyone is joined. Since I'm leading, if you encounter enemies you can't handle, just call on me or Wukong. Just as Yongja was methodically arranging the strategy, the Red Ribbon Army noticed them due to Bulma's aircraft arrival, and suddenly the sky was filled with a swarm of fighter jets with ground troops continuously appearing. Yongja declared, I want say much more, comrades, charge with me. Charge! Everyone shouted in unison. The aerial enemies were dealt with by Wukong, who rode the flying nimbus, slicing through them. As if they were mere vegetables, with a swift extension of his Rui Bang, he swept away a large group. The ground enemies were led by Yongja, but for some reason Bulma, Xiaowu, and Huang Qi seemed to stay close to him. Yongja stood firm against the tide like a sharp blade slicing through the enemy's formation. Of course, for Yongja, it was merely a game meant to provide experience for the main characters. While the other fighters hesitated and were unaware, seeing Yongja's fierce prowess made them charge forward without fear. Bulma was always able to pull out various capsules from her bag filled with precious items, yet she treated them as if they were disposable grenades. If an explosion occurred, she would be as joyful as if she had hit the jackpot, exemplifying what it meant to spend money on battles. Xiaowu acted like a phantom agent, always able to deliver fatal blows to enemies from unexpected places. Even tanks crumbled in her hands without explanation. After succeeding, she revealed a charming smile, suggesting that Xiaowu had also been training privately. Huang Qi was a firepower expert, seemingly pulling out various firearms from nowhere, bombarding the enemies relentlessly, filling the battlefield with her boisterous laughter. Yamcha and Krillin performed quite standardly, smashing tanks they could break and disabling those they couldn't, rendering them useless. Master Roshi was notably stronger, reducing ordinary tanks to rubble as if they were toys, and when faced with a tough challenge, he simply used a palm strike to flip the tank over. The others were showing off their skills, while Oolong Pure, Pilaf, and Ashu were just enduring the beating, as they had no fighting strength or special skills and were of little use, merely present while the others fought. Yang's group advanced relentlessly, and while doing so they didn't forget to mock the enemies on the local intercom. Haven't you eaten? You can't even muster the strength to hit back, yet you claim to be the world's strongest army. Everyone noticed that the Red Ribbon Army began showing signs of collapse when their casualties reached 10. By the time they hit 20, they had started to flee. Run. They are monsters. The one in the lead is especially abnormal. Blades can't hurt him and bullets can't kill him. Run. By the time casualties reached 30, it was a complete rout. At this moment, Yongja spotted a plane taking off from the headquarters, and thinking it was the enemy commander trying to escape, he jumped high to intercept. He then disabled the plane and brought it to his companions. Inside was a woman with purple hair, and the plane was filled with banknotes. It turned out she had stolen money while fleeing. Unfortunately for her with Yongja around, other ordinary people managed to escape, leaving this money thief to become a captive. Thus Yongja's group pushed all the way to the headquarters. Arriving at the headquarters, Yongja, using a loudspeaker he had acquired, shouted at the building, "Listen people inside. You are surrounded. If you're smart, bring out the Dragon Balls and surrender. Today, since I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll let you off the hook. Don't be ungrateful." Yongja's intention to persuade them was good, but his tone was harsh. To the other side, it sounded like blatant mockery. A middle-aged man's voice replied, "I'll surrender to you." Sighing, Yongja unleashed a Kamehameha, breaking through the rooftop of the headquarters, and used the wreckage of a tank to form a staircase heading towards the command center of the Red Ribbon Army. He saw two individuals. One was a sharply dressed man with bright red lips named Blake, and the other was a middle-aged man shorter than Krillin, also in a suit, called Commander Rhett. Commander Rhett looked at his hard work being so easily defeated and shouted in frustration, "I just wanted to get taller. What's wrong with that?" Blake, displeased, retorted, "What? Commander, we sacrificed so many resources and lives just for your ridiculous height." In anger, Commander Rhett shouted, "Shut up, Blake. You have no idea. You don't understand the pain of being short. Do you know how the girls talk about me?" The two began to quarrel, providing Yongja and his group with quite a show, and they performed excellently, not appearing fake at all. Then Blake shot Commander Rhett dead, deciding to take over as commander himself, while not forgetting to recruit Yongja and his group, who had just thoroughly defeated them. As everyone turned their attention to Yongja, he spoke, "There are two types of people I detest in this world. The first are those who are racist, and the second are black people, so you deserve to die." Blake wanted to argue, but Yongja didn't give him the chance and sent him off with a Kamehameha. In the end, Yongja picked up the Dragon Ball on the ground, collecting a total of 6. Afterward, Yongja led his group to clean up the battlefield, and just the tank wreckage alone was worth a significant sum as scrap metal. This journey allowed Yongja to collect Dragon Balls, the main characters, to gain experience, as well as obtaining resources and funds from the Red Ribbon Army. The spoils were, of course, evenly distributed. It's not about having little, but about fairness. Yongja continued to address everyone. "Today we gather here to jointly defeat the Red Ribbon Army. Now that they have been eradicated, only one Dragon Ball remains. Why don't we, along with Yukong, complete this final journey together? Just think of it as a trip." Bulma, Xiaowu, and Huang Qi naturally had no objections, and Krillin and Yamcha, who had been charmed by Yongja, also agreed. As for the rest, could you see the three girls' hungry gazes? They could only be forced to agree. Seeing this, Yongja nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, let's set off to the location of the next Dragon Ball." After making a decision, Yongja picked up the Dragon Ball radar and began to look, only to find that the location of the 7th Dragon Ball was still a bit far away. Due to Yongja's actions, this one-star ball ultimately did not fall into Pilaf's hands, but instead mistakenly landed in an oasis within a desert where there was a lake and only a few buildings occupying this small oasis. The group arrived at the location of the 7th Dragon Ball via aircraft, at which point Master Roshi spoke up, "Isn't this the base of the fortune-telling granny?" Then Master Roshi explained to the confused group the background of the fortune-telling granny. After everyone understood, they all got off the plane and lined up in front of the fort entrance. At this moment, a ghostly receptionist without legs came out to greet them. "Receptionist, hello guests. What can I assist you with?" Yongja took out the Dragon Ball and said, "We are searching for a Dragon Ball like this one. Do you have it here?" Receptionist, "Oh, you're looking for something. Don't worry, we will have it. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests." The people in front of the line looked fierce, intending to confront Yongja and his group, but Yongja released a killing intent with just a glance. This made them shiver in fear. They did not dare to act, and could only swagger inside, eventually emerging supported by each other with canes. The receptionist did not forget to send them off, saying, "What a pity, please try harder next time." Upon hearing this, the fierce-looking individuals forgot their fatigue and took off running. This scene left everyone in Yongja's group except for him utterly baffled. The group then approached the fortune-telling granny. Yongja wasted no time and directly asked, "Hello, Granny, do you have a Dragon Ball like this one?" The fortune-telling granny looked and said, "I do have a Dragon Ball like this, but what do you plan to exchange for it?" Yongja replied, "Then Granny, what's your price?" The fortune-telling granny responded, "I don't want your money. We will each send 5 contestants. If you win, you can take the Dragon Ball. If you lose, you owe 50 million. Everyone who had never obtained pirate treasure was shocked, saying, 50 million? Why don't you just rob it? Yongja, however, did not hesitate and agreed, saying, "Fine, 50 million it is." After all, the one thing he lacked was money. Then Yongja assigned 5 people. If one person goes all out or we fight one after another, it would be meaningless. Each of us will have a different opponent regardless of win or lose. We will switch out after each match until one side is completely defeated. Everyone agreed to this strategy. Lepin was responsible for the first match, Krillin for the second, Master Roshi for the third, Yongja for the fourth, and Goku for the fifth. The opponents lined up as follows. The first was a bat-like, being a small and slender green-skinned boxer. The second was an invisible person. The third was a muscular mummy lying in a coffin. The fourth was a demon-like creature with green skin wings on its back and 2 ram horns on its head. The fifth was an elderly man wearing a fox mask dressed predominantly in yellow with a halo above his head. In the first battle, there was no suspense. The bat boxer had little power and could only transform into a bat to disrupt the edges. In the end, Yamcha seized the opportunity and knocked him out with a combination of Wolf-Fang Fist. In the second battle, the invisible person was completely transparent, making it impossible to see him, but Krillin, having trained vigorously along with Yongja's group, managed to endure the damage. However, he could not land a hit on the invisible person, resulting in a stalemate. Eventually, Krillin relied on his hearing to inch closer to victory. However, the fortune-telling granny could not handle it and started singing, and to make matters worse, she sang very poorly. Yongja did not let her off easy. He unleashed a Kamehameha towards the lake in the oasis, causing a great wave of mist to rise. Then, with a burst of energy, he flew towards it, maximizing his power, and using the energy to push all the water he had stirred up towards the arena, creating an artificial rainstorm. Finally, Krillin was able to see the outline of the invisible person and swiftly defeated him. In the third battle, they entered the next fortress, which had been transformed into a swamp, with corrosive properties akin to magma, flanked by giant demon statues. The statues opened their mouths wide and spat out their tongues. The two sides battled on the unknown material tongue, and a single misstep could result in a fall into the abyss with no chance of return. The mummy entered the fray, and the battle between Master Roshi and the mummy was evenly matched, providing a thrilling spectacle, but in the end, Master Roshi prevailed and defeated the mummy. In the fourth battle, the venue remained unchanged, but this time, it was Yongja who took the stage facing the demon. The demon wanted to say something as an opening remark. Yongja interrupted, saying, "Stop with the nonsense, and let's get started." This infuriated the demon, who replied, "Fine, if you want to die, I shall oblige." However, Master Roshi in the audience began to act as a commentator, explaining how impressive the demon was and recounting its background. To Goku, the demon's attacks appeared ferocious, but Yongja stood firm, continuously defending and counterattacking, never taking a step back. Yongja taunted, "You can't even hit hard, and you call yourself a demon." The demon, not listening to such words, distanced itself in rage and shouted, "Very well, if you have the guts, take this move. I will tear you apart." As he spoke, he brought his middle and index fingers together, making strange sounds, then pressed his hands near his temples and thrust them forward, exclaiming, "Ultimate move." Demon Beam. A purple beam spiraled towards Yongja, and Master Roshi shouted, "Oh no. This is the Demon Beam. It amplifies the dark thoughts within a human's heart infinitely, ultimately leading to their demise. Countless powerful beings and sages have perished from this move." Upon hearing this, Bulma, Huangqi, and Xiao Wu rushed to the window and shouted in unison, "Quick, dodge it. Yongja, that move is very dangerous." Yongja naturally heard them, but wanted to see if this so-called beam was truly as powerful as they claimed. Logically, with Yongja's combat power at 289 and the demon's at around 130, he should be able to withstand the damage. The main concern was that this could lead to his death. As long as Yongja could control his expansion, he should be fine. After all, during the Dragon Ball Z era, Gohan had once invaded Vegeta's body, intending to make him explode, but Vegeta simply released his energy, trapping Gohan within. Yongja had recently mastered the art of energy release, so he had the advantage. Boom. The purple beam hit Yongja, and the demon laughed. "Die? Explode. Ahahaha." In that instant of impact, countless wicked thoughts surged in Yongja's mind, such as killing all the men and sparing the women to dominate the earth, or committing crimes throughout the universe, killing anyone seeking pleasure across the cosmos. In short, various ideas emerged, and Yongja felt a tremendous pain in his heart, forcing him to clutch his chest and squat down to resist. Seeing this, the demon exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Hurry and explode. I haven't seen a fireworks show in ages." As time passed, Yongja went from being in a desperate situation to gradually standing up, the purple aura surrounding him slowly being replaced by his white aura. Finally, with a roar, Yongja broke free from the binding of the beam. Then he addressed the demon, saying, "That's quite a powerful move. If I weren't strong enough, I would either go mad or die from the explosion. This is your trump card for defeating stronger foes. Unfortunately, you encountered me. I may not be a saint, but I too have my own selfish desires. Regrettably, you have already lost this battle." The demon panicked, saying, "No, this is impossible." The demon could only fire the demon beam again, while Yongja seemed to have conquered his inner demons. Yongja calmly declared, "What if I have selfish desires? What if I have wicked thoughts? I am chaos and neutrality. I suppress everything with sheer strength. This is my way of life." This scene was witnessed by everyone, and only Master Roshi continued to comment, "Incredible. It is said that only pure and innocent infants can survive under the demon beam. I never expected Yongja to be strong enough to possess such an unyielding will that even the demon beam cannot affect him." After hearing this, the three women expressed their genuine admiration for Yongja clearly very impressed by him. Now your role is about to come to an end. The demon hurriedly attempted to take flight, aiming to counterattack from the air, but to his astonishment the man before him could fly, without wings, and with a swift chop the battle ended with Yongja's victory. In the fifth battle, the elderly opponent proposed a change of venue, and this time, it was Goku who would fight. At first, Goku and the old man fought to a standstill, as Goku always enjoyed testing his opponent. Playing around with the opponent surprised the old man, who had already unleashed all his power, while Goku was still in a playful stage, even attempting to grab Goku's tail. Unfortunately, little Goku had overcome the weakness of his tail, while training vigorously with Yongja, leaving the old man with no tricks left. Ultimately, he had no choice but to surrender. When the old man removed his mask, Goku was stunned to see his long-lost grandfather, Son Gohan, causing him to rush into the old man's arms crying. Yongja clearly remembered this scene from years ago when he first witnessed it, tears welling in his eyes. Empathy is one of humanity's most precious emotional treasures. Those with low thresholds for tears in the crowd also began to cry. This touching scene moved everyone present. Despite having seen such a scene in his mind before, Yongja could not hold back and tears welled in his eyes. This was the first time Yongja felt tears welling up in this world. He realized he could no longer watch and protected everyone in front of him, quietly retreating behind them. After the family reunion, Gohan said, "I cannot stay in the human world for long, only for one day. After this, I probably won't be able to come out again, either reincarnating or working forever in the underworld." Yongja and his group successfully collected the 7th Dragon Ball, thus gathering all 7 Dragon Balls again. When Yongja asked if anyone had any wishes to fulfill, Pilaf was the first to raise his hand, but upon feeling all eyes on him, he sheepishly retracted it. In fact, everyone had no wishes left to fulfill. Yongja had some wishes he wanted to make, but some were not suitable to use at this stage. For example, those requiring Saiyan bloodlines or the instantaneous movement of the Arlations were not suitable for wishing at this time. Therefore, Yongja said, "Then let's wish for a grand feast, as everyone has worked hard on this journey." With that, the dragon appeared, saying, "Wisher, state your wish." Yongja replied, "Dragon, I wish to hold a grand banquet here. Can you fulfill this wish?" The dragon responded, "As you wish, this wish is very simple." With that, his eyes flashed red, and he continued, "Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again." The 7 Dragon Balls floated into the air again, but this time little Goku intercepted the 4-star ball. Following that, everyone enjoyed a grand feast, with little Goku eating the most extravagantly, closely followed by Yongja, and everyone was in high spirits. The difference was that Bulma and Xiao Wu took turns feeding Yongja, while Huang Qi hesitated on the sidelines. Yongja, while eating, said, "Bulma, Xiao Wu, you don't have to do this, you should eat too, this food is delicious." However, Xiao Wu and Bulma seemed to have gotten competitive and kept feeding him, while Yongja accepted everything without hesitation and indulged in the feast. Eventually, Huang Qi joined the fray too, and Yongja treated everyone equally, accepting whatever was offered to him, and not forgetting to thank them after each bite. Thus, while little Goku feasted to his heart's content, Yongja and the 3 women formed a silent battlefield, while others ate elsewhere, making it a 3-way standoff. Pilaf and Ashu whispered to each other, "Could it be that Xiao Wu has taken a liking to this kid? Keep it down and don't let anyone hear." Others had similar conversations, all criticizing Yongja, questioning how this brat could have such good fortune with people. Back in the battlefield, the 3 seemed to be asserting their claim, yet no one was willing to back down, and the first to yield was Huang Qi. Huang Qi's fondness had not yet escalated to that level of conflict. Next came the confrontation between Xiao Wu and Bulma, both unleashing their best arguments, recounting how close they were to Yongja. However, since Xiao Wu had spent the least time with Yongja, she ended up losing the argument, though she still maintained pride, claiming her experiences with Yongja were the sweetest. Bulma couldn't argue against this, not anticipating that Yongja would actively pursue Xiao Wu. Bulma thought to herself, indeed men are all fickle. But none of them revealed their thoughts, waiting for Yongja to make his own choice. If Yongja knew what they were thinking, he would probably wake up laughing from a dream. Children make choices. After the meal, the sky had darkened, and everyone camped on the oasis. The night sky was incredibly beautiful, filled with stars. There is a saying that when the early humanoids gazed at the stars, humanity inscribed the DNA of exploring the universe. Quite a romantic notion. Under such a beautiful scene, everyone clarified their various arrangements. Yamcha and Krillin trained under the moonlight, preparing for the 2nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Yongja said, "If it's the 2nd tournament, then it is." Yongja and little Goku explored on their own, with Yongja choosing to go to the God Temple, taking along some fish products, while little Goku set off to explore by himself. The others returned home or sought new opportunities. In just one night, 3 people visited Yongja's tent. The first to arrive was Bulma, who originally wanted to ask Yongja about his feelings. She wanted to see how Yongja would choose, but before she could ask, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the tent, causing a flustered Bulma to dive under the covers. Next came Xiao Wu, who intended to make Yongja understand the cost of flirting with her and was prepared to take him down. However, before the main act could begin, another round of footsteps echoed outside, causing Xiao Wu to panic as she dove into the covers only to find Bulma already inside. They both looked at each other in surprise. Lastly, Huang Qi entered intending to ask Yongja questions about his personality. However, the commotion of the covers was too great, and as she flipped them open, she exclaimed. Yongja remained remarkably calm and said, "What's the matter? They just came over to ask me how to get stronger. You all just happened to have arrived at the same time, nothing to be surprised about." Huang Qi suspiciously asked, "Really?" The other two girls replied, "Of course it's true, why else would we come here? To exchange life experiences. To explore the origins of life." In short, this night would undoubtedly become an unforgettable one for the three women. The next day, Yongja made a request to Bulma to develop a phone or app for communication, so that even if everyone was thousands of miles apart, they could still talk. If there were any matters in the future, they could be notified, and just this idea alone held limitless business opportunities. After thinking for a moment, Bulma agreed, and everyone made their own decisions before parting ways. For now, Xiao Wu chose to follow Pilaf, but she also stated that if given the chance, she would attend the second World Martial Arts Tournament. Huang Qi, for the time being, could only go to Kame House as her wanted notice had not yet been lifted. It seems they would need to find a way to help her get it removed later. Bulma returned to West City. Her days of fun were not in vain. While the group was like a blazing fire when together, when dispersed, they were like stars scattered across the sky. However, three of them glanced back at someone leaving, marking the moment since Yang's journey began. Thus began his solitary training. Previously, he had trained alongside Xiao Yukong. In the sky, Yongja pondered how to find the best fish products for the cat people, reluctantly flying in one direction for now. Crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, Yongja visited many cities and villages, witnessing the systematic operations of industrial society and the flavorful concoctions of rural life. Yongja continuously compared goods and searched for about a month. While others had either entered cultivation or were on the path of cultivation, Yongja was still looking for fish products that would better achieve balance. Finally, Yongja stepped once again onto the land of Breaded Mountain. He had almost circled the globe, although at his current speed it would not take a month to make a complete circuit. But Yongja had a goal. To find the fish products that matched his vision, he ultimately arrived at Breaded Mountain. If he could not find the desired products here, he would have to settle for the best among those he had encountered. Yongja looked at the place he had visited before, where afforestation had occurred, greatly improving the surrounding desolate environment. The castle of the Bull Demon King stood prominently atop the mountain, with villagers and outsiders nearby and below. It seemed the Bull Demon King had a vision for development and had begun to create a green village. Thus, Yongja descended from the sky to experience this urban-rural fusion. This place resembled a transitional phase from rural to urban, with rural and urban elements blending together, possessing a unique charm, a sense of all-encompassing beauty. People passing by wore smiles of happiness, suggesting that those living here were filled with hope for tomorrow. After all, this place had originally been occupied by the Bull Demon King. It had once been a living hell, later ravaged by a long-lasting fire. However, after the flames were extinguished, the Bull Demon King reformed and helped the villagers vigorously develop the economy. Now Breaded Mountain was a vibrant, emerging city. Yongja took all of this in, vaguely feeling that perhaps he would find the fish products he desired here. Thanks to Yang's interference during this Dragon Ball search, the Red Ribbon Army did not wreak havoc here, and naturally Shishi's storyline was absent. Now was just the right time to explore this place, as Yongja officially entered the village. Street vendors were calling out continuously. Not far away, urban companies were fervently building new buildings. Transportation ranged from primitive to advanced technology, all present on this street, yet there were no conflicts. Everyone was cheerful, and the atmosphere was inclusive and harmonious, making Yongja linger. Just as Yongja was about to enter a shop to look for fish products, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, are you Yongja, the big brother?" "You are Yongja, right?" Upon hearing this, he turned around to see Chi-Chi, still clad in that sexy bikini armor, wearing a helmet similar to sailors with a blue cloak draped behind her. Looking closely, Shishi was no longer the height of a lowly. She had grown to a young girl's height, about a head taller than the current Goku, but she was still only slightly below Yang's chest. "Isn't this Shishi? Long time no see, you've grown taller, Shishi." "Hee Yongja, big brother, are you here to fulfill your promise?" "This is a huge surprise for me," Shishi said, blushing. Yongja replied, "Chi-Chi, you misunderstood. I'm here to find a kind of perfect prefabricated product that lies between industry and rural life, possessing both the texture of industry and the rich flavor of rural life." "Why? Does Yongja, big brother, dislike me?" Shishi said sadly, almost on the verge of tears. Yongja hurriedly went over, using a head pat to comfort her, saying, "How could that be? How could I dislike Shishi? It's just that you're still young and don't understand the weight of this promise, and am not strong enough yet. I still need to become stronger, otherwise how can I protect you?" "No way. I know what I'm saying. I want to marry you." And since that day you left, I haven't seen you for so long. This left Yongja momentarily at a loss for words, so he changed the topic, saying, all right, it's all my fault. Since we haven't seen each other for so long, why don't I let you be my guide? Show me around here. Shishi exclaimed in surprise, are you agreeing to me? She moved closer to Yongja. Yongja looked down at Shishi's expectant expression, and his gaze unintentionally drifted down. Wow, it hasn't been long since they last met, and Shishi already had such strength. A flash of white caught his eye, and Shishi's unique, youthful fragrance wafted over. Moreover, Shishi was now in a rapid phase of development. Generally, girls grow up quite fast, which posed a significant impact on someone like Yongja, who was full of vigor. He found it hard to contain himself for a full 3 seconds, but fortunately, he steadied his resolve. No, Chi-Chi, listen to me. You are at a crucial stage of growth, and your understanding of society is still unclear. I believe you are simply mistaking admiration for love, which is unfair to you. The main thing is that you're still young. You can think fancifully, but one must not be led astray by impulse. Shishi replied undeterred, so you're saying that since I'm still young, you can't marry me yet. I will grow up. Looking at Shishi's more developed physique compared to her peers, she's already surpassing most women, and saying she's a youthful beauty would not be an exaggeration. If she grows up more, there may not be any girls who can compare to her. Of course, this was just a joke. A person's features cannot grow endlessly. Shishi's feminine characteristics should already be at their maximum size. Any further would be related to her overall development. Then Shishi took Yangza's arm with both hands, acting as a tour guide. This sudden physical contact almost broke Yangza's defenses, but fortunately his mental fortitude was strong enough as they began to stroll around nearby. Outsiders who didn't know might think they were a couple out shopping, while those familiar with Shishi would actively greet her and tease, wondering whose young man this was. It was surprising that he had caught the attention of the Bull Demon King's daughter, though the boy was entirely in a passive role, with Shishi taking the initiative throughout. During their conversation, Yongja found himself nearly speechless several times due to Shishi's fanciful thoughts. The current Shishi was truly very innocent, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness. Moreover, her most prominent characteristic was her sincerity in dealing with others, and she was especially proactive in their interactions. Many times, she struck straight to the heart. Watching Shishi's thoughtful and kind actions made Yongja feel his heart melting. No wonder the Bull Demon King cherished his daughter so much. As a tour guide, Shishi took care of almost every aspect: food, drink, entertainment, clothing, housing, cultural customs, and geographical features. Although she couldn't articulate grandiose terms, her sincerity was the greatest weapon. Even someone as steadfast as Yongja found his resolve wavering under Shishi's every word and deed. A girl as innocent and pure as her must be hard to find in the world. Now Yongja thought that if anyone dared to take Shishi away, he would be furious. Oh, that person turned out to be himself? Oh well, that's a relief. Finally, the two arrived at the Bull Demon King's castle, where he was directing the construction workers outside. After all, it was his own castle, and the Bull Demon King was more than serious about it. At that moment, Shishi shouted, "Dad, Yongja is here to play." The Bull Demon King turned around. "Oh, Shishi is back. Yongja is here to play. Come. Have a seat. Steward, bring out some good wine and dishes." The Bull Demon King continued, "Sorry, Yongja. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you arrived? I would have prepared a welcome for you. So have you thought about when to get married?" Shishi blushed. "Hey, Dad, why do you bring that up right away?" Yongja looked at Chi-Chi, thinking to himself, "You have the nerve to say that about your dad. Oh, aren't you the same?" He then turned to the Bull Demon King, saying, "Uncle, you misunderstood. I came here to find a special kind of fish product, the best kind, which retains both industrial and agricultural qualities with strict requirements." Then he elaborated on the desired fish products. "Regarding my promise to Chi-Chi, I will not take the initiative to break it since I agreed back then." However, Shishi was still young at that time and may not have understood the nature of love, likely mistaking admiration for love. It would be unfair to Shishio. I hope she can decide when she grows up. The Bull Demon King admired. "Good. No wonder I chose you as my son-in-law. You haven't been blinded by impulsiveness. I can rest assured giving Shishi to you." Yongja was about to say something when the Bull Demon King interrupted. "Son-in-law, there's no need to say much. I can already tell what you're thinking. Although you appear subtle, you've already glanced at Shishi 3 times during our conversation. What else do you want to say?" Shishi blushed upon hearing this and said nothing, lowering her head a bit. On the surface, Yongja was calm, but inside he was quite flustered. "Damn, it's because Shishi is dressed too sexily that I couldn't help but glance a few more times. How was I found out?" Admitting that Shishi was beautiful with a great figure and an age that was blossoming. "Wait, I can't think about this anymore. If I do, I'll fall into the trap." Yongja spoke. "Uncle, you are mistaken. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and your daughter is indeed stunning. My glances at Shishi are the greatest respect for her, while not staring is a respect for you." Upon hearing this, Shishi raised her head, meeting Yangza's gaze. She smiled back, straightened her posture, took a deep breath, and puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence. This scene left Yongja at a loss. What happened? Why are you smiling, and what's with that confident expression? The Bull Demon King saw this scene and decisively declared, since that's the case, let's prepare for the wedding tomorrow. This doesn't seem right. Why are we preparing for a wedding already? Yongja said, Uncle. The Bull Demon King interrupted, still calling me uncle. Yongja helplessly replied, Father-in-law. I wasn't. The Bull Demon King interrupted again, you've already called me father-in-law. What? Are you planning to back out? The city is full of tricks, so I want to return to the countryside. Yongja was left speechless, and then Shishi took his hand, leading him to explore the castle. Yongja was about to say something to Shishi when she put her finger over her lips. Just as Yongja was puzzled, Shishi stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. His pupils suddenly changed, though everything came too quickly, leaving his mind blank for 3 seconds. Yongja quickly said, Chi-Chi, this is not right. The first kiss is extremely important, especially before deciding for life. I originally intended to say more. Shishi interrupted, no need. I've decided I will only marry you, and I mean it. Yongja looked at Shishi's sincere expression and decided not to say more. Everything was left unspoken. That night, the Bull Demon King arranged a private room for Yongja. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. The next day came quickly, and the Bull Demon King invited heroes from all over. He held a grand wedding banquet for Shishi. After going through the procedures, a group of people began to pour wine into Yongja. Could he refuse? Accepting every drink, almost everyone was knocked down. However, they didn't know that Yongja had quietly evaporated the alcohol with his chi. Thus, people noticed white steam occasionally rising from Yongja's head. Even so, Yongja felt a bit tipsy. After all, he initially intended to genuinely compete in drinking, but quickly realized that it was impossible. Alcohol was not something one could ignore just because they were strong. Daytime passed in this way, with Yongja and the Bull Demon King mingling throughout the venue, toasting here and there. Meanwhile, Shishi waited in her room dressed in a wedding gown for Yongja. At this moment, Yongja knocked on the door. Please come in. As Yongja pushed the door open, he saw Shishi in her wedding gown, and he had to admit she was stunning. The snow-white wedding dress with braided hair and a double ring knot adorned by lilies at her temples. In that instant, the fleeting beauty seemed to freeze into eternity. The pure color made one reluctant to touch it, as if everything would drift and stain in a mere moment. The wedding dress pure white with no trace. The delicate lace trim and the elegance of the chiffon skirt complemented each other perfectly. The wedding dress, as gentle and delicate as flower petals, featured lightweight transparent fabric and embroidery. Everything was so beautifully captivating. The layered light veil floated, adorned with soft satin roses and gemstone inlays representing hope for love and longing for happiness. It was like clouds drifting across the blue sky, suspended in the air, yet imprinted in the sea, worn on the body, yet marked in the heart. It interpreted the language of purity, adorned with a sparkling smile, so beautiful it tugged at the heartstrings, breathtakingly beautiful. Unable to contain himself, he rushed to the table and gulped down glass after glass of water. Chi-Chi, blushing, said, Then Yongja, big brother, shall we go to sleep? Then Shishi reached out to take Yongja's hand, preparing to enter the great phase of life development. Yongja, maintaining a calm exterior, but feeling flustered inside, said, Wait. Chi-Chi, I really enjoyed playing with you today, but we cannot take it further. Just wait a bit longer. Chi-Chi, saddened, asked, We've come this far, why wait? She stepped in front of Yongja, staring up at him, giving him an inexplicable pressure. What was this strange feeling of being protective of a little sister? But Shishi was so beautiful. He cleared his throat. It's because I am not strong enough yet, and this would be unfair to you. A hasty marriage is imperfect and wrong. You're still young, and even if you became pregnant, it would pose great risks to your body in the future. Although I truly want to marry you, my rationality tells me I cannot do this. Just wait a bit longer. Then he patted her head, and this time Yongja took the initiative to lift Shishi's chin, saying at the wedding banquet, I already saw the fish products I wanted most. Year after year with fish is the best fish product. Although we had an imperfect wedding banquet, I promise you I will compensate with a grander wedding later. Moreover, I am not strong enough yet, nor can I marry you just like this. Wait for me. Also, please say sorry to Uncle. I will make it up to you. After saying this, he left Shishi with a beautiful silhouette and flew towards the distance. Shishi approached the window, watching the figure grow further away, saying, Yongja, big brother. You can't make me wait too long. Her last words struck Yongja with a heartfelt blow. He almost couldn't hold back and almost stayed. After flying a distance, Yongja took a deep breath, nearly losing control, almost falling into a gentle realm. Who knew that I couldn't resist temptation, especially from a blossoming Shishi? The impact was comparable to an atomic bomb. I must say, during the Dragon Ball era, Shishi was indeed the best candidate for a wife. Unfortunately, the original timelines Goku had little assets, and during the Dragon Ball Z era, Goku was either protecting Earth or on the way to protect it, resulting in him having little time to spend with Shishi. Shishi can be considered the greatest mother in Dragon Ball. Since Yongja has come to this world, he should at least guide this world towards what he hopes for, fixing some of the regrets that exist in Dragon Ball. Thinking this, Yongja clenched his fists, his resolve to cultivate growing stronger. And Shishi's body had not yet fully developed. Marrying her just like this would not be right, would it? Wasn't it a mistake? A cold wind blew by, and Yongja suddenly felt a bit regretful. What? Was it fun to act cool? Fine, I'll sleep on a tree tonight. Next, he planned to go to Karen Tower using fish products to exchange for a large number of senzu beans. During the day, he also packed enough finished products in capsules enough to trade for many senzu beans. Then he would head to the Camus Temple, allowing Yongja's combat power to rise another level. Moreover, at Camus Temple, he could learn to sense ki, thus enhancing his control over ki further. But for now, he would sleep on a tree tonight. The next morning, as the sun rose, Yongja finally stirred awake in the tree, washed up briefly, and then found some fruit trees, making do with a simple breakfast before checking his own condition. Name Yongja. Gender male. Race human. Combat power 289. Combat power is not static. For instance, when releasing the Kamehameha, the stronger your charge, the more powerful the attack. Therefore, your instantaneous combat power increases accordingly. Additionally, one cannot always maintain a fighting stance. Skill: Sky Dance Technique, Regular Energy, Blast Kamehameha, Explosive Power with a 125x Amplification, and Weak Energy, Sensing, Limited Range. Items: a small bag of senzu beans, a set of gravity gear, and fish products as gifts for the cat people. Proficiency in Chi, gradually improving, beginner level. This was Yongja's basic situation. Thus, he decided to fly straight ahead, using explosive power to fly, when necessary, treating it as part of his Chi training. His physical training had already reached a threshold. He proceeded to continuously increase the gravity gear's multiplier, and with a bang, whoosh, 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 a white energy flame enveloped his entire body as he flew towards the direction of the Corin Tower. Currently, his flying speed with explosive power was comparable to that of a typical aircraft. Without explosive power, his speed was only slightly faster than a dirigible, even slower than running on the ground. No matter, he would take it slow. Since he had no other targets this time, Yongja spent a day reaching the Corin Tower. If it weren't for the limitations on the duration of explosive power, he could have arrived even sooner. At present, the maximum continuous duration of explosive power was 5 minutes. However, with increasing usage, the duration was gradually extending. He rested for a night at the base of Corin Tower. Casually chatting with Bora and UPA, he activated explosive power and flew towards the top of Corin Tower, leaving the two of them stunned as they watched Yongja ascend to the sky. UPA said to Bora, "Father, brother, Yongja is amazing. He can already fly now, but not long ago he could only climb. Will I be able to fly in the future?" Bora replied, "No problem, UPA. As long as you keep training diligently, one day you too will be able to soar through the skies like Yongja." If Yongja had heard this, he would have poured cold water on it. Becoming stronger is no issue in the Dragon Ball world. Anyone willing to train can grow stronger. However, when it comes to mastering Chi, a bit of talent is required. Moreover, one also needs a good teacher to guide them. Yongja himself relied on the Kamehameha, and based on his past life experience and story knowledge, comprehended the art of flight or sky dance technique. As for explosive power, it was mastered after drinking the ultra divine water, which opened the Rin and Du meridians. It seems that the main characters in the original timeline also learned the mastery of explosive power through the Kai. Firstly, the Kai's place has 10 times the gravity, and he himself has a profound understanding of Chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, two of the most powerful skills. The Kaioken is like a super technique used by protagonists in fantasy novels to challenge opponents beyond their levels, while the Spirit Bomb is the ultimate trump card. If used properly, defeating stronger foes is not a problem. Unfortunately, in the original timeline in the main series, excluding movie plots, the Spirit Bomb only defeated Majin Buu and took down the Super One-Star Dragon in GT. However, this does not diminish the Spirit Bomb's value. Firstly, the conditions for using it are not particularly harsh, at least not as stringent as the Kaioken, and it has no side effects. The side effect of the Kaioken is that it cannot exceed the limits of what the body can bear, otherwise it becomes a blood-burning skill. The benefit is that it allows one to challenge stronger foes, but the downside is if it exceeds the body's limits, the user could fall unconscious. In theory, the Kaioken has no upper limit as long as one's physical constitution can withstand it, or if there are means for continuous recovery. Isn't that convenient? Senzu Bean's Kaioken, it's a win-win situation. While lost in thought, Yongja finally spotted the top of Corin Tower, still the familiar spherical shape. He activated explosive power once more, drawing a perfect arc, and entered the second level at the top. The cat person at the top scolded, "You little rascal, how can you fly up here? That's cheating. You should climb up like a good boy." Yongja replied, "Senior Cat, your words are mistaken. Do you not see that I came up myself?" The cat person responded, "Indeed you did." Yongja continued, "Senior Cat, I flew up here with my own strength, did I not?" The cat person confirmed, "That is correct." Yongja said, "Since you acknowledge what I've said and done is within proper decorum, how can this be considered cheating?" The cat person was momentarily confused. "Well, that does seem to be the case." Yongja did not continue on this topic and said, "Senior, in this visit I brought gifts." He then opened a capsule containing fish products. It was a box filled with fish products he found at Chi-Chi's house, retaining both industrial and rural essence, complementing each other perfectly with rich color, aroma, and taste. Enough to make anyone's mouth water, especially for those who love fish. The cat person looked at it and said, "This is truly a gift for me. This is the best gift I have ever received. However, for such a heavy gift, tell me, what tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Yongja said, "Alas, senior, how can you view me this way? I simply believe that senzu beans are incredibly precious. Should they ever go extinct, I am willing to trade fish products for them in hopes that the cat person will cultivate more senzu beans. If it weren't for the gluttony of Yajirobe, senzu beans wouldn't have been in short supply since Dragon Ball Z began. This timeline must prevent Yajirobe from coming to Korin Tower." The cat person replied, "Rest assured, even if you don't do this, I will still cultivate senzu beans." Yongja said, "What I mean is cultivate more on a larger scale." The cat person said, "You might be mistaken. Senzu beans are very sensitive to the environment. Once taken to the mortal realm for cultivation, they simply won't grow. They have particularly high requirements. Both temperature and humidity must be just right, and I'm not sure if my location offers the best conditions. The yield from my cultivation is not particularly high either." Yongja replied, "No worries, as long as you continue to cultivate, I believe the yield will increase, and I will see if I can find a suitable place for senzu bean cultivation." He paused for a moment, and then continued, "Senior Cat, are there any places suitable for my cultivation? I feel my physical training has reached a threshold, and my chi training is progressing slowly." There was no other way, the process had to be followed. The cat person thought for a moment, and said, "There is a place, and that is the Heaven Temple." Yongja responded eagerly, "Really? Heaven Temple? What kind of place is that? Where is it? How do I get there?" The cat person then began to explain the worldview, discussing the gods, their origins, responsibilities, and how they are the actual rulers of this planet. The place is directly above Korin Tower, and one needs a power pole to connect Korin Tower and Heaven Temple. The cat person said, "However, you do not have a power pole, so it seems you cannot go." Yongja replied, "Did you forget how I got to Korin Tower?" The cat person said, "You cannot do that. It breaks the rules." After finishing the process, Yongja paid no attention to the cat person and flew out of the top of the tower, heading straight upwards. The cat person ran to the railing and leaned out, calling to the ascending Yongja, "You little rascal, be careful. Up there are terrifying thunderclouds, and if you're not careful, you could die without a burial ground. I recommend you take the power pole with you and wear some protective gear." Yongja, without looking back, said, "Rest assured, Senior Cat, I know what I'm doing." With that, he activated explosive power and quickly reached the tower's top, racing upwards at high speed, leaving a long white energy trail behind. Yongja resembled a rocket, his head piercing through the air like a sharp blade, forming a triangular shape. Below him, the flames of energy burned downward, leaving a long trail behind his legs that lingered for some time. As one trail disappeared, another emerged as the final one, and thus Yongja soared towards the sky. Once the explosive power time elapsed, Yongja's speed slowed down. He still could not maintain full explosive power for extended periods, and he would wait for his energy to recover. Continuing to fly with explosive power, he felt the surrounding environment rapidly change, and soon things seemed off. Yongja felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Something was strange. No one had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and it wasn't until the color of the sky darkened and thick clouds gathered that he realized. Yongja reacted, "Damn, is the tribulation coming so soon? I remember that in the original timeline, Goku encountered the tribulation only when nearing Heaven Temple, didn't he?" Just as Yongja was about to unleash explosive power and burst through the thunderclouds, a flash of white light flashed past. Yongja first saw a blinding whiteness before feeling a severe pain. Before he could process the pain, his body's protective mechanism activated and he fainted. At this moment, the rumbling thunder finally arrived. Crash! Unfortunately, this thunderclap did not wake Yongja, and if no one came to rescue him, he would likely perish. Fortunately, the thunderclouds were somewhat considerate, and soon another lightning bolt struck. This time it jolted Yongja awake. He first opened his eyes, curious about his current situation, and then intense pain surged through him. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, and Yongja became fully alert, understanding his current predicament. Yongja exclaimed, "Damn it, die already." With that, he shouted Kamehameha, unleashing a Kamehameha towards the thunderclouds. The clouds seemed to sense it, and another bolt of lightning struck back. Bang! The Kamehameha collided with the thunderclouds, creating a powerful shockwave that whipped up a furious wind, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Only the thunderclouds remained constantly rumbling. Yongja seemed unfazed by the situation, roaring loudly, enveloped in white energy flames, revealing that he was in explosive power state. The previously stalled thunderclouds were pushed back, but the expected explosion did not follow. The Kamehameha with its energy passed through the thunderclouds, and as the distance increased, the thunderclouds dispersed into the sky. Yongja realized that this thundercloud was not made of any tangible chi. It had no substance or consciousness, and trying to destroy it wasn't going to work this way. He activated explosive power again, this time using an energy blast. After throwing it, he gauged the distance to the thunderclouds and flew straight up. Ultimately, he controlled the energy blast to self-destruct, and thus the thunderclouds were blown apart. Regathering would take time, and if he continued to tangle with the thunderclouds with his current combat power of 289, being struck would certainly hurt. Moreover, if he exhausted too much energy and fell back down, the loss would not be worth it. Yongja broke through the cloud layer and reached high altitude, piercing through the thick clouds. Looking towards the same height sun, he self-mockingly remarked, "Well, now I'm shoulder to shoulder with the sun." He continued to look up, spotting a small black dot in the distance, which must be Heaven Temple. He took a moment to admire the breathtaking scenery. Adjusting his course slightly, he pressed onward without further pause, ascending higher still. As the tiny black speck ahead swelled in size, the crimson base of the Divine Temple expanded dramatically. Soon Yongja soared beyond its lowest rim. It appeared as a broad circular surface crowned by a conical structure whose base glowed deep red. The ground was paved entirely with gleaming white stone slabs, smooth polished and arranged in precise geometric patterns across the entire expanse of the Divine Temple. Near the upper center of this circular surface stood a solemn temple, 4 stories tall, surrounded by tall, slender evergreen trees resembling pines, standing rigid and symmetrical like silent sentinels. 3 corridors extended outward from its front left and right sides. Behind the left and right corners stood 2 auxiliary halls. Along the central path facing the main entrance, verdant trees lined both sides, stretching all the way to the tangent point of the circular platform. At that tangent point rose an unervingly steep staircase, affixed directly to the outer curve of the crimson cone. Its design defied intuition. One misstep would send an unwary traveler plummeting into the void. Having surveyed it fully, Yongja descended gently onto the temple's vast gleaming surface. Silence reigned. No footprints, no traces of life. Yongja strode forward toward the temple when suddenly footsteps echoed from the shadowed threshold. He halted instantly, gaze fixed upon the entrance. First came a pair of crimson shoes, then loose white trousers billowing softly, followed by a vivid red sash at the waist. Then the figure emerged fully into sunlight. A man of jet black skin, thick-limed and motionless, wearing only a scarlet vest over his bare torso. Golden arm cuffs adorned both biceps. His head was wrapped in bandage-like cloth, while a sapphire gem shimmered upon his brow and golden earrings gleamed at his ears. His eyes were wide open, enormous irises dominating their sockets. A broad ruby-red mouth stretched across his face, lending him a comically stout, affable air, his attire uncannily reminiscent of the legendary genie of the lamp. Yongja sensed immediately that this unassuming figure concealed immense power. His battle strength measured precisely 1030 points, rivaling the very pinnacle of combat prowess in the Dragon Ball realm, where even the Divine God himself barely surpassed 300. He quickly clasped his fists in formal salute. "Young disciple Yongja pays homage to the Divine God of the Divine Temple." A gesture of protocol, nothing more. "I am not the Divine God," the portly figure replied. "I am his humble servant. Call me Mr. Popo." Circling Yongja slowly, he observed approvingly, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. A mere human has ascended to such heights. You stand now on equal footing with the current Divine God himself." Yongja seized the opening. "Then may I ask, who is the Divine God?" Popo gazed upward reverently. "The Divine God is the Divine God. To gain audience, you must first pass my trials." "And what, pray tell, are these trials?" Yongja asked. Popo declared. "First, the trial of combat. Let me test your strength firsthand. Second, nearly identical, yet more demanding, you must either track my movements blindfolded or seize me outright." Yongja assumed a martial stance. "Then Mr. Popo, I beg your pardon." Popo merely shrugged, unruffled. "Come. Attack with everything you have." Without hesitation, Yongja lunged forward, right fist driving like a spear through air, but Popo intercepted it effortlessly with a massive palm. Unfazed, Yongja launched his next strike. Left hook, alternating uppercuts, knee thrust, front kick. Each assault met its match, deflected, evaded, or absorbed. When the front kick was sidestepped, Yongja surged forward in pursuit. Harnessing momentum, he delivered a thunderous side kick. Crack. Still blocked. Leaping high, he unleashed a whip-like left leg roundhouse. Yet both legs were caught midair. Undeterred, he attempted a scissor takedown to subdue Popo. But Popo, possessed of titanic strength, broke free with ease. Yongja did not falter. He pressed on relentless. His form blurred. Every punch whistled with ferocity. Every strike seamlessly flowed into kick sweeps or rapid combinations. No technique remained untried. Every conceivable offensive maneuver was deployed. Even aerial elbow strikes aimed squarely at Popo's face found no purchase. Yet each blow, however fierce, was nullified by those vast, unyielding palms. Realizing further assault was futile, Yongja ceased. He bowed, deeply grateful for your instruction, Mr. Popo. My strength proves insufficient to land a single meaningful blow. To continue would be mere exhaustion. no more. Does this first trial meet your approval? Popo nodded approvingly indeed. Outstanding. Among all humanity of this age you stand peerless. You have passed the first trial. Now, the second trial begins. Popo then explained the nature of ki. Every being possesses ki. It flows within all life. In the Dragon Ball world, every soul holds the potential to cultivate it. Training ki means awakening and commanding this inner energy. This was but the threshold. True mastery demanded expanding both the volume and refinement of one's ki. Through concentration, tempering, and manifestation, ki blasts, aura surges, and beyond. Such explanations remained broad. Deeper applications existed, far beyond Yongja's current grasp. For now his sole task was to awaken ki perception. Popo continued to cultivate ki first. Still the mind. If restless or agitated, ki will elude you. Then gently attune yourself to its presence. Ki dwells everywhere within you, beneath your skin, within your organs, even in absence itself. So long as your spirit resonates, you will sense it. Further discourse delved into metaphysical abstractions, too profound for immediate comprehension. Yongja seated himself cross-legged, half jesting. If I can fire the Kamehameha, surely perceiving ki cannot elude me. He could perceive it, but faintly, and only at extreme proximity. Once a target moved swiftly, sight proved far more reliable. Still, his innate talent granted him early proficiency. Though he had mastered the fundamentals of ki perception, the true challenge lay ahead, capturing Popo while blindfolded. Popo would not deploy his full combat speed, but evasion, even restrained, would prove no simple feat. For days Yongja trained relentlessly, yet on the seventh day his ki perception plateaued. Its range refused to expand further. Any incremental growth would now be agonizingly slow, perhaps capped by his current battle strength of 289. Only a dramatic surge in power might widen that horizon significantly. Still, his perception now encompassed the entire divine temple. Within it he sensed another ki, pure, serene, utterly untainted by malice or shadow. That unquestionably was the divine God. How vast was the divine temple? Roughly 100 meters in diameter, immense by earthly standards. His initial perception had barely reached 3 meters. Yongja summoned Popo. Mr. Popo, the scope of my ki perception now spans the entire divine temple. May we begin the second trial? Popo wasted no time. From his robe, he withdrew a length of black cloth. Then, the second trial commences. And with that he vanished, utterly soundless. Yongja bound the cloth tightly over his eyes. Then, ki perception unfurled 1 meter, 5, 10, until the entire temple lay mapped within his awareness. Knowing Popo would evade unpredictably, Yongja expanded his perception to its limit, locked onto Popo's ki, and pivoted sharply, dashing straight toward him. But Popo, unbound by honor, hid behind a tree. Yongja's momentum shattered the trunk violently, jolting him awake. Straight-line speed is easy, he thought. True mastery lies in the curve. Thus began a dazzling chase across the temple grounds. Popo weaving, leaping, vanishing between pillars and foliage. Yongja charged recklessly, cutting corners, launching airborne intercepts, ignoring turns entirely. Blindfolded or not, I follow the shortest path. The line between 2 points remains absolute. After toppling several ancient trees, Popo, visibly pained, surrendered. Enough. You have passed. Wait here. I shall summon the divine God. Moments later, Popo emerged first from the temple gate, then stepped aside as an elder appeared, emerald-skinned, deeply wrinkled, draped in a flowing white robe that concealed all but his hands and feet. His ears tapered elegantly, his eyes were elongated ovals. A gnarled cane rested in his right hand, an unmistakably alien visage cloaked in terrestrial garb. Yongja bowed respectfully. Honored divine God. I am Yongja, humble human warrior. Bathed in sunlight, the divine God approached. Rise, young one. I am the divine God, the steward of earth. Having surmounted Popo's dual trials, you seek something. Speak plainly. What is your purpose? Yongja lowered his hands. Divine God, peace be upon you. I am but a mortal martial artist. My sole ambition is greater strength to shield those I hold dear. The divine God neither affirmed nor denied, only studied Yongja in silence, then placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder and closed his eyes. After a long pause, he murmured, an intriguing human. Your origins remain veiled, even to me. I know only that you first appeared upon Mount Pozu, and though not virtuous by nature, neither are you malevolent. You dwell in neutral chaos. He paused, then added, yet your heart leans toward light, at least for now. Still, on earth you stand unrivaled. Why pursue further strength? As the saying goes, Yongja replied, to reign supreme on earth is no triumph, only dominion over the weak. The cosmos is infinite. Should extraterrestrial threats descend, and I lack the power to protect what matters most, I shall regret it eternally. The divine God nodded slowly, a wise answer, prudent foresight. You speak truth. Cosmic peril is not impossible, yet your strength rivals mine. What further training could earth offer? Yongja answered, though my physical cultivation has reached humanity's zenith, my key cultivation remains but a single drop in the ocean. I request 3 years seclusion here. Then I shall test my progress at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Teach me the art of key cultivation, Divine God. The Divine God replied, then remain. Yongja bowed low. Gratitude, Divine God. Your grace is immeasurable. Thus began Yongja's 3-year ascetic rigor upon the Divine Temple, training his body under crushing gravity fields calibrated to his absolute limit. He supplemented with sacred beans, pushing himself to the brink of collapse until the final bean was spent. At one point he pondered, even reckless cultivation aided by sacred beans yields only marginal gains for a mortal frame. He dismissed the thought, a small pouch after all. Instead, he honed combat technique against Popo, whose 1030-point strength offered unparalleled sparring value, yielding rapid tangible improvement. His battle strength climbed steadily, 289 rose incrementally. For deeper key theory, however, he sought the Divine God. Popo's teachings proved too arcane, too abstract. Only the Divine God, whose strength matched Yongja's, could illuminate such depths. In moments of insight he demonstrated personally, granting Yongja profound revelations. And so 3 years slipped away like mist. 3 years passed in a flash, and in the Hall of the Gods Yongja was finally able to step into the realm of mastery. Now the explosive energy can last an entire day or until the end of a high-intensity battle, allowing for several hours of intense combat without issue. Yongja's combat power has reached 400 points. The gravity suit can withstand a maximum weight of 20 times. The focus of cultivation over the past 3 years has been on energy, and although physical training has not been neglected, there has still been some improvement. Stepping into mastery, as the term suggests, means that Yongja has achieved a certain level of success in his energy cultivation. Now it is no problem for him to create energy slashes or manipulate energy blasts. The energy slash primarily involves compressing energy to the extreme, reducing the area of force applied, increasing speed, and enhancing pressure akin to a rapidly spinning nail from all directions. The lethality of such an energy slash is self-evident. Manipulating energy blasts requires extreme compression and demands strong mental power for control. If one's will is not firm, a single punch can scatter the energy blast, which is hardly worth the effort, as refining energy blasts also consumes mental energy. However, all of this is based on imitating techniques he has witnessed. Although Yongja has been the first to develop them, he has yet to reach the stage of creating a unique energy technique. There are energy techniques like the Kamehameha, the energy slash, and agile energy blasts. He could explore developing an energy sword, preserving part of the power of the energy slash while adding flexibility. He has offensive energy techniques, but what about defensive ones? Looking across the entire main storyline of Dragon Ball, it seems no one has developed defensive skills, with most relying on supernatural abilities or magic to evade damage, and there are almost no direct defensive techniques. There is only the protective shield of Android 17 and the barrier defense of Vegito. The shield of 17 is essentially a turtle shell, seemingly a stationary release skill. Vegito, possessing unmatched strength, uses barrier defense primarily to resist Majin Boost absorption, so the defense is not its main purpose. Considering all of this, how about developing armor made of energy? The name hasn't come to mind yet, but just imagining wielding 2 energy swords and being encased in a suit of fiery energy is exhilarating. However, in these 3 years, he has only grasped the basics of energy, which means he has barely stepped into mastery. When Yongja can use energy as a tool, wielding it as he wishes, that will truly be the moment of his mastery. Ordinary explosive energy has little significant defensive effect. It mainly reflects the user's defensive capability, with energy serving merely as an auxiliary role, at most enhancing combat strength. Thinking of this, Yongja concluded his training, stood up, and approached Mr. Popo, saying, "Mr. Popo, I appreciate your care over these 3 years. It's time to test my results. By the way, where is the Lord of the Gods? I need to say my goodbyes." Mr. Popo replied, "The Lord of the Gods is in the Divine Eagle. Go ahead." Yongja thanked Mr. Popo with a fist salute and walked towards the Hall of the Gods, only to find the Lord of the Gods coming out, asking, "Planning to leave?" Yongja replied, "Yes, I am grateful for your teachings over the past 3 years. I have now achieved a certain level of mastery over energy." The Lord of the Gods nodded, saying, "Indeed, your talent is the most exceptional I have seen among all humans, but what is even more commendable is that despite your extraordinary talent, your effort is equally remarkable." Yongja scratched his head and said, "You flatter me, Lord of the Gods. I am merely a little more diligent than others." The Lord of the Gods responded, "This is more than just a little. Your gravity suit was acquired through a wish from Dragon Ball, right? I must say the imagination of humans is truly boundless. Even the concept of a gravity suit was conceived. However, this method is indeed a good path for cultivation. I see you seem to be preparing to develop your own energy techniques." "Yes, Lord of the Gods. I have indeed learned everything from others. Although others' techniques are good, they are ultimately not my own. Even if I can exert effects stronger than the original creator, as long as the essence belongs to others, I am merely a successor. Only by absorbing, referencing, and finally expressing what belongs to me can it be considered truly surpassing the master. Indeed, well said. I have high hopes for you, human. What do you think? Have you considered becoming the Lord of the Gods of Earth? Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo reacted, Lord of the Gods. The Lord of the Gods interrupted, saying, Mr. Popo, there's no need to be so agitated. My lifespan is also limited. We will eventually face this day. I am merely making plans in advance. What do you think? Yongja replied, I am truly honored by your kindness, but I am unworthy of such a great responsibility. Besides, I am not a person suited to such heavy burdens. I hope you understand, Lord of the Gods. The Lord of the Gods said, all right, I won't press the matter any further. Since you are about to test your cultivation results, why not change out of this outfit? After 3 years, this outfit has become tattered. Yongja replied, in that case, I thank you, Lord of the Gods. Please change my outfit to the Kame House training uniform, as I am still a disciple of Master Rashi. This is very simple. The Lord of the Gods extended his hands towards Yongja, and then with a flash of white light from his eyes, Yongja's tattered clothes transformed into a brand new red training uniform. Yongja first felt the new training uniform, noticing that the gravity suit inside remained unchanged. Then he cupped his fists and said to the Lord of the Gods, thank you, Lord of the Gods. Now, Lord of the Gods. He turned to Mr. Popo and said, Mr. Popo, and leaving. Upon finishing, he unleashed an explosive energy and soared into the sky. Then he came back down, scratching his head and asking the Lord of the Gods, do you know where the position of Papaya Island, which hosts the World Martial Arts Tournament, is? I can't see anything from here. The Lord of the Gods teased, I really can't stand you, kid. All right, it's in that direction. He pointed with his hand. Then the Lord of the Gods walked to the edge of the hall, looking in the direction. Yongja left, pondering, what a strange human. Even with all the powers of the gods, I can only find out that Yongja first appeared at Baozi Mountain, who his parents are, and his hometown address, with no further information. Generally, this situation does not fall under either of the following 2 categories. The first category consists of external personnel or extraterrestrial beings such as Sun Wukong, who arrived as an infant on a spaceship and has registered on Earth, but whose parents and hometown are unknown. The second category includes beings older than the current Lord of the Gods, or those with insufficient authority like Mr. Popo, whose existence predates the gods and whose origin is also unknown. However, Yongja's case does not belong to either category. Yongja is undoubtedly human, and aside from Sun Wukong, I have not seen anyone else arrive on Earth in a spaceship. If he is registered on Earth, the Lord of the Gods should easily be able to find Yongja's identity. Furthermore, Yongja does not seem to have a position higher than that of the Lord of the Gods, who knows that there are still superiors above him. If Yongja falls under the first category, how did he arrive on Earth? Why is the Lord of the Gods completely unaware of it? If Yongja belongs to the second category, why can the Lord of the Gods browse through his information? But he could only trace back to Baozi Mountain. Beyond that, there was no information, as if that person never existed on Earth at all. This left the Lord of the Gods perplexed. During these 3 years, he thought Yongja was coming to plunder Earth, testing him several times with the powers of the gods, but every time the answers were similar. In these 3 years, he has indeed been cultivating diligently and has left no stone unturned in the pursuit of energy cultivation. Whenever he encountered a problem, he would ask the Lord of the Gods, and as they taught each other, the Lord of the Gods found himself needing to consult Yongja on areas he did not understand. Moreover, Yongja gives the impression that he seems to know little about energy, but once he grasps the key points, his learning speed would soar. It is like knowing many theoretical concepts, but lacking practical skills, and he has many novel ideas. For instance, he wonders why most people focus solely on developing offensive energy techniques, while defensive techniques are almost non-existent. This question even caught the Lord of the Gods off guard. However, the Lord of the Gods answered at the time, perhaps it is because most of those who develop energy techniques are strong individuals whose inherent power already stands above others, so they do not consider developing defensive energy techniques. Having thought about all this, the Lord of the Gods returned to his thoughts. This world holds too many secrets. Even the Lord of the Gods has not unraveled his own origins. Moreover, the universe is vast and boundless, and anything is possible. Everyone has their own secrets. Even his appearance is quite unearthly. Thus he concluded his thoughts and returned to the Divine Eagle. After remembering the direction, Yongja bid farewell once more and then unleashed an explosive energy flying downwards. Indeed, Yongja was going to find the cat people. Over 3 years, he should have gathered at least a ton of senza beans, or at least several large trucks full. With the acceleration of gravity and the boost from his explosive energy dive, he soon spotted the top of the Corinne Tower, flying to the 2nd floor, where he found the cat people lost in thought. Hey, senior cat person. It's me, Yongja. How have you been lately? The cat person snapped back to reality and looked at Yongja, saying, oh, it's Yongja. I've been doing well, but the last fish you sent me was so delicious that I still can't get enough of it. Yongja replied, then how has the planting of Shingu beans been for you, senior cat person? The cat person exclaimed in frustration, you little brat. The box of fish products you sent me lasted just 3 days, and now you come asking for 3 years of labor. Yongja said, senior cat person, that's not fair. I've been cultivating in the Hall of the Gods for these 3 years. If it weren't for that, how could I not have visited you for 3 years? Don't worry, I will compensate you even more in the future. So how is the current stock of Shingu beans? Fine, considering the fish products, I'll let you off this time. But I told you before, the production of Shingu beans is low and highly dependent on the environment. Even with my careful care over the past 3 years, I only have 4 jars, one of which is from the previous stock. So in these 3 years, there have only been 3 jars produced, and that's only because of careful nurturing. If I don't have fish products as motivation, I won't be so diligent in the future. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, senior cat person. After saying that, he walked up and patted the cat person's head, feeling that it was quite pleasant and fluffy. However, it was a pity that the yield of Shingu beans was not enough for several large trucks, indicating that the requirements for Shingu beans' environment were quite stringent. The cat person retorted, have you finished stroking? Are you not going to let go after petting? Don't you know that petting my head won't make you grow taller? Yongja said, yes. I'm letting go now. However, he thought to himself, your true form is just a cat. How much more can you grow? Beerus. It's different. That's the prototype of Akira Toriyama's cat. After bidding farewell to the cat, he couldn't resist taking a bag of magic beans, estimating there were about 10 enough for his needs, and then he flew off with a burst of energy. For the next leg of his journey, Yongja planned to first visit Bread Explosion Mountain to stock up on fish products and then boost his affection with Chi-Chi. He would also look for Xiaowu. If he found her, he could simultaneously increase their affection, but if not, it was no big deal. Finding the Pilaf trio was as challenging as defeating Beerus Hedon. Essentially, only the storyline could lead him to them. He needed to find a way to arrange their appearances, otherwise how could Yongja boost his affection with Xiaowu while running around the globe? As for Bulma and Huang Chi's group, there was no need to search for them. They would go to the site of the world's strongest martial arts tournament on their own. Saying this, Yongja changed direction and flew toward Bread Explosion Mountain, now moving faster than any aircraft. But just how much faster was unclear. It hadn't been long since he started flying in the morning when he spotted Bread Explosion Mountain from afar. The construction over the past 3 years had been quite impressive, where honesty and rural charm blended perfectly. Even the Bull Demon King's castle had gained a touch of modernity. It could be said to be a picturesque scene, with green waters and mountains, high-rise buildings rising from the ground, intermingling harmoniously. At first glance, it seemed like a standard city, but upon closer inspection, one would notice verdant greenery in every corner of the city, and the city center was primarily rural, surrounded by concentric circles of urban development. Thus, he canceled his flight and landed in the city, beginning to walk toward the Bull Demon King's castle, savoring the atmosphere of this urban village. Yongja felt an illusion of returning to Blue Star. If it weren't for the ubiquitous capsules, he might have doubted whether he had truly returned. At that moment, Yongja spotted the helpful Chi-Chi assisting an elderly lady across the street and guiding lost children to the police. Although this area had excellent public safety, Chi-Chi was lively, cheerful, and adorable. Watching her, Yongja felt that the frustrations of 3 years of training vanished in an instant. Chi-Chi had grown significantly taller. 3 years ago, she barely reached his chest, and now she was just a head shorter. Even though she had aged, Chi-Chi remained as innocent as ever. The only difference was that her clothing was much more conservative compared to her childhood. No more bikini armor, what a pity. Now she wore something akin to a training outfit resembling a chi-pao, with loose training pants below. Yongja couldn't quite describe it, but it had a unique charm. Originally, he had planned to bypass her, but boosting affection seemed less important now. Just as Yongja turned to walk away, Chi-Chi seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned around to spot Yongja in the Turtle School training outfit heading toward the Bull Demon King's castle. Chi-Chi shouted, Yongja, big brother. I'm over here, right behind you. Well, it seemed that escape was not an option. He turned back with a smile and said, isn't that Chi-Chi? Long time no see, how have you been lately? Chi-Chi replied with a hint of melancholy. Big brother Yongja, I've been doing well, but where have you been these past 3 years? I couldn't find you anywhere. Yongja, upon hearing this, first scratched his head, and then said, silly girl, I've been training in the heavenly temple atop Galinta for the past 3 years. I can easily defeat the me from 3 years ago now. Kiki's eyes lit up with joy. Does this mean big brother Yongja has come to fulfill his promise? Yongja shook his head, saying, not at all, Chi-Chi. I came to ask Uncle Bull Demon for a lot of fish products. Of course, I will pay for them to compensate those who guided my training, and I also wanted to see if there are any special drinks here as gifts for the great god. Chi-Chi eagerly asked, what about me? Yongja continued to pat her head, saying, silly girl, how could I forget your gift? It's a secret for now. Chi-Chi replied, okay. Just as she was about to take Yongja's hand and continue their stroll, a voice from behind interrupted them. Wait a moment, Chi-Chi. I've made some progress in my training. Can I officially pursue you now? The two turned around to see a background character rushing forward shouting, Chi-Chi. I've trained hard for 3 years and finally have achieved some success in martial arts. But before he could finish, he saw Chi-Chi holding Yongja's arm looking quite intimate. The background character broke down asking, Chi-Chi, who is this man? What is your relationship with him? Chi-Chi, feeling flustered, replied he. But before she could finish, Yongja stepped forward saying, Chi-Chi is my fiancé. Do you have a problem with that? The background character retorted, oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that beast who disappeared on the wedding night. Do you know what Chi-Chi has been through these past 3 years? Chi-Chi interrupted, don't say any more, background character, you have no idea how I feel about him. The background character insisted, Chi-Chi, this kind of man isn't worth your love. He ran away on the wedding night, and you waited 3 years for him. Yongja, feeling impatient, said, are you done yet? Chi-Chi is my fiancé. Oh, what's your problem? He turned to Chi-Chi and patted her head saying, let's go, we don't need to pay him any mind. Chi-Chi replied in him. At that moment the background character's rage exploded. How dare you? He charged at them intending to confront Yongja. Chi-Chi had initially planned to intervene. However, Yongja held her back and with a small burst of energy sent the background character flying, seemingly kicking him against the wall. Crack! It appeared that this guy had kicked too hard and might have broken his own foot. Yongja thought having so many background characters bothering him wasn't ideal, so he asked Chi-Chi, do you know where he lives? Do you remember who else harassed you? Let's deal with this today. Chi-Chi suddenly expressed concern saying, no need, they haven't caused me any harm. There's no need for big brother Yongja to take action. Yongja replied, what are you saying? You're my fiancé, how can I not care? Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on ordinary people. Chi-Chi responded, all right. Then Yongja dragged the background character to his home. Upon seeing his son in such a state, the middle-aged man in the room exploded with rage, asking, who did this? Who turned my son into this? The background character, quickly playing the victim, said, father, it was them. They broke my leg. Yongja, seeing this, didn't refute and delivered a strike with his energy sword, breaking the other leg. When the father saw the ferocity of the newcomer, he also observed Chi-Chi holding Yongja's hand, and he had already pieced together the situation. Most likely his precious son had pursued Chi-Chi only for her long-lost fiancé to show up after 3 years. His son was in deep trouble. The rest went without saying. The background father said, it's all my son's fault, please forgive us. Yongja, uninterested, replied, move out of here within today, or you won't have to live in this world anymore. Later Chi-Chi asked Yongja, didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on ordinary people? Why? Yongja scratched his head and explained, Chi-Chi, you are pure-hearted and reasoning with bad people doesn't work. Also, this background character attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. He claims we broke his leg. Shouldn't I help him fulfill that wish? Chi-Chi blushed, replying, Is that so? Yongja said, enough about that. Let's go to your house and find your uncle. This time Yongja took Kiki's hand and with a swift motion scooped her up in a princess carry, then, with another small burst of energy, flew toward the Bull Demon King's castle. After detailing the situation, the Bull Demon King said, I understand everything. Not just anyone can be my son-in-law. However, let's not discuss that now. It's unreasonable for you to leave without a word 3 years ago. Yongja replied, hey, I came back to apologize. So what do you think, Uncle Bull Demon? Can we negotiate this deal? The Bull Demon King replied, there's no issue with the deal, but there aren't any specific requirements for the special drink. It might take some time to find a suitable one. Yongja said, that's no problem. In that case, as he spoke, he pulled out a capsule. He handed it to the Bull Demon King saying, inside is a ton of gold, more than enough as your reward, as long as the quantity and quality of the fish products are satisfactory. After that, he pulled out another capsule saying, this one contains treasures like jade and agate worth quite a lot. Consider it my betrothal gift to Chi-Chi. This surprised the Bull Demon King as he looked at the 2 capsules that felt as heavy as mountains, saying, son-in-law, this is too much. I can't accept this. Of course not. This was the accumulation of several generations of pirates. Yongja replied, there's no need for such modesty. As the saying goes, if the names don't match, the words don't carry weight. Only then can Chi-Chi truly be considered my fiancé. He then leaned closer to Chi-Chi saying, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I came so suddenly and didn't prepare a proper gift. As he spoke, he tossed out another capsule, which contained a box of brand new gold. Picking out a shiny gold bar, he unleashed a burst of energy, and with his finger, he shaped it into a ring, creating a pure ring in no time. It was a pity Yongja wasn't a craftsman, otherwise this ring might have rivaled a true piece of art. He knelt halfway in front of Chi-Chi, saying, Chi-Chi, this is my engagement ring. Do you like it? Chi-Chi beamed, I love it. I love it very much. The Bull Demon King seized the moment, saying, since that's the case, tomorrow we. Yongja interrupted, saying, hold on, father-in-law. I still have to attend the world's strongest martial arts tournament today, so I won't stay long. Then he turned to Chi-Chi and patted her head again, saying, Alright Chi-Chi, I have to go now. That day will not be far off, ooh, just wait for me. Chi-Chi was now speechless, simply nodding repeatedly. This might be a bit too overwhelming, especially since she was still in her teenage years. After bidding farewell to the Bull Demon King, the two of them flew off with a burst of energy, keeping an eye out for the Pilaf trio, but unfortunately, they couldn't find them. Next, they headed straight to Papaya Island where they met Bulma and the others. After some small talk and registering, it was already evening. Due to this timeline, Goku's strength had greatly increased, and he managed to register just before the deadline. Everyone shared stories about how they had trained in the past 3 years, and everyone was surprised by Yongja's now formidable strength. In the end, Master Roshi treated everyone to a meal, and when the bill came, they found they didn't have enough money to settle it at the restaurant, a problem that Yongja resolved effortlessly. Master Roshi was extremely grateful to Yongja, who gallantly said, "It's nothing, Master Roshi. If it weren't for you teaching me back, then how could I be the powerful person I am today?" Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, and that night, both little Goku and Yongja fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the pre-selection matches officially began inside a building where several arenas were set up for the large number of participants to audition. This time, the rules were the same as the last, prohibiting the use of weapons and killing with no time limit. The contestants changed into their turtle school uniforms before stepping onto the stage. The first to compete was Yamcha, and his opponent was a middle-aged man who looked quite strong, but he was easily defeated by Yamcha. The second contestant was Krillin, whose opponent was a large man. Yamcha mentioned that this big fellow was the world champion of wrestling, but he didn't catch the name, deeming it unimportant. Krillin deliberately feigned a weakness, allowing the big man to grip him. Pretending to be in pain, he then seized the opportunity to grab the man's finger, knocking the wrestling champion out of the competition. Just as Yongja was preparing to wait for his turn, a man approached with someone the same height as Krillin, leaning towards little Goku. The two were dressed in identical uniforms, with the leading young man wearing a red cap and a green and deep blue training outfit emblazoned with the character for Crane on his chest. Most notably, he had what looked like a third eye on his forehead and a sinister expression, giving off the impression of a ruthless individual. The shorter one was clad entirely in white, giving the impression of malnutrition. It was unclear if his skin color was naturally so, but his expression was somewhat vacant, with 2 red blushes on either side of his cheeks, giving him a rather underdeveloped look. Young Goku exclaimed in surprise, "It's you guys." The youth interrupted, "No need to dwell on past events. Listen carefully, I am Tianjin Fan, and this is Jiaozi. I advise you to surrender or take a detour when you encounter us, or you might have an unpleasant experience." Yamcha couldn't hold back and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Krillin chimed in, "What do you want to fight?" As the atmosphere grew tense, Yongja stepped between the two parties and unleashed a powerful aura that stunned those with weaker abilities, showcasing his formidable strength. The onlookers couldn't help but stare. One bystander exclaimed, "Whoa, isn't that the champion from the last tournament? He's here too." Another remarked, "Whoa, it seems I won't be winning the championship this time." Another spectator replied, "Look at you acting like you can even make it to the finals." Tianjin Fan was astounded by the scene. Although they were from the Crane School, which also had the unique skill of the Dongdongbo, their potential for energy manipulation was limited to a mere Wukong technique. Even someone as gifted as Tianjin Fan had not developed the explosive aura. While he had indeed mastered many classic techniques, Yongja's perspective and intelligence were unmatched, making Tianjin Fan's astonishment quite natural. Tianjin Fan addressed Yongja, "You are the figurehead of the Turtle School, right? I've heard you were the champion of the last World's Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, you possess the strength to battle with me." Yongja shook his head and replied, "Talk is cheap. You should first make it through the auditions, then we'll see you on the arena." Tianjin Fan, being of his age, couldn't hold back. Yongja interrupted, "All right, Yamcha, dealing with someone like this requires more than just words. Only fists will teach him a lesson." Yamcha ceased his protests. The third contestant was Tianjin Fan, whose opponent was a classic Japanese figure, a sumo wrestler. This man was bulky, overweight, and completely naked except for a pair of shorts. He stomped twice on the arena, assumed a horse stance, and struck the classic sumo starting pose. However, Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, standing on one leg like a crane among chickens. The sumo wrestler charged at him like a tank, yet Tianjin Fan delivered a simple and swift blow, sending the giant crashing to the ground unconscious. The spectators were left in awe of Tianjin Fan's strength, with many loudly praising, "Wow, this Tianjin Fan is incredible. I think he's going to win this tournament." One of Yongja's supporters shouted, "You're full of it. What kind of strength is that? You must be new here thinking you can be the champion with that level of power." Others joined the chaos, seeking entertainment, and the atmosphere became lively and chaotic. The fourth contestant was young Goku, facing a dark-skinned fighter dressed in a yellow monk-like training outfit, sporting a wild hairstyle. The audience and Master Roshi provided commentary. This man was known as Capper, a former champion of the World's Martial Arts Tournament. A formidable character. Yongja sensed the aura and recognized he was a noteworthy opponent with a combat power around 90, making him a standout among humans. However, against young Goku's 220 power level, he was still destined to be swiftly defeated. Although young Goku's strength hadn't significantly increased over the past 3 years, he was still capable of a quick knockout. True to his playful nature, young Goku enjoyed playing with his opponents. On the arena, he exchanged blows with Capper, but ultimately leaped to the ceiling, kicking down from above in a dramatic descent. In the moment Capper threw a punch, Goku executed a massive kick, halting his fall midair. With one final kick, he sent Capper flying off the stage unconscious. The fifth contestant was Jackie-chan Rashi's alias, facing off against a large brown bear dressed in human training clothes. As Jackie was caught off guard, the bear struck first. Responding instinctively, Jackie-chan delivered a swift elbow strike, quickly followed by a punch, and finished with a rapid sidekick that sent the bear flying to the ground unconscious. Yongja lost interest in the unfolding drama as he continued to eliminate opponents in the auditions. During the break for a meal, Yamcha clashed with Tianjin Fan, but Yongja paid it no mind as Jackie-chan had made his move. So far, everyone had advanced to the top 8. However, there was a minor subplot. The previous tournament's Namu had an unfortunate encounter with Tianjin Fan, resulting in him being knocked out cold severely enough to require a doctor. As people were gearing up for a confrontation, Tianjin Fan was about to become arrogant when Yongja calmly stepped onto the arena. Tianjin Fan, perceiving this as a challenge, braced himself for an official fight. Yongja approached Namu, squatting down to offer him a senzu bean. Namu woke up fully revitalized and surveyed his surroundings. He quickly accepted the reality of his defeat and thanked Yongja, saying, "Thank you, Yongja. Otherwise I would have ended up in the hospital." Yongja dismissed it casually, saying, "It's nothing. You've been neglecting your training for years. How about joining the turtle school? With your martial arts foundation, you'll need these 2 years to surpass him. After a few years, he'll reach his physical peak, while your condition will only decline." Namu shook his head, saying, "No need. I came to assess my own strength, and I've recognized my shortcomings. I probably won't return again. Thank you for your consolation, Yongja. The future belongs to the younger generation like you. It's time for someone like me, already in middle age and approaching old age, to step aside." Yongja did not argue, saying, "If that's the case, I bid you farewell, senior. Should you change your mind, the turtle school will always welcome you." Namu walked off the audition stage amidst the gazes of the crowd, leaving behind a lingering silhouette. Yongja called out, "Senior Namu, we shall strive to strengthen ourselves and not disappoint your expectations, leading martial arts to even greater heights." Upon hearing this, Namu felt his spirits lift and raised his head, waving goodbye as he exited the large audition room. Tianjin Fan watched everything quietly and remarked, "What nonsense martial arts. Only strength is the truth of this world." Just as the crowd was about to be riled up again, Yongja waved his hand, saying, "This is trivial, too small-minded." Having been educated with elite ideals since childhood, they believed that elites only needed to work hard at cultivation and serve as tools, while those who raised dogs needed to consider much more. Tianjin Fan, realizing this, gritted his teeth and asked, What did you just say? Who are you calling a dog?" Yongja replied, "Someone is taking it personally. Oh, I'm not saying who." As Tianjin Fan was about to explode again, Yongja turned to the crowd and said, "Let's go, we won't play with dogs. This mindset is too small and petty. Oh, let's move on to avoid contagion." Tianjin Fan was left frustrated with nowhere to vent his anger, taking it out on the arena, leaving a dent in the edge. Soon the finals for the top 8 commenced, while Bulma and her group managed to carve a path to the front row of the audience. Thus, the final 8 contestants were Yongja, young Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Jackie-chan, Tianjin, Fan Jiaozi, and Pamput. Yongja had supplanted the original timeline's werewolf. Because of Yongja, Goku hadn't made it to the finals. Even if he had, with Yongja backing him, there was no need to deal with the moon. The matchups for the 8 contestants under Jiaozi's supernatural interference were as follows: Jackie-chan number 4 against Pamput number 3. In the second match, Yamcha number 1 against Tianjin Fan number 2. In the first match, Yongja number 7 against young Goku number 8. In the fourth match, Krillin number 6 against Jiaozi number 5. In the third match. In the first match, Yamcha's combat power should be around 130 points, while Tianjin Fan was formidable with at least 145 points, numerous trump cards, and an energy cannon with remarkable destructive power, potentially raising his maximum combat power to 180 points. Next was the referee's opening commentary, mentioning that of the 8 finalists, 4 were disciples of the Turtle School and 2 from the Crane School, followed by a nod to the sponsors. Now let the competition begin. Although this timeline's Yamcha was indeed stronger, he still faced a tough battle against Tianjin Fan. As the battle began, the two tested each other seemingly at a stalemate. However, Yongja, who surpassed both in strength, had already discerned the outcome, even though he knew the result. He still hoped Yamcha could put up a good fight, but after observing, it was clear that Yamcha's attacks lacked the power needed against Tianjin Fan. Though Yamcha had the speed, he could barely counter Tianjin Fan's strikes, and after a series of tentative exchanges, they both distanced themselves. Seeing this, Yongja decided not to watch further. He spoke to young Goku saying, "When Yamcha loses, come call me." Young Goku replied, "Oh, okay, but how do you know Yamcha will lose?" Yongja responded, "Just keep watching and you'll find out." Back on the arena, Yamcha felt he had warmed up enough and declared to Tianjin Fan, "Alright, I'm going to show my true strength now. This is your best chance to surrender." Tianjin Fan retorted, "Why say so much? Come on." Yamcha replied, "No. Wolf Fang Fist." Yamcha assumed a stance reminiscent of a wolf and tiger, crossing his arms with his legs drawn back like a bow ready to shoot. With that, he lunged at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, not to be outdone, also charged at Yamcha with his hands at his waist, yelling as he rushed forward. The two were poised for battle, and Yamcha used his momentum to gain the upper hand, initially unleashing a flurry of punches that forced Tianjin Fan to retreat. However, the tide turned quickly. After being pushed back a few steps, Tianjin Fan adapted to Yamcha's fierce onslaught and began to counterattack. They exchanged blows, both landing hits, but Yamcha was gradually forced back. Yet Yamcha refused to give up, gritting his teeth and launching another fierce attack, causing Tianjin Fan to retreat momentarily, only for Tianjin Fan to retaliate again. Yamcha was now sweating profusely. Although Tianjin Fan was not in great shape, either his well-trained physique was his greatest asset. The battle escalated from ground combat to aerial exchanges, with neither side willing to yield. Yamcha realized that continuing this way was unfavorable for him, so he delivered a powerful kick to create distance. Tianjin Fan wiped his sweat and taunted, "What's wrong, little brother? Can't handle it? Is this all your new Wolf Fang Fist can do?" Yamcha gasped, "Just wait for my trump card. This move will surely defeat you." From high above, leveraging the sun's brightness, he dove toward Tianjin Fan, who endured several kicks to the chest, followed by a heavy kick to the abdomen. Tianjin Fan was sent flying to the ground, curled up. Yamcha looked at Tianjin Fan and urged surrender now to avoid further injuries. Tianjin Fan stood up with a laugh, saying, "Your turtle school's punches are merely flashy, they lack real power." Yamcha could not tolerate this and attempted to replicate his previous aerial assault. However, Tianjin Fan remained unmoved, forming a hand seal with his right hand while supporting it with his left, causing his upper body to visibly flush red. Seeing this, Yongja shook his head inwardly. This outcome was consistent with the original timeline. Tianjin Fan's move resembled a genuine hard chi technique, a real technique that existed in the past. The principle was likely to concentrate chi in specific body parts, causing those areas to engorge and swell, thus becoming immune to external physical attacks. There were videos showcasing masters breaking bricks with bare hands. Now, however, Tianjin Fan had nearly charged his entire upper body. As Yamcha descended from the air, he opted for the same move as before, but this time, he aimed a heavy kick at Tianjin Fan's head. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Tianjin Fan felt no pain from the blows. At this point, Yongja truly lost hope. If there was a glimmer of hope for Yamcha earlier with the presence of this hard chi technique to absorb the impacts, he found himself with no way to proceed. Yongja decided to leave, stepping directly into the contestants' lounge. Meanwhile, Yamcha donned a serious expression, declaring, "It seems I have to resort to my ultimate move." He then assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering energy as his power surged. Sensing the rising aura, Yongja paused at the entrance to the lounge, turning his back to the arena. "Ha! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" With that, a powerful energy wave surged toward Tianjin Fan. Just before Yamcha unleashed his Kamehameha, Tianjin Fan was already drenched in sweat, but remained vigilant. However, once Yamcha released the Kamehameha, Tianjin Fan felt no alarm. He realized that the strength of Yamcha's Kamehameha was relatively low, at most 150 in combat power, thus he remained calm. He formed a hand seal, placing his hands at his chest, and golden light enveloped him. The Kamehameha struck Tianjin Fan, and even this timeline's Yamcha's attack failed to hold for long, ultimately bouncing back. Yamcha was left stunned, wondering when the Kamehameha could be reflected back. However, the Kamehameha had no concern for such matters, rocketing toward Yamcha. He had no choice but to leap high to evade this fatal energy wave. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan was not going to let up. He leaped up to pursue Yamcha. Young Goku shouted anxiously, "Yamcha, be careful." Sensing all this, Yongja merely sighed, leaving behind a red afterimage as he vanished. In the sky, Yamcha was searching for where his Kamehameha had gone, only to realize it had been intercepted by someone in a red training outfit. Before he could see who it was, he felt a chilling sensation on his back, and by the time he tried to defend, it was too late. A powerful heavy kick struck Yamcha in the abdomen. Though he nearly lost consciousness, he could do nothing but fall onto the arena, barely aware of Tianjin Fan diving toward him with a knee strike. The audience, still processing the events, had yet to grasp how Yongja had blocked the Kamehameha, only to see another red afterimage left behind. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to incapacitate Yamcha's left leg, Yongja was faster, gripping Yamcha's Kamehameha with his left hand while propping up Tianjin Fan's knee with his right. Only the cracks appearing beneath Yongja's feet testified to the force of Tianjin Fan's strike. Seeing his usual successful attack now rendered ineffective by this man, Tianjin Fan felt threatened. The audience and the referee watched the scene unfold on the arena bewildered when Yongja spoke up, saying, "Referee, my friend can no longer continue fighting, and there was a risk of accidentally injuring the spectators. I apologize on behalf of my friend, so please declare Tianjin Fan the winner." He even bowed while apologizing. The crowd and the referee came to their senses, quickly responding to Yang's actions with great admiration. The referee announced, "In that case, let's count down 10, 5, 3, 1, 0. I declare the winner of this match to be Tianjin Fan." Truthfully, Yongja felt that feeding a person who had lost consciousness a Senzabine was quite troublesome, so he decided to intervene and alter the outcome. However, Yongja's actions earned him substantial goodwill from Bulma, Launch, and the audience. Bulma remarked, "As expected of the man I have my eye on, he's so thoughtful." Launch commented, "Wow, I didn't expect Yongja to be such a considerate person." Yamcha, struggling to speak, thought inwardly, "I truly thank Yongja this time, otherwise I would have had no chance of dodging that knee strike from Tianjin Fan." The audience exclaimed, "No wonder he was last tournament's champion. His conduct and character are impeccable." Sensing Yamcha's unusual condition, Yongja quickly shoved a Senzabine into Yamcha's mouth and said, "Eat this, you'll be back to full strength." Yamcha, trusting him, consumed the bean and was indeed revitalized. He turned to Yongja to express his gratitude. Yongja interrupted, saying, "No need to say much of victory and defeat are common in battle. Just focus on your training moving forward." Yamcha nodded in agreement, and the two headed backstage. Afterward, the referee made announcements regarding the program sponsors before stating, "Today's exciting match segment has concluded. Tomorrow, we will continue with the live broadcast of the World's Martial Arts Tournament. So we'll see you tomorrow." In the evening at the restaurant, everyone comforted Yamcha, hoping he wouldn't succumb to despair and would persevere. Along the way, Master Crane and his two disciples came to taunt them, intending to humiliate the Turtle School. However, they were left speechless after Yongja confronted them from the start. The day concluded with a lively atmosphere filled with bickering between the Crane and Turtle Schools. The next day, the second match featured Jackie Chan against Pamput. This man had dark skin and an explosive hairstyle with bandages wrapped around his limbs resembling a Thai boxer. This person had a fighting power of approximately 70 points, making him a remarkable figure among humans. As a result, he had some fame, and a small group of women in the audience shouted out in support of competitor Pamput. However, Jackie Chan, known as Master Rashi, was now influenced by Yongja and had the experience of the first martial arts conference. Moreover, with the significant progress of people like Krillin and Yamcha, he had been undergoing rigorous training behind the scenes. Thus, at this point in this timeline, Master Rose's fighting power started at 139, capable of exerting 150, which was impressive for an elderly person. As a result, this battle had no highlights, with Jackie Chan cleanly and effortlessly defeating Pamput. Finally, the referee counted down, and after 10 seconds, Pamput was deemed unable to get up, leading to Jackie Chan being declared the winner. The third match was between Krillin and Dent. Dent's appearance has been described earlier, so I won't elaborate. Looking at the power comparison, Krillin's fighting power should be around 120 points, while Dent would be about 95. However, with his super abilities, his actual fighting power should be around 110 points. Of course, fighting power is not always reliable, it's just a numerical comparison of their apparent strength. Actual performance and combat experience will affect the chances of winning. As the match began, Dent stood still, and Krillin wasted no time in launching the first attack. However, before Krillin could close the distance, Dent swiftly moved aside, his pale complexion and blank expression adding to the surrealism. A combination of attacks startled Krillin, who was then struck on the head by a heavy kick from Dent, but Krillin was not an easy target and quickly retaliated. The two engaged in a relatively standard exchange of blows, but Dent, utilizing the agile advantage of his flight technique, managed to dodge Krillin's attacks in an unreasonable anti-Newtonian manner. Krillin, however, was still bound by gravity. Unless he possessed the strength to escape Earth's gravitational pull, despite having a slight edge in fighting power, he found Dent's agility quite troublesome. Krillin then changed his strategy, feigning weakness before launching a vigorous attack. It must be said that this tactic was indeed effective, but his opponent could fly. Even if he was inadvertently cornered at the edge of the ring, Dent could easily jump into the air, rendering Krillin's strategy a failure. Subsequently, Dent began to walk in midair, a move that left all spectators except for the main characters in awe. They were astonished that someone could break free from the constraints of gravity and fly. He even performed a walking motion in the air, which was utterly bewildering. Next, Dent did not give Krillin much time to think. He raised his right hand, pointing with his index finger, and a small white dot at the tip gradually expanded into a soccer ball-sized energy sphere. With a sudden shout of "Dong-Dong Wave," a beam of yellow-white energy shot directly at Krillin. But Krillin was no fool and evaded this terrifying attack. However, taking advantage of his aerial mobility, Dent bombarded Krillin from above, forcing him to dodge frantically. Just as young Goku was about to marvel at Dent's skill, Yongja interrupted, saying, Hey, isn't that just the Dongdong wave? We also have the Kamehameha wave. It's not certain who's stronger. Yongja intended to skip some pointless plot, but nearby Tian Shinhan was displeased, saying, "What Kamehameha wave? To me it's just the weakest of the weak." Yongja replied, "I hope you remember your current arrogant attitude. Don't be stubborn when you're on the ground later." Back on the ring, Krillin was also getting fired up and shouted at Dend, "You bastard, come down and fight." Dend retorted, "If you have the guts, come up and fight." Krillin, "If you're brave, come down." Dend, "If you have the guts, come up." Krillin, "You come down." Dend, "You come down. Come down. Come up." Krillin, unable to tolerate it any longer, said, all right, if you're so tough, don't move." Saying this, he began to gather the Kamehameha. In this timeline, Krillin alongside the main characters was in the loop, and even if it was his first time using it, its power shouldn't be too weak. Dend, undeterred, declared, "This time it'll go all out, just wait to die." "Ka. Me. Huh. Me. Huh." Dongdong waved. With their words exchanged, a yellow-white beam shot down from the air, while a blue-white beam surged upward from the ground. Boom. The energies clashed violently, both sides continuously pouring in their chi. The energy confrontation grew increasingly intense, but ultimately Krillin had the upper hand, prompting him to fully unleash the Kamehameha. The blue-white beam grew over twice the width, and Dend, having not engaged in a beam clash, suffered from the collision of their powers. After the explosion, Dend was sent flying far away like a kite with its string cut. As he fell towards the ground, just before making contact, Dend activated the flight technique, stumbling back onto the ring. Seeing that it was indeed not so simple, Krillin decided to pursue the attack and dash straight at Dend. As expected, something unexpected happened. At the critical moment, Dend extended both hands forward, and Krillin suddenly froze his expression, pained before being kicked back by Dend. Krillin had been so graceful in his charge, but now he was utterly disheveled. What followed was a relentless onslaught on Krillin as Dend continuously controlled him with his super abilities while launching attacks with his legs. The situation was quite unfavorable for Krillin. Having taken so many hits, Krillin understood that this was due to his opponent's super abilities. He also noticed that Dend needed both hands to assist in utilizing his powers, otherwise he wouldn't have been using only his legs to attack from the beginning. Although Krillin was being kicked a lot, his fighting power was indeed higher than Dend's, so he appeared to be in a dire situation. In reality, he had not suffered significant damage, so Krillin boldly asked Dend, "Hey, what's 3 plus 6? Dend, being naive, didn't understand such profound knowledge, and immediately stopped his super abilities to count on his fingers. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin, with a fighting power of 120 points, landed a powerful kick that knocked Dend unconscious, sending him out of the ring, leading to a ruling of defeat. The referee announced, due to competitor Dend being kicked out of the ring, the winner of this match is Krillin. If Krillin's kick had been just a few inches higher, this battle might have lasted longer, as Dend ahead was as tough as diamond. While it would have only taken a bit more time, moreover, with Krillin's fighting power exceeding Dend's, the ultimate victory still belonged to Krillin. Next came the halftime break, which inevitably involved young Goku's eating frenzy. One must say the Saiyans' stomach truly is a bottomless pit. Since Yongja had not engaged in high-intensity physical training, he didn't need to replenish much energy. Thus, he casually ate a bit, and even so, he finished several bowls of rice, leaving no food wasted on the table. Soon the halftime break passed. The fourth match was between young Goku and Yongja. In the original timeline, this was Pamput's match, but unfortunately Pamput had been defeated by Jackie Chan in the first round. Now it was a battle between young Goku and Yongja. After 3 years of cultivating his chi in the Temple of the Gods, Yongja's fighting power was a staggering 400 points, having not previously felt Goku's chi. Now carefully sensing young Goku's chi, it was significantly stronger than before. If he remembered correctly, it was around 221 points, and now it was approximately 260 points. It's important to note that this was young Goku before going to the Temple of the Gods without the gravity training gear that Yongja possessed. He had merely trained among mortals, and even if he had increased the intensity, it wouldn't have been that much. Gaining 40 points in 3 years was already impressive, and it could also be attributed to his Saiyan bloodline. Then the referee addressed the audience, saying, "I never expected. Just in the fourth match, the caliber of both competitors is exceptionally high. Competitor Yongja is the champion of the previous martial arts conference, and currently the one with the greatest hope of winning, while Goku was the third-place winner from the last conference. Although Goku was only third. The matches he brought to the audience were undeniably entertaining, so today, dear audience members, you are in for a treat. You will witness a powerful showdown between last year's seed competitors before the finals." Yongja didn't pay much attention afterward, as long as the atmosphere was set, it was fine. When he walked out from backstage, he didn't forget to gesture to Bulma, Launch, and others. Everyone was very interested in the upcoming battle. On the ring, Yongja said to young Goku, "Sorry Goku, we met before the finals. It seems that only one of us can be the champion of this martial arts conference." Young Goku replied, Actually, I don't care about the championship, though I just want to fight strong opponents. Yongja said. If that's the case, then I won't waste any more words. Let's go. With that, Yongja first performed a respectful fist salute and then assumed a fighting stance. With a fighting power of 400 points, he didn't need any specific stance. However, since it was a martial arts conference, respect for martial arts must be shown. He stood tall, tightened his abdomen, bent his arms, settled into a half-crouch stance, with his left foot forward and right foot back, lowering his center of gravity. Goku also returned the salute and then settled into a horse stance, casually preparing for the start. Yongja did not underestimate him and slid forward, testing with a right straight punch, which Goku easily dodged by lowering his head. Taking advantage of the momentum, Yongja followed up with a left uppercut, attempting to send Goku flying, but Goku evaded with a nimble sidestep. But Yongja's assault did not stop there. He launched a whip kick in the direction Goku had dodged, which Goku narrowly evaded with a small jump, after which Yongja began to increase his intensity. The speed increased dramatically, and initially the audience could still see how Yongja attacked and how Goku dodged, but gradually Yongja moved so fast he left afterimages, and Goku began to struggle to avoid the attacks, focusing on defense while also looking for counterattacks. Every time Yongja's attack was blocked by Goku, he relied on his short stature to weave through Yongja's layers of attacks and reach his face. Delivering a series of punches, Yongja did not evade, raising both hands in front of him to block all of Goku's attacks until Goku landed a heavy kick aimed at Yongja's abdomen. However, Yongja was not foolish. He slid to the left, followed by a quick forward slide, closing the distance between them, and immediately delivered a right hook. The punch landed perfectly on Goku's face, and Goku felt the pain as he flew backward. Young Goku exclaimed, "Ouch. That hurts. Looks like I need to show some real power, or I might lose this one." Yongja responded, "Coincidentally, I haven't gone all out either. How about we both show our true strength?" With that, the two ceased their chatter and faced each other on the ring, but neither made any mistakes. Eventually, it was Yongja who broke the stalemate. He charged forward at high speed, making it impossible to tell that he was moving, with a sliding step, throwing a right swing, a left straight, lowering his center of gravity, and then a right hook. A small jump followed by a knee strike. Did you think it ended there? In the air, he executed a whip kick followed by a downward hammer strike. Young Goku managed to defend against the earlier moves, but he blocked the whip kick too. However, Yongja did not stay on the ring and flew into the air, not touching the ground. Against young Goku, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, a combination of fast and heavy strikes. Young Goku was caught off guard and couldn't retaliate. Previously, it had at least been a match of fists against fists. Now it was fists against fists and legs. How could he defend against that? After taking all of Yongja's punches and kicks, the final blow was a Kamehameha, sending young Goku flying again. This time he was seriously injured, with his clothes torn from the earlier Kamehameha. Struggling to get up, young Goku said, "As expected of Yongja, you're amazing." Although the audience didn't understand the intricacies of the match, they found it thrilling, and with the referee's humorous commentary, the atmosphere inside and outside the ring was ignited. Great. That was spectacular. This is how the world's #1 martial arts conference should be. Yongja then said to young Goku, "So how are you holding up? My strength far exceeds yours now." Young Goku replied, "I need to fight strong opponents to become stronger." With that, he charged at Yongja, unleashing a flurry of punches and martial arts techniques, attacking from above and below, nearly trying every move. However, Yongja countered every move, either matching punches or defending. In summary, Yongja was defending perfectly. Seeing that his hands weren't yielding any advantage, young Goku abandoned his leg strategy and began to utilize a fierce dual attack with both fists and legs. Not to mention young Goku's astonishing learning ability, being able to grasp nearly everything he saw, made things a bit tricky for Yongja. Yet Yongja remained calm, directly changing his strategy from aggressive to feigned attacks. He raised his right fist as if to throw a right swing. But then he delivered a left straight punch, instead instantly neutralizing the advantage young Goku had gained, forcing Goku back into a defensive position. This time Yongja raised his right fist again. Young Goku thought it was a left straight punch, but unexpectedly this time, it was a genuine right swing, landing a solid hit on young Goku's head. Goku, now exasperated, exclaimed, "You're so annoying. Forget it, I'm giving up on defense." With that, young Goku charged forward recklessly, unleashing a series of fierce strikes, moving so fast that he seemed to have 6 arms. However, Yongja was even more adept, perfectly defending against Goku's attacks, each time stopping Goku's punches and then using his knees to press down on young Goku, finishing with a headbutt. Bang! Does it sound nice? It sounds like a good hit. Seeing that young Goku had shown a vulnerability, Yongja unleashed Yamcha's new technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Yongja unleashed a barrage of attacks on young Goku, of course avoiding any vital areas, as they were both from the same faction. The final knee strike landed on young Goku's chin, propelling him into the air. Yongja then leaped with great force, leaving cracks on the ring. In an instant, Yongja reached young Goku's height, where Goku remained airborne, his chin horizontal and head tilting back. In the air, Yongja executed a perfect kick, sending Goku crashing back to the ground. Immediately afterward, he unleashed a Kamehameha, shouting Kamehameha. As Goku was just recovering from being struck to the ground, he was blasted by the Kamehameha, creating a small crater in the ring, while young Goku lay trapped in the pit, unable to get up. Jokingly, with a fighting power of 400 points, defeating someone with 260 points was a piece of cake. However, this made it seem like young Goku had no strength at all, but the audience didn't care. They cheered loudly after witnessing the spectacle. The referee quickly climbed onto the ring and counted down for the young Goku lying in the pit. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Competitor Goku is knocked out due to being down for more than 10 seconds. He continued, "I declare the winner of this match, Yongja." Immediately, the audience erupted in cheers. Yongja also approached the pit and turned young Goku over. Young Goku said to Yongja, "You're really strong. I didn't expect that even using all my strength I couldn't defeat you. It seems I need to work harder." Yongja thought to himself, if I hadn't gone to the Temple of the Gods early, had a gravity training suit, and planned my training to sense chi, I wouldn't even know if my fighting power was 200. Yongja said, "Here, eat this, and you'll be fully revived." Young Goku then consumed a Zen bean and jumped out of the pit, immediately bouncing back with a lively demeanor. At this point, Yongja sensed Goku's chi. There was hardly any significant change. Could it be that the extent of his previous injuries wasn't even close to death? That makes sense, it's the Dragon Ball period, and even with the mechanism for resurrection from near-death experiences, it hasn't been unlocked yet. Or perhaps Goku's base fighting power was simply too low to improve significantly. In any case, Goku's fighting power remained at around 260, which Yongja couldn't comprehend, nor did he wish to think about it any longer. Thus, the semifinals arrived, with the fifth match being Jackie Chan against Tien Shinhan, and the sixth match being Krillin against Yongja. The next match is the fifth round, with Jackie Chan battling Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan walks onto the stage bare-chested. Jackie Chan strolls in leisurely, and after a round of irrelevant compliments from the referee, both sides officially enter the competition. On the stage, Jackie Chan adopts a defensive stance, while Tianjin Fan reciprocates, actively attacking Jackie, with alternating punches, all of which Jackie skillfully evades. Tianjin Fan attempts to attack again, but Jackie seizes his arm, and with a sweeping kick he causes Tianjin Fan to lose his balance. Then follows a back throw, aiming to fling Tianjin Fan out of the ring. Unfortunately, Tianjin Fan also possesses the ability to perform the sky dance technique, allowing him to return to the stage. It seems that both sides have finished their probing, and the intensity of the match is about to increase. Indeed, Tianjin Fan makes a rapid dash, and in an instant he vanishes from the stage. However, Jackie Chan catches sight of him before he can attack. Jackie sees Tianjin Fan flying close to the ground, targeting his lower body. Jackie jumps over Tianjin Fan's swift strike, and with a powerful push-off from the ground, he leaps high into the air. Tianjin Fan also uses both hands to break and jumps high into the air as well. The two engage in back-and-forth attacks in midair, strangely seeming to defy the pull of gravity. After a while of aerial exchanges, both sides take turns attacking and countering, thoroughly enjoying the battle. Finally, they break apart and return to the gravitational pull, landing back on the stage. This time, Jackie Chan takes the initiative to attack, charging towards Tianjin Fan. At the beginning, he appears alone, but suddenly he multiplies into 3 and eventually 8 figures of Jackie Chan surround Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan finds this tactic intriguing, and with the advantage of Jackie Chan's multiple phantom punches, he begins to surround and beat Tianjin Fan. To the outside observer, it looks like a coordinated assault, but in reality, only Jackie Chan is delivering the blows. The others are merely projections, yet Tianjin Fan still receives hits in multiple places and can only cross his arms in front to defend his head. Creating distance, Jackie Chan decides to encircle without attacking, attempting to weaken Tianjin Fan's momentum. However, Tianjin Fan does not sit idly by. Leveraging his agile 3 eyes, he manages to observe from the left, center, and right simultaneously. Just the act of separating his left and right eyes to look around is not something an ordinary person can achieve. As Tianjin Fan sees through Jackie Chan's true position, he lands a kick that hits Jackie Chan, sending him flying, while the multiple phantom punches gradually fade away. Jackie Chan performs a roll in midair, landing against the wall of the stage designated for the resting contestants, and with a push-off, he turns back to launch a fierce assault on Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan craves the action, and both stand together once more, but this time the intensity has increased as they exchange attacks on the ground, countering and defending against each other. Both fighters seem to be going all out, sweating profusely. Seeing that continuing like this is not a solution, Jackie Chan decides to create some distance and remove his top. He throws it into the air and declares, "It seems I must show my true strength." After saying this, he strikes a combat pose, his previously thin frame transforming into a more muscular physique. His muscles appear significantly bulkier, and even his taunting gestures are incredibly swift, akin to a martial arts duel, executing dazzling sword techniques in front of his opponent fast enough to make it seem as if Jackie Chan has 6 hands in the fight. However, Tianjin Fan is unfazed, shouting, "I don't care about that. They'll let my fists do the talking." As he says this, he begins performing rapid hand gestures. Finding the speed insufficient, he exerts even more effort, appearing as if he has 8 hands in the battle. But who is Jackie Chan? He is the experienced turtle sage, and upon closer inspection, he seizes Tianjin Fan's hands. Tianjin Fan is taken aback and cannot break free in time. Taking advantage of the moment, Jackie Chan delivers a knee strike to Tianjin Fan's abdomen, causing him to endure the blow and enter a state of rigidity. Jackie Chan follows up with a high kick, striking upwards with a powerful kick aimed at Tianjin Fan's chin, causing Tianjin Fan to tilt his head back and fly into the air. Before hitting the ground, Tianjin Fan performs a landing roll and crouches on the ground, his face full of anger, evidently provoked by the previous strike. Immediately afterward, Tianjin Fan charges at Jackie Chan with even greater speed, unleashing a series of rapid shadowless kicks that leave Jackie Chan dazed. Yet Tianjin Fan is not satisfied. He grips Jackie Chan's throat with his right hand, and Jackie Chan attempts to roll and break free, but Tianjin Fan does not give him this opportunity. As they both roll, they end up on the ground simultaneously, but Tianjin Fan's hold on Jackie Chan's throat does not loosen. As they struggle to rise, Tianjin Fan releases his right hand, while simultaneously launching a heavy punch, with his left hitting Jackie Chan in the abdomen. Bang! The sound was so loud that even the audience could hear it, indicating that the blow was significant. Just as Jackie Chan clutches his abdomen and regains his senses, Tianjin Fan follows up with a right hook that strikes Jackie Chan's left cheek. Jackie Chan is spun around by the impact, but he refuses to accept this silent defeat. Quickly recovering, he delivers a powerful right uppercut that connects with Tianjin Fan's chin. Then both abandon their defenses and unleash fierce attacks on each other's faces, but their bodies also suffer damage, with visible bruises appearing on both their upper bodies. Yet neither seems to feel the pain, continuing to inflict harm on each other. This state is ended with a mutual heavy kick, both clutching their abdomens and kneeling down. The two can only roll away to create distance. Jackie Chan exhales deeply and says, "Your strength has far surpassed that of the Crane Sage. Why do you still serve him and fight for him?" Tianjin Fan, panting, replies, "Shut up. Don't slander my master. I will not spare you." Jackie Chan retorts, "Then how will you not spare me?" Tianjin Fan declares, "I will unleash all my power and leave you in a stupor." Jackie Chan is taken aback by Tianjin Fan's words, realizing that despite using all his learned techniques to this extent, Tianjin Fan still has not revealed his full strength. Tianjin Fan then adopts a horse stance, raises his arms with palms facing inward, fingers spread, aligning the height of his palms with his head, and shouts, "Solar Fist." As he does, Tianjin Fan radiates a blinding white light akin to a small sun, far brighter than a flashbang, leaving all but Yongja and those wearing sunglasses temporarily blinded. After being blinded, Tianjin Fan leaps high and delivers a knee strike to the back of Jackie Chan's head, everything happening in a flash. When the crowd regains their senses, Jackie Chan is already lying on the ground, followed by the referee's enthusiastic commentary. In the final second of the countdown, Jackie Chan miraculously stands up and shouts at Tianjin Fan, "Don't you understand the importance of respecting your elders?" He then unleashes a barrage of verbal attacks at Tianjin Fan. However, at this moment, the Crane Sage notices that Jackie Chan is disguised as the Turtle Sage. He telepathically informs Tianjin Fan, but at this point Tianjin Fan has already embraced other thoughts. The path ahead will not be shrouded in darkness. In short, Tianjin Fan's heart has begun to waver, the seed has been planted, and all that remains is to wait for it to sprout. However, Tianjin Fan is reluctant to acknowledge any of this. To refute everything the Turtle Sage has said, he uses the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Turtle Destruction Wave, right in front of everyone, and its power is considerable. Moreover, if the Turtle Sage dodges, it would be the audience behind him that suffers. But with Yongja present, it is not a problem. Nevertheless, the Turtle Sage chooses to take the Turtle Destruction Wave heat-in. He doesn't forget to continue his verbal assault. While engaging in this verbal sparring, he voluntarily steps down from the stage. The referee simply announces the result. Jackie Chan is declared the loser due to stepping out of the ring voluntarily. Therefore, the winner of this match is Tianjin Fan. The audience erupts in cheers. Tianjin Fan is deeply perplexed by the Turtle Sage's actions, sensing that the Turtle Sage still has genuine strength left untapped. It can be said that Tianjin Fan is indeed sharp aware that the Turtle Sage has real strength yet to be revealed. Frankly, if the Turtle Sage truly entered his muscular state, he might just defeat Tianjin Fan, but that remains uncertain. Tianjin Fan, being a young lad, realizes that if the Turtle Sage does not defeat him in that muscular state, they would fall into a drawn-out battle. A drawn-out battle would be disadvantageous for the Turtle Sage, as he is an elderly man, and how can his spirit and energy compare to that of a rising star? Moreover, Tianjin Fan has many hidden cards and is exceptionally gifted, learning skills rapidly. Thus, the Turtle Sage exits the stage unscathed, but Yongja intercepts him, saying, "Is this really okay, Jackie-chan?" The Turtle Sage replies, "Oh, I almost forgot about you. You are even more abnormal than him. Seeing so many rising stars, it's time for me to enjoy my later years." Yongja counters, "You know I'm not talking about that." The Turtle Sage responds, "There are not so many rights and wrongs. What's good or bad? We must look ahead. Moreover, with his talent, I do not wish for him to go astray." Yongja remarks, "Fine, as long as you're happy, you old man." The Turtle Sage retorts, "Hey, you little brat, dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who taught you the Turtle Destruction Wave? Do you know who put your training on the right track?" Yongja replies, yes, Jackie-chan said that." In the background, Tianjin Fan expresses his inability to comprehend why the opponent has greater strength, yet chooses not to reveal it. Does he not understand the dignity of a warrior? If it were him, even if he were to lose, he would still fight with all his strength, willing to do anything to win. However, the Turtle Sage's actions cause his Dao heart to waver. Why? Why can he be so at ease? Why is he so confident? If Yongja knew this, he would certainly say, "Kid, you're getting too attached." Then, of course, he wouldn't say anything, letting Tianjin Fan figure it out for himself. Next is the sixth match, with Clin facing Yongja as the referee begins to sing praises. Both are disciples of the Turtle Sage. Both had achieved good results in the last tournament, with Yongja being the champion, while Clin wonders if he can make a comeback. In short, Yongja doesn't listen much. Clin, on the other hand, becomes increasingly anxious. He had mentally prepared himself, but as he listens, he loses confidence, thinking, "Can I really fight Yongja? Is this for real?" Yongja says to Clin, "Hey Clin, what's wrong? You aren't losing your fighting spirit, are you? You need to believe in yourself." Clin stutteringly replies, "No, that's right. I've trained hard over the past 3 years, and I'm a lot stronger than before. Bring it on." Then both assume their stances, but while Yongja remains still, Clin is sweating profusely without making a move. Seeing this, Yongja takes the initiative and engages Clin in a playful manner, sliding forward with a simple straight punch. Clin quickly dodges, and as he gradually adapts, he starts to counterattack. Yongja remarks, "Not bad, not bad. Now that you're in the zone, this can be fun. It's time to ramp up the intensity." Yongja accelerates, and Clin breaks into a sweat, struggling to keep up with Yongja's attacks. Finally, Clin finds his rhythm, matching Yongja blow for blow. Despite his smaller stature, he is extraordinarily agile, requiring Yongja to exert more energy to aim and strike. Thus they exchange attacks, thoroughly enjoying the fight. Clin grows increasingly confident. "Yongja, I didn't expect to be this strong. Now I'm going to unleash my real strength." Clin then amplifies the intensity of his attacks, his punches becoming faster and his movements more agile. Yet Yongja stands like an immovable mountain, and Clin finds himself at a loss against him. Gradually, Clin senses something is off. "Wait man, I'm going all out here, but you guys seem to be playing around. Is this just a bluff? After all, isn't it like hitting a child when 400 power fights against 120 power? Clin delivers a heavy strike to create distance and shouts at Yongja, "Yongja, what's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me? Show me your true strength." Yongja responds, "Earlier you weren't in the zone. I thought I'd let you warm up." Clin is taken aback, nearly cursing aloud, "Damn it. So I'm going all out, and to you it's just warming up." Yongja replies, "If you want to see my strength, I advise you to be on high alert. When you lose, do so gracefully." Clin, not wanting to waste time, says, "Come at me. Whoever backs down is a coward." Hearing this, Yongja drops the pretense, standing straight with a slight stance, fists tucked at his waist, and starts gathering energy. He also chants, "Ha-ah," and suddenly a fierce wind swirls around Yongja, astonishing the audience. After all, until now, they had mostly exchanged energy waves. He was now altering the environment. Then a white aura begins to envelop Yongja, initially just a small flicker, but soon it covers his entire body. Finally, Yongja shouts, "Ha!" Immediately a sound of "fu fu fu" echoes as the aura burns around him. This is the culmination of Yongja's understanding of explosive energy after training. The explosive energy not only flows more smoothly, but also lasts longer. The reason for the gradual buildup of explosive energy is to establish momentum. Momentum. Do you understand? At this moment, Yongja's battle power reaches 500 points. This is just the standard explosive energy. If he were to explode in anger, his power would exceed this. Clin is taken aback by what he sees, and the audience is left in awe. Only those who are knowledgeable understand the value of this technique. Energy waves are merely a use of energy. Moreover, it utilizes only a portion of the energy to affect the opponent. Explosive energy is different. It acts upon oneself, and randomly attempting it could be deadly. After all, no one would attempt to use an energy wave on themselves, right? What's more impressively, explosive energy causes no harm to the body and significantly boosts strength. As Tianjin Fan observes this spectacle, He suddenly realizes that he once considered the strongest among the younger generation now appears as a mere ant before Yongja. Clearly, this wave of realization shakes Tianjin fans' confidence, but he refuses to give up. Meanwhile, the young Goku becomes even more determined to train hard. Yongja asks Clin, "So Clin, are you ready?" Clin replies, "2M ready." As he finishes speaking, everything goes dark and he loses consciousness. In that instant, Yongja swiftly moves behind Clin and lands a hand strike to the back of his neck. Clin collapses to the ground and the referee counts down 10, 5, 3, 1, 0. Clin has not risen after 10 seconds. Therefore, the winner of this match is Yongja. Let's give him a warm round of applause, as the final match will be a fierce showdown between Tianjin fan and Yongja. After that, the referee gives his usual closing remarks, waking Clin up and saying, "Come on, let's go have dinner." Clin groggily wakes up and nods in agreement. The ensuing scene involves the Turtle Sage continuing his verbal sparring with Tianjin fan, and the arena gradually disperses. Tomorrow will be the finals, and everyone continues dining with Yongja footing the bill. After all, Yongja is left with nothing but money and he has no other expenses. Meanwhile, Goku continues to boast about his exploits. Others comfort Clin, saying, "Clin, it's not that you're too weak, it's just that Yongja is too strong." This only makes Clin feel more inferior. Finally, Yongja reassures him, "You rank among the top on this entire planet. Just keep training." Then he smoothly raises the favorability of Bulma and Launch, actively serving them food and chatting joyfully, even starting to feed them, which leaves the Turtle Sage envious. Internally, he muses, this kid is strong from training, but why does he have such great luck with women? And with Bulma and Launch at that. Shouldn't I bring out Launch as well? Ultimately, the Turtle Sage and his companions conclude that this indeed makes Launch sneeze. Seeing Yongja bringing a spoon of food to her mouth, Launch exclaims, "What do you mean by this? Do I look like someone who needs to be fed?" Yongja, unfazed, replies, "Of course not. It's just that Lady Launch has worked hard all day, and I'm merely offering a regular meal." Here, Launch, initially intending to protest, finds herself unable to and reluctantly opens her mouth to eat. This scene astonishes Bulma and the Turtle Sage's company, and Launch turns to everyone saying, "What? Do you have a problem with Yongja feeding me?" They all respond, "No, no, not at all." Thus, the night passes in a joyful, yet perilous atmosphere, and fortunately Yongja has raised Launch's favorability to the max. Otherwise, this meal would not have been enjoyable. Tomorrow's finals should be able to secure Launch's favorability. The next day arrived swiftly, and the finals were about to begin. Yongja and Tien Shinhan each prepared themselves calmly before stepping onto the tournament platform from opposite sides of the contestant area. At that moment, the referee warmed up the crowd with an introduction. "First, let us welcome Tien Shinhan, the eldest disciple of Master Krang. Rumor has it that his strength has already surpassed even his master's. His record is impressive in the 8-man tournament. He defeated Yamcha of the Turtle School. In the semifinals, he overcame last year's runner-up Chung Long. Can this dazzling new star claim the championship of this year's Tenkaichi Budokai?" He then moved beside Yongja and began his introduction anew, and now. This contender is truly monumental. Yongja is not only last year's champion, but has once again advanced to the finals this year. Will he retain his crown? Moreover, thanks to Yongja's extraordinary performance last year, the tournament organizers have revised the format. The event, formerly held every 5 years, is now scheduled every 3, and live streaming, once reserved solely for the final match, has been extended to include all matches starting from the 8-man tournament. Let us give them a thunderous round of applause, honoring their final clash with the utmost respect. A sustained wave of applause erupted. Finally, the referee declared, "Then, the match begins." Match 7: Tien Shinhan versus Yongja. Last night, Tien Shinhan likely slept poorly. Having endured Master Roshi's relentless verbal barrage, his mental composure had clearly suffered. In contrast, Yongja appeared radiant, physically poised, and mentally untroubled. One curious detail, however, lingered. Did Tien Shinhan always remove his upper garment before battle? Indeed, ever since their first encounter, he had fought bare-chested. Could this be the secret allure behind Huang Chi's fascination? Yongja noticed this seemingly trivial habit and dismissed it with a quiet resolve. "If the moment calls for it, shedding my shirt mid-fight isn't out of the question." On the platform, Tien Shinhan assumed his opening stance while Yongja adopted a Sandaretti posture, though his current combat prowess far exceeded what such a stance might suggest. Yet Tien Shinhan dared not underestimate Yongja's stance, even if it struck him as unconventional, lacking classical martial elegance. He remained cautious nonetheless. After all, Yongja's previously displayed abilities had been overwhelmingly formidable, so Tien Shinhan chose not to initiate the assault. Yongja wasted no words. Sliding forward with his left foot, his right followed in swift succession as he raised his right fist, launching a straight right punch. Just as Tien Shinhan prepared to counter with his own right fist, Yongja abruptly switched to a lightning-fast left straight. The blow landed squarely on Tien Shinhan's face. With a wry smirk, Yongja taunted, "What's wrong? So distracted mid-battle, you'll pay dearly for that. That snapped Tien Shinhan's restraint. He lunged forward without hesitation, striking relentlessly at vital points, his fists cutting through the air with fierce, roaring momentum. Yet every strike missed. In the blink between defenses, Yongja drove a sharp knee into Tien Shinhan's abdomen, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Tien Shinhan doubled over, clutching his stomach. Yongja made no attempt to press the advantage, merely waited motionless as his opponent recovered. Frustration flared within Tien Shinhan. Damn it, I've never fought a more humiliating match. Die. With that roar, Tien Shinhan launched an even fiercer assault. This time Yongja ceased evading, meeting fury with fury, trading blow for blow. Tien Shinhan's boxing was nothing short of masterful, fluid, precise, and deeply rooted in decades of disciplined synthesis. His martial artistry rivaled that of any grandmaster. Yet his inner world lagged behind his technique. His strikes were fueled not by discipline, but by raw, seething anger, a desperate venting of wounded pride. Had he ever in his entire life endured such indignity? Driven by that rage, his speed escalated, his power intensified. Yet Yongja parried every incoming fist, seizing split-second openings to deliver punishing counters. An ironic spectacle unfolded. Tien Shinhan attacked like a ravenous wolf, yet bore mounting injuries. Yongja appeared perpetually defensive, yet showed no sign of fatigue. For those familiar with the original timeline, this mirrored the moment Tien Shinhan, after failing with his solar flare, lashed out in blind fury against young Goku. Yet here the roles reversed. The aggressor bled, while the defender remained unscathed. Yongja seized another opening, a sharp open palm strike across Tien Shinhan's cheek, sending him spiraling violently through the air, limbs flailing in dizzying rotation. He crashed face down onto the platform with a heavy thud, then struggled to rise. As he stood, he casually shook out his hand and sneered, "Is that all you've got? This is the Crane School's top disciple." Enraged, Tien Shinhan roared, "I'll smash your mouth to pieces," and charged, his fists blurring into afterimages. It seemed 8 arms struck at once. Yet Yongja responded with effortless calm, deflecting everything with just 2 hands. For no matter how elaborate the feint, the strike always resolved into a simple punch, and Tien Shinhan still possessed only 2 arms. Thus Yongja employed superior leverage, turning force against force, redirecting every attack back upon its source. Still stubborn, Tien Shinhan pressed on, only for Yongja to unveil yet another layer of mastery. Each time Tien Shinhan landed a blow, Yongja dissolved into illusionary afterimages, only to reappear instantly and deliver a devastating slam, leaving Tien Shinhan dazed and disoriented. Yongja then unleashed his own version of afterimage fist, though Tien Shinhan's practical application remained limited. Even without moving, Yongja could toy with him at will, using mere illusions. With a thunderous shout, "Take this!" Yongja drove a crushing blow into Tien Shinhan's abdomen. Each subsequent strike landed deliberately slowly, giving spectators perfect clarity as Tien Shinhan was methodically pummeled. Another heavy punch snapped his head sideways, then a rising knee jerked it back into place. 2 more blows lifted him clean off his feet. Before he could fly far, Yongja sprang skyward, executed a reverse crescent kick, and yanked him back onto the platform. The platform cratered anew. The crowd roared, not for spectacle, but for visceral, bone-jarring authenticity. Cheers swelled in unison. Master Crane's expression darkened. He'd assumed Tien Shinhan's victory over Master Roshi guaranteed the championship, absolute and inevitable. Now this unexpected challenger, Yongja, had emerged visibly stronger than Tien Shinhan. Unacceptable. He leaned close to Kaiatsu, whispering urgently, "Kaiatsu, listen carefully." The protagonist group replied in unison, "Yes." "Let it happen." Bulma remarked, "Truly impressive. He's dismantling Tien Shinhan as effortlessly as one disciplines a child." Huang Chi added with a grin, "This boy's quite something. I find him utterly captivating." The protagonists exchanged stunned glances, each startled by Huang Chi's startling candor. Only Bulma sensed something amiss. "Sister, fireproof, waterproof, but apparently not friendproof. And you pull this." No one had anticipated Huang Chi's sudden declaration. She turned to the group and asked coolly, "Well, is there something you need? Am I forbidden from speaking plainly?" Her words silenced them all. They knew her strength, and one word defined it perfectly: fiery. Bulma stepped forward. "No, I'm the one who belongs with Yongja." Huang Chi countered smoothly, "Belongs how?" Bulma faltered, realizing with sudden discomfort that no formal bond existed between them. Her argument held no ground. Stammering, she realized honesty would sound like confession, something she refused to initiate. He must make the first move. After all, she'd arrived first, and surely he understood the unspoken rules. He wasn't some naive boy like young Goku. Gathering herself, Bulma declared, "Whatever you said doesn't count. It was heard only by us. Should anyone repeat it, I'll stitch their lips shut." The bystanders, who'd eagerly awaited gossip, now found themselves implicated. All eyes shifted hastily back to the arena. Huang Chi retorted, "So, you like him?" Ears pricked upright. Everyone leaned in, anticipating sparks between Bulma and Huang Qi. Bulma handled bashful boys well enough, but facing Huang Qi's unflinching intensity, she froze tongue-tied and stammering. She simply hadn't matured enough yet. True strength, bold, unapologetic, and direct, belonged to women like Huang Qi. They say innocence defeats tsundere, but truthfully sincerity is the ultimate antidote. Tsundere hearts resist directness, not because they lack feeling, but because they refuse to voice it plainly. Enough. Back to the arena. After regrouping, Tien Shinhan attacked once more, only for Yongja to suddenly stiffen, immobilized, unable to move a muscle. He took Tien Shinhan's face crusher full force, spinning wildly through the air before crashing onto the platform. Yongja instantly recognized the cause: Kaiatsu's psychic ability. He'd assumed his 400 battle power would at least weaken the control, but it proved insufficient. Recalling the original timeline clarified matters. Even Goku, formidable as he was, had been helplessly dominated by Kaiatsu. If that could be excused by relative power levels. Then Nappa's case sealed that his base power stood at 400, 10 times Yongja's, yet Kaiatsu still managed to paralyze him outright. Though brief, such control decisively shifted momentum. Had young Goku avoided that drain in the original timeline, the championship might never have belonged to Tien Shinhan. Understanding this, Yongja rose again, his tone shifting to solemn resolve. Fine. Winning effortlessly grows tedious. From now on, I fight seriously. His demeanor transformed instantly, from casual nonchalance to that of a warrior poised for war. Yet restrained by the arena's sanctity, his aura softened into that of a disciplined martial artist, fully prepared and centered. Tien Shinhan noted the shift. His earlier fury had burned away, leaving him calm, focused, and at peak readiness. He assumed his opening stance once more. Combat ignited. Yongja surged forward in a sliding dash. Yet as he neared Tien Shinhan, his limbs locked, frozen mid-motion. Tien Shinhan seized the chance, unleashing a furious barrage. Only when the onslaught ended did Kaiatsu quietly release his psychic hold. Yongja seized the opening, driving a punch into Tien Shinhan's face, then exploiting his stun paralysis to land a rapid cross rush to the abdomen. To onlookers, Yongja's arms vanished, replaced by a storm of afterimages like a machine gun firing ceaselessly. Just as he raised his fist for a decisive blow to Tien Shinhan's skull, his body seized again, rigid and immobile, fist suspended midair. Tien Shinhan recovered instantly, launching another relentless assault without pause. During the paralysis, Yongja couldn't even raise a defensive arm, as if bound by invisible chains. Only external force could move him. It resembled the pressure point strikes of ancient wuxia legends. This time Kaiatsu held the control longer. After Tien Shinhan finished his combo, he delivered a brutal kick to Yongja's abdomen, sending him flying not in a spin but arched backward like a drawn bow, clear off the platform. Just as the crowd braced for his elimination, Yongja halted midair, hovering impossibly, astonishing everyone present. The referees seized the moment. What an astonishing turn. We never imagined the Turtle School's top disciple could fly. We've witnessed similar techniques among the Crane School disciples, but to see it mastered by another school, truly breathtaking. Tien Shinhan stared in disbelief. When did you steal our flying technique? Yongja floated back onto the platform, wiping blood from his lips. Steal? Since when does flight belong exclusively to the Crane School? Must only the Crane School soar, while the Turtle School remains earthbound? Inside, he mused, true, the inspiration came from you, but trace it further, and its roots lie in a world where every person walks as a dragon. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the first in Dragon Ball to achieve flight. The duel resumed. Tien Shinhan, aided covertly by Kaiatsu, Yongja, choosing not to expose the deceit, engaging in a fiercely balanced contest. Every strike landed with brutal, unfiltered impact. Sweat flew like rain, mingling with trickles of blood spilled across the platform. But seasoned observers soon sensed imbalance. Tien Shinhan struck Yongja freely, while Yongja's attacks either missed entirely or exposed fatal openings, inviting immediate counterstrikes. Or, after landing only a few blows, he'd be caught off guard, reversed, and punished. Yongja absorbed far more punishment than he dealt. This abrupt shift defied his earlier dominance. Worse, before each hit, his expression twisted unnaturally, and his body twitched involuntarily. Had his power not vastly exceeded Tien Shinhan's, he'd have long since been knocked unconscious. Now much became clear. Another failed strike, another reversal, another crash. Even with 400 battle power, Kaiatsu's hard control overwhelmed him. Worse, during control, Yongja was utterly defenseless, like offering himself as a punching bag. By now, Tien Shinhan had landed countless combinations. Tien Shinhan panted, heavily bruised and bleeding. Even he doubted himself. How could one man endure so much? Yongja rose once more, this time collapsing directly toward Master Crane and Kaiatsu. Even Bulma and Huang Qi now saw the telltale signs of unnatural suppression. Tien Shinhan still refused to accept reality, preferring to believe he'd grown stronger and his opponent weaker. Huang Qi, having deduced Kaiotsu's cheating, crept silently behind Master Crane, her massive hammer raised high ready to strike Kaiotsu's skull. Meanwhile, Yongja launched another assault, only to freeze again under Kaiotsu's grip. Yet with each repetition his body adapted. He felt the psychic bond straining, his consciousness pushing steadily against the constraint. Still he fell just short. He simply wasn't strong enough, yet. 100,000 battle power would render Kaiotsu's control laughable. But with only 400, enduring repeated beatings to break free was nothing short of extraordinary. Huang Qi closed in, raised the hammer high, and brought it down in silent lethal intent. Master Crane intercepted it effortlessly with a single finger, then raised another. As if flicking a glass marble, he launched himself toward the base of the hammer. Huang Qi was sent flying through the air, body and hammer alike. Witnessing this, Yongja could no longer contain his fury. Cornered by Tianjin Fan's relentless assault, he roared "Ha!" and unleashed a sudden burst of energy, shattering his opponent's control. The explosive surge hurled Tianjin Fan backward and tore apart Yongja's upper red training uniform. Its vibrant crimson fabric now scattered across the arena floor like fallen petals. Without pause, Yongja rocketed skyward toward Huang Qi, who still tumbled backward through the air, giving her full view of everything that had just transpired. In an instant, Yongja appeared before her, sweeping her into a graceful princess carry. A faint blush rose to Huang Qi's cheeks as she murmured, "You brat, put me down this instant." He then soared back toward the spectator stands, gently setting Huang Qi down among the main group before nodding firmly at her. "Well done. You possess your own unwavering sense of justice." With those words, he shot back onto the ring, deactivating his energy surge so swiftly that Tianjin Fan, the audience, and even the referee were left utterly bewildered. Only the core group exchanged curious glances. What on earth just happened? Huang Qi snapped, "Mind your own business. Don't be so nosy." Bulma, ever concerned, asked softly, "What occurred just now? Are you all right?" Only then did Huang Qi recount the entire sequence, ending with a sigh, "There. You have it all. Now may we please watch the match in peace." Except for Bulma, the others watched with gleeful fascination, as if sensing something momentous still lay ahead. Yongja turned toward Tianjin Fan and declared, "Enough hesitation. Let us resume the match." Within he reflected, Riley breaking free was sheer luck. I'd likely remain trapped if caught again. That was merely a fleeting, desperate surge. After all, I'm no scion. Breaking free from Jiaozi's psychic restraint at a mere 400 battle power is already extraordinary. Yet what had seemed negligible moments before now erupted into searing pain, delayed, brutal, and overwhelming. Damn, it's unbearable. After enduring Tianjin Fan's barrage, even standing upright sapped his strength. His breath grew ragged, his aura unstable. Yongja finally understood Son Goku's words in the original timeline, "You're despicable." After catching his breath, Yongja asked quietly, "Well, did you see clearly what transpired?" Tianjin Fan bowed his head in remorse. "I understand everything now. Why didn't you expose it yourself?" Yongja replied, "Truth revealed by one's own eyes takes root deep within the soul. If spoken by an outsider, it would only sound like slanderous manipulation." Seeing the tide turn, Master Crane bellowed, "What are you doing, Tianjin Fan? Attack now." He's at his last gasp. Won't last much longer. Tianjin Fan stood firm, "No, master. I seek victory through my own strength alone. I refuse a triumph tainted by deceit." Master Crane raged, "Do you forget who raised you? Who forged your martial arts? Do you not know Kung Fu is a killing art? Then why speak of martial virtue? What sorcery has that old turtle hermit poured into your mind?" When Tianjin Fan remained motionless, and with no report of Tao Pai Pai's death, Master Crane swallowed, his fury teeth clenched. Tianjin Fan turned to Jiaozi and commanded, "This battle admits no interference. Do you understand, Jiaozi?" Jiaozi's face paled. As Master Crane seized him, ready to erupt anew, none present grasped the gravity of what had just unfolded. Yongja struck. His single-handed Kamehameha blast sent Master Crane hurtling away. To Tianjin Fan, he said, "Then let me bear the burden of villainy. He who follows the Tao gathers many allies. He who strays stands alone. Yes, Kung Fu can kill, but its origin lies in cultivating longevity, vitality, and harmony of body and spirit. Rest assured, he bears no lasting harm. I wield precise control, but from here on beware." At those words, Tianjin Fan's hesitation dissolved. "For this next clash, I shall give my all, not for sect rivalry, nor pride, but to discover the true meaning of martial cultivation." At that moment, a quiet aura of a true martial sage shimmered around Tianjin Fan. When fists cease to wander in doubt, a luminous beacon ignites deep within the spirit, illuminating the path ahead. The battle reignited. Yongja told Tianjin Fan, "Don't overthink. Don't imagine exchanging blows will even the odds. Life is inherently unequal, and this is my chosen path. Otherwise, why endure every strike?" Tianjin Fan abandoned hesitation. Planting his feet in a firm horse stance, his torso flushed crimson. Then from beneath his shoulders 2 additional arms emerged. 4 arms now readied for war. He launched a furious assault. Already weakened Yongja now faced Tianjin Fan's ultimate technique, the 4-demon fist, a move that defied sanity itself. With a blur, Tianjin Fan surged forward. 2 fists cannot overcome 4 hands, especially when the wielder is already spent. Yongja was now wholly on the defensive. Yet, was he ever one to yield? 4 arms. Then I'll move with the speed of 6. And as they clashed, Yongja began to counterattack. To onlookers, it seemed Yongja wielded 6 arms, relentlessly striking while Tianjin Fan barely parried. A foundation of 400 battle power proved unassailable, even for Tianjin Fan. Yongja shattered his guard and delivered a cascade of crushing blows, sending Tianjin Fan sprawling, teeth rattling loose. But this newly awakened Tianjin Fan refused to fall. Embracing recklessness, he staggered upright, exchanging injury for injury, determined to break Yongja first. That strategy held merit, and Yongja saw it clearly. Willing to die? So am I. Let's settle this, now? Crack. Snap. They traded wounds without mercy. Where once Tianjin Fan and Master Roshi had left only bruises, now blood bloomed. Vivid, visceral, undeniable. Strangely, Tianjin Fan's injuries worsened steadily, while Yongja's ceased deepening. Wound for wound, the exchange yielded little damage to Yongja, leaving Tianjin Fan stunned and disoriented. Damn it. He's burning crimson with rage, yet my injuries deepen while his remain unchanged. Tianjin Fan deliberately created distance, reflecting inward. He surpasses even me in courage. More reckless, more unyielding than I could ever be. He realized his attacks were futile. Prolonging this duel meant certain collapse, for him alone. He warned Yongja, I have yet to unleash my final technique. You can fly, but if I deploy it here, my defeat will taste bitter beyond endurance. Yongja answered without hesitation, release your ultimate technique. I await you on this ring. Tianjin Fan ascended skyward, just as Jiaozi cried out, don't use the spirit cannon. You'll perish. Master Roshi explained gravely, the spirit cannon knows no upper limit in destructive power, far exceeding the Kamehameha. Its cost, astronomical energy consumption. The weak risk shorten lifespans, or death. Yongja's eyes lit up, unlimited destructive potential. Paired with the Kaioken and a Senza Bean, could I truly topple a Super Saiyan? Clearly mastering this technique was now imperative. High above, Tianjin Fan formed seals with his hands before his chest, then raised both arms and his head skyward. His palms parted slightly, glowing with yellow-white energy, crackling with lightning, before rejoining to form a triangular aperture aimed squarely at Yongja below. Yongja dared not underestimate it. Gathering energy, he channeled the Kamehameha, Kami, Hami, Ha. Blue-white energy compressed fiercely between his palms. Both warriors' auras soared, but their techniques differed fundamentally. Though Tianjin Fan's current energy level fell short of Yongja's, the spirit cannon's superior compression rendered its destructive force equal, if not greater. Ha! Yongja. Spirit cannon. Tianjin Fan. Boom. High in the heavens, golden-white light blotted out the sky. Below, cerulean radiance flooded the arena floor. From afar, 2 beams, one thick and golden, the other slender and blue, collided midair in dazzling fusion. Tianjin Fan held firm for a moment, then, driven by sheer desperation, collapsed utterly. The spirit cannon devoured his energy at a terrifying rate, and its raw power, amplified by aerial advantage, drove the entire ring floor downward by a full meter. Yongja seized the opening, another explosive surge, shattering the shoulder seams of his weighted training suit. Knowing the suit possessed self-repair capabilities, he was startled to find it ruptured by sheer energy pressure. Instantly redirecting the blast, he leapt skyward, kicking the spiraling energy sphere higher before it struck Tianjin Fan. A deafening explosion followed, rivaling the detonation of a high-yield missile from his former world. The shockwave scoured clouds from the heavens. Deprived of energy, Tianjin Fan plummeted, free-falling from the sky. Below, Yongja met him midair with a controlled gust of ki, gently lowering him onto the ring floor, where Tianjin Fan lay motionless, his energy utterly exhausted. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Under the referee's count, Tianjin Fan failed to rise within 10 seconds, declaring Yongja the victor. The announcer proclaimed, congratulations to Yongja, the champion of this year's Tenkaichi Budokai. I hereby declare Yongja the undisputed winner of the Tenkaichi Budokai. Let us honor our champion with the loudest applause imaginable. The core group celebrated Yongja's triumph with genuine joy. Amidst roaring cheers, Yongja retrieved his weighted suit and took a Senza Bean from his palm, kneeling beside Tianjin Fan. Here, eat this. It restores life and strength. Tianjin Fan accepted without question, biting down. Crunch. Tasteless, yet instantly revitalized. Rising to his feet, he marveled, such a divine artifact exists in this world. Was this also used on Yamcha? Indeed, Yongja affirmed. Around them, spectators scrambled to capture photos or download official recordings from the Budokai website. In a single battle, both the Tenkaichi Budokai and its competitors had etched their names indelibly into legend. The announcer delivered closing remarks. See you again in 3 years, while staff swept debris and restored order behind the scenes. At last, Yongja rejoined the core group, joined by Tianjin Fan. First came Tianjin Fan's sincere apology to Yamcha, followed by swift reconciliation. After all, in the original timeline, even a broken leg hadn't prevented their truce. Next came effusive praise for Yongja and warm encouragement for Tianjin Fan. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air. Yongja savored the tranquil warmth of that harmony, wishing it might last forever. Yet Master Roshi had intended to ask Tianjin Fan about his future path. Then Huang Chi stepped forward, cheeks flushed, voice bold. I agree. Yongja, you should consider staying at Master Roshi's island long-term. I admire men like you, wild, untamed, alive. Stunned silence fell. Bulma opened her mouth, only for Huang Chi to add, if you do stay, I'll personally ensure you want for nothing. Yongja laughed warmly. Thank you, Miss Huang Chi. Yet I cannot return your affection, not yet. Though I hold you in deep regard, such a choice would betray Lan Chi, the other half of your soul. Moreover, I vowed to help resolve your dual personality, and today's battle reminded me my strength remains insufficient. His gaze shifted to Bulma, standing silently, lips pursed. All eyes turned expectant toward what came next. Yongja continued, when my strength reaches its zenith, no obstacle will stand unbroken. He approached Bulma, gently stroking her hair, her expression softening at once. Huang Chi, however, bristled, preparing to protest. Still, I'll visit Master Roshi's island often, and I'll secure your pardon through lawful, legitimate means. Huang Chi's heart warmed. Good. That's your promise. Break it, and I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Yongja chuckled. The group exchanged knowing glances. Had Bulma's presence restrained his response? Or was this simply masterful diplomacy? Sensing the tension shift, Yongja declared, we've all labored hard today. I'll treat everyone to a feast. Tianjin Fan, you're invited too. And this championship prize, better spent than wasted. Within he mused, please, do you think I'm still the same timid fool? I can now utter truths that defy mortal limits, calmly, unblinking. Of course, speaking them remains easier than living them. The road ahead is long. Few women match Huang Chi's candor. The benefit? No hidden agendas, no exhausting pretense. The drawback? Perhaps fewer romantic flourishes. But that's no obstacle. Just as Tianjin Fan prepared to decline, Yongja interjected, Tianjin Fan, we must broaden our horizons. It's merely a meal, not some grand affair. Share this bowl, and we become true friends. For a man's true battlefield lies not only in the ring, but also at the dinner table. It's settled. Before Tianjin Fan could reply, Yongja grasped Bulma's hand with his left and Huang Chi's with his right, enveloping them in a radiant energy burst as they soared toward the nearest restaurant. I'll wait for you there. At the restaurant, the group arrived, slightly delayed, only to find Yongja had already ordered a lavish banquet awaiting the final dishes. Young Goku suddenly recalled, my 4-star ball and power pole are still at the Budokai. Krillin immediately volunteered to retrieve them, but had scarcely taken 2 steps. Goku called him back, though no words followed. Laughter and chatter carried them all into the restaurant. Only young Goku and Yongja lingered outside. Yongja handed him the remaining senzu beans. Go, but take these. Eat one if you're hungry or injured. Young Goku nodded, understood, I'll be right back, and dashed after Krillin, vanishing down the street. Yongja watched the boy's retreating figure. With over 250 battle power, young Goku could easily overwhelm Elder Piccolo. The story's trajectory remains stable, no need to fret. I'll enjoy this feast and leave the rest to him. Yongja followed the crowd into the restaurant, and everyone began to choose their seats. Naturally, Yongja selected the main seat facing the door. Among all present, Yang's strength was unparalleled, and he was also the host responsible for the bill. Just as Yongja settled into the main seat, as he prepared to look at the menu and order, Huang Chi and Bulma quickly took positions on either side of Yongja. Originally, Yongja intended to assign the seats on his left and right to Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan. However, upon seeing the tense expressions on the faces of the two, he suddenly felt that the arrangement of seats was no longer that important. Huang Chi was quicker and seized the main guest seat on Yang's right, while Bulma took the secondary guest seat on his left. After the two settled in, the main cast arrived, and Yongja took the initiative to arrange the seating for everyone as follows. Tien Shinhan, 3rd guest. Dumpling, 4th guest. Yamcha, 3rd guest. Pure, 4th guest. Oolong, in the middle position opposite Pure. Young Goku, 5th guest. Krillin, 6th guest. Master Roshi, secondary guest. Huang Chi, main guest. Bulma, secondary main guest. And a sea turtle, on the floor. Since Bulma and Huang Chi had already seated themselves, Yongja skipped over them. After everyone was seated, Yongja ordered a full table of dishes. Sure enough, this restaurant located near the martial arts tournament quickly brought out the first dish shortly after ordering, just as the dishes started to arrive. Oolong could no longer hold back, and said, "Why are Goku and the others taking so long? Haven't they returned yet?" Yongja observed the group and realized they were mostly hungry, so he suggested, "How about this? Everyone start eating while we wait. We can order more once we finish. I just got a championship prize of 5,000, so eat freely." After saying that, everyone finally couldn't hold back anymore and began to feast. Originally, Huang Chi also wanted to show off while eating, but suddenly caught a glimpse of Bulma actually serving food to Yongja. Yongja didn't mind, he just wanted to eat. But now Huang Chi was unhappy and also started to serve food to Yongja, who accepted it without refusal. Seeing this, Bulma thought, "Oh, you're going to compete with me. Do you have that kind of strength?" Then she escalated to feeding Yongja directly using chopsticks to deliver food to his mouth. Yongja didn't think much of it and kept eating. Huang Chi looked on, surprised that it could be done this way. When have I ever fed someone else? Just as Huang Chi hesitated, Bulma had already fed him a second time. At this point, Huang Chi couldn't sit still any longer and began to tremble as she used chopsticks to deliver food to Yongja's mouth. Yongja was just there to eat, especially since someone was feeding him. How could he refuse? Thus, one side of the table became a battlefield of feeding, while the other side became a battlefield of grabbing food. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan competed in the speed of grabbing food, or tried to snatch food from each other's chopsticks, while Master Rose's side spectated the chaos, frantically eating popcorn. Just as the battles on both sides were about to spiral out of control, Yongja's two companions nearly lifted the table to feed him. Yongja stood up and said, "Everyone, today I'm treating eat to your heart's content. I'm going to pick up Krillin and Goku. They are taking too long. They'll be right back, so you all take your time." With Yongja's words, the two battlefields at the table collapsed. However, Huang Chi and Bulma exchanged lightning glances while Yamcha admitted defeat, as he knew he was outmatched. Indeed, Yamcha had started it all, and even if it turned into a fight, he would be the one to lose. Thus, amidst everyone's chatter, Yongja withdrew from the table and went outside the restaurant, sensing the auras of young Goku, and Krillin then flew off explosively. Before Yongja arrived at the martial arts tournament site, Krillin, at the request of young Goku, had returned to the tournament venue to retrieve Goku's forgotten items. These items were the 4-star ball and the Nioi bow. However, as soon as he entered, he saw a green-skinned lizard man with wings and black pants threatening the referee, saying, "Tell me, where's the ball?" Krillin, who had just arrived, didn't hear clearly and didn't pay any mind, directly heading to retrieve Goku's items. The referee replied, "I've already given you the list of participants. Oh, what more do you want? I don't even know what you're talking about." Seeing the referee's unwillingness to cooperate, the lizard man casually punched the referee in the abdomen, causing him to fly away and fall to the ground, unable to get back up. At this moment, Krillin finally retrieved Goku's items, but as he came out, he saw the lizard man punch the referee. How could Krillin, being such a good-hearted person, stand by and watch? Besides, he had participated in the tournament twice and even made it to the top 8, so he couldn't ignore this matter. Krillin shouted at the lizard man, "Hey, you are being unreasonable. The referee said he doesn't know what you're talking about, yet you still want to hit him. Is there no law anymore?" The lizard man turned to Krillin and said, "I am the law. Who are you to speak? Let me see." After saying that, he picked up the participant list, and the first page had the top-ranked contestants. Of course, the first was Yongja, followed by Tien Shinhan, and then ranked according to the excitement level of the matches. This was to rank the remaining contestants. The first page had no entries, but on the second page, he found Krillin ranked 4th, along with his height, weight, personal photo, and other personal information. Ranked 3rd was Jackie Chan, and the battle between Jackie Chan and Tien Shinhan was nothing short of spectacular. Unfortunately, Jackie Chan admitted defeat without showing his full strength. Ranked 5th was Yamcha, who at least had a true man's battle with Tien Shinhan. Ranked 6th was Dumpling, who was eliminated in the first match against Krillin, and ranked 7th was Goku, who had no choice but to face Yongja in the first match, which wasn't very intense. Ranked 8th was Pampa, who was instantly killed and came in last. After reading this, the lizard man said, "So you are Krillin. Ranked 4th, you seem to have some strength." Krillin replied, "And who are you? What do you want with the participant list?" The lizard man said, "Me. I am Damblin, a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo, and my goal is to collect the Dragon Balls and kill all martial artists." Krillin asked, "Collect the Dragon Balls?" Damblin answered yes. Upon seeing the beads in Krillin's bag, it matched the intelligence he had received. He then said to Krillin, "Kid, hand over the beads in your hand." Krillin replied, "You want me to just hand them over? That would be quite embarrassing for me." Damblin said, "Forget it. Killing you means the items are mine, and I can achieve 2 goals at once." With that, he lunged at Krillin. Krillin managed to react and barely dodged Damblin's Black Tiger's Claw maneuver, but his clothes were torn in the process. At this point, Krillin angrily shouted, "Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? Even if I have money, I can't just make another like this." After saying that, he stuffed the items into his clothes and charged at Damblin. In the original timeline, Krillin wasn't this strong. He would have been instantly killed. But things were different now. In this timeline, Krillin had a combat power of 120, while Damblin had around 180, so he couldn't be instantly killed, he could only be overwhelmed. Krillin launched a fierce attack on Damblin, but every strike either got blocked or easily dodged. Damblin then landed a punch on Krillin's chin, sending him spinning through the air before he managed to land safely. Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought, how can he be so strong? I'm already the fourth in the world. Why can't I defeat this guy who seems like neither a human nor a ghost? Understanding the gap in strength between himself and his opponent, Krillin stopped attacking blindly and began to take defensive measures, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Damblin, however, was not willing to waste any time. He charged straight at Krillin, who could barely defend himself. The pressure from Damblin's powerful aura made Krillin's arms feel numb. Finally, another punch hit Krillin in the abdomen, sending him flying out, struggling to get up from the ground. Damblin didn't delay. He jumped and charged a kick towards Krillin's head in midair, planning to knock him out, and then leave with the demon sticker, the participant list, and the Dragon Balls. At this critical moment, young Goku intervened just before Damblin could kick Krillin, delivering a kick that sent Damblin flying instead. Then he helped Krillin up, asking, "Are you alright?" Krillin trembled and replied, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Yongja also said it was just a minor injury, nothing serious. Young Goku said, "Here, eat this senzu bean." He took out the senzu bean given by Yongja, which was crunchy. Krillin ate it in one bite and chewed a few times, instantly recovering to full health. Krillin warned Goku, "Be careful, that guy is very strong. I'm no match for him. Also, he aims to collect the Dragon Balls and kill all martial artists." Goku assured him, "Leave it to me, it'll help you get back at him for your injuries." At that moment, Damblin, who had just gotten back up, angrily shouted, "Damn it. That little bastard kicked me." Son Goku. He then checked the list and remarked, "Strange, only ranked 7th, yet you kicked me to such an extent." Goku replied, "That's because I lost to Yongja, otherwise I should be first." Damblin retorted, "Who cares? They'll kill all of you." With that, Damblin charged at Goku, but ironically, after he had tormented Krillin, he was now being tormented in return. In a flurry of intense attacks, Damblin quickly found himself at a disadvantage, having received 5 heavy punches from Goku. In the end, he was met with a kick to the face, suffering a swift reversal of fortune. Struggling to rise from the ground, Damblin exclaimed, "Impossible. I'm a crucial minion of the Demon King Piccolo. How could I lose to a mere kid?" In fact, the original timeline, Goku had first lost to Damblin simply because he was hungry, compounded by the fact that he had exhausted all his strength in the final battle against Tien Shinhan. This led to Damblin defeating him during the pursuit. In the original timeline, Goku's strength was about equal to Damblin's. Moreover, in this timeline, Damblin couldn't hope to defeat young Goku, whose power was around 260, resulting in a crushing defeat for him. After several rounds, Damblin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in wounds, and unable to fight back, yet Goku still refrained from delivering a lethal blow. He looked down at Damblin and said, "You no longer have the strength to fight. It's time to reflect and become a better person. Now go back to where you came from." Damblin struggled to stand, saying, "I won't forget you, ooh, just wait." With that, he flapped his wings and flew off into the sky, dropping a demon character sticker as he took off. Before leaving, he also retrieved the list from the fallen referee. Then Krillin asked Goku why he didn't finish him off, to which Goku replied, "At least he hasn't committed a major crime, yet I'll spare him this time. If he does anything bad again, I'll stop him then." Meanwhile, as Goku and Krillin were chatting, Yongja arrived late to understand the situation, going through the motions, and was surprised to find a demon sticker on the ground. Then Yongja learned about the events that transpired. Yongja said, "There's no need to think too much about it, let's go. The restaurant has ordered all the dishes, we are just waiting for you all." After saying that, he approached the referee, helped him up, and asked Goku for a senzu bean. He then fed the referee a senzu bean, reviving him fully. The referee, like everyone else, exclaimed in amazement at such a magical item. Yongja then asked, "Mr. Referee, is this list the only one?" The referee replied, "Currently, there is indeed only this paper version." Yongja said, "In that case, please give me the list. It may not be peaceful lately, the opposing side seems to be a major force. Even if my strength can eliminate them, I won't be able to protect all the ordinary citizens alone. Please hide for a while after you return, and remember to keep an eye on the news." He thought to himself, primarily, I can easily deal with Piccolo now, but my aura can't cover the entire Earth. Moreover, even if I were to go and kill Piccolo directly, I wouldn't gain any fame. I'm not a saint. If I want to promote universal cultivation, I need to have some reputation. The referee responded, "All right, no problem, I'll follow your orders, Mr. Yongja." Yongja said, "Then see you later." With that, he took Goku and Krillin and walked out of the martial arts tournament's main entrance, grabbing the collars of both their shirts, and with a burst of energy flew them towards the restaurant. In the air, young Goku was fine, but Krillin, flying for the first time, was ecstatic, as he had previously only experienced flying in an airplane. This was a completely different feeling. Once they reached the restaurant, Krillin still looked unsatisfied until the aroma of the food pulled him back to reality. At the dining table, everyone began to feast, and Yongja shared some information with everyone. When it came to the crucial part, he even produced the demon sticker. Initially, everyone dismissed it, thinking it was just some cult organization. But then Master Roshi started to explain the worldview in the background. However, with Yongja present, everyone didn't feel as hopeless as in the original timeline, but the atmosphere gradually grew heavier. At the table, only Goku kept on enjoying himself, while Yongja tried to lighten the mood, saying, "Master Roshi, you are overthinking. This is the era of the young people. Although you all endured great hardships back in your day. This era has me, Goku, Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha, as well as so many hidden masters in the world. The Demon King Piccolo is nothing to worry about. Isn't he just the Demon King Piccolo? Let's take him down. How dare he bully our Master Roshi?" Everyone responded, "All right." Huang Chi echoed, "Yes. You are indeed the one. I have my eyes on you. Speak boldly." But Master Roshi remained pessimistic, saying, "I admit this generation of young people is much stronger than ours, but the Demon King Piccolo is truly formidable." Back then, Master Mateto could only barely seal the Demon King Piccolo with the Demon Sealing Wave. Seeing Master Roshi still so pessimistic, it seemed that the events of the past had left a significant shadow on him. Yongja replied, "In that case, Master Roshi, you should teach everyone the Demon Sealing Wave. Even if we can't defeat him, if we have so many people here practicing the Demon Sealing Wave, sealing him won't be a problem, right?" The others agreed, "Yes, Yongja is right." At this point, Master Roshi could no longer be pessimistic. He stood up and declared, "I was just being sentimental. With everyone's support, I'll be the first to face the Demon King Piccolo." Everyone cheered. "Good. That's the spirit, Master Roshi." Overall, the atmosphere among the main cast was harmonious, and several bottles of champagne had already been opened. The scene shifted to the sky, where a plane-like airship appeared adorned with the letters Palafu. The scene switched again to the inside of the airship, where a figure with a terrifying face and green skin sat on a high throne. He wore a dark light blue robe emblazoned with the character for demon and a wide purple-blue belt. His face was lined with wrinkles, and the back of his head was elongated, resembling an alien. This person was none other than the Demon King Piccolo. If anyone had seen the Supreme Kai, they would realize they looked almost identical. To his left sat a birdman, resembling a crow, acting as an advisor, a dog-headed strategist. Opposite the Demon King Piccolo sat the Pilaf gang. They were currently in conversation, with Piccolo confirming whether the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Then Pilaf, feeling bold, asked if they could share the world domination, thinking that, by revealing information about the Dragon Balls and breaking Piccolo's seal, he would be a great contributor. However, as he looked at Piccolo's unchanged expression, his demands went from half to a quarter and finally to a lesser request, as he realized that while he had been eloquent in making demands, he looked quite pathetic when it came to bargaining. In the end, Piccolo responded, "I'll consider it." Making promises from the prior situation, it was clear that Piccolo had been released from his seal by Pilaf. Initially, Mai had firmly opposed this, believing that regardless of whether it was the Demon King himself, unsealing him was a risky endeavor. Moreover, the fortune teller's records bore Piccolo's name, making such actions perilous. After all, in this timeline, Mai had been deeply influenced by Yongja, and she was now in a state of chaotic goodness. Furthermore, in the future timeline of Dragon Ball Super, she had teamed up with Trunks, which meant Yongja had already raised her goodness level ahead of time. Ashio was the classic fence-sitter, neither agreeing nor opposing. In the end, Pilaf managed to convince everyone and unsealed the Demon King Piccolo. Initially, Mai looked at the aged Piccolo, thinking he must lack combat power, but before she had a chance to act, the Demon King Piccolo displayed an overwhelming display of strength. Upon showcasing his incredible power, Pilaf immediately changed his attitude and became a loyal minion of the Demon King Piccolo, prioritizing his life. Returning to the present, the plot shifted as Pilaf mentioned the need for the list of participants. It's better not to mention it. Bringing it up reminded Piccolo of his experience of being sealed by the Demon Sealing Wave, causing his eyes to flash as the rice cooker that sealed him met its demise. "Rice cooker, I didn't provoke anyone, so why did this happen?" This action frightened Pilaf and Ashio, while Mai remained calm. Then the Demon King Piccolo asked, "Has Dambalin returned yet?" At that moment, only Mai was calm, while the other two were in a fluster. Just as the radar fell from the ceiling, a heavily injured Dambalin returned to the airship. It was now night, and the wounded Dambalin recounted the events. After finishing, he collapsed onto the floor, unable to support himself. Hearing this, the Demon King Piccolo was furious, but recalling the Demon Sealing Wave, he calmed himself down. It was fine, he had plenty of time. As long as he did not expose himself, even if someone knew the Demon Sealing Wave, they would not be able to use it on him. That night, Pilaf and his companions, particularly Pilaf and Ashio, began to regret releasing such a demon, lamenting not having listened to Mai. In short, after that night, the world would no longer be peaceful. The next day, the main characters gathered at Kame House to discuss strategies against the Demon King Piccolo. The young warrior Wukong and the aggressive youth Tianjin Fan advocated for a proactive approach to catch the Demon King Piccolo off guard, believing that even with so many powerful allies, they could overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and the more cautious members argued for a careful approach, insisting that they should only confront Piccolo when they had a 100% chance of victory, as they did not wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves. In the end, both sides turned their gaze to the strongest among them, Yongja, knowing that he would ultimately make the decisive call. Yongja stepped forward and said, "Since that is the case, I will share my thoughts. Although we have the Dragon Balls as a safety net, the Demon King Piccolo is also likely collecting them. Therefore, if we cannot overpower Piccolo, the Dragon Balls will ultimately fall into his hands, making the first strategy too aggressive. The main issue is that taking down Piccolo too early would not benefit our group, who do not seek fame or fortune. I understand the principle that giving a fish is not as good as teaching to fish. Thus, I do not support the first strategy. As for the second option, although Master Roshi has a point that if everyone focuses on their training, defeating the Demon King Piccolo would not be a problem, the timeline is too long and could result in the deaths of thousands, making the second option unsuitable as well." After hearing Yongja's arguments, the atmosphere grew increasingly negative. However, the group turned their attention back to Yongja. "Since everyone is willing to listen to my opinion, I have a technique to propose. Master Roshi previously mentioned that the Demon Sealing Wave is an effective trump card against the Demon King Piccolo. So starting today, I, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Jiaozi will stay at Kame House to learn the Demon Sealing Wave. The rest should temporarily gather the Dragon Balls and retreat when encountering enemies. Once we have mastered the Demon Sealing Wave, we will seize the Dragon Balls. If we do not collect all the Dragon Balls, we will join the team, collecting them later. This way, regardless of the situation, we will have the strength to fight. Perhaps in the end, we will face the Demon King Piccolo together. What does everyone think?" The main characters, after hearing Yongja's plan, had no objections and unanimously agreed to his proposal. At that moment, Huang Chi noticed something on the news and exclaimed, "Hey, look! The news is reporting that the Demon King is already committing crimes." Hearing this, everyone turned to the television and realized that the Demon King Piccolo had begun his rampage, destroying cities since they had no list of contestants. Anyone who resisted was ruthlessly slaughtered, and the news of his deeds quickly spread, greatly increasing his notoriety. Yongja, however, was indifferent, already planning for the developments after defeating the Demon King Piccolo. First, the proliferation of mobile phones and high-speed internet must be expedited to leverage the fame from defeating the Demon King Piccolo to promote martial arts training among the populace. However, there truly are no effective methods for ordinary people to cultivate strength. In the world of Dragon Balls, one must break through human limits to become powerful. Otherwise, it is impossible to gain strength. He thought about finding some easy, gradual methods to improve, but decided not to rush it and to follow the current plan first. Thus, under Master Rose's guidance, the main characters began training the Demon Sealing Wave, while Bulma, Huang Chi, and others without martial strength started to gather the Dragon Balls. Earlier on Pilaf's airship, after Little Wu served melon soda, the Demon King Piccolo began his own machinations. First, he revived Dambalin, and then he laid an egg from which a creature resembling a Western dragon emerged, characterized by a large belly and green skin. The dog-headed advisor beside the Demon King urged him not to lay more eggs, as it would further shorten his already limited lifespan. The Demon King Piccolo, however, was unconcerned, stating, "As long as we gather the Dragon Balls, everything will be fine." His ambition was high and bold. Then the Demon King asked Pilaf for the current locations of the Dragon Balls and named the new warrior Samburu, instructing it to collect the Dragon Balls, while Dambalin was to cause destruction, killing anyone who resisted. Thus, a warrior with a power level of 140 Samburu was sent to gather the Dragon Balls, while a warrior with a power level of 180 Dambalin was sent to wreak havoc. The two dragon-like beings set off early in the morning, and soon Pilaf and his companions saw the news report. Seeing the hellish scene, Pilaf and Ashu regretted their choices, while Little Wu did not give up hope, firmly believing that the man who had saved her several times would come to rescue her. Back at Kame House, shortly after Bulma and Huang Chi set out, Master Roshi brought everyone to a larger island to demonstrate the Demon Sealing Wave. First, you need a sealed container, specialized talismans, and a certain level of proficiency in the technique, as this skill can be deadly for those with a power level below 200. Master Roshi assumed a proper stance, his fists at his waist, and began to gather energy furiously. Although the density and quality were immense, there was no sharp killing intent. After all, this technique is solely for sealing. While a similar level of energy could be lethal, the human body is limited and cannot exert energy beyond its physical limits. This leads to a cap on the destructive power of the energy released. Why is the Kamehameha said to have limitless power? Because the Kamehameha can accumulate energy almost infinitely, while a life-risking blow can indeed be unleashed, which is why its destructive power is considered limitless. The Kamehameha does not have this potential. At most, it can expend all of one's energy in a single blow without shortening one's life. The Kamehameha is different. In the most extreme cases, using it could lead to death. Sealing techniques do not carry this risk. Although Master Roshi used the Demon Sealing Wave in the original timeline of Dragon Ball and perished using it, his power level was only 139. Tianjin Fan used the Demon Sealing Wave against the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo and survived, still having half his breath left. Therefore, Yongja also intended to learn this technique, as having more skills is always beneficial. After completing his posture, Master Rose's power surged from 139 to an impressive 278, comparable to a doubled Kaioken. It is important to note that this was just a demonstration of the Demon Sealing Wave. The actual technique may be even more powerful. With a mighty shout, Master Roshi extended his hands and declared Demon Sealing Wave. Suddenly the world changed color. The surroundings were enveloped in green, and the space seemed to warp as a green horizontal tornado formed in front of him. Boom! The Demon Sealing Wave struck a large tree, and in an instant the area around the tree was engulfed in a green vortex, twisting the tree, uprooting it, and stretching it into a noodle-like shape as it slowly rotated towards the center of the vortex. Master Rose's gestures resembled those of a conductor. He first pushed his hands forward to hit the target, then, like controlling a valve, began to rotate his hands, pulling them to one side, gradually increasing the height, and finally bringing both hands up high before forcefully waving them down towards the container. The Demon Sealing Wave responded as if it had received instructions, flowing directly into the container. It was astonishing that such a large tree could be contained in such a small vessel. Then Master Roshi collapsed onto the ground and said the last step is to seal the container tightly and to fix the talisman, and the task is complete. The main characters watched in awe, admiring the power of this technique. Master Roshi humbly remarked, "This was also the strongest technique used by my teacher Master Mateto, who saved countless lives." Yongja approached Master Roshi, offering him a senzu bean, saying, "Eat this, Master Roshi, and you'll be fully revived." After eating, Master Roshi praised the senzu bean, stating that it was a heavenly item. Yongja continued, "Master Mateto was a powerful martial arts master who sealed the Demon King Piccolo for hundreds of years by himself, leaving behind invaluable martial arts heritage for future generations. To express my utmost respect for Master Mateto, I, a mere boy, wish to be the first to revive the glory of the Demon Sealing Wave." With that, Yongja also stepped aside, carefully observing as Master Roshi demonstrated the Demon Sealing Wave, paying close attention to the posture. Now Yongja had a power level of 400 and had also refined his perception during his training at the Heavenly Temple. The principle of constant change remained the same, and with his experience and talent, he quickly gained a basic understanding of the Demon Sealing Wave. Now he only needed to release the Demon Sealing Wave, so Yongja mimicked Master Rose's posture, gathering energy instinctively, and before he knew it, he unconsciously unleashed his energy. His power level surged from 400 to 500, then continued to rise, 600, 700, 1000. He decided to stop there for now, otherwise if he exhausted all his energy in one practice, it would not be beneficial. With a powerful thrust of his hands, his energy was significantly stronger than the Demon Sealing Wave Master Roshi had just released, and he executed the subsequent steps flawlessly. Everyone applauded, exclaiming, "Great." As expected of Yongja, he learned the Demon Sealing Wave just by watching once. Yongja humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a little show-off." In truth, Yongja had also perceived a lot. This Demon Sealing Wave with twice the power level was merely for practice. The actual Demon Sealing Wave could likely yield enhancements of hundreds of times. However, if the user lacks strength, using it would result in immediate death. As long as the difference in strengths isn't too vast, it's undoubtedly a divine technique. It is also a divine technique for fighting above one's level. Using it to seal opponents when at a disadvantage ensures survival. Now Yongja had the Kamehameha for offense, the Demon Sealing Wave for sealing, and the Kame style for defense. In summary, his skills were increasing, but he still struggled to create his own techniques and needed more practice. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, it's like copying homework. While the answers may be ones you already know, copying does not require thought. You simply jot down whatever is there. However, when it comes to solving problems yourself, although you know the answers, you need to think to arrive at the correct solution. To become a true academic genius, one must be able to make connections beyond the obvious. With that thought, Yongja did not linger and said to the others, "Let Huang Qi and Bulma gather the Dragon Balls. I still have my concerns. How about this? You all practice the Demon Sealing Wave, and even if we encounter enemies, I will temporarily avoid the spotlight. Once everyone has mastered their skills, we will take the initiative to strike." The others replied, "That sounds excellent." Before leaving, they kept 3 senzu beans for themselves and gave the rest to Master Roshi. Then, with a burst of energy, they flew into the sky, heading in the direction Bulma had taken. They had not been gone long when Yongja caught up, easily vanishing into the horizon. Master Roshi addressed the remaining group, "Do not worry. He is exceptionally talented and powerful, staying calm in a crisis. We need not worry about him. Now it's time for you all to practice the Demon Sealing Wave." On the small island, colorful lights began to emerge as Master Rashi continuously explained and guided the group. Soon Yongja spotted a flying vehicle ahead moving quickly. He accelerated and flew to the window of the craft, then entered and explained the situation to those inside. The others exclaimed, "What? You learned the demon sealing wave so quickly?" Yongja replied, "Yes, I learned it just by looking at it. It was like copying homework." I must say Master Mateto was a remarkable martial artist. There wasn't much of note thereafter as the group sat in the vehicle flying towards the nearest Dragon Ball. Later, Sinbaru, following Pilaf's radar, arrived at the location where the young Wukong had been defeated by Dambalin in the original timeline. As Sinbaru soared in the sky, he muttered, "It should be around here. There's smoke over there. Let's head that way." He then flew towards the signal rising from the ground. On the ground, a fish larger than a person had been roasted to perfection, its enticing red color and the aroma of barbecued fish wafting through the air with a moderate flame underneath. Nearby, a chubby young man tended to the fish with a stout build, small eyes, a hedgehog hairstyle, and dressed in traditional Japanese attire, complete with a pair of wooden sandals and a katana, clearly skilled in the art of sword drawing. Hanging around his neck was a Dragon Ball. When Sinbaru descended, he spotted the Dragon Ball hanging from the young man's neck and threatened, "Kid, hand over the Dragon Ball, or I'll make sure you regret it." The young and vigorous Yachirobe retorted, "Who do you think you are? Since I'm in a good mood, you ugly monster should just roll back to where you came from." Without further ado, Sinbaru launched an attack, but with a power level of 140, he was no match for the 180 level Yachirobe. Yachirobe dodged Sinbaru's strikes effortlessly, and despite Sinbaru unleashing a powerful electric attack, Yachirobe was faster, cutting him in half with a single stroke. As Sinbaru's upper body lay on the ground, he lamented, "I didn't even get a chance to push Yachirobe to his limits in battle. Oh, I feel quite apologetic about that." Yachirobe sheathed his sword and remarked, "That was quite enjoyable." He paused and added, "Sinbaru, I suppose I will remember you forever." Without a moment's hesitation for Sinbaru's death, the one who rushed to the battlefield was I digress. Meanwhile, the Demon King Piccolo, who had been taking an afternoon nap, was suddenly awakened. After utilizing his psychic connection, he realized that Sinbaru had indeed died, and he immediately summoned Dambalin, who was still wreaking havoc in the city, informing it of Sinbaru's death and instructing it to avenge him. Not long after Yachirobe finished eating the roasted fish, Yongja and his group arrived at the scene, and Yongja instantly recognized the chubby young man as Yachirobe. However, they still needed to follow the process. "Hello, I am Yongja, and I am here to collect the Dragon Balls. What can we do to get the one around your neck?" The chubby young man replied, "Oh, hello, I am Yachirobe. Are you looking for this Dragon Ball?" He then lifted the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck and said, "It's not that you can't have it, but you'll need to offer something in exchange." "In that case, how about this?" Yongja suggested. He presented a Senzu bean, explaining this item can not only bring the dead back to life, but as long as a person has even a breath left, they can eat it and be fully revived. Moreover, an ordinary person can go 10 days without eating after consuming one. Yachirobe was skeptical, so Yongja provided a postcard from Bulma, realizing that his current notoriety was only significant within his circle and not widely recognized outside of it. "Here, this is a postcard from the richest person in West City. We can establish a contract right now, as surely you can believe me now." With this, Yachirobe completed the trade, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Before leaving, Yongja made sure to collect Sinbaru's body, as it was a rare delicacy. Yachirobe expressed confusion, claiming, "It's just a corpse. It doesn't look particularly appetizing." Mainly because in this timeline his fish was not eaten by the young Wukong, so he had no interest in Sinbaru's body. Meanwhile, Yongja had successfully traded one Senzu bean for a Dragon Ball and a wild game, making a profitable deal. As for whether Dambalin would conflict with Yachirobe upon his arrival, that was no longer Yongja's concern. The two were evenly matched, and neither had the means for a swift kill. Their power levels were too similar, so they would most likely end up mutually assured destruction. Moreover, one should not underestimate Yachirobe's escape abilities, as he had managed to survive for so long in the future world of Dragon Ball Super. Yongja and Huang Chi, along with Bulma, continued their quest to gather the Dragon Balls. With Yongja's power level of 400, the collection process was rapid, leading to a fierce competition for the Dragon Balls. After an undetermined amount of time, Dambalin finally arrived at the designated location, but it was already deserted, leaving no clues behind. All that remained was the charred remnants of a campfire, indicating that people had once been there. He searched all around, but found nothing. Dambalin contacted the Demon King Piccolo, stating, "Lord Demon King, I have arrived at the designated location, but I found no trace of the assailants. Please advise my lord." On the other end, the Demon King Piccolo realized that the Dragon Balls were being collected at an alarming speed. He understood that another group was searching for them, concluding that finding the ones who killed Sinbaru was unlikely at this point. Thus he replied, "Forget it, Dambalin, that order is cancelled. Continue wreaking havoc in the city and spread the reputation of our demon clan. I want the entire world to be in a state of panic." Dambalin responded, "Yes, Lord Demon King." With the assistance of Yongja's 400 battle power, the 6 Dragon Balls were quickly collected, but the Demon King Piccolo was not idle, either, having found a Dragon Ball of his own. Moreover, Demon King Piccolo seemed very confident, believing that just one Dragon Ball would be enough to determine the outcome. He thought that if Yongja collected all 6, he could take advantage of the situation, but what he didn't expect was Yongja, now capable of sensing Chi, felt a presence with a battle power above 200 while collecting the last Dragon Ball, and already knew that it was Demon King Piccolo. Although Yongja could easily eliminate him now, there was no benefit in doing so. He decided to let the bullets fly a bit longer. Inside the aircraft, Yongja sensed Demon King Piccolo's aura from afar and said to everyone on board, "Let's go. The last Dragon Ball has already been obtained by Demon King Piccolo, as I can sense his nefarious energy." Upon hearing this, the others did not object and headed straight back home, flying towards the Kame house. Meanwhile, on Demon King Piccolo's side, after waiting for a long time without the opponent showing up, he asked Pilaf, "What's going on? Wasn't it said that another group was collecting the Dragon Balls? Why have they not shown up even after almost a day?" Pilaf replied nervously, "Perhaps they went home to eat or something. They'll check the Dragon Ball radar." After saying this, Pilaf did not dare to delay and quickly opened the radar, seeing that the 6 Dragon Balls were moving away. He reported to Demon King Piccolo, "Lord Demon King Piccolo, the other side with the 6 Dragon Balls is not coming here, but is moving away. Should we pursue them?" Demon King Piccolo thought for a moment and said no need. If they really wanted to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, they would have come to us long ago. They wouldn't collect the 6th Dragon Ball just to head back home. They are clearly aware of our presence. Even if we pursue, they can simply escape again. Let's continue to instruct Dambalin to ramp up the destruction. When humanity is fearful to a certain extent, I will threaten them with the king's life. I don't believe they won't hand over the 6 Dragon Balls. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his plan was flawless, and he began to laugh, ha ha ha. While Pilaf and his companions laughed along. Yes, yes, Lord Demon King Piccolo, your plans are impeccable, and you will surely succeed." After receiving the order from Demon King Piccolo, Dambalin wreaked even more havoc in the cities. He even forced out the scant military forces of humanity, but unfortunately the military strength before him likely didn't even match the level of the First World War from his past life, let alone defeating Dambalin, who had a battle power of 180. One city after another was destroyed, the death toll rising sharply, and after killing they did not forget to leave behind their signature mark, instantly reminding people of the calamity from centuries ago. A demon known as Demon King Piccolo ravaged the world, and among the dead were several martial artists with battle powers around 50. In short, the reputation of the demon race skyrocketed, with various television channels competing to report on their heinous acts, and everywhere was filled with condemnation of the demon race. The fear of the demon race among the people was also rising sharply. In the aircraft, everyone relied on radio broadcasts to receive this information, and they all sighed. Only Yongja said, "Let's return to Kame House first, share the information, and wait for everyone to master the demon sealing wave before we jointly defeat Demon King Piccolo." Quickly, the aircraft accelerated towards Kame House, and upon nearing, Yongja pointed out the place where Kame Sennin had trained the warriors in the demon sealing wave. Once they arrived, Yongja sorted out the current situation and shared it with everyone. Kame Sennin said, "I didn't expect the situation to be this dire." Besides Yongja, only Tianjin Fan and Wukong had a slight understanding. They were still far from being able to unleash the demon sealing wave. "No need to panic, Master," Kame Yongja comforted. "As the saying goes, haste makes waste. The more anxious you are, the less likely you are to succeed. We must not lose our composure. First we need to calm down, and then we can think of a strategy. My plan remains unchanged. Once everyone masters the demon sealing wave, we will all go together to take down Demon King Piccolo. In that case, we can only proceed this way. However, what was just demonstrated was only for training. I intend to teach you the real demon sealing wave." Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "The real demon sealing wave?" Kame Sennin replied, "Yes, the real demon sealing wave. Watch closely, juniors. This is the true demon sealing wave." Kame Sennin then walked to the side. The latter half of the process remained largely unchanged, while the first half added a fancy step. Kame Sennin moved his hands in various ways, performing a small series of motions that were difficult to describe with words. The movements were quick and filled with intricate details. The final step involved bringing both hands together, crossing the palms outward, and finally raising both hands in front with the index and middle fingers held together, while the pinky and ring fingers crossed and the index finger pressed against the ring finger, forming a classic hand sign from the zombie films of Lin Jingying. At that moment, Kame Sennin's aura soared dramatically, reaching a terrifying level, initially estimating an amplification of tenfold. Yongja could no longer sense the aura of over 1,000 battle power, as it had exceeded the limits of his perception. He only knew that this presence was immensely powerful. There was no doubt that if this were a lethal technique, everyone present would die. Unfortunately, this was not an attack meant to kill, as the ground around them was shattered by the pressure. Next came Sinin's body radiated a white aura as he spun and crossed his hands. His right hand formed a sword finger, and then the latter half of the process continued, as before, indicating that the first half was essentially a preparatory gesture. However, after using this formal demon sealing wave, came Sinin's aura plummeted sharply. He turned around exhausted and said, "Children, I've already demonstrated the true demon sealing wave. The world now relies on you to save it." At that moment, everyone present panicked. Master Wutian. This time, everyone unconsciously shouted Kame Sinin's name, while Yongja broke the atmosphere and approached him. Before Kame Sinin could fall, Yongja quickly shoved a senza bean into his mouth, saying, "Don't die. There are many things in this world you have yet to appreciate." After hearing this, Kame Sinin, who initially thought he would pass away, immediately remembered something. He quickly chewed and swallowed the senza bean, instantly revitalizing him. Kame Sinin said, "Yongja is right. I will not die easily." The next phase consisted of the warriors training in the demon sealing wave, and it was said that this was indeed the strongest skill created by Tetu over many years. Even someone as strong as Yongja took a whole day to master the true demon sealing wave, and this was with his foundational ability to sense chi. Tianjin Fan was the second to master it, primarily due to his impressive talent, taking just 3 days to learn. Young Wukong, however, only understood it partially. If it had been a lethal technique, he probably would have grasped it at a glance, but this kind of technique was something young Wukong could not master in a short time. The others, namely Yamcha, Krillin, and Chaos, under the dual guidance of Yongja and Tianjin Fan, finally learned the demon sealing wave on the 5th day. On the other side, Demon King Piccolo did not expect that the other side could endure so well. He decisively gathered his forces and headed straight for the city where the current king resided, while Pilaf and his companions tried to stop him, but it was of no use. Furthermore, Pilaf and his companions realized that Demon King Piccolo was a truly terrifying demon, and they could not stay in the airship for even a moment. Before long, Pilaf and his companions were swept along by Demon King Piccolo, heading directly towards the city where the king was located. Ahead, Dambalin cleared the path with Demon King Piccolo following closely behind, while Pilaf's group could only lower their heads, not daring to look at their kind. They heard many words like this: "You were the ones who released Demon King Piccolo. You won't have a good end." Such unkind remarks were everywhere. In short, Demon King Piccolo's group directly breached the king's administrative department, and the late arriving army was instantly annihilated by Dambalin and Demon King Piccolo's energy waves. Then Demon King Piccolo coerced the king to abdicate and broadcasted live worldwide, "Listen, well, I am Demon King Piccolo. I will rule this planet from now on. Bad people will no longer be restrained by the law. Do whatever you want, and my demon army will capture all good people. And those who collected the 6 Dragon Balls, now the people across the nation are my hostages. If you do not bring the 6 Dragon Balls within an hour, I will kill the people in one city. If you dare not come today, then the existence of this king is unnecessary." The king, filled with righteous indignation, shouted, "My subjects, do not listen to this devil slander. We must resist." Before he could finish, he was seized by Demon King Piccolo by the neck, who then stated to the camera, "Listen carefully. If you don't come in an hour, I will kill a city. Blame it on those who collected the 6 Dragon Balls ahead of time. If I can't have peace, neither will you." Instantly, chaos erupted worldwide, crime and murder manifested everywhere. Of course, there were also righteous individuals who stood against the strong and assisted the weak. In short, the whole world was thrown into turmoil. On the other side, Yongja and his companions naturally received such significant news. The king was being coerced, and Demon King Piccolo had made an appearance. The timing was almost right. Yongja was initially troubled by how to help Demon King Piccolo regain his youth. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he might accidentally kill the elderly Demon King Piccolo. To ensure that he could give birth to a second-generation Piccolo, Yongja had to put in a lot of effort. But now he had a good reason, and soon he would find a way to give him the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. Yongja said to everyone, "Now everything is in place. We only lack the East Wind. Take the 6 Dragon Balls, and let's go meet Demon King Piccolo." Since this trip was for battle, those without battle power stayed behind at Kame House. The ones going included Yongja, Young Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, Chaos, and Kame Sinin. Originally, Huangqi also wanted to go, but was refused by Yongja, citing it was too dangerous. Thus, the 7 of them boarded the aircraft and headed straight for the king's location, but the speed of the aircraft was limited, and by the time they arrived at the kingdom, an hour had already passed. They quickly selected a fortunate city at the outskirts of the kingdom, and under the global television broadcast, it vanished, annihilated by Demon King Piccolo's charged energy wave. Now the panic among the populace towards Demon King Piccolo reached its peak. People everywhere, including Chi-Chi at Bread Mountain, prayed in front of the television, hoping for a savior to rescue the world. Finally, Yongja and his companions arrived at the kingdom, gazing at the large pit on the ground, all marveling at Demon King Piccolo's immense power. However, everyone's gaze shifted back to Yongja's calm and composed silhouette, which was turned away from them. Yongja, still facing away from them, said, "This is just a small fight. There's no need to panic. Moreover, we have all mastered the demon sealing wave. When the time comes, each of us will cast a spell, and we will surely suppress him." As Yongja and his companions reached the ground, Demon King Piccolo emerged with his minions and Pilaf's group. When Xiaowu saw Yongja at the forefront, she trembled. In her heart, she thought, "He really came to save me." The bird-headed military officer beside her used a camera to film as Demon King Piccolo stepped forward with Dambalin holding the king by the nape behind him. Yongja took a closer look. The king, who had once been impeccably dressed, was now in a disheveled state. Moreover, the king's non-human appearance resembled that of a cat person. But ultimately, this was not the main point. The key was that Yongja immediately noticed Xiaowu standing at the outskirts and gave her a reassuring look. Xiaowu nodded in understanding before addressing the leading green-skinned old man. "Are you Demon King Piccolo?" Demon King Piccolo replied, "It is I." Yongja said, "One hand holds the Dragon Balls, the other holds hostages." Demon King Piccolo retorted, "How naive. Don't you know my title is the Demon King? I truly must thank you for delivering the Dragon Balls to me. I will take both the people and the Dragon Balls." Yongja replied, "So you intend to rob us then?" Demon King Piccolo said, "Enough with the nonsense." Yongja assessed both sides' battle power. For him, having already learned to sense chi, mastering the demon sealing wave did not provide a substantial boost to his battle power. However, now that he had more cards in hand, it represented a greater strength. If he had to quantify it, he had about 450 battle power. Young Wukong likely had around 280 battle power. Tianjin Fan, through absorption and learning from previous battles, had a significant increase, soaring from 145 to 180 battle power. Yamcha had approximately 150, Krillin about 140, Chaos at the bottom with 130. And Kame Sennin's battle power remained unchanged since he already knew the demon sealing wave. On the opposite side, there was only Demon King Piccolo and Dambalin. Dambalin had a battle power of 180, while Demon King Piccolo had about 220 battle power. In this light, the total battle power on their side was 480,280,150,141,30,139,1319 points, while the opposing battle power was 180,220,400 points. With 1319 points against 400 points, the advantage is ours. Yongja said, "Oh, enough talk, let's get to it. Everyone else do not intervene, or I will take him on myself." During Yongja's response, Demon King Piccolo had already charged forward. Although Wong is now aged, his combat power still stands at 220, stronger than everyone present except for the young Wukong. Piccolo, the Demon King, unleashed his claws with one hand and threw punches with the other, targeting vital points. But who is Yongja? With a combat power exceeding 400, he effortlessly evaded Piccolo's attacks. This left everyone stunned, except for the young Wukong, who remarked, "Is this really Piccolo, the Demon King? He doesn't seem that strong." If it weren't for their knowledge of Wukong's pure nature, they might have thought he was being sarcastic. Seeing his attacks fail against Yongja, Piccolo began to attack from a distance, firing energy beams with his fingers, which were fast and powerful. This technique had never failed him before. But today he met a hard opponent. Yongja stood his ground unafraid and deflected every incoming attack with his hands. Piccolo was internally shocked. How is this possible? Have I really aged to the point where I can't even handle a mere young man? Yet seeing Yongja's carefree demeanor ignited his anger, and he charged at Yongja with a roar. Yongja, unafraid, rushed to meet him. The two exchanged punches, but it was Piccolo who found himself at a disadvantage. He barely managed to dodge Yongja's strikes, while Yongja appeared to be in complete control. Unable to hold back, Piccolo exclaimed, "You little brat, if you have the ability, don't dodge." Yongja retaliated with a punch that sent Piccolo stumbling back, then leaped away to create distance. Yongja taunted, "Come on, I'll stand right here and let you hit me." After saying this, he waved his hand provocatively. How could Piccolo tolerate such insolence? He charged at Yongja, causing the ground to shake beneath him. In an instant, Piccolo was in front of Yongja, who did not defend himself, allowing Piccolo to unleash a flurry of brutal attacks, all aimed at critical points. Yongja was battered into the air. After all, his weight was not substantial. Finally, Piccolo landed a heavy punch that sent Yongja crashing down. This made the main characters anxious, all of them shouting to help Yongja. But the young Wukong reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, Yongja hasn't shown his full strength yet. He was just testing Piccolo's attack power, and I can sense that Yongja hasn't taken any real damage." With this, everyone began to observe the battlefield closely once more. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already opened a bottle of champagne. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I thought I was facing a formidable opponent, but it turns out you're just a bit fast. In the face of my ferocious attacks, you are a strong one indeed." Yet Yongja quickly stood back up, startling Piccolo, who turned pale. Yongja wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and mocked, "You hit like a weakling, and you call yourself the Demon King." At this moment, Piccolo realized he might have underestimated this young man. He looked at Yongja, who emanated an intimidating aura. The more he sensed, the more he realized how unfathomable his opponent was. Suddenly a term flashed in his mind: invincible. But Yongja did not give Piccolo much time to think. Now it's my turn, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yongja shot forward like an arrow, delivering an elbow strike to Piccolo's abdomen. How could Piccolo, with a combat power of 220, withstand an elbow strike from Yongja, who had a combat power of 400? He was immediately overwhelmed and had no time to lower his head to clutch his stomach before Yongja's follow-up attacks came one after another, leaving Piccolo disoriented. Everyone could only see the afterimages of Yongja's hands, followed by the continuous cracked sounds of hits landing on flesh. Some even claimed to have heard a snap sound. In the final blow, Yongja leaped into the air, spun around, and delivered a whip kick to Piccolo's face, sending him spinning in midair for countless rotations. With a loud crash, Piccolo fell heavily to the ground. The entire process was recorded by cameras and broadcasted globally, thus establishing Yongja's fame. Meanwhile, far away, Chi-Chi watched Yongja step up and felt even more confident in her decision. Piccolo lay on the ground for a while to recover, realizing he was no match for Yongja. He struggled to get up and began to think of a strategy. During this time, Damblin suggested they join forces, but was rejected by Piccolo. It was clear that the opponent was prepared, and in the current situation, they could only find a way to seize the Dragon Balls. I have a plan. Just as Yongja prepared to strike again, Piccolo hurriedly said, "Hey, don't rush. The king is in my hands. You wouldn't want the king to perish, would you?" Yongja sensed an opportunity and cautiously replied, "So what? Are you planning to surrender?" Piccolo countered, "Don't be ridiculous. I would never surrender. Hand over the Dragon Balls and leave this place 100 miles away. Otherwise, the king's life will be in danger." At this moment, the scene was broadcasted to the entire world, and everyone angrily condemned Piccolo as despicable. The main characters also expressed that they could not agree to his terms, not knowing what he intended to do with the 7 Dragon Balls. Even the king stood resolutely, stating, "It is my duty to sacrifice myself for the peace of all." Yongja chimed in, "But what if the Demon King doesn't keep his word?" Piccolo retorted, "Stop haggling. Hurry up. I will count to 10 or the king's life is forfeit." Yongja turned to glance at the anxious main characters, then looked at the camera broadcasting live, while Piccolo began to count down. Indeed, Piccolo was also feeling a bit apprehensive, afraid that they would refuse. Finally, as he reached 1, Piccolo acted as if he would kill the king. In this critical moment, Yongja made a significant decision. Reluctantly, he agreed to Piccolo's terms, and Yongja led the main characters 100 miles away. Finally, Piccolo successfully summoned the dragon. Yongja immediately commanded all troops attack. In an instant, the entire main group rushed into action. Piccolo, aware of their movements, quickly made a wish to the dragon to restore his youth. Just as Piccolo prepared to kill the dragon, with a swift motion, Yongja unleashed a surge of energy, racing ahead and shielding the dragon from a fatal blow. He turned his back to the dragon and said, "Aren't you going to leave, dragon?" The dragon immediately scattered in all directions while the main characters surrounded Piccolo. Yongja was not idle either. He swiftly kicked Damblin, who was holding the king, out of the way, and also eliminated the bird-headed strategist with a ki blast. But with this, the global broadcast lost its current footage. Yongja then approached Xiaowu, gently ruffled her hair, and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiaowu shyly replied, "You're so unserious. How can you still chat in this situation?" Yongja responded, "Hey, you can't say that. I came all this way to rescue you, and you won't let me ruffle your hair." Meanwhile, the king, Pilaf, and Axie were still trying to process everything that had just happened. After all, it had all occurred in the blink of an eye when Yongja arrived. The two had already begun chatting. There was no need for Yongja to intervene further. He just had to ensure Piccolo didn't get killed. Yongja said, "Xiaowu, the outside world is too dangerous. Why not team up with me? I plan to build a grand enterprise, and you can be my secretary." Xiaowu replied, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Yongja patted her head again, saying, "What's inappropriate about it? I'm starting a business, and you can be my secretary. What's wrong with that?" Then Yongja continued with his lines to increase intimacy. However, the king, Pilaf, and Axie were stuck in an awkward position, not knowing whether to speak or remain silent. Back on the battlefield, the main characters had surrounded Piccolo, who, rejuvenated, was no longer afraid of them. Tianjin Fan led the charge while Wukong did not make a move, feeling that it would be unfair to the opponent, so he refrained from attacking. Now the main characters experienced what it meant to face Piccolo, the Demon King. Moreover, without any coordination among them, one by one they were sent flying. In fact, the main characters had a trump card in Jiaozi that could defeat Piccolo, but during their initial cooperation, Jiaozi didn't anticipate using his powers to control Piccolo. But it also might not have worked. Piccolo was not human and might have immunity against control. Just as Yongja thought about this, Jiaozi was the first to be eliminated. It seemed that he had not used his powers, plus with the lowest combat power, he was the first to be out. Next was the turtle hermit Krillin and Yamcha. The one who lasted the longest was Tianjin Fan, but even he was eventually punched away after taking several hits from Piccolo. Xiaowu exclaimed, "Yongja, why aren't you making a move? Your companions are down to just one. Yongja patted Xiaowu again and said, black long straight hair looks great, don't worry that one person is enough to handle it. We'll just watch the show. Back over to Piccolo, who started celebrating again. Indeed a young body is strong. I haven't felt this energetic in a long time. Kid, you're the last one, right? Oh, I almost forgot there's one more, but I'll deal with that kid last. First let me take care of you. Here I come. With that he charged toward Wukong, but unfortunately for Piccolo his expectations were dashed. The brutal scene of him beating Wukong did not unfold. Instead he found himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. Meanwhile on the other side Damblin had long been kicked out by Yongja. The confidence he had just built was instantly shattered by Wukong, who turned his head and attacked Yongja in frustration. Yongja used his chi to push everyone away facing Piccolo's attacks, without fear skillfully dodging his punches and kicks. Yongja had played around enough. With a powerful kick he struck Piccolo's chin, sending him soaring into the sky. Yongja followed up with a burst of energy, relentlessly pursuing him until he had Piccolo high up in the air. He then unleashed a Kamehameha wave, and all Piccolo could think was, human, are you this strong? Do your parents know? Subsequently he was propelled higher into the clouds by the Kamehameha. Yongja had intentionally increased its penetrating power, and after breaking through the clouds he continued his relentless assault. With his spiritual sense Yongja noticed Piccolo's energy dropping rapidly, and a powerful energy was hurled far away. Soon after Piccolo self-destructed. Yongja understood that this was Piccolo Jr. He had no choice but to avoid killing him or the Dragon Balls would be lost. Thus Yongja returned to the ground to regroup with everyone and share the intelligence, but he did not mention the incident with Piccolo Jr. Next came the king's press conference where he explained the events surrounding the incident. In short, after the king finished his formalities he passed the topic to Yongja, who did not hesitate. Thank you for the king's support. To put it simply, I will promote martial arts for all so that everyone can become a martial artist. Of course we won't neglect technology. Later I will roll out plans or manuals suitable for ordinary people to practice martial arts, encouraging the public to strengthen their bodies. As the saying goes, the weak rely on mutation to grow stronger, while the rich rely on technology. My powerful strength also comes from inhuman training. Everyone give me some time, or I need to plan specifically. Moreover, I intend to establish a dedicated training city at this location, the center point of the explosive mountain turtle hermits, House West Capital, and Karen Tower. So please wait a bit longer. This was essentially the main content. The rest was about the main characters receiving medals and interviews. Overall, Yang's fame had skyrocketed, and the main characters also enjoyed a rise in status. The turtle hermit, seeing his juniors excel, realized it was time for him to truly retire. As the events settled, Xiaowu approached Yongja and said, Yongja. Yongja leaned in and ruffled her hair, asking, is it about Pilaf and Axie? Xiaowu wore a surprised expression, and Yongja continued, I don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, if they want to they can come work for me. But if they're still dreaming about world domination, they can play by themselves. Yongja suddenly grabbed Xiaowu's hand, saying, but if they really don't come to work here, are you going to follow in Pilaf's footsteps? Although I don't know what kind of bond you three share, if you insist on leaving, remember to come back and play here often. You are always welcome. Xiaowu was left speechless by Yang's straightforward words. No, that's not. Yongja did not give her a chance and directly embraced her, asking, really not considering staying? Xiaowa's face turned red. No, it's not that. Pilaf and Axie want to come work for you, but they feel awkward asking. They thought I had a good relationship with you, so I came to ask. Yongja released her, placing his hands on her shoulders, and said, isn't that a good thing? Don't worry, you won't have to worry about food and drink here, but if they want more, they must work. Xiaowu nodded, saying that's only reasonable. Then everyone attended the private banquet hosted by the king, where they all enjoyed a lavish feast. This left the king awestruck, exclaiming, no wonder you are all heroes. Even at the dinner table you are extraordinary. In the meantime, Tianjin Fan, having had an experience with the main characters, was also swept up in the moment, enjoying the banquet. He thought since Yongja eats this way, there must be a reason behind it. The same thoughts echoed in Yamcha and Krillin, both of whom were constantly looking to Yongja for inspiration. After explaining the events, everyone gathered again at the Turtle Hermit's house. It was still Yongja who recounted the entire story, and those who did not participate in the battle now understood the circumstances. The next topic of discussion was everyone's plans and destinations. Originally, Klin and Yamcha intended to continue their training under the Turtle Hermit. However, the Turtle Hermit said, there's no need for that. All of you have completely surpassed this old man. I have nothing left to teach you. Having earned so much tuition from you, it's time for me to enjoy myself. As everyone was at a loss, Yongja suggested, why don't you go to the Karen Tower? There's a heavenly temple above it. With your current qualifications, you can definitely handle the super divine water. Klin and the others should work harder to reach Yamcha's level so that you can fully withstand the effects of the super divine water, which can unlock hidden talents in your bodies and significantly enhance your abilities. Wukong and I have already consumed the super divine water. Before you go, prepare these gifts. It wouldn't be polite to drink someone else's super divine water without bringing something in return, right? I recommend the fish products from the Fried Noodle Mountain, Yongja said, turning to Wukong. By the way, when you go to the Heavenly Temple, remember to bring this papaya soda to the Heavenly God. He should like it. Lastly, we'll have an exhilarating match at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now. Oh, don't let me down. Meanwhile, Pilaf stood silently at the back of the crowd with only Xiaowu daring to stand at the front as they were considered the defeated side. However, the three of them returned with Yongja and Bulma, and Huang Qi did not say anything. Everyone turned their attention back to Yongja, who seemed to be preparing for a long journey, and asked him, "What about you?" Yongja replied me, "Now that there is no suitable place for me to train on Earth, I plan to fulfill my promise. After all, I promised in front of the people of the world. My focus will be on exploring methods that ordinary people can also practice. Furthermore, I will temporarily set up a base in the area I choose." The main group of warriors, having learned about their path ahead, boarded the flying vehicle and set off towards the Karen Tower. Wukong took to the sky first, riding on the Nimbus, making arrangements for the rest of the main group. First was the Turtle Hermit, who planned to retire right there at the Turtle Hermit's house and not go anywhere, with the turtle following suit. Upon hearing Yongja's plans for entrepreneurship, Oolong, who was inherently lazy, also decided to stay at the Turtle Hermit's house. Pure intended to help Yongja with his endeavors as he initially needed manpower. Bulma had a partnership with him. After all, no matter how famous you are, if you lack capital and credit, you won't attract significant investments. With Bulma's support, the construction progress would undoubtedly accelerate, especially since Bulma herself was a top scientist. Huang Qi was also invited by Yongja, and his bounty was lifted with Yongja personally vouching for him. The king issued an order to revoke Huang Qi's bounty as he understood the importance of the connections that powerful individuals have. Pilaf and his companions were also publicly invited, with the implication that those capable would work more and everyone's salary would not be low. With no better place to go, Pilaf and his companions agreed to Yongja's invitation. Thus, they finally brought Xiaowu into the main group as a permanent member. Then Yongja led everyone to the flying vehicle towards the designated location he had set. To make it easier to address, Yongja temporarily named this place Shingu City, though he couldn't think of anything more grandiose at the moment. On the flying vehicle, everyone asked Yongja how he planned to organize things. Yongja replied, "Whatever positions can be replicated will be replicated. I will be the Lord of Shingu City, overseeing all matters including law enforcement and legislation." This was also a condition agreed upon by the king, with Yongja responsible for Earth's safety, etc. Everyone remarked, "Doesn't this mean you're establishing your own territory?" Yongja responded, "Although I have considerable autonomy, I am still under the king's rule. After all, who wants to be king? They wake up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the dogs. In any case, the beginning will be challenging, and I hope everyone will not hold back. The struggles of the early days are for the sweetness of the later ones, and the rewards will be ample. I am not one of those bosses who just paints a rosy picture without any rewards. First of all, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. I obtained a pirate treasure some time ago, so I'm still relatively wealthy, and building a city is not an issue." Soon the flying vehicle arrived at the designated location, and the construction team was already prepared. It was evident that the king's contributions were quite generous. Yongja quickly arrived at the representative office of the construction team. The blueprints and everything were provided by the construction team. Yongja just needed to sign. Then Yongja used a communicator to promise each worker, "As long as you work well, the rewards will not be lacking. To show my sincerity, 1.8 million will be sent immediately as red envelopes for all the workers." With that, the enthusiasm of the construction team was ignited, and Yongja's group temporarily requisitioned the tallest building in the city. They meticulously handled the city's demolition, compensation, and other details, processing everything efficiently. Perhaps due to the king's influence or Yongja's reputation, the construction began to progress rapidly. Bulma was responsible for technological development, and Yongja proposed the research direction for the gravity chamber, explaining that it was a fundamental aspect for ordinary people to cultivate. Without it, nothing else could be accomplished. Xiaowu took charge of written documentation, providing indispensable support for rules, plans, and written matters for Yongja. Huang Qi was responsible for law enforcement, considering the presence of the blue flag. Yongja gave the blue flag the additional role of logistics captain, serving as both security and kitchen staff. Pilaf and the others were ordinary employees tasked with running errands and relaying orders between departments. During the initial construction phase, having people to run errands was still necessary. Pure was tasked with building infrastructure, as a city cannot lack basic establishments like restaurants. Of course, this department included Pilaf and the others, considered an elder department, but they currently lacked any real power. Meanwhile, back with Wukong, he was the first to arrive at the Karen Tower and caught up with the cat people. From the cat people, Wukong confirmed that there indeed was a heavenly temple above the Karen Tower, and the Rui Bang was used to connect to the heavenly temple. Without any hesitation, Wukong climbed to the top, inserted the Rui Bang, and soared towards the heavenly temple. The cat people watched him disappear into the sky, unable to express how powerful the younger generation was becoming. At that moment, they sensed that a group of people had also arrived at the base of the Karen Tower. It was Tianjin Fan and his group who had reached the base. After confirming that this was indeed the Karen Tower, they began to climb. However, since the weakest among them, Jiaozi, already had a battle power of 130, they quickly reached the cat people. Upon learning that they were recommended by Yongja, the two parties introduced themselves, and the cat people learned that they were there for the super divine water. Then Tianjin Fan's group presented the fish products suggested by Yongja, each bringing a box, while the cat people emphasized the dangers of the super divine water. Addressing Tianjin Fan, the cat people said, "Currently you have the highest probability of surviving this. I have seen your battle with Piccolo Daimao, and coincidentally the super divine water I have left is just what was remaining after Yongja and Wukong consumed some. There's just enough for you to try it first." Saying this, the cat people took out the jar containing the super divine water and poured a cup, just as they finished pouring, saying, "Here you go." Since Yongja and the cat people had emphasized it multiple times, Tianjin Fan was now fully mentally prepared. Tianjin Fan gulped it down. Despite having a battle power of 200, he still felt extreme pain. However, he managed to hold back and did not roll around in agony. He merely bowed his head, clutching his stomach, and after a while Tianjin Fan felt himself in a very peculiar state. It felt as if his body had been baptized by holy light. The various confusions he had due to the magical seal wave had suddenly become clear. He began to sense the flow of qi, faintly perceiving the qi between heaven and earth as well as that of the others. He murmured, "No wonder, so that's how it is." Now Tianjin Fan felt that he had surpassed Wukong. He could easily crush Piccolo with one hand. His battle power should now be around 340, making him the strongest among the first batch. Yamcha and the others were confused, asking what. After Tianjin Fan came to his senses, he recounted his experience after drinking the super divine water, making everyone even more eager for it. The cat people poured cold water on their enthusiasm, pointing at Clin and Jiaozi, saying, "You two cannot drink the super divine water yet. Drinking it at your current power level would be tantamount to suicide." After a pause, they added to Yamcha, "Although you are a bit stronger than them, you are just barely qualified. I suggest you wait for these two before drinking the super divine water, and then pursue Wukong's steps to the heavenly temple. Furthermore, I don't have any super divine water left here. Later, I will send you to the special space where it is located, and you can retrieve it yourselves." Tianjin Fan then said to the others, "There's no time to waste. Let's head out to get the super divine water. Once we retrieve the super divine water, I plan to rush straight to the heavenly temple. Wukong has already gone up. I don't want to lag behind him, and Yongja too much." With that, Tianjin Fan took the lead, followed closely by Yamcha, Clin, and Jiaozi as they headed towards the special space to retrieve the super divine water. On the other hand, Wukong was continuously ascending with the Rui Bang, and after withstanding the thunder tribulation, he finally saw the heavenly temple. The Rui Bang soon connected to the heavenly temple. Wukong charged up and successfully met Mr. Popo. Initially, Wukong mistook Mr. Popo for the heavenly god and directly handed over Yongja's gift, the papaya soda. Overall, the plot is similar to the original timeline. Mr. Popo assured Wukong that he would deliver Yongja's gift to the heavenly god. He then began to teach Wukong about sensing qi. A day later, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha's group cleared the super divine water dungeon. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, they flew and climbed continuously, ascending with the Rui Bang. That evening, Tianjin Fan finally arrived at the heavenly temple and saw Wukong meditating engrossed in his Kai-sensing practice. After communicating with Mr. Popo, he joined the group practicing Kai-sensing. Half a year later, Yamcha constantly sparred with Clin and Jiaozi at the Karen Tower, and his battle power finally reached 180, with Clin at 170 and Jiaozi at 160. Now they could safely drink the super divine water. After experiencing the pain and suffering, Yamcha said to Clin and Jiaozi, "I will go first." The order for the others was Clin and then Jiaozi, but they each had a half-step gap, though those were matters for later. Back to Yongja, after half a year, the city was already taking shape. The facilities had been fully completed. Bulma had also engineered a gravity chamber capable of generating up to 10 times Earth's standard gravity, while smartphones and high-speed internet were developed as incidental byproducts. As Bulma herself put it, these technologies pose no real engineering challenge. Any competent team could assemble them effortlessly. Widespread public adoption, however, will require time. Yongja had duly filed patents for all relevant innovations. Though he lacked no financial need, he saw no reason to forego rightful earnings. Through collective effort, the city's master plan was finalized within 6 months, and it was now ready for operation. During those 6 months, Yongja frequently trained with Huang Qi and Xiao Wu, but neither surpassed a combat power of 50 nor exhibited even the faintest sensitivity to qi. Bulma, raised as a sheltered heiress who had scarcely lifted a finger in manual labor, remained untouched by such trials. Meanwhile, Yongja extended invitations across the land, summoning martial masters to impart their arts within the city. Formal education existed within the city, but centered overwhelmingly on martial cultivation. Classical studies were offered, though initially met with resistance. After Yongja demonstrated his overwhelming prowess in open combat, dissent dissolved into obedient silence. Thus, martial experts taught hand-to-hand techniques. The gravity chamber honed foundational strength, auxiliary training halls supported disciplined practice, and arenas stood ever ready for sparring and competition. Inevitably, the gravity chamber bore the greatest strain. Even ordinary citizens struggled under double gravity. Yet the city now functioned, vibrant, purposeful, alive. All this infrastructure was but groundwork. What truly mattered was the cultivation of chi, beginning with the fundamental ability to perceive it. Yet perception demanded sufficient inner strength. Without it, chi remained utterly imperceptible. Even at a combat power of 201 could barely discern chi's presence, as if merely glimpsing its shadow, aware only that such a force existed. True spontaneous perception remained impossible, except in extreme cases such as Piccolo Daimao, whose malevolent chi had coalesced into tangible, palpable form. Thus, Yongja resolved to synthesize the ultimate compendium of chi cultivation, the definitive mastery of chi itself. Yet no one currently stood ready to assist him. The core disciples were either at the divine realm or atop Karen Tower. Huang Qi and Xiao Wu remained far too weak. Suddenly, Yongja recalled Chi-Chi. It was time, not to court her favor, but to entrust her with the monumental task of architecting a comprehensive system for chi cultivation. Moreover, Chi-Chi herself was a woman, making her uniquely suited to address the distinct challenges faced by female cultivators. With brief farewells to Bulma and the others, Yongja ignited his aura and soared toward Mount Pozu. Urban construction no longer required Yongja's direct involvement. The focus now shifted to expansion and refinement. The gravity chamber, the project's technical apex, had already been realized. What remained urgent was the codification of chi cultivation. 2.5 years would more than suffice. Arriving at Mount Pozu, Yongja sensed the auras of both Neo Mo Wang and Chi-Chi, and unhesitatingly veered toward her. Sensing his approach, Chi-Chi turned, and there he stood, descending gently onto the earth. Overcome with emotion, Chi-Chi rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "It's been so long, brother Yongja. I've missed you terribly." Yongja replied warmly, "It has indeed been too long, Chi-Chi. You've grown taller." He gently ruffled her hair. Yes, she had grown, and beneath his palm an unmistakable tender swell pressed against his chest. Chi-Chi whispered, "So, may we finally wed? So much time had passed since your last triumph. Your defeat of Piccolo Daimao has crowned you Earth's undisputed strongest." Yongja smiled faintly. "Soon. But have I not pledged before the world to devise a cultivation method accessible to all? That is why I came to you, Chi-Chi. Will you lend me your wisdom? Will you help me fulfill this vow?" Chi-Chi beamed. "Of course, brother Yongja. But this time you must keep your promise." He chuckled, stroking her hair, once more always teasing, "Aren't you?" Without further delay, Yongja led Chi-Chi to an open expanse and said, "Attack me first. I wish to gauge your current strength." "Then forgive me, brother Yongja," she cried, and lunged. Yet every strike slipped harmlessly past him, or met his effortless parry. Yongja countered lightly, their bodies brushing repeatedly in the exchange. Finally, cheeks flushed crimson, Chi-Chi pouted, "You're teasing me, brother Yongja." He bowed his head in sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry, Chi-Chi. It was my fault. I'll take greater care next time." She accepted his contrition without hesitation. "Very well. I forgive you." Now came Yongja's moment of reflection. Chi-Chi's combat power hovered near 60, sufficient perhaps to begin drawing chi into the body. Without delay, he began instructing her in the Kamehameha wave step by step. At first, she felt nothing, until Yongja guided chi directly along her meridians, awakening within her the faintest, most elusive whisper of its existence. This awareness emerged solely through external guidance, proving how rare true innate talent truly was. Even Goku, who grasped the Kamehameha after a single glance, belonged to a class apart. After hours of patient instruction, Chi-Chi gradually gained control, still fragile, still nascent, yet undeniably real. Though her gathered chi amounted to little more than a fingertip's worth, crossing the threshold from 0 to 1 remained the hardest leap of all. She returned home, that evening face burning with quiet pride. Their training involved hands-on guidance, adjusting stances, correcting postures, refining breath, every detail meticulously considered. Thereafter, Yongja visited Chi-Chi daily, returning each night to Shingu City. After roughly 2 weeks, Chi-Chi successfully unleashed a miniature Kamehameha wave, and had begun mastering rudimentary flight, though endurance remained limited. For the remainder of that half-year, Yongja tirelessly shuttled between both worlds. By the end of year 1, through daily collaboration and iterative experimentation, they had drafted the foundational treatise. Ordinary individuals required a minimum combat power of 50 to initiate Qi integration, the first conscious step in cultivating Qi. Once achieved, Qi amplified subsequent progress exponentially. In just 6 months, Chi-Chi's own power surged to 100, a direct consequence of her nascent mastery. In year 2, Yongja secluded himself almost entirely in his office, immersed in theoretical refinement and systematic documentation. Were it not for Xiao Wu delivering meals daily and witnessing him sketching, calculating, and revising, he might have been mistaken for a recluse lost to solitude. With Xiao Wu, Bulma, and others lending indispensable support, the first complete, rigorously structured manual of Qi cultivation was finalized and published, its title still undecided. Its contents fell into 3 principal divisions: the stages of Qi attainment, methods of Qi cultivation, and Qi-based techniques. Stages of attainment: utterly uninitiated combat power below 50, unable to sense Qi unless blessed with extraordinary innate talent. Novice practitioner masters a single-kind fused technique, e.g., the Kamehameha wave or other martial artists' signature skills. Tentative grasp achieves aerial mobility. Flight confirms deeper comprehension of Qi's nature. Steady advancement fluently employs aura ignition, signifying growing command over internal energy flow. Proficient mastery transcends imitation, creates original techniques marking true artistry in Qi manipulation. Methods of cultivation begin with physical conditioning. Civilians may train in gravity chambers upon payment of tiered fees, calibrated precisely to average household income, subject to periodic adjustment. Higher combat power correlates strongly with enhanced Qi sensitivity. Most who attain 100 points already surpass the common populace, and though late starters may cultivate Qi, their innate AF. Qi-based techniques cataloged herein are foundational applications, including the basic energy ball, the energy wave, the Kamehameha wave, the flight technique, the Dodon ray, the solar flare fist, and the 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm, selected for efficacy without overwhelming destructive potential. Future editions will incorporate increasingly advanced techniques, access dependent entirely upon individual insight and natural aptitude. A companion online edition features instructional videos personally recorded by Yongja, igniting fervent enthusiasm among viewers, many of whom clamored to join Shingu City without delay. By year 3, the city operated autonomously. Only decisions of profound consequence required Yongja's final approval. Yet what truly qualified as profound? Virtually nothing. Authority had been deliberately decentralized, reserving Yongja's intervention solely for existential threats or irreversible civic transformations, such as renaming the city itself. Having resolved to dedicate a full year to personal cultivation, Yongja instituted performance-based incentives for elite practitioners. Those achieving 200 combat power became eligible to consume the Super God water, an elixir designed to unlock latent potential. Comprehensive details were publicly available on Shingu City's official website. The site functioned simultaneously as platform, social network, and digital identity, rapidly evolving into a de facto second citizenship. All features of modern digital commerce were seamlessly integrated. Bulma's unparalleled achievement. Hardware, software, codebase, and infrastructure, all conceived, built, and deployed by Bulma alone. Her contributions proved indispensable, not only due to the novelty of digital finance and connectivity, but because they rekindled the very rhythm of urban life Yongja remembered from his former world. Food delivery and e-commerce flourished swiftly, proof that humanity embraces convenience with open arms. Yongja implemented tiered pricing models tailored to diverse socioeconomic groups. Core functionality remained universally accessible. Premium tiers offered aesthetic enhancements, refined interfaces, and supplementary services, mere embellishments atop a shared foundation. This model generated prodigious revenue, benefiting both commoners who gained affordable access and elites who acquired prestige. A perfect symbiosis. In the final year, Yongja released the entire Qi cultivation system openly online, sparking unprecedented global engagement. Discussions continued in homes across generations. Elders pursued health, longevity, and vitality. Youth embraced vigor, discipline, and self-actualization. Yet authentic transmission of martial lineage remained exclusive to Shingu City, making entry permits fiercely contested, with countless aspirants vying for scarce residency slots. Had Yongja not anticipated this surge, the city's infrastructure would have collapsed beneath the tide of hopeful seekers. His name now echoed across continents, universally revered. He presented the monarch with both printed and digital editions of the treatise, titled simply Cultivation. Its pages contained exhaustive instruction on physical refinement and Qi mastery alike. Then, with quiet resolve, Yongja withdrew into seclusion. The gravity chamber now sustained 100-fold earth gravity. Having neglected rigorous personal training for 2 years, he now committed himself to relentless, uncompromising cultivation, to reclaim every moment lost. Before retreating, Yongja visited Karen Tower, exchanging a modest container of senzu beans with the cat hermit, whose heart nearly broke at surrendering even this small harvest of his painstakingly cultivated crop. Yongja reassured him, "Fear not, elder cat hermit. Your reward is assured. Behold, this entire capsule contains fish-based sustenance, enough to nourish you for a full year. Now go forth and plant more senzu beans. The more the better." Having settled all affairs, he entered the subterranean gravity chamber beneath Shingu City's central tower, the largest, most advanced training facility yet constructed. Vast beyond measure, deeply excavated and lined with the strongest alloy contemporary metallurgy could produce, it offered limitless space for intensive cultivation. Yongja understood little of its engineering, but knew it could withstand the exertions of a practitioner exceeding 400 combat power. And that was all that mattered. A year later, Yongja, after diligent training in the underground gravity chamber, finally achieved a substantial breakthrough in strength. First of all, he finally managed to create the chi sword. Although initially it was just a shape formed by condensed chi, it was still viable, albeit only a single form. It is more practical to use fists and feet directly. This chi sword, on the other hand, although not as sharp as the chi yuan / excels in every other aspect. For instance, its flexibility allows it to be deployed at any time and in any manner with adjustable length and size. On the other hand, Yongja also put considerable effort into defense, having developed the envisioned chi armor to a significant extent. Initially, he attached chi to his body for defense, but this level of defense was practically useless against strong opponents, making explosive chi a more realistic option. Now, with the chi armor skill developed by Yongja, for example, a person with 100 battle power could resist attacks from opponents with 300 battle power. Of course, this skill is still imperfect and consumes a lot of chi. In critical moments, it can save lives, withstanding even a chi slash for about 2 seconds, which is enough time to dodge. Unless one is vastly inferior in strength, the two chi techniques developed by Yongja are excellent for challenging stronger foes. The principle behind the chi sword is similar to that of the chi yuan /, essentially increasing the pressure on the chi. However, if not controlled properly, it could lead to injury. Thus, to effectively utilize this skill, one cannot act recklessly. The chi armor is akin to purification, continuously refining the chi from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Finally, it culminates in a solid form, yet its essence remains gaseous with a hardness comparable to ordinary diamonds. However, it is important to note that this hardness is not fixed. It ultimately depends on the user's strength. Greater strength translates to higher defense. If Yongja were to unleash his full strength now, he would need to face an opponent with at least 1.5 times his strength to break through his defenses. After exiting his seclusion, Yongja first caught up with everyone in Shingu City, then included his latest skills, the chi sword and chi armor, in the previously published cultivation. Naturally, he wouldn't release them until perfected, as he hadn't even settled on names yet. This was akin to drafting a document in the author's backend. Then he freshened up before indulging in a feast at a restaurant. Payment was certainly made through digital transactions, and during the year Yongja was in seclusion, Bulma, Huangqi, and Xiao Wu managed the city quite well. Yongja returned to his large office and started reviewing his own status. Name Yongja. Race human. Battle power 800. Skills chi bomb, chi wave, turtle school, chi technique, flight, explosive, chi sun, fist, chi, cannon, magic, ceiling, wave, phantom, fist, chi yuan, / chi, sword, chi, armor, chi perception, covering half the earth. Items, limited supply of magical beans, gravity suit. Chi realm, entry level, beginning stage. It's not that Yongja doesn't want to break through 1000 battle power. He finds it increasingly difficult to advance, as if a mysterious force is limiting him. Yongja's current battle power of 800 was primarily achieved through rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Otherwise, it might have only reached about 500, at most a little over 600. Moreover, the effects of the gravity suit and gravity chamber are additive, not multiplicative. Yongja's attempts to exploit bugs have also been thwarted. The logic behind the gravity suit's functionality remains unclear, resulting in this outcome. If the gravity chamber is set to 10 times gravity and the suit to 2 times, the final effect is 12 times gravity. Exploiting bugs is no longer an option, and even if it were, Yongja realizes there is an unseen barrier restricting his growth. It seems his physical strength has already reached its limit. The maximum gravity he can withstand is only 40 times. If the gravity were any stronger, he feels he would be torn apart. Is this really the current upper limit? This reminds Yongja of his past life in online games. Whenever players finished the current content, they could only pursue greater strength. However, no matter the game, there is a maximum limit to the strength in this version. One cannot surpass the peak of this version. A representative example is Dungeon Fighter, where if the current version is 70, after completing all content, players start grinding for alternate sets. From initially using the wrong set to later getting it right, and then enhancing stats, players cannot infinitely strengthen themselves. At most, they might achieve 17 or 18 enhancements. Beyond that, they either break and restart or wait for a version update. Yongja is akin to a Padawan player fully enhanced at 17 in the 70 version with all equipment stats maxed at 100. Now, regardless of his training efforts, the upper limit of his physical body seems to be locked pressed down by an invisible hand. In short, it is currently very difficult for Yongja to grow stronger. He must wait for a version update. The scene transitions to the Temple of the Gods where Goku and Tianjin are training after a day of effort. Next, Yamcha, who spent half a year bringing Krillin and Dumpling to the temple from Karen Tower, follows with Krillin arriving after another half year with Dumpling. Finally, after another half year, Dumpling arrives. In total, Dumpling reached the temple a year and a half after defeating King Piccolo. Thus, Dumpling has the shortest training duration, perhaps due to the support of companions. Overall, everyone's training progress is rapid. Even Goku, who was not particularly keen on sensing chi, must double his efforts to keep up with others. The qualitative leap from understanding chi to sensing it from 0 to 1 is quite challenging. In the original timeline, Goku spent 3 years in the temple before mastering true chi perception. Perhaps it took less than 3 years. In any case, it remains quite difficult. Not everyone is Yongja, who is an otherworldly traveler and possesses a somewhat different constitution. This is quite reasonable, isn't it? At the Temple of the Gods, everyone cultivates their bodies, minds, and chi through various practices such as sparring and racing against lightning. They practice chi perception with their eyes covered, and only they know how arduous it is at the Temple of the Gods. Each of them wears a black garment weighted with excessive gravity. The duration of their training varies, leading to a wide distribution of battle power among them. Goku's battle power has increased from over 200 to around 415, comparable to the beginning of the Z era, and even stronger. Tianjin follows with an increase from 340 to 390 battle power, which is quite impressive. Spending a considerable amount of time transitioning from understanding chi to sensing it, gaining an additional 50 points in battle power is already remarkable. Moreover, this is without any gravity suits. Next is Yamcha, who trained to 180 battle power at Karen Tower. Before drinking the super divine water, he was at 180, after drinking it shot up to 306. He spent half a year in Karen Tower with Krillin, totaling 2.5 years at the temple, and having a lower base battle power than Tianjin. His time was also less, resulting in an increase to only 354 battle power, while Krillin and Dumpling are at 330 and 300 battle power respectively. As everyone trained their chi perception at the temple, their chi realms all reached the initial stage of gradual improvement. Since they have yet to figure out how to unleash explosive chi, they remain at the initial stage. The explosive chi skill requires practical combat to be effectively executed. During this time, Goku's height has been increasing, while Krillin's ability to break defenses has also been improving. On the other hand, the second generation of Piccolo, growing rapidly, has reached 2 meters tall in just 3 years. People say he is growing up too fast. It seems he has been consuming hormones. In this timeline, due to Yang's presence, the second generation of Piccolo has also become more competitive in training, spending almost every moment doing so over the past 3 years. Thus, the second generation of Piccolo has increased his battle power to 410 in 3 years. Considering the entire timeline of the first Dragon Ball series, Piccolo can be regarded as the fastest rising candidate in battle power. In gaming terms, it would be as if a new player entering version 70, with the substantial resources of their father, swiftly progressing through the main storyline and acquiring equipment through their father's wealth, benefiting from starter perks, leading to the emergence of such an impressive character in just 3 years. The scene shifts back to Yongja, who has gathered everyone from Shingu City to discuss the upcoming martial arts tournament. However, after a year of seclusion, Yang's hair has grown long and his clothing is tattered from the gravity chamber. Before getting to the point, Bulma interrupts, saying, "How can you neglect your appearance like this?" At this moment, Lanchi steps forward and says, "Yes, such a big man walking around looking so unkempt brings shame to us all." Xiao Wu has already begun preparing grooming arrangements, saying, "As Yang's personal secretary, it is my responsibility to manage your appearance when you go out." Meanwhile, Pilaf, Ash, and Pure can only watch from the sidelines, not daring to speak up. As for Lanchi, having understood the situation a long time ago, she decided to stay here. After an hour of Yongja being fussed over, he finally had a chance to speak. First, his hair was styled into a short cut, exposing his forehead with bangs swept from left to right. Coupled with Yang's chiseled features, he looks like a sunny boy. Yongja didn't mind it much. His outfit was a custom-made black battle suit resembling a trench coat, loose and eye-catching. Yongja couldn't describe it, but he retained the turtle symbol on his chest and back, maintaining a consistent style. Finally, he could get to the main topic. Isn't the third martial arts tournament coming up soon? I plan to sponsor the tournament in the name of the city lord, and I will also participate as a contestant. Everyone responded, "We already took care of that. Don't worry, it won't hinder your participation." "That's great. I won't waste time with unnecessary details. Let's gather everyone together." There's nothing else to say except that everyone has worked hard over these 3 years. Without you there would be no current Shingu City. This may be a bit late, but I promise you this tonight, everyone here will have their salaries multiplied by 10 key staff, will have their salaries tripled, and ordinary employees will see a doubling of theirs. From now on you are the true management of the city, and you won't need to handle everything personally. Hooray. Additionally, aside from the city's expenses, all key staff currently employed will receive 70 of the city's net income over the past 3 years as dividends. Immediately Shingu City erupted in celebration. This city was destined to have an unforgettable night. Regarding finances, Yongja himself has a small treasury, not to mention the management by Bulma and others. Currently the income of Shingu City is an astonishing figure, and it will only grow larger in the future, surpassing mere monopolization. Because the consumer base ranges from ordinary people to the ultra-rich, the assets of Shingu City can rival those of any billionaire. Unless compared to the entire Earth, Shingu City is almost constantly expanding. The current Shingu City could almost be referred to as the Kingdom of Shingu with a vast area. After announcing the news, Yongja also declared the meeting adjourned. He is not like those previous bosses who beat around the bush, dragging meetings on for hours. He directly delivered the main points, and after that everyone could go about their business without unnecessary delays. After everyone dispersed, only Yongja, Bulma, Xiao Wu, and Lanqi remained. After reviewing the report in his hand, Yongja asked, "What's the matter? Why are you still here? There's no surprise left, you can all leave now." The 3 women replied, "Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Yongja felt a bad premonition and said, "What? What explanation?" The 3 women asked, "What kind of explanation are you talking about?" Yongja, sweating nervously, responded, "Haven't I already compensated you? You 3 and Pilaf are the only ones getting 10 times the reward, and the dividends are also the highest for you 6. The 3 women interrupted, "You know that's not what we're talking about." They continued, "We have all gathered together because of you, and we stayed in this city because of you. Now that 3 years have passed, isn't it time for you to make your choice?" Or rather, they asked, "Who do you like among us the most?" Yongja looked at their seemingly predatory gazes, feeling a heavy pressure. It felt more uncomfortable than training under 40 times gravity. Where did the gentle and considerate Lanqi go? Why is she being so assertive now? Yongja stammered, I like you all." The 3 women replied, "That won't do. You must give us an explanation tonight, or you won't be able to leave." Yongja said, "But each of you is the most important person in my heart. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." With that, Yongja fled the scene as if using instant transmission. The 3 women attempted to rush forward to catch him, but only grasped his fading silhouette. The 3 women said, "I didn't expect him to escape. It's fine, he may have run away for now, but he can't escape forever. He will have to face this eventually." After escaping, Yongja breathed in the fresh air outside, feeling the weight of his predicament. Choices are for children, adults want it all. Yongja then took a trip to his small treasury. Tomorrow should be the registration time for the martial arts tournament. It's time to see how well everyone is trained. The next day, Yongja had already led Bulma and the others to the registration site for the martial arts tournament, where there were quite a number of people. It could be described as a sea of people stretching endlessly, and the registration area was crowded to the point of being impassable. More tourists were bustling about on the streets, all drawn here by Yongja's sponsorship. Even the top 8 contestants had considerable rewards, and those who ranked higher in the preliminary rounds received greater prizes. Contestants with the same ranking were further differentiated based on their performance in the matches. In any case, this initiative made more people eager to take a slice of the pie, and Yongja wasn't in a hurry to register. There was plenty of time for that. After settling Bulma and the others, Yongja also made a trip to the Kame house to bring Master Rashi and the others over. Except for the group in the Heavenly Temple, everyone was gathered at the first martial arts tournament. Perhaps due to the large crowd, excessive carbon emissions led to rain starting to fall here. What began as a light drizzle gradually turned into a torrential downpour, yet despite this the queue for registration remained unmoved. After all, those here to register were no ordinary fighters. By the time Yongja successfully registered, it was already evening and the rain had begun to lessen. Everyone was looking around, and the first to arrive at the registration area was Wukong, who had now grown to 1.75 meters, the same height as Yongja. However, due to his wild hairstyle, Wukong appeared to be about 1.8 meters tall. Yongja was naturally the first to sense Wukong, who also felt Yongja's aura. The two hadn't exchanged words yet, but having confirmed each other's gaze, no words were needed. Yongja could also sense Tianjin, Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others behind him. One could say that those with high combat power were naturally fast. Soon Wukong greeted Master Rashi and the others, saying, "Master Rashi, it's been a long time. I've missed you all." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in Wukong's direction. At that moment, except for Yongja, no one recognized Wukong. The transformation was just too drastic. When everyone finally recognized Wukong, their faces were filled with astonishment. Yongja approached and said, "You must have had a tough time training in the Heavenly Temple these past 3 years." "Yes, it was really tough. Most of the time, I was just cultivating that dreadful energy, which nearly wore me out. If it weren't for Tianjin Fan and the others, I wouldn't know if I could have lasted. Just as they were talking, Tianjin Fan also arrived at the martial arts tournament wearing a look of affirmation. It seemed they had a contest to see who would arrive at the tournament first, and the winner was Wukong. Following that, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others arrived one after another. With everyone gathered, they chatted and laughed, although no one said too much. Just as they were about to catch up, the tournament staff began to announce through a loudspeaker, "Are there any contestants still wishing to register for the first martial arts tournament?" Upon hearing this, everyone stopped chatting and hurried to register for the first martial arts tournament. Yongja remarked, "Everyone has changed so much. Yamcha, I don't know what happened, but he seems to have some scratches on his face." Krillin, on the other hand, hadn't changed much. Tianjin Fan seemed even stronger, while Jiaozi still looked the same, retaining his childish appearance. "Are you all here to participate in the first martial arts tournament?" the staff asked. Wukong replied, "Yes, I'm Wukong, here to participate in the first martial arts tournament." "All right, no problem." Next, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Jiaozi registered in succession, and the staff recorded everyone's personal information. After everyone finished registering, Yongja took the initiative to approach Wukong and the others, saying, "Let's go. It's been 3 years since we last met. I'll treat you all to a big meal. I've already reserved a restaurant." The others following behind also heard this, and they all chimed in, "Sounds good. If we don't win the championship, we'll definitely eat you out of house and home," someone in the crowd said. Yongja responded as he walked, "Eat. We're going all out today. The restaurant will ensure we're well fed. If we don't spend enough to meet a small target, we're not leaving until we do, and we'll order the most expensive items. We're not short on money." The others cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, as they walked towards the restaurant, Yongja had already sensed the aura of the second-generation Piccolo from a distance. For Yongja, sensing the aura of half the earth was not a problem. The others, however, seemed oblivious to it. After all, they had made a significant leap from sensing energy to perceiving it. As their ability to sense energy expanded, it would also improve as their strength increased, so he wouldn't disturb the enjoyment of the others. Soon, everyone indulged in a feast at the restaurant, seemingly competing at the dining table. Still, the champion was once again Wukong, while Yongja regrettably took second place. In the restaurant, the atmosphere was lively as everyone clinked glasses and devoured their food, giving a sense of comfort and satisfaction. It seemed as if the pressures from 3 years of hard training had vanished entirely, with plates on the table lasting no more than 20 seconds. The restaurant staff had to constantly bring out new dishes and clear empty plates, making sure to accommodate Bulma, Lanchi, and Xiaowu, who had less combat power. Only the 3 girls had the privilege of Yongja personally serving them food. For those who couldn't get enough, Yongja simply ordered another table of dishes nearby. Even so, Yang's combat power at the dining table was overwhelming, and soon the others found it impossible to compete with him, Wukong, and the like. They all rushed to the table Yongja was at, leaving the larger table with the fewest people. The smaller table, however, was filled with those who took their time. The larger table was like a world war. Any dish that was freshly brought out was quickly devoured. The first to be unable to eat was Jiaozi, followed by Krillin, who also clutched his stomach and left the table. In the end, the large table was left with a chaotic battle between Yongja, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha. Then Yamcha was eliminated. He thought he had done quite well, but ultimately he couldn't keep up and had to leave, regretfully leaving only 3 remaining. However, both Wukong and Yongja could see that Tianjin Fan was running out of steam. They teased Tianjin Fan, "If you can't eat anymore, don't force yourself, don't ruin tomorrow's preliminary matches." Thus, Tianjin Fan was eliminated. Only Yongja and Wukong remained at the table, and Yongja ordered a feast again. The two began to compete once more, but this time Yongja couldn't hold on. He had already consumed the equivalent of 50 people's portions. This was after utilizing qi to accelerate digestion. Wukong, however, still seemed not to be full, leading to Yang's defeat. People were willing to call Wukong the strongest. It seemed that for a long time no one had ever beaten him at the dining table. It appeared that only a Saiyan could defeat another Saiyan. By the time they finished eating, it was already evening. Goodness, they had been eating for several hours. Anyone unaware might think they were drinking inside. When they emerged, everyone was either clutching their stomachs or repeatedly saying, "I can't eat anymore, I'm going to burst." Yongja was the last to exit the restaurant. He glanced at the bill and thought, wow, the meal cost nearly 10 million, but Yongja wasn't short on money and quickly scanned to pay with his phone. One must say that digital transactions were indeed convenient in his past life. It seemed that his decision back then was correct. Yongja had also arranged accommodation for the others, although it wasn't him personally making the arrangements, but that didn't matter. Yongja naturally booked the best hotel with air conditioning and interior fittings of the highest standard. Money left unspent was just a pile of numbers. Of course, this could only be done when one was financially free. Ordinary people couldn't do this. The next day, everyone arrived at the venue for the martial arts tournament's preliminary rounds. Since Yang's sponsorship had not been in place for long, many things had yet to be arranged. Thus, this year's contestants received the most generous rewards yet. Wukong was the first to ask Master Rashi, did you bring our martial arts uniforms? Master Rashi replied, what are you talking about? You all have graduated, you don't need to wear the Kame School martial arts uniforms anymore. Nevertheless, everyone still tacitly arranged to get a set of Kame School martial arts uniforms, while Yongja chose not to wear the Kame School uniform. However, the Kame School emblem was still retained, so everyone changed into their battle outfits in the large room for the preliminary rounds. Though Yongja had sensed the distinct aura of the second-generation Piccolo long ago, he didn't need to bring it up. Eventually, it was Wukong who discovered Piccolo, indicating that the hand of fate was everywhere. Yongja didn't say much, he simply gave everyone a reassuring look and waved his hand, as if to say, let's get this started, just focus on the competition. Piccolo also sensed the response from the group, but upon seeing Yongja's carefree demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of anger within. In any case, a conflict had been set, and then everyone returned to their positions to prepare for the preliminary rounds. Just as they were about to disperse, a beautiful hand landed on Yongja's shoulder. He turned to see a girl wearing a blue kippa-style training outfit, red boots, and red wrist guards with striking black hair styled with bangs on both sides and a ponytail at the back. Yongja immediately recognized her. It was none other than Chi-Chi. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, isn't this Chi-Chi? What brings you here? Chi-Chi replied, I came to find you to fulfill the promise we once made. You haven't forgotten, have you, Yongja? What are you talking about, Chi-Chi? I would never forget you. It's just that this is the site of the martial arts tournament. Are you here to participate in the tournament too? Chi-Chi said, of course. If you want to fulfill that promise, you'll have to beat me first. Yongja attempted to say something, but Chi-Chi interrupted him by placing her finger on his lips, saying no rebuttals. Just agree to it happily. She then turned and gave Yongja an enchanting look before returning to the crowd. Yongja thought to himself, Chi-Chi is not so easy to fool anymore, she's quite good at this. It can't be like this. Nearby Krillin, who was spectating, couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Yongja, who is that girl? The others were also somewhat intrigued, but out of respect, and because Yongja gave off the impression of a cultivation fanatic, they naturally felt curious. Yongja replied, that's Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. When Wukong, Bulma, and I first ventured out, I happened to rescue Chi-Chi from a dinosaur that was chasing her while collecting Dragon Balls. She seems to have developed some misunderstandings about love during her childhood, and I didn't give it much thought at the time, so I agreed to her childhood engagement. Krillin was shocked. What? You can do that? No way. Tianjin fan asked, so what are you planning to do now? Yongja replied, I'm not sure, but I did promise her, which makes it a bit complicated. Yamcha joked, what's there to hesitate about? Just go for it. Yongja responded, Yamcha, that kind of thinking is very dangerous, but resonates with my heart. While Krillin was still processing the shock, the staff began to announce through the microphone the 23rd First Martial Arts Tournament preliminary rounds are starting. Thanks to the strong sponsorship from Shingu City, this year's contestants have more than doubled compared to the last tournament, with over 200 contestants. Yongja didn't pay much attention to the rest, which was just some irrelevant chatter while they waited. Yachirobe, wearing a cap and looking somewhat guilty, also arrived at the preliminary rounds and spotted Yongja and his group. During the drawing lots, Yongja sensed a slight energy fluctuation from the blind box, evidently indicating that Jiaozi had taken action likely to prevent everyone from being assigned to the same area to fight each other. After all, in the top 8 matches, there were 8 spots available. Yongja, Wukong, Tianjin, Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, Jiaozi, and Piccolo were 7 people who needed to be assigned. Thanks to Jiaozi's influence, Wukong drew the upper half of the first group, Yamcha drew the upper half of the second group, Krillin drew the lower half of the first group, Tianjin Fan drew the lower half of the second group, Jiaozi drew the lower half of the third group, Yongja drew the upper half of the third group, and Piccolo drew the fourth group. The rest were inconsequential. As for Chi-Chi and the heavenly gods, don't worry, leave that to the main storyline. Thus, the preliminary rounds were finalized, and soon the competition began. The preliminary selection match officially began, and the staff reiterated, I believe everyone is clear on the rules: no weapons, no killing of opponents. If anyone kills their opponent, they will immediately be disqualified. This is something everyone understands. Now please welcome contestants No. 1 and No. 2 to the stage. At this moment, Wukong stepped forward and said, I am contestant No. 2. It seems I will be the one to make the first appearance. Yongja replied, Go ahead, Wukong, let me see how you have trained in the Heavenly God Palace over the past 3 years. Wukong said, No problem, just watch me. Tianjin Fan said, Yongja, we have also become much stronger. We have been practicing against each other in the Heavenly God Palace, and I am much stronger now than I was back then. But I wonder how strong you are now. Yongja replied, me. I'm just average, really. Soon, everyone gathered around Wukong's arena. After all, it would be a while before it was their turn, and watching the other matches seemed uninteresting. It was better to watch what was happening with Wukong. Nearby Achilobe and Chi-Chi also drew closer to this side. Back at the arena, Wukong's opponent was our old friend, King Chopper. Yes, it's the same King Chopper who was previously defeated by Wukong in a comical manner. On the stage, King Chopper vowed to wash away the humiliation of the last match and show Wukong how hard he had trained over the past 3 years. The spectators were not optimistic about King Chopper. After all, he had lost to Wukong last time, and Wukong was still the champion from the previous round with a solid record. Yongja casually sensed King Chopper's energy, estimating his combat power to be around 120, which was indeed much stronger than before when he had only 90 points. King Chopper had already assumed a fighting stance, but Wukong remained unfazed. King Chopper angrily declared, "You little brat, don't think you can look down on me. I have spent 3 years in hard training, and you intend to face me with this attitude." The only response from Wukong was an overwhelming silence. However, when King Chopper attempted to attack, he found Wukong standing like a mountain before him. It appeared that Wukong was full of openings, yet in reality, he had no weaknesses at all. The spectators commented, "This is the result of our 3 years of training in the Heavenly God Palace, but Wukong has grasped it the best." Next is Tianjin fan. "To be honest, we were really put through the ringer while trying to master that state of nothingness." Yongja, intrigued, said, "Is that so? Ultimately, such states are still intangible, only strength is real. The concept of a state can only be discussed among those of equal strength. If one side is overwhelmingly strong, any state the weaker side might have is merely an illusion, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water." Unable to endure any longer, King Chopper charged forward with a flying kick, but Wukong was faster. To King Chopper's eyes, Wukong seemed to vanish in an instant. Losing sight of him, King Chopper looked around frantically. He quickly turned around, but didn't spot Wukong at all. Wukong, moving even faster, circled behind King Chopper, making it impossible for him to find Wukong's figure. King Chopper even looked up at the ceiling when Wukong was above him, but saw nothing in the air. At that moment, Wukong delivered a chop to King Chopper's neck from behind, knocking him out without him realizing it. Surely when he watched the replay of the preliminary selection match later, he would be devastated. Yes, that's right, in this timeline, Yongja's presence has not only initiated live streaming and the internet, but has also managed to recreate many conveniences from his past life. After all, Yongja only needed to provide ideas, while others were responsible for implementation. Restoring the past was like this. Yongja merely needed to inspire and direct, while those responsible for realization had much to consider. The stunned staff finally reacted, saying, "Contestant no. 2 wins." Following this, the surrounding spectators expressed various praises and astonishment. Next, the performances of the others were basically all about defeating their opponents in seconds, including Achi Lobe and Chi-Chi. The two were also on a rampage in the preliminary selection, but Jiaozi encountered a bit of trouble as he faced the enhanced mechanical version of the assassin Tao Bai Bai. The first to arrive at Jiaozi's arena was Yongja, followed by Wukong, Tianjin, Fan Yamcha, Krillin, Achi Lobe, and Chi-Chi. The last two were essentially following Yongja wherever he went, with their goals not being the same. On the arena, Jiaozi recognized his opponent as the true Tao Bai Bai assassin, and the Tao Bai Bai assassin also recognized Jiaozi. However, the current Tao Bai Bai was nearly entirely wrapped in machinery, with only the mouth and nose remaining normal. Yongja had reason to speak, as Tao Bai Bai had nearly fully mechanized his body. Therefore, it was not a problem for Tao Bai Bai to have combat power around 200. Although the assassin's strength was lower than Jiaozi's, Jiaozi did not dare to make a move against Tao Bai Bai. To put it inappropriately, a tiger raised in a zoo may appear fierce, but once it sees the person who has frequently beaten and fed it, its first thought is not to resist, but to fear. Therefore, on the arena, the mechanical Tao Bai Bai showcased his might, leaving Jiaozi feeling too scared to retaliate. In the original timeline, Jiaozi was directly knocked out by Tao Bai Bai, forming an enmity with the main characters. However, in this case, Jiaozi had undergone perception training in the Heavenly God Palace, and thus Tao Bai Bai could not easily handle him. Jiaozi also hesitated to act against Tao Bai Bai due to childhood trauma. After the two had been entangled for a while, the crowd finally arrived at Jiaozi's arena. The crowd immediately cheered for Jiaozi, saying, "Jiaozi, go for it. The opponent is not as strong as you. You can easily send him flying." Although Jiaozi heard the crowd's encouragement, he couldn't muster the confidence. The shadow that Tao Bai Bai cast on him during his childhood was simply too great, and now Tao Bai Bai was relentlessly pursuing him, seemingly unwilling to stop until he defeated Jiaozi. Tao Bai Bai said, "You little brat, do you still dare to have thoughts of resistance? I will always be your elder. You were utterly helpless when I beat you as a child. Now that you have a bit of strength, have you forgotten your elder's teachings? Don't move. Stand still. Take your beating." Although Jiaozi did not dare to make a move against Tao Bai Bai, he had grown significantly over the years and at least knew how to dodge. Jiaozi ran around the arena, and for a time Tao Bai Bai was thrown off balance, unable to land a hit. Tianjin fan murmured, "Jiaozi." Meanwhile, Yongja observed everything and thought to himself that Jiaozi should be able to defeat Tao Bai Bai. It's just a pity that Jiaozi seemed unable to overcome the shadow of his childhood. Yongja thought about this and didn't dwell on it further. After all, it was a personal matter. Achi Lobe, eating melon seed, said, "Hey Yongja, isn't he your partner? Aren't you going to cheer him on?" Yongja countered with a remark about personal matters, causing Achi Lobe to say no more. Yongja then teased Achi Lobe, saying, "You little rascal, you look quite unique today." Achi Lobe replied, "Hey, I have my reasons. By the way, do you still have those magical beans?" Yongja responded, "What? You want some?" Achi Lobe said, "Yes, I've been thinking about it for a long time. You don't know, shortly after you left I tried that magical bean, and I really didn't eat for several days. It was amazing. That's why I looked for you for so long, only to find out later that you were the lord of Shingu City. When I went to find you, you were in seclusion. So I took the opportunity of the martial arts tournament to look for you." Yongja said, "Now that you mention it, I've suddenly realized the great use of magical beans. What if I offer them as rewards for the warriors of Shingu City? And they can only be obtained in Shingu City. Wouldn't that make the fame of the magical beans spread too?" Achi Lobe said, "If that's the case, magical beans might become hard to come by." Yongja said, "That's the effect I want. It would be great to motivate the warriors to cultivate. Here, take these 2 magical beans as a reward." Achi Lobe said, "Thank you, Master Yongja, for the reward." Yongja asked, "Did you come to the tournament for this purpose?" Achi Lobe touched the headgear he was wearing and said, "That's just one of my goals. The other is, of course, the prize money." Yongja replied, "It's natural for everyone to desire wealth. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." On the arena, the mechanical Tao Bai could no longer hold back and began to use his attack on Jiaozi. Fortunately, the attacks that were sent off the stage were all intercepted by the main characters. Coincidentally, one hit Chi-Chi behind Yongja. Yongja immediately teleported in front of Chi-Chi and blocked the powerful attack with one hand, turning to Chi-Chi and asking, "Are you okay?" Chi-Chi shyly responded, "I am fine, just curious about what was happening here. I heard your conversation that this Jiaozi seems to be your companion, and Yongja, you don't seem worried at all." Yongja explained, "Oh, this." As he spoke, he also dispelled the attack held in his hand with a punch. That Tao Bai is the younger brother of Jiaozi's master, so he is also considered Jiaozi's master's uncle. In fact, Jiaozi's strength exceeds that of his opponent. The only problem is that Tao Bai's childhood shadow is too significant for Jiaozi. If Jiaozi cannot overcome this mental hurdle, he may never achieve anything in his life. Chi-Chi responded sympathetically, "I see. I didn't expect their upbringing to be like this. Jiaozi must have had a tragic and hopeless childhood. Yongja, can you help him? I don't want that Tao Bai to win. He gives off the impression of a villain." Yongja patted Kiki's head and said, "Of course, no problem. Jiaozi still has a chance to win. He hasn't reached his limit yet, so we need to wait a little longer." Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Yeah, I also believe that Jiaozi will definitely win." On the arena, the mechanical Tao Bai, after unleashing countless attacks, was panting heavily, saying, "You little brat. Do you dare to hide? I command you to stand still. Either surrender voluntarily, or if I catch you, it'll make you remember what it was like in your childhood." Upon hearing the word childhood, all the bad memories rushed back to Jiaozi's mind, making him shiver all over and lose focus. Good opportunity. The mechanical Tao Bai seized the opportunity, grabbing Jiaozi's leg and bringing him crashing down to the arena. Jiaozi was immediately dizzy from the impact, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks from the mechanical Tao Bai, each strike targeting vital points. Jiaozi's pale face was marked with bruises, and he was lifted off the ground from the force of the blows. The sound of flesh being struck echoed throughout the arena, making some spectators feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Tianjin Fan shouted, "Jiaozi." Tao Bai laughed maniacally, saying, "Now you know how powerful I am. This is the consequence of defying me. Die." With that, he delivered a heavy punch, sending Jiaozi crashing back down onto the arena, causing it to crack. It was clear that this strike had considerable force. Jiaozi lay on the ground, trembling as he tried to get up. Tianjin Fan urged, "Jiaozi, if you can't do it, just surrender. We don't need to make it to the top 8. Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan and said, "But if I surrender like this, won't all my 3 years of training have been for nothing?" But Tao Bai is indeed terrifying. I'm scared. Tianjin Fan reassured him, "It's okay. Just surrender. It'll help you get your revenge later." Hearing this, the mechanical Tao Bai only smirked, saying nothing more. It was better for Jiaozi to surrender, that way he wouldn't have to exert himself. As Jiaozi was about to comply with Tianjin Fan's advice and surrender, Yongja suddenly shouted, "Jiaozi, are you really going to give up like this? Do you really plan to rely on Tianjin Fan for everything from now on?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yongja, and Jiaozi was also shaken by the words. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Yongja pressed on, "Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan can protect you for a moment, but he cannot protect you for a lifetime. If Tianjin Fan's strength continues to grow while you remain at the bottom in any dangerous battle, he will have to place you in the rear for your safety. At that time, won't you regret not being able to fight alongside Tianjin Fan?" After hearing this, Jiaozi finally lifted his head. His eyes shifted from confusion to determination. Previously, Jiaozi had been under Tianjin Fan's protection, drifting aimlessly, without any purpose. Now having been awakened by Yongja, he realized that if Tianjin Fan's strength increased while he remained the weakest, even if he could survive, if he couldn't face enemies alongside Tianjin Fan, he would deeply regret it if anything happened to Tianjin Fan. With this thought, the previously trembling Jiaozi gradually steadied himself, looking at the mechanical Tao Bai Bai with renewed vigor. The mechanical Tao Bai Bai looked at the little figure before him, disdainfully saying, "Oh, you've been awakened by your companions, and think you're invincible now. Enough. Such bonds and partnerships are all illusions in the world. What matters here is only strength. Prepare to receive my attack." In an instant, the mechanical Tao Bai Bai's figure vanished from his spot. Despite being covered in wounds, Jiaozi remained unfazed. As the mechanical Tao Bai Bai made his move, he had already closed his eyes, feeling the world around him. In that moment, Jiaozi felt a surge of power fill his body. Previously, he had relied on superpowers to navigate the world. Now, Jiaozi will no longer be the one who needs protection. With a shout, he struck out with an elbow towards the empty space behind him. In an instant, the mechanical Tao Bai Bai's figure reappeared, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "No, it's impossible. How could you see through my movements?" Jiaozi replied, "It's not seeing through, it's feeling. No one can stop me from following Tianjin Fan's path." With that, a massive energy wave shot from Jiaozi's fingertip, directly hitting the mechanical Tao Bai Bai, and then curving upwards, sending him soaring towards the ceiling. After completing all this, Jiaozi lay on the arena, gasping for breath. From now on, Jiaozi would no longer be just Jiaozi, he would be himself. Tianjin Fan exclaimed, "Well done, Jiaozi." The spectators below were also elated by Jiaozi's stunning comeback, applauding enthusiastically and offering sincere praise. After all, to outsiders, Jiaozi had been at a disadvantage, at first crushed in mid-battle, only to turn the tide in the end. Jiaozi first looked at Tianjin Fan, who returned a reassuring glance, then turned to Yongja, who had already turned away, giving a thumbs up before disappearing into the crowd. On Yang's side, it turned out that Chi-Chi was so moved by the emotional moment that she was almost in tears. After all, it's normal for girls to be a bit more sentimental. This is why Yongja distanced himself from the main characters, though otherwise it might seem like he was bullying someone. Yongja reached out to pat Kiki's head, saying, "Alright, don't cry. The ending is perfect, isn't it?" Chi-Chi hugged Yongja, leaving him flustered as he replied, "But I just can't help but cry." Moreover, Jiaozi's resolute expression when he unleashed that energy wave, then his look of relief afterward. No matter how you see it, it's touching. Yongja sighed, saying, "But isn't everything fine now?" Chi-Chi responded, "You just don't understand it. Jiaozi is right. If two people are left with regrets because of a disparity in strength, how helpless is that?" Thus, Chi-Chi developed a desire to grow stronger, although it wasn't her primary wish. Yongja replied, alright, it's all my fault for not understanding. At least from now on, Jiaozi should achieve greater accomplishments. Now that their match has concluded, I'm going to heal Jiaozi." With that, Yongja turned to head to the arena. Just after taking 2 steps, Chi-Chi hugged him again from behind. Yongja asked, "What's wrong?" Chi-Chi said, "It's nothing." Yongja replied, "If there's nothing, I'm going over now." However, what Yongja didn't expect was that in that moment, Chi-Chi thought of many things. She thought about the future, about how Yongja might have to face powerful enemies, and what she should do. Would there be a scenario where Yongja sacrifices himself to save the world? If Yongja were to know this, he would definitely say that in the original timeline she indeed experienced all this, but now that he has arrived. Arriving at Jiaozi's side, he found Jiaozi surrounded by everyone expressing their congratulations. At this moment, Yongja approached, and the crowd made space for him. Yongja extended his hand, saying, "Here, take this magical bean. Eat it, and you'll be fully revived." Jiaozi was not pretentious, and ate it instantly, feeling revitalized. He immediately exclaimed, "This world has such divine items." Yongja asked, "How do you feel? What's it like to break free from shackles?" Jiaozi replied, "It's like being reborn." Yongja said, "Remember this feeling. When you encounter a bottleneck in strength in the future, think of this sensation. You might surpass Krillin one day." Krillin interjected, Hey, why am I suddenly being brought into this?" The crowd laughed, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Yongja turned to Tianjin Fan and said, "Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi's path of cultivation will surely prosper from now on. You need to take him along more often and not just focus on improving yourself." Tianjin Fan agreed, "That's for sure. In the past, I was too blindly focused on getting stronger and didn't realize the inner thoughts of those closest to me. I even advised Jiaozi to surrender. I really should be ashamed." Yongja sighed, "One man's loss is another man's gain. From now on, take it easy. Our preliminary selection match isn't over yet. Let's go and determine the top 8. The crowd responded, "Alright." Next, it was time for everyone to determine the top 8. In the original timeline, Jiaozi was eliminated, but here Jiaozi is likely to advance to the top 8. Moreover, this transformation of Jiaozi will surely allow them to accompany Tianjin Fan even more in the future. The subsequent selections were mostly swift victories, but the main characters still showed restraint in their attacks. On the other hand, the second-generation Piccolo was not so accommodating. Even when the opponent was already knocked down, the contestant was kicked against the wall just for grabbing Piccolo's foot and was then carried off on a stretcher. In short, anyone who encountered the second-generation Piccolo ended up being taken away on a stretcher. Wukong, Tianjin, Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Jiaozi from the main cast all successfully entered the top 8. Thus, everyone basically advanced, but when it was Yang's turn to compete, he faced off against Chi-Chi. The contestants officially entered the arena, and Chi-Chi on the opposite side said, "It seems only one of us can make it to the top 8. With that, she assumed a fighting stance. Yongja did not hesitate, saying, "Yes, to successfully enter the top 8, I must defeat you." After clasping fists in respect, he adopted a Sanda stance. Yongja wanted to see how strong Chi-Chi had become, and surely her understanding of Chi must have improved significantly. The staff announced, "Both contestants, please take your positions." The match begins. As the words were spoken, Chi-Chi struck first. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight. For those with lower combat power than Chi-Chi, it was indeed difficult to perceive. However, Yongja could see her movements clearly as her speed was too slow for him. He quickly sidestepped to evade her downward strike. Chi-Chi, undeterred, continued her relentless assault, mixing punches and palm strikes. Her various combination attacks left Yongja feeling overwhelmed, and she showcased her excellent body coordination with high kicks and sweeping leg attacks. After a series of attacks, Chi-Chi provocatively asked, "What's wrong, brother Yongja? Planning to just keep dodging like this? This way you won't make it to the top 8, Yongja replied calmly, "Isn't this just the beginning? I'm just warming up, assessing your strength. It seems your ability has indeed improved immensely compared to before. You could easily defeat your past self now." Chi-Chi responded, "So I should thank you then." Yongja replied, "You're welcome." Finally, with a sweeping kick, Yongja created some distance, saying, "Now, let's increase the intensity. I prepare yourself." With that, Yongja took the initiative to attack Chi-Chi, who did not back down, skillfully evading his strikes and occasionally countering. However, Yongja no longer dodged, blocking all of Kiki's attacks. As she retaliated with a high whip kick, Yongja defended with his arm and then used his other hand to strike at Kiki's chest, followed by a palm strike to her abdomen, sending Chi-Chi flying. But she was not one to concede defeat easily. She quickly completed a roll midair, then charged at Yongja again. As she threw punches, Yongja intercepted with his palms. In just 2 exchanges, he had both of Kiki's hands restrained. Chi-Chi then delivered a knee strike to Yang's abdomen, which he blocked with a knee, creating a stalemate between the two. Chi-Chi then jumped with one leg and executed a scissor kick, aiming to strike Yang's head, prompting him to release his grip and retreat. What a joke. If he got caught in that position, not only would it be an awkward posture, but escaping by sheer strength would also seem like Yongja was bullying a girl. After such an intense battle, the audience was left in shock. After all, both of them had previously eliminated opponents in the preliminaries with ease. Even those who had previously watched Yang's matches had never seen a girl perform so impressively. Yongja speculated internally, now that Chi-Chi has trained in Chi perception, assuming her previous battle power was 60 points, her proficiency in Chi must have raised her power to 100 points. Plus, with the book Cultivation published by Yongja online, it's unclear if Chi-Chi had trained in the gravity room at Shingu City. Her current battle power is likely around 150 points, quite formidable, even surpassing that of Master Roshi. Unless Master Roshi also trained in the gravity room, Chi-Chi could very well be the strongest girl on Earth. Yongja remarked, as the saying goes, one should take a second look after 3 days. I didn't expect you, Chi-Chi, to have become so strong. You're already beyond most people on Earth. But I am still not your match. Alright, it seems I have lost. I cannot choose someone weak, so when do you plan to fulfill our promise, brother Yongja? Surely you're not going to make me wait any longer. Yongja replied, how could that be? Chi-Chi, I've won the championship. I'll announce our promise to the whole world. He then walked up to Chi-Chi and patted her head. Chi-Chi said okay, then turned to the referee and said, referee, I concede. Alright, let's congratulate contestant Yongja for successfully advancing to the top 8. Yongja then said to Chi-Chi, are you really okay with conceding like this? Our battle could have been even more exciting. Chi-Chi replied, no need. Even if we continued, I would still be the one losing. You wouldn't want me to embarrass myself, would you? Yongja said, how do you know all this? The crowd then moved to the arena for a Kairabai's qualifying match. If Yongja remembered correctly, a Kairabai would face off against the god. The staff below the ring said, is contestant number 70 here? A middle-aged man just exiting the restroom was stopped by another staff member at the entrance here. I am contestant number 70. Yongja speculated that the god's possession must have some flaws, or perhaps he went to get the magical sealing device. Otherwise, why would the god need to use the restroom? On the stage, the middle-aged man possessed by the god staggered onto the platform and began warming up. Yongja observed him carefully. He wore a white shirt, loose black pants, and ordinary shoes with a kind expression and a pair of reading glasses. Someone might mistake him for a parent. Yongja vaguely remembered that this person's name was something like Shun. He was simply called Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun's incomprehensible actions successfully confused most people. Even Akirabai on the stage was puzzled what's up with this guy. Krillin also complained, how did this guy make it to the qualifying round? Without saying a word, Mr. Shun assumed a fighting stance, but unfortunately shortly after the zipper of his pants came undone, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. This move would surely cause even the most cautious opponent to stumble, let alone face off against an opponent with 300 points of battle power like the god. Thus Mr. Shun recklessly charged at Akirabai, who helplessly remarked, "Ugh, I really can't stand it." He casually threw a punch, just as the middle-aged man was about to reach Akirabai. Suddenly he slipped, falling to the ground right at Akirabai's feet. Just as Akirabai was about to finish him off, the middle-aged man unexpectedly sprang up and headbutted Akirabai's chin. Bang! Akirabai fell unconscious immediately. The staff announced the contestant cannot continue. Contestant number 70 successfully advances to the top 8. Such a cheerful match once again drew laughter from the audience. Then our old friend, the golden-haired referee wearing sunglasses, Jin, appeared. However, this time the referee sported a mustache similar to a goatee, addressing the crowd that was gradually dispersing. Contestants who did not qualify, please leave in an orderly fashion. Those who did not qualify can participate again in the next martial arts tournament. Don't forget to visit the ranking exchange area for your rewards before you leave. Now please have the qualified contestants gather here. Thus Yongja replaced the original timeline's Chi-Chi, and Jiaozi replaced the original timeline's Mechanical Tao by advancing to the top 8. The qualifiers were Yongja, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, Jiaozi, Piccolo, and Mr. Shun. After the referee explained the usual rules, the much-anticipated drawing of lots began, but this time, it was significantly different from the original timeline. This time Yongja faced Wukong in the second match, Tianjin Fan faced Yamcha in the first match, Krillin faced Jiaozi in the third match, Piccolo faced Mr. Shin, whose match name was Immortal, in the fourth match. Yongja took a look and thought, wow, this distribution is quite even. Aside from my match against the second-generation Piccolo, at least each match won't be so dull. They are basically evenly matched fights. Soon the first match began, Tianjin Fan versus Yamcha. Since Mechanical Tao Bai was eliminated in the preliminaries, there was no Crane Hermit in the audience. Without the confidence to act arrogantly, and being a person who valued appearances, there was no sign of the Crane Hermit in the audience. Subsequently, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan entered the arena, each taking their positions. Yamcha declared Tianjin Fan, "It's time to settle the score from the last tournament. Last time I lost to you, this time I will definitely defeat you." Tianjin Fan was unfazed, replying, "If you want to defeat me, let's see if you have the strength for it." Then the referee delivered the customary opening remarks, which took about a minute to finish. "Now both contestants, please prepare. The match begins." As soon as the announcement was made, neither Tianjin Fan nor Yamcha made any rash moves. Previously, they had practiced with each other in the God Temple, which was merely sparring. But this time was different. This was a match, a test of the results of 3 years of hard training. Although they trusted each other in a formal match, the hidden cards they had kept during sparring had to be revealed, so neither side took the initiative to attack. After a standoff, the referee urged, "The match has already started. Both contestants, please commence." This time both sides stopped defending and launched simultaneous attacks. Yamcha's punches flew like the wind, while Tianjin Fan effortlessly deflected all of his attacks. They engaged in a fierce exchange of offense and defense. Yamcha continued to strike relentlessly, missing one punch only to follow up with another, while Tianjin Fan transitioned from defense to counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. Yamcha realized that being drawn into the opponent's rhythm was not a viable strategy and began to change his tactics, launching a series of unexpected combination attacks. Tianjin Fan understood that merely defending was not a solution, so he took the initiative to strike, parrying Yamcha's attacks before launching his own counteroffensive. Now it was Yamcha's turn to defend, as Tianjin Fan's punches came down with tremendous force and speed. Yamcha struggled to keep up. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch that struck Yamcha's chin, sending him airborne. Tianjin Fan capitalized on the chance to unleash a series of powerful military punches, leaving Yamcha disoriented, and finished off with a kick to Yamcha's abdomen, sending him spinning out of the ring. Just as everyone in the audience thought Yamcha would be eliminated, he suddenly froze in midair. This action stunned the crowd, and the referee exclaimed, "It seems our contestant Yamcha has also learned the ability to fly. This match won't be ending so easily." Yamcha declared, "I learned the sky dance technique just for this moment." Tianjin Fan replied, "Then let's continue to the second round." Yamcha landed back on the ground, saying, "The warm-up is over." Wolf Fong, Fist of the Wind. With that, Yamcha transformed into a lone wolf, charging toward Tianjin Fan, gaining speed until he became nothing but a blur. Tianjin Fan showed no fear, standing his ground as he awaited Yamcha's attack. Bang! The sound of their punches colliding echoed through the arena. Yamcha, utilizing his momentum and the initial charge, soon pushed Tianjin Fan to the edge of the platform. However, Tianjin Fan adapted to this intensity and began to counterattack. Transitioning from defense to offense, he quickly turned the tide, and in less than 3 seconds both fighters returned to a state of equilibrium. However, this time, it was different. Tianjin Fan had sustained more damage, and after 2 rounds they were essentially at a stalemate. Both were panting heavily. Yamcha suggested, "This isn't working, let's both show our true strength." Tianjin Fan agreed, saying, "Since you want to fight, let's fight." After that, both contestants simultaneously removed their weighted undershirts, wrist guards, and shoes, each weighing at least 100 kilograms. As they shed their burdens, both of their conditions improved dramatically. Watching from the sidelines, the second-generation Piccolo felt the pressure. What was happening? These guys were getting close to my level. If that's the case, their leader Yongja must be even stronger. Back on the stage, Yamcha felt he couldn't drag this out any longer, fearing unforeseen changes. He shouted at Tianjin Fan, "Prepare yourself." Tianjin Fan Energy Ball. With that, Yamcha began a series of hand movements, and soon a basketball-sized energy sphere appeared in his hand. Tianjin Fan didn't dare to be careless, immediately defending himself. Yamcha threw the energy ball thinking it was small and lacked power, so he intended to take it heat in. But he was caught off guard. Bang! Tianjin Fan was sent flying by the blast, but the energy ball did not explode. He quickly got back up while Yamcha performed a series of hand seals, redirecting the energy ball toward Tianjin Fan. Now Tianjin Fan couldn't afford to be careless. He dodged swiftly, but how could Yamcha just let him go? Continuing to execute his movements, Yamcha attacked Tianjin Fan again. After several exchanges, Tianjin Fan had been knocked down multiple times already. He considered countering the energy ball, but either he didn't get the chance or the opponent suddenly switched tactics and continued to strike. Tianjin Fan understood he must capture the king if he wanted to subdue the thief. He turned and directly attacked Yamcha, who did not back down. When his attack from behind with the energy ball failed, he decisively switched to the Wolf Fang Fist from the front. Tianjin Fan found himself in a dilemma. If he created distance, Yamcha's energy ball would endlessly consume his energy, but if he closed in, he would face the direct assault of the Wolf Fang Fist. He could not find a way out against Yamcha, who had shed his load. At this point, Tianjin Fan had no choice but to say, "Very well, Yamcha, I have no choice but to reveal my trump card." Yamcha replied, "You may do as you wish. I am invincible. Feel free to show your trump card." With that, Yamcha stopped attacking, and Tianjin Fan began to gather energy. He took a horse stance, crossing his arms in front of his face, then opened his arms to shoulder height. Suddenly, another Tianjin Fan appeared at his right side, mirroring his movements. Tianjin Fan repeated the action, and soon 4 copies of himself appeared on the stage, causing the audience and referee to gasp in shock. Even Yamcha stood there dumbfounded. Tianjin Fan declared, "Your energy ball is indeed quite unmanageable. But when I unleash my 4-body fist, how will you respond?" Unfazed, Yamcha quickly unleashed his energy ball at Tianjin Fan. Unfortunately, all 4 were real, and even if one was hit, the other 3 would immediately close in, surrounding Yamcha and beating him mercilessly. Now it was Yamcha who found himself sprawled on the arena floor. Yamcha struggled to stand, and Tianjin Fan said, "And my techniques are not yet finished." With that, the 4 physical copies of Tianjin Fan moved to the corners of the stage and simultaneously unleashed an unknown energy wave aimed at Yamcha's forehead. Yamcha, seeing nowhere to escape, could only leap high to avoid it, but Tianjin Fan was well aware of this. He continued to fire energy waves at Yamcha in midair, and Yamcha could not dodge in time, needing to use his energy ball to counter the wave. Unfortunately, the energy ball was ineffective against it, quickly exploding in the air. Before long, Yamcha fell to the ring, struggling for some time, before finally standing up, just as the referee began counting down. He then conceded, and Tianjin Fan was left bewildered, saying, "You should still be able to fight, right? Are you conceding already?" Yamcha replied, "No need, of my energy ball is completely countered by your 4-body fist. Even if I don't counter the waves fighting on the ground, I would still lose 4-1. The referee announced, "Since contestant Yamcha has voluntarily conceded, let's congratulate contestant Tianjin Fan for advancing to the top 4. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, as this battle was indeed thrilling. Initially, both sides had exchanged attacks, but later it escalated into a fierce showdown, with both revealing their trump cards, leaving the audience exhilarated. In the first match, Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. Interestingly, in the second World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha lost to Tianjin Fan, but that time the defeat was more thorough. At least his legs weren't broken under Yongja's interference. This time, Yamcha performed quite well, fully forcing out Tianjin Fan's trump card, the 4-body fist, and with the aid of the Chi Bomb, he could keep Tianjin Fan from retaliating. Thus, among pure earthlings besides Yongja, Yamcha is the one with the greatest talent. In the original timeline, he was defeated by the God of Heaven, who also gave Yamcha a relatively high evaluation. As for Krillin, he was far ahead of Yamcha after the Namek Star incident. Moreover, Krillin and Tianjin Fan are quite different. One has no nose while the other has 3 eyes, so they don't exactly resemble pure Earthlings. Come on, have you ever seen a normal Earthling without a nose and with a 3rd eye? Yamcha, supported by Tianjin Fan, arrived at the backstage area. Goku stepped forward and said to Yamcha, "You did well, Yamcha. You're stronger than before." Yamcha replied, "There's no need for such praise. Well, loss is a loss. Tianjin Fan's strength is indeed above mine." Tianjin Fan added, "Thank you. I've just spent half a year longer in the Temple of the Gods than you, and the gap between us is already quite small." Yongja said, "You both performed excellently. Don't worry, you will have plenty of opportunities to grow stronger in the future." He then turned to Goku and said, "Come on, it's our turn for the second match." Goku excitedly exclaimed, "Oh." Yongja observed Goku's excitement and thought to himself, it seems that Goku's Saiyan bloodline has begun to awaken. Although he had shown potential in his childhood, it is much more evident now. Goku has trained his mindset in the Temple of the Gods for 3 whole years, and to still have his fighting spirit ignited is a testament to how Saiyans are born for battle. Ordinary people would be hard-pressed to maintain such ambition after 3 years of rigorous training, let alone become detached from worldly desires. Below the stage, the referee began to announce, after this thrilling first match, Yamcha has ultimately lost to Tianjin Fan. While we marvel at their incredible contest, we also feel a sense of regret for Yamcha. In the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, he suffered a crushing defeat to Tianjin Fan, and in the 23 RD, he once again fell under Tianjin Fan's hand. Now let's welcome the competitors Yongja and Goku. The referee playfully continued, "Our competitor Yongja has consecutively dominated the championships of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments, and coincidentally Goku has suffered 2 defeats at Yongja's hands. So in this World Martial Arts Tournament, will Goku be able to redeem himself?" The referee saw that the hype was sufficient and called out, "All right, audience. Shout out the name of the competitor you support the most." Instantly, a large crowd shouted Yongja's name. There was no denying it, Yongja's fame was immense. He established Shingu City, promoted cultivation, and defeated the Demon King Piccolo, making his name well known, essentially fulfilling the role of Satan from the Dragon Ball Z era ahead of schedule. On the way to the stage, Yongja said to Goku, "Goku, it seems I have a lot of supporters." Goku replied, "Hee, in the end it all comes down to strength. Are you ready to take my punches?" Yongja responded, "Is that so? Then let me see what you've got." After their exchange, the two arrived at the stage, each taking their positions on either side. After some idle chatter from the referee, he declared, "Now both sides are in position, the match begins." In the second match, Yongja faced Goku. Goku took his classic starting stance while Yongja assumed a combat stance. In truth, it didn't matter what stance Yongja took. With 800 points of battle power, he could overpower anything, at least during the Dragon Ball era. Neither side initiated an attack. Goku remained cautious while Yongja waited for Goku to make a move. After all, if he misjudged the force, it would not look good if he were defeated in an instant. After repeated prompts from the referee, Goku finally made his move. Goku's speed was astonishing. The audience only saw him lower his body, and then he vanished without a trace. Only Yongja remained on the stage, and after Goku disappeared for 10 seconds, suddenly Goku reappeared behind Yongja, delivering a kick to the back of Yongja's neck. However, Yongja had already sensed Goku's position through his spiritual awareness. He simply lowered his head slightly, causing Goku's foot to sweep past his hair and missed the attack. Goku, undeterred, continued to attack, this time with a combination of punches and kicks. Yet Yongja maintained his back to Goku, surprising everyone by skillfully dodging most of Goku's attacks. The few he didn't evade were due to Yongja's intentional avoidance, as several of Goku's kicks were wide sweeping legs, which required either distance or to be taken hidden. Yongja chose to create distance. After Goku's failed attacks, he finally stopped, giving Yongja the opportunity to turn around and face him. Goku remarked, "You're really impressive, Yongja. I didn't expect you to have trained to such a powerful level. I remember when we first met you couldn't even lift a rock." Yongja replied, "Hee, it was thanks to you that I could train. But you haven't shown your full strength yet, so isn't it time to end the warm-up?" Goku responded, "While I haven't shown my full strength, I can sense that you possess power far beyond mine. I feel that even if I unleashed all my strength, I wouldn't be your match, but I won't concede defeat." With that, his demeanor changed dramatically as he struck a classic battle stance. Both sides ceased speaking. Once again, Goku took the initiative to attack. Previously, the audience could see what Goku did before he vanished, but this time he disappeared without a trace in his starting posture. Yongja, however, no longer remained purely defensive. He actively punched towards the air on his right. Just as the audience was confused by Yongja's action, they saw Goku appear before them, as if he had been hit, causing everyone to exclaim in awe. After taking that punch, Goku quickly adjusted and continued his assault, this time facing Yongja directly. A red figure swiftly engaged Yongja in combat, demonstrating that Goku truly lived up to his reputation. Each punch was perfectly timed and his attacks were seamless, leaving Yongja no opportunity to counter. He could only passively defend, with even the openings for a counterattack being difficult to find. If it were anyone else, they might have been defeated by now, but who was Yongja? Adhering to a principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, Yongja managed to retaliate with a few hits of his own. However, Yongja's battle power surpassed Goku's, so he didn't need to fight to the death. Goku continued his relentless attacks. After each punch, a kick followed, effectively eliminating any downtime, while simultaneously re-establishing his stance. For a moment, Yongja found himself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Yongja said, "Goku, I must say you are indeed a genius in martial arts. Such relentless and fluid attacks would have overwhelmed anyone else by now." Goku replied, "You're not too shabby yourself. Only you in this world can fully withstand my attacks. Anyone else would have been forced to create distance and expose their weaknesses." Yongja said, "Then I will grant your wish." With that, Yongja took Goku's punch Hiden, then grabbed Goku around the waist and executed a backward throw. Goku's head headed straight for the ground, but unfortunately his head was harder than the stage floor, allowing him to quickly break free from Yongja's grasp, and the two once again created distance. Goku understood that such an attack would not be enough to subdue Yongja. Thus he intensified his efforts, attacking Yongja once more, this time not holding back, nearly unleashing all his strength. Yongja realized Goku was no longer holding back and began to adjust his mindset to face Goku's attacks. Hiden. Whoosh. Goku's right fist came soaring in, but Yongja deftly dodged this attack. However, Goku's assault was far from over. A second hook punch came rushing towards Yongja's chin. Yongja welcomed the challenge, using his head to deflect Goku's punch, but the head was still no match for the fist, causing Yongja to feel a slight pain in his forehead. Goku's attacks didn't stop there. Soon two figures, one red and one black, transitioned from a slow mutual beating to two spirals of different colors colliding. The audience could only see two differently colored tornadoes clashing, and even Piccolo could barely catch the details of their battle. Unbeknownst to them, their flying attacks had begun to carry an aura. Goku's was red while Yongja's was black, which could be explained by the reflection of light, but in any case their attacks had started to exhibit special effects. Bang, bang, bang. Yongja and Goku met fist to fist, following up with kicks. Another round of exchanges ensued, and both sides' speeds began to decrease as they understood that no matter how fast they were, it was only impressive to behold. What truly mattered was hitting the opponent. Thus both sides stopped showcasing speed and increased the emphasis on power, allowing the audience to finally see the intensity of Yongja and Goku's exchange. Goku landed a punch on Yongja's cheek, causing Yongja to momentarily halt before delivering a heavy blow to Goku's abdomen. Goku, however, was no ordinary fighter. He was a battle-hardened warrior, growing stronger with each fight. The Saiyan quickly reacted, relentlessly launching punches at Yongja, each strike landing with force. Yongja found himself pushed back, absorbing all of Wukong's attacks. Then Wukong delivered a heavy blow from above to Yongja's head, slamming him into the ground and creating a crater in the arena. Wukong aimed to continue his assault, but Yongja managed to roll away. He then sprang up and delivered a spinning kick to Wukong's lower back, causing Wukong to stagger backward. Yongja unleashed a barrage of cross punches to Wukong's back, then followed up with an uppercut that sent Wukong flying. Jumping above Wukong, Yongja executed a hook kick, sending Wukong crashing back onto the arena, which could not withstand the impact and was punctured by Wukong. A shadow quickly emerged from the ground as Wukong burst forth, his martial arts uniform in tatters. Wukong charged forward with a headbutt, but Yongja was not about to give him an opportunity. As Wukong approached Yongja's figure flashed swiftly in the air, startling Wukong. Up to this point, even Tianjin Fan and Yamcha could not create distance in midair so quickly. Thus, before Wukong could recover from his astonishment, Yongja kicked him back onto the arena. This time, Wukong did not crash into the arena, but landed safely on it after recovering. He looked up at Yongja, realizing he could no longer hold back. It was time to activate his hidden reserves. Wukong swiftly removed all his weights, including wrist guard shoes and the black lining of his martial arts uniform, all of which contributed to his burden. In less than 5 seconds, he was airborne again, engaging Yongja in fierce combat. Now in midair, the need for both feet to touch the ground was liberated, allowing Wukong to strike with his fists and immediately follow up with kicks. Yongja matched him blow for blow, trading punches and kicks in an intense exchange. What started as mutual attack and defense evolved into a fierce back and forth, each escalating their strikes, with Yongja landing a punch that knocked saliva from Wukong's mouth. Wukong chose to rotate in midair, delivering a spinning kick to Yongja's abdomen, and then raining blows upon him, his hands moving so quickly they became mere afterimages. Yongja was left reeling, unable to retaliate, as Wukong unleashed a powerful combination that sent Yongja crashing towards the arena. As Yongja was about to crash into the arena, he managed to brace himself midair, curling into a ball with his arms wrapped around his legs. He spun rapidly, and as he landed, he transformed his curled posture into a powerful leap, using his legs to spring 3 feet high, while employing chi to fly and activating a secondary boost. His speed surpassed his previous descent, and in an instant, he was before Wukong, delivering a heavy hook punch to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong's surprised expression quickly morphed into one of pain. Such a breathtaking punch left all onlookers, including Piccolo, in astonishment. This punch was unmatched, no one could replicate it so far. Imagine enduring such a fierce attack from an opponent, not only bracing in midair, but also leaping off the ground, all while using chi to accelerate twice, and then amplifying the force with explosive energy. Who could achieve such a feat? Who could withstand it? The speed was faster than the descent. After receiving this punch, Wukong could no longer maintain the flight technique, but Yongja would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Yongja unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks on Wukong, who was knocked around in midair, losing his grip against gravity. After a barrage of punches from Yongja, he landed another hook punch that sent Wukong flying once more. Then, with an even faster approach, Yongja took a deep breath and delivered an overwhelming punch back towards the arena. This time, Wukong failed to brace himself in midair, and the force shattered the arena into pieces. Had it not been for Wukong absorbing most of the impact, the arena would have surely borne the imprint of a fist. Wukong fell silent for a moment. That punch indeed had a battle power of 800 points. Yongja landed on the arena, expecting Wukong to lie down and lose after 10 seconds. However, as the referee counted to 9, Wukong finally broke through the surface, emerging with a wobbly stance, clearly straining to hold himself together. Yongja said, "Wukong, you've done well, but continuing further holds no meaning." Wukong replied, "No. I still have a little strength left, I haven't lost yet." Yongja didn't waste any more words. Just as he took a step, he heard Wukong utter "Ka." Yongja halted, saying, "Kamehameha, is it? Are you trying to push beyond your limits with your last bit of energy?" "Very well." Yongja then jumped back, giving Wukong ample time to gather energy. Wukong murmured, "Huh." After nearly 10 seconds of charging, he unleashed the full power of the Kamehameha, which represented over 400 points of battle power. Yongja did not evade. Tired of the traditional beam struggle, he decided to meet the Kamehameha head-on. Soon a blue energy wave collided with Yongja. He raised his hands for defense, initially being pushed back significantly. However, Yongja quickly steadied himself. Wukong sensed this and poured even more effort into his Kamehameha, causing Yongja to retreat a step. The Kamehameha, with a battle power of over 400, was actually suppressing me, whose power was 800. Though I could evade, that would not be a true clash. Imagine if our powers were equal, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to match Wukong in a beam struggle. Yongja shouted from the end of the wave, "Wukong, I have immense respect for you. In the realm of Kamehameha, there may be no one who can rival you. However, the game ends here." With that, Yongja unleashed his explosive energy, a shockwave more intense than the beam struggle, engulfing the entire arena. Yongja activated his explosive power, boosting his battle power to 800 times 125, equating to 1,000 points. Wukong felt like he was pushing against a bottomless pit with his Kamehameha. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any resistance from Yongja, feeling as powerless as an infant before him. This scene left all onlookers, including Piccolo, utterly astounded. They sensed the overwhelming and unmatched aura emanating from Yongja, feeling his energy vast and boundless. During their time at the God's Temple, they had acknowledged Wukong's strength, but they could still perceive its limits. In contrast, the energy Yongja unleashed was like an expansive ocean, endless and incomprehensible, causing Piccolo's face to turn pale as he contemplated fleeing. After the explosive display, Yongja immediately used a technique, Chi Armor. The Kamehameha struck the layer of Chi Armor surrounding Yongja, which absorbed the attack. When Wukong retracted his Kamehameha, he noticed that Yongja's Chi Armor was glowing blue. Indeed, Chi Armor would not emit light unless charged, typically producing only a white flame. This meant Wukong had effectively powered up Yongja's armor, an unexpected bonus. Seeing Wukong retract his Kamehameha, Yongja concentrated the Chi Armor into a sphere and hurled it into the sky, following up with another wave. A tremendous explosion of energy burst in the sky, scattering the clouds and revealing a cerulean sky. Witnessing this, Wukong told the referee, "I concede." Afterward, he lay on the shattered arena floor, leaving the referee stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "What an incredible match." Since contestant Wukong has voluntarily conceded, congratulations to contestant Yongja for winning this match. The audience erupted in wild cheers. Yongja approached Wukong, offering him a senzu bean, but Wukong declined, instead pulling out 3 beans from his waist, consuming one to restore himself completely. "Yongja, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I thought I had overestimated your power, but it seems I still underestimated you." Yongja humbly replied, "Not at all, though I was just fortunate. After this tournament concludes, I will share the secrets of my training with everyone. I believe you all can grow stronger too." Yongja and Wukong then headed back to the competitors' area together. Tianjin fan remarked, "That was astonishing. I thought Wukong was already incredible, but Yongja surpassed him. I can't fathom how he trained." Yamcha added, what a monster. Is this truly the level of human battle power? Krillin sighed, don't even mention it. I feel so insignificant compared to them. Din chimed in, so strong, I forgot what I was going to say next. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others voiced their unanimous praises, with Bulma, Xiao Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi showing even greater admiration for Yongja. The referee announced, after 2 thrilling matches, let us take a short break. Everyone please disperse for today while our staff repairs the arena. Tomorrow we will have more exciting matches. Due to the spectacular performance by Yongja and Sun Wukong in the previous match, the arena platform had shattered into fragments, leaving the referee no choice but to postpone the match while maintenance crews repaired it. If only the floor tiles were damaged, it would have been trivial, but when the entire platform lay in ruins, postponement was inevitable. Only after full restoration could the contest resume. With no alternative, the group dispersed halfway, heading straight for their favorite restaurant, having just endured an exhilarating bout. Even spectators unaware of their own exertion had drained considerable energy, so naturally they returned to their familiar eatery. The moment Yongja and his entourage stepped inside, the proprietor instantly spotted them. Without hesitation, he teleported directly before Yongja, a VIP patron whose favor must never be slighted. Master Yongja, he greeted warmly, what shall you dine on today? The usual, Yongja replied. Bring out all your signature dishes and reserve a private room. We number at least 10. Of course. Right this way, honored guest. Please wait upstairs on the 2nd floor. As Yongja led the group upward, bystanders below half expected a brawl rather than a banquet. Yongja's party comprised 15 souls: Sun Wukong, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Bulma, Xiao Wu, Lan Chi, Master Rashi, Oolong Pu'er, Pilaf Ashu, and the newly arrived Shishi, alongside Yongja himself. A single table proved cramped, so Yongja called out, no need for one large table. Bring 3 standard ones instead. The proprietor boomed back right away. Within moments, a spacious private chamber was prepared, complete with 3 standard tables ready for service. Yongja addressed the group, make yourselves at home. Same as always, I'll cover everything. Eat freely without restraint. Yet no one seated themselves, not until Yongja did. Without hesitation, he took the central seat at the middle table. To Yongja's surprise, the moment he sat, Shishi, swift and agile, claimed the seat to his left. Xiao Wu followed, settling to his right. Bulma and Lan Chi, lacking martial prowess, took out her seats. None else joined that table. Keen observers noted the 4 young women's gazes crackling with unspoken rivalry. Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha chose the left table. Sun Wukong, eager to sit beside Yongja, was gently steered away by his fellow competitors. The right table was reserved for Master Rashi and his companions. Each table soon revealed its distinct character. At Sun Wukong's table, diners seized food with fierce urgency, as if the dishes might vanish midair. It was both the fastest to receive dishes and the quickest to clear plates, 5 pairs of chopsticks flashing like whips. Had this not been a dining hall, waitstaff might well have borne the brunt of their fervor. Yongja's table appeared serene, but beneath its calm surface surged undercurrents so volatile a single misstep risked igniting global war. At first, Yongja found himself paralyzed, unable to eat, yet unable to abstain. To feed one before the others would surely doom the entire meal to chaos. He opted instead for feigned obliviousness, devouring his meal with gusto, while the 4 women waged silent warfare, feeding, serving, and maneuvering with quiet intensity. The spectacle left the waiter stunned. He confessed that had he been female, he might have fled for his life. Yongja, meanwhile, simply ate on unperturbed. Master Rashi's table offered the only true tranquility. No guile, no rivalry, only genuine appreciation of fine cuisine. Only here could the waiter work in peace, murmuring, truly normal people still exist in this world. After the feast guests departed, Yongja remained behind to settle the bill. The proprietor clasped his hands before him, beaming deferentially, honored guest, your total is. Yongja cut him off, no need to state the sum. Here, swipe this card. He produced his credit card, and last time he'd paid via QR code. Today variety reigned. Right away, the proprietor hurried to fetch the card reader from the drawer. Yongja swiped without even glancing at the final amount. He turned and left. Money was the least of his concerns. By the time the meal ended, dusk had fallen. All returned to their lodgings. Yongja secured a room for Shishi alongside Bulma and the others, each person occupying their own space. That night passed quietly. At dawn, they gathered at the inn's entrance. Yongja declared, let's go. The match today promises equal brilliance. Then turning to Krillin and Kaiatsu, he added firmly, both of you, give your absolute all. No holding back. Understood. Rest assured, I won't hold back, Krillin affirmed. But watch yourself, Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu retorted, I'll fight with full strength. And if you underestimate me, Krillin, you'll regret it dearly. Amid laughter and light-hearted banter, they arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds, where yesterday's ruined platform had been fully replaced. Crowds streamed steadily toward the spectator stands. At the entrance, the group parted ways, competitors heading backstage, audiences to their seats. Below the arena, the referee warmed up the crowd. Good morning, friends. Whether live here or watching on television and computers, today marks the third quarterfinal match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Our contenders are Krillin of the Turtle School and Kaiatsu of the Crane School. Truth be told, they faced each other in last year's tournament, ending in Kaiatsu's defeat. Will this year see him redeem himself? Two diminutive figures swiftly ascended the platform, then moved silently to opposite sides, assuming battle stances without uttering a word. Contestants, ready yourselves? The match begins now. Krillin struck first, dashing forward, leaping low, and launching a powerful kick toward Kaiatsu. Yet Kaiatsu evaded it effortlessly with fluid, uncanny footwork, and Krillin pressed on undeterred. Landing lightly, he closed the distance with a swift lunge, then unleashed a blinding barrage of over 100 punches. Every strike was deflected. Kaiatsu was no mere punching bag. He countered with rapid-fire strikes, but both fighters stood short and Kaiatsu was slightly shorter still. To the audience, his blows seemed almost comical, lacking menace. Yet those who dared step into the ring knew better. Each punch carried lethal weight. Krillin too sensed Kaiatsu's growth, especially since his victory over Machine Tao Pai Pai, though he couldn't quite name what had changed. One thing was certain. This Kaiatsu could obliterate his former self, the timid soul still shackled by shadows. Now Krillin could barely withstand the onslaught, his defenses strained to their limit. One crucial fact remained: Kaiatsu trained under the Crane School, whose methods were forged not for sport, but for assassination. Thus, every attack bore ruthless precision, though his cherubic appearance misled many into mistaking him for a mere mascot. Krillin knew defense alone would fail, so he seized Kaiatsu's fists mid-strike, halting the assault. They locked in a tense grapple, fingers interlaced, muscles straining, yet their small stature lent the scene a deceptively childlike air. Deception ended there. This was no play fight. It was raw, brutal flesh-and-bone combat. After a prolonged stalemate, Kaiatsu lunged forward, crashing his forehead into Krillin's skull. Stars exploded before Krillin's eyes. Knowing Kaiatsu's skull was iron-hard, Krillin dodged the next headbutt, dropping low into a sweeping leg kick. Kaiatsu lost balance instantly, giving Krillin the opening he needed. His fists flew in a blur. Spectators saw only afterimages of Krillin's arms, while Kaiatsu's body flew through the air, battered repeatedly, until a final whip-like kick sent him crashing diagonally onto the floor. He rebounded, then struck the ground again. Yet he refused to yield, staggering upright, blood streaking his lip, bruises blooming across his frame. His expression remained utterly unchanged, freezing Krillin in place. What terror lay in fighting someone so unervingly impassive? Kaiatsu realized restraint would cost him victory, so he shed every weighted garment, cap, shoes, wrist guards, undershirt, all cast aside. Krillin made no move to stop him. Understanding this signaled full commitment. Just as he considered removing his own weights, Kaiatsu dropped face first, launching a savage high-speed headbutt straight into Krillin's abdomen. Krillin doubled over, clutching his gut, but Kaiatsu granted no respite, driving another headbutt downward. Krillin reacted instinctively, rolling aside. Yet Kaiatsu reversed course midair using flight, striking Krillin's forehead deadened. This time Krillin's fury ignited. "You leave me no choice," Krillin roared, shucking his weights in a flash, then darting across the platform to evade Kaiatsu's relentless charges. In fleeting openings, he landed punishing counterblows, reopening Kaiatsu's fresh wounds, painting his skin purple and black. Kaiatsu halted the futile assault. Krillin seized the chance, retreating to catch his breath. Kaiatsu simply stared, motionless, unblinking, making Krillin's hair stand on end. "Hey, stop staring like a doll. It's deeply unsettling." Kaiatsu remained silent, then raised his right index finger, gathering a radiant yellow sphere of energy. Krillin recognized it instantly, the Dodon Ray. Without delay, he assumed the Kamehameha stance, mouth already forming the chant Ka, Mi Ha Mi. Before Krillin uttered the final syllable, Kaiatsu fired. Krillin tried to release his blast, but froze mid-motion, limbs locked rigid. Kaiatsu had fired with one hand, and simultaneously immobilized Krillin with psychic force. Trapped, speechless, Krillin could only endure. Boom. The Dodon Ray struck true, engulfing Krillin in a violent plume of smoke. When it cleared, he lay prone upon the floor. The referee wasted no words, counting down the classic 10 seconds. Krillin rose, just as the final count echoed. "Impressive, Kaiatsu. 3 years, and you've mastered one-handed psychic control. Truly extraordinary. But neither have I stood still." Krillin dropped into a firm horse stance, fists drawn tight to his waist. Kaiatsu didn't hesitate. He prepared the same sequence, another Dodon Ray. Krillin knew repeating the prior exchange meant defeat, so he gathered energy at blinding speed. Before Kaiatsu completed half his charge, Krillin thrust forth a crimson wave of ki. Unofficially dubbed the controlled ki wave, less potent than the solar flare, yet infinitely more maneuverable. The wave shot forward. Kaiatsu leapt aside, continuing his charge midair. But the two missed waves below suddenly reversed, swiveling 180 degrees to surge upward at his airborne form. By the time Kaiatsu twisted around, too late. The twin waves slammed into him. Bang! Kaiatsu plummeted from the smoke, crashing hard onto the arena floor. Now the referee counted for Kaiatsu, who rose precisely at the 10th second. Even Yongja wondered had those 9 seconds been spent solely recovering stamina. Krillin, shaken by Kaiatsu's sheer tenacity, urged gently, Kaiatsu, don't push yourself. You're already formidable. Kaiatsu's gaze remained unwavering. He stripped off his tattered crane school uniform and said, once I was weak. Now I must advance without hesitation, or I'll never keep pace with Tien Shinhan. Pausing, he added, let's do this, no psychic power. Just Dodon Ray versus Kamehameha. I want to test my absolute limits. Krillin met Kaiatsu's resolute eyes and sighed. Very well. Both immediately began gathering energy. Ka, me, ha, me. Krillin chanted, voice resonant and strong. Do, Kaiatsu cried, his youthful voice ringing with equal conviction. Ray, ha. As the final syllables thundered forth, golden and azure energies erupted, flooding opposite ends of the arena. They collided at the center, waves of power clashing, annihilating, then renewing in endless succession. Shockwaves rippled outward with gale force intensity. Spectators felt winds rivaling typhoons. Cheers erupted, push harder, overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Piccolo scoffed from the competitors' area, dismissing it all as children's play. Energy clashed relentlessly. Victory hinged on endurance. Though Krillin held superior raw power, Kaiatsu's psychic abilities leveled the field. Now with that advantage surrendered, the tide had turned decisively in Krillin's favor. When even Tien Shinhan transmitted a private plea, urging Kaiatsu not to overextend, Kaiatsu's pride flared. How could he yield when his master doubted him? He ignited his inner cosmos, shouting, I have no choice. I must become stronger. Kaiatsu's Dodon Ray surged, intensifying beyond expectation. Krillin faltered. How could a perfectly balanced clash shatter so suddenly? Predictably, Krillin lost the beam struggle, the convergence point racing toward him, until Yongja intervened. A single kick sent the colliding energies rocketing skyward faster than any eye could track. The referee frowned, until a deafening explosion split the heavens. Only then did everyone grasp the peril and understand Yongja's decisive life-saving action. Krillin gazed upward at the fading firestorm, then turned to Yongja. Thank you, Yongja. He faced the referee. I forfeit. The referee announced clearly. Krillin concedes. Friends, let us applaud Kaiatsu's triumphant victory. Kaiatsu has avenged his past loss, defeating Krillin decisively. Yongja, however, had already turned, walking calmly back to the competitors' area. What passed between Kaiatsu and Krillin on the platform remained unknown, yet both returned together to the backstage zone. Yongja watched as Kaiatsu embraced Tien Shinhan and received a gentle headpat in return. Nearby son Wukong comforted Krillin. Yongja observed in silence, then lifted his gaze once more to the arena. In the fourth match, the second-generation Bick faced off against the Celestial God. The referee below the stage shouted to hype up the audience as the second-generation Bick flew down directly from the rooftop of the contestants' backstage. One could say that his presence was truly impressive. The attire of the second-generation Bick resembled that of the Great Demon King Bick, with the youth's outfit matching the style of the Great Demon King, albeit without the emblem on his chest and in different colors. The second-generation Bick's combat suit was a dark purple blue, not light blue, and his wide belt was a bright light blue instead of a bright purple. He wore a white headscarf and a white cloak, just like everyone else. Bick trained in heavy armor and usually wore it as well, with the padding in his cloak adding to its weight. Influenced by Yongja, the second-generation Bick in this world had also reached a combat power of over 400, just like Wukong. Descending from the sky, the second-generation Bick made no additional movements, simply crossing his arms and waiting for his opponent to emerge. Meanwhile, within the contestants' backstage, the previously meditative celestial contestant opened his eyes. It was evident from his gaze that he seemed to have made a significant decision. At this moment, Yongja spoke up, saying, So, Celestial Lord, are you planning to resolve the issues you left behind by yourself? The Celestial God replied, Actually, after watching your match yesterday, I knew that even without me you would find a way to resolve everything. However, I was also inspired by your indomitable spirit. This time, no matter what, I must give it a try. The fastest to react was Wukong, who suddenly realized, so that person is Bick. The crowd, already confused, became even more bewildered. It was Yongja who clarified, This celestial contestant is the Celestial Lord. This body is borrowed, and now he intends to personally deal with Bick, the second-generation contestant. This statement resonated like thunder among the crowd, reminding them of their helplessness when facing the Great Demon King Bick. But soon they heard Yongja calmly say, It doesn't matter, I will take action. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Yongja, and Chi-Chi was deeply captivated by his words, constantly murmuring to herself. The others were also savoring the depth of the statement, while only Wukong remained puzzled as to why everyone was so surprised. Wasn't it just an ordinary claim of "I will take action"? Why did everyone seem as if their CPUs had been overloaded? This was simply because the words carried immense weight. If an ordinary person said this, everyone would dismiss it as a joke. But when someone with real power said it, it was no longer just a joke, it represented an immense responsibility. Finally, the celestial god reacted the quickest, saying, "All right, if I fail, then I entrust everything to you." Yongja replied, "Sigh, celestial lord, that's incorrect. Even without me, all the people present could overwhelm him with sheer numbers." Yongja's words were not a joke. Excluding Wukong, who could challenge Big Onion, the remaining Tianjin fan had a combat power of 390. At that point, Tianjin fan could act as a tank to absorb damage, while Yamcha and Krillin provided support, and Jiaozi focused on control. Once Jiaozi successfully controlled Big Tianjin fan could switch from tanking to outputting damage, and his Kikaho would be capable of inflicting significant harm on Big. After Tianjin fan dealt his damage, the other three could restrain Big, and once Tianjin fan recovered with a Senza Bean, they could repeat the first round of actions. Thus, 3 attempts, or even 5 rounds would be enough to topple Big. If they couldn't kill him, they still had the ultimate technique, Magic Sealing Wave. Although Big could counter the Magic Sealing Wave, there were 4 of them, and by then Big would likely be heavily injured, making Yong's statement highly reliable. Once everyone understood the insider information, the celestial god resolutely stepped onto the stage. The anxious spectators and referee thought the celestial contestant had fled, while the celestial gentleman casually remarked that he had just gone to the restroom. The second generation Big merely opened one eye to glance at the celestial contestant, showing little interest in him. The referee then called out, "Now let's proceed with the 4th match. The second generation contestant Big will face off against the celestial contestant. Please have both contestants prepare now." The match begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, the celestial contestant immediately adopted a serious combat stance, evidently planning to unleash his full strength from the start. The second generation Big disdainfully remarked, "You are not my target. My targets are Yongja and Wukong. Sorry, but you can only be a stepping stone on my path." The celestial contestant, embodying the spirit of martial ethics, waited for the second generation Big to finish speaking before making his move. He formed a hand sign and unleashed a final sword strike that sent the second generation Big flying. After being hit first, Big floated in midair. The celestial contestant decisively jumped high to pursue, but his attack did not achieve significant results. Quickly, Big regained his footing in the air and retaliated with a yellow Kikoha aimed at the ascending celestial contestant. The celestial contestant barely managed to dodge the attack. The Kikoha shot through underneath his body and struck the vast sea, and even so its power was astonishing, comparable to a high-yield missile from Blue Star. It must be noted that this was merely a casual strike from Big. The former Great Demon King Big needed to gather energy to destroy a city, while the second generation Big could achieve similar destructive power with just a few consecutive blasts. The celestial contestant was shocked by Big's terrifying strength, but splitting one's focus in battle is a grave mistake. Big rapidly closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow directly to the celestial contestant's head. Given that this version of Big was nearly 100 points stronger than the celestial god was severely injured by this strike, crashing down onto the stage, and clearly in a bad state. Big landed from the sky, saying, "Too weak to withstand a single blow." Seeing that the celestial contestant seemed unable to rise again, the referee began the countdown. In a classic final second struggle, the celestial god internally lamented, "Such overwhelming power is truly unmatched," making it hard to believe. At this moment, Big thought to himself, "Humph, trash is trash. I'll just eliminate him casually later. After that, I'll defeat Yongja and Wukong." Inwardly, the celestial god thought, "Big, you still want to eliminate me? You still dream of conquering the world? Your good days are over. Eat this blow." Big was startled and thought, "What? How did you see through my thoughts?" The celestial god knew that he was no match for Big at this point, so he planned to catch him off guard by directly using the magic sealing wave to seal Big. In the original timeline, they had chatted for a while, but unfortunately this version of Big was far stronger than the celestial god. Dragging this out wasn't an option. He could only strike when Big was unprepared. The celestial god quickly took out a small glass bottle from his pocket with the large Chinese characters, "Great Demon King Seal," inscribed on it. When Big saw the characters on the glass bottle, he guessed its purpose, but wasn't entirely certain. Suddenly, the celestial god created distance and shouted from the other side of the stage, "Magic Sealing Wave." With a whoosh, the effects of the magic sealing wave swept across the entire stage and the audience. As a result, only the referee and spectators were left in the dark about what was happening. Sensing everything, Big transmitted to the celestial god, "I get it. You're that old guy, the celestial god. What? You think you can resolve me with such petty tricks? The celestial god echoed back, you saw through it, but it doesn't matter. You have already been locked by the magic sealing wave, so just stay obediently in the glass bottle. With a whoosh, the magic sealing wave surged towards Bick and the powerful airflow dispersed everything around it. As the center of the magic sealing wave, a considerable commotion ensued. Soon the magic sealing wave was about to collide with the second-generation Bick, but he remained unfazed and shouted just before the impact, "Reverse magic sealing wave." In an instant, the positions of offense and defense reversed as the magic sealing wave was redirected by the second-generation Bick, who regained control over it. The entire path of the magic sealing wave remained unchanged, flowing in the opposite direction. The celestial god, still struggling, attempted to regain control over the magic sealing wave, but the disparity in strength was too great. Soon the magic sealing wave struck the celestial god himself, causing him to transform into a slender form as he was pulled towards Bick. In the final moment, in order to preserve his human form, he forcefully separated his body from the magic sealing wave, entering it alone. As he entered the glass bottle, he did not forget to remind everyone to defeat Bick. Just as Bick successfully knocked the celestial god into the glass bottle and prepared to seal it, Yongja made his move. Yongja almost instantly disappeared from his original spot, and Chi-Chi, who had been holding onto Yang's arm, only felt a gust of wind pass by before Yang's figure vanished. Originally, Bick reached out to grasp the opening of the sealing glass bottle, but as soon as he grabbed it, the bottle itself disappeared. Just when Bick was searching everywhere for the bottle, he suddenly spotted Yongja in the contestants backstage holding the bottle that Bick was searching for. Bick's face turned green with anger, but he couldn't afford to lose his temper. If he tore the facade now, he would surely be the one at a disadvantage, so he decided to endure. He then turned to the referee and shouted, "Can you start the countdown?" The referee finally snapped back to reality and began counting down for the fallen celestial contestant, who awkwardly fled the stage scene by his own son. The scene returned to Yongja, who placed the glass bottle on the ground in the contestants backstage. After a while, the celestial god emerged, looking at the surrounding crowd, realizing he had just been sealed and then saved. Finally, Yongja spoke first, asking, "Are you alright? Celestial Lord, would you like a senzu bean to calm your nerves?" Only then did the celestial god stand up and thank Yongja, saying, "Thank you, Yongja. If it weren't for you, I would have likely become his hostage." At this moment, Chi-Chi took a closer look at the celestial god's appearance and suddenly exclaimed, You, aren't you the great demon king Bick?" The others, except for Yongja and Wukong, had wanted to ask this for a long time. Why did the celestial god look like the great demon king Bick? Just as Yongja was about to explain, the celestial god interrupted, saying, "Let me explain it myself." The celestial god then explained that he and Bick were originally the same person. Long ago, to become the celestial god, he had to separate his evil side from his body, which led to his ascension as the celestial god. Yongja then asked the question everyone wanted to know: why didn't you take action against the great demon king Bick when you became the celestial god? The celestial god answered, "I apologize, but after becoming the celestial god, I have my reasons for not being able to intervene. I cannot disclose the specifics." Thus the crowd's questions were half answered. The other half, known only to Yongja, was that he must maintain a neutral stance and not intervene, similar to the rules of the angelic race, neither leaning towards good nor evil. It seemed that the position of the celestial god was quite significant, yet it appeared to be a grassroots organization with limited knowledge. Meanwhile, Bick continued to fly up to the rooftops, waiting for the match to continue. The fifth and sixth matches could basically be determined at a glance. The fifth match was Tianjin Fan against Yongja, and the sixth match was Jiaozi against Bick, which would not change the outcome. However, the referee thought otherwise and shouted, "Now let's proceed to the fifth match, where contestant Tianjin Fan will face contestant Yongja. Let's give a warm welcome to both contestants as they step onto the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Naturally, Yongja heard the enthusiastic applause outside the stage and said to Tianjin Fan, "Come on, Tianjin Fan, let me see whether you've been practicing these past 3 years." Tianjin Fan shook his head and said, "Yongja, stop joking. I'm not your opponent." Yongja replied, "Sigh. That's incorrect. Whether you fight or not is one thing, winning or losing is another. Understand?" Tianjin Fan, feeling energized, declared, "Then let's battle." In the fifth match, as Tianjin Fan faced Yongja, the audience saw both contestants step onto the stage, and the crowd erupted with excitement. After all, Yongja was now akin to having the Dragon Ball Z Satan script. The referee, seeing that it was almost time, announced, "Now let's begin the World Martial Arts Tournament quarterfinals fifth match. Contestants, please prepare. The match starts." Upon finishing his announcement, Tianjin Fan immediately assumed a fighting stance, while Yongja remained still. Although Tianjin Fan's combat power was only 30 to 40 points lower than Wukong's power was somewhat deceptive, he was capable of challenging opponents of a higher level. One could say that Wukong, with a combat power of over 400, could fight against humans with a power level of 600 without issue. It should be noted that at the start of Dragon Ball Z, Raditz possessed a full combat power of 1500, while Wukong and Bic only had combat power just over 400 at that time. Despite that, they were able to contend with an opponent with 4 times their power. Although Raditz didn't reveal his full strength, then it still reflected Wukong's might. Ultimately, it was Bic's special beam cannon that took down Raditz. Don't forget that back then Wukong with just over 400 combat power held Raditz, who was weakened by Gohan's attack, in place, giving Bic time to charge up. To be FAI. Returning to the present, Yongja, seeing that Tianjin Fan showed no intention of attacking, remarked, "What's wrong? Tianjin Fan, if you don't initiate an attack, you won't have any opportunity to strike." Tianjin Fan, upon hearing this, charged at Yongja fiercely, but unfortunately all of Tianjin Fan's attacks were easily dodged by Yongja. Not believing in evil, Tianjin Fan created some distance and unleashed his 4 bodies fist. However, this time the release was quick, completing the spell in almost 3 seconds. Soon 4 Tianjin Fans charged at Yongja, and this time it was indeed effective. Yongja, who had initially dodged effortlessly, now had to occasionally defend against some attacks. After all, even someone as strong as Yongja could not truly achieve 100 evasion, and there were areas where he couldn't simply sidestep. Unless Yongja's whole body could become soft, Tianjin Fan was now drenched in sweat. From the beginning until now, he had utilized all his strength, yet Yongja remained calm and collected, causing Tianjin Fan's resolve to waver. Yongja asked, "What's wrong? Tianjin Fan, is your 4 bodies fist finished already?" Tianjin Fan replied, "You better watch carefully." With that, the 4 Tianjin Fans ran to the 4 corners of the stage and performed a series of movements. Finally, the 4 Tianjin Fans unleashed a beam of light from their third eyes towards 4 different directions. Theoretically, the only way to dodge would be to take to the air, but who was Yongja? He stood his ground, absorbing Tianjin Fan's attack. When the dust settled, Yongja was unharmed. Yongja remarked, "Quite a good technique, but unfortunately it has too many flaws and lacks power." Tianjin Fan, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Impossible. Take this hit." This time Tianjin Fan held nothing back, unleashing all his strength and even exceeding his limits. However, out of respect for his opponent, Yongja also powered up before activating his energy armor, waiting for Tianjin Fan's attack. Finally, 4 beams shot out from the 3 eyes, targeting Yongja with power equal to that of the Kikoha released by Tianjin Fan's body. It seemed that Tianjin Fan had truly unleashed his full potential, yet it was all in vain. As the dust settled, the area around Yongja had been completely obliterated, leaving only an island beneath his feet, and his energy armor had turned yellow. As Yongja dispelled his burst of energy and gathered his armor back into his hands, Tianjin Fan, having exhausted his power, saw 3 of his figures vanish, leaving only one Tianjin Fan, crouched on the ground, supporting himself with his hand and gasping for air. Yongja stated this attack was indeed powerful. "I estimate it was comparable to a single Kikoha from your main body. But why not use your 4 bodies fist to unleash a Kikoha right from the start?" Tianjin Fan thought for a moment and replied, "If that's the case." Yongja interrupted, "If that's the case, it harms the balance of heaven. Well, I'm just making a suggestion, and in future battles, remember not to hold back." Tianjin Fan replied, "I've taken note of that." He then turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I concede." The referee, hearing this, announced, "Contestant Tianjin Fan concedes. Let's congratulate contestant Yongja for advancing to the finals." The audience erupted with thunderous cheers, and Yongja said to Tianjin Fan, "Come on, Tianjin Fan. Just watch my performance for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to grow stronger in the future." Yongja then turned and walked towards the contestants backstage, while Tianjin Fan, having taken a Senzu bean, followed Yongja into the backstage. Next comes the 6th match, where Jiaozi faces off against the 2nd generation of Meijin. Although Jiaozi knows that the 2nd generation of Meijin is actually the king of Meijin, he remains undaunted and is determined to confront him. After replacing the arena floor, the referee continued to announce, "Now the 6th match will begin. After this match, 2 finalists will be decided. Let's welcome the 2nd generation of Meijin and Jiaozi to the stage." Hearing the referee's call, Jiaozi stepped forward with determination, while the main characters constantly reminded him to stay safe. Tianjin Fan was the last to squat in front of Jiaozi, giving him a look of trust. Jiaozi then stepped onto the pristine arena, while the 2nd generation of Meijin, witnessing Jiaozi's entrance from the rooftop, flew down tauntingly, saying, "Hey little guy, are you old enough to be weaned? You better admit defeat quickly, or you'll suffer the consequences." Jiaozi retorted firmly, "I will never give up. Bring on whatever moves you've got." The referee, seeing both contestants on stage, announced, "Now please prepare for the 6th match. Begin." Upon hearing the referee's call, Jiaozi immediately assumed a combat stance, while the 2nd generation of Meijin, looking down on Jiaozi, provocatively said, "Hey little guy, I'll let you attack first, or else I fear you won't get another chance." In response, Jiaozi lunged towards the 2nd generation of Meijin, lowering his body like a sharp sword aimed at him. However, Meijin merely sidestepped to avoid Jiaozi's attack. Jiaozi quickly turned and continued to assault Meijin. Although Jiaozi's strength was far inferior to Meijin's, he still showed formidable spirit, his short arms swinging punches while utilizing the floating technique. Sadly, he still couldn't land a single hit, not even grazing Meijin's clothing. Yet he still couldn't touch him. Meijin, continuously dodging while mocking, said, "Hey, little guy, is this all you've got? I suggest you give up early." After dodging Jiaozi's punches, he swiftly moved aside, causing Jiaozi's next attack to miss. However, Meijin did not give Jiaozi a chance to readjust, and countered with a slap that sent Jiaozi flying, who spun and crashed onto the other side of the arena. Tianjin fan witnessing this could only shout out, "Jiaozi." Jiaozi, after performing a Thomas spin, finally collapsed onto the arena floor. Meijin urged the referee, "What are you waiting for? Start counting." Finally, the referee reacted and began the countdown, but as everyone knew, Jiaozi stood up at the last second. Although Jiaozi was hit hard by Meijin's attack, he resolutely got back up, shedding all his burdens. Everyone knew that Jiaozi was determined to fight back, while Meijin watched with disdain, as this was merely a casual blow from him, and he hadn't even exerted himself yet. After regaining his composure, Jiaozi charged at Meijin once more, this time with significantly increased speed. However, this slight improvement was still insufficient for Meijin, who dodged all of Jiaozi's attacks. Now Meijin had no intention of playing around with Jiaozi, so he raised his right hand high, preparing to strike Jiaozi down with a thunderous blow. Just as Meijin's attack was about to connect with Jiaozi, an unexpected change occurred. Meijin suddenly froze in place, his hand that was about to hit Jiaozi halted midair. This left Meijin stunned, and before he could react further, Jiaozi seized control of Meijin with one hand while unleashing his Wolf Fang fist, with the other not forgetting to coordinate his kicks in the attack. After executing a combo, he finished with an uppercut that sent Meijin flying high before crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Jiaozi then released his superpower control. Whether in the original timeline or this one, Jiaozi had never faced Meijin in a direct confrontation, making this the first time Meijin encountered such an impressive superpower. Meijin thought to himself, no wonder this kid showed unusual prowess when battling Krillin. I heard them mention the term superpower, but I never expected it to be this formidable. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Jiaozi's face, indicating his satisfaction with the effectiveness of his superpower. Suddenly, Meijin sprang up and quickly charged at Jiaozi, reaching him in the blink of an eye. While others might have been caught off guard and received a beating, Jiaozi only needed to raise one hand, causing Meijin's attacking posture to freeze in place. No matter how hard Meijin struggled, he couldn't break free from Jiaozi's superpower control, only able to twitch helplessly. Jiaozi replicated his previous strategy, delivering another set of combo punches that left Meijin bruised all over. Although Meijin was injured, his energy still remained relatively high, and Jiaozi concluded with a powerful blast. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted in the center of the arena. Just as Jiaozi felt victory was within reach at the moment, he released his superpower control. Suddenly, a super long arm emerged from the dust. Upon closer inspection, it was Meijin's green arm, extending at a speed even faster than his last attack. This time, before Jiaozi could activate his superpower, he was grabbed by the neck and immediately slammed back to the ground. Not content with just one slam, Meijin retracted his arm, while continuously grabbing Jiaozi and smashing him against the arena floor, causing it to crack and splinter, indicating that the repair crew would be busy again. When Meijin's arm returned to its normal length, he executed a high jump, forcefully slamming Jiaozi into a corner of the arena, creating a deep dent. Strangely, such a heavy blow did not kick up any dust, and Jiaozi lay unconscious in the deep pit created by the dent. The referee began the countdown, but unfortunately Jiaozi could not rise again. After the countdown ended, there was no response, indicating that Meijin had indeed dealt Jiaozi a significant blow. The referee finally confirmed that Jiaozi could not get up and loudly announced, due to Jiaozi being unable to rise after 10 seconds on the ground, the second generation of Meijin wins this match. Let's congratulate the second generation of Meijin. With this, he successfully advances to the finals. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Tianjin Fan rushed to Jiaozi's side, picked him up, and confirmed that he had merely lost consciousness and was not in any life-threatening danger. Otherwise, Yongja had no doubt that Tianjin Fan would have charged at Meijin. Meijin taunted, "Knowing you're outmatched, you still come to meet your doom. Be grateful I showed mercy, or else you'd be holding a corpse right now." Tianjin Fan glared furiously at Meijin, who continued to mock, "What are you staring at? Am I not speaking the truth?" At this moment, Yongja spoke up, "Come back, Tianjin Fan. I'll help Jiaozi get his revenge later." Tianjin Fan could only silently carry Jiaozi back to the contestant backstage. Now that Jiaozi was unconscious and unable to chew the magical beans, everyone was at a loss for what to do. At this point, Chi-Chi suggested, "Isn't this simple? Just have someone chew them up and feed them right." The reason everyone had been silent was precisely this: it wasn't that the action was difficult. Eventually, Tianjin Fan realized this and thanked Chi-Chi pulling a magical bean from his pocket, chewing it up, and feeding it to Jiaozi. Though this wasn't a particularly huge deal, Yongja still turned to walk towards the arena while the others averted their gazes. Goku was pulled aside by Yamcha. At this moment, Goku spoke up. "This isn't something terrifying, so why is everyone so afraid?" Yongja replied as he walked, "You'll understand later. By the way, Tianjin fan, when Jiaozi wakes up, tell him that I'll help him get his revenge." Without waiting for Tianjin fan to respond, Yongja reached the entrance while the referee on stage announced, "To all the viewers in front of televisions, computers, and phones, we are now live from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament Finals. The contestants are the second generation of Meijin and Yongja. Will Yongja continue to reign as champion, or will the new contender, the second generation of Meijin, rise to take the title? Now let the contestants take the stage." However, since the previous match was won by Meijin, he remained on the arena, arms crossed, remaining completely still, while Yongja casually walked to the opposite side of the stage. Meijin felt Yongja's aura and turned to face him, while Yongja greeted the audience, showing no concern for Meijin. Meijin could only suppress his irritation. After all, Yongja had demonstrated immense combat power during his match with Goku, which made Meijin wary. He wasn't sure if this was Yongja's hidden card or his normal state. Regardless, he decided not to act rashly until he had more information. After interacting with the audience, the referee stated, "The lighthearted interaction segment has ended. We are now proceeding with the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Contestants, please prepare. I declare, the match starts now." The moment the referee finished announcing, Meijin immediately assumed a combat stance. Though Yongja appeared indifferent, Meijin did not slack off. As the saying goes, when you are strong enough, just standing there can intimidate your enemies. On the arena, Meijin's tense face turned green, beads of sweat trickling from his temples, while Yongja continued to do warm-up exercises, not giving Meijin a chance to act. Meijin couldn't afford to act recklessly, uncertain if this was a trap set by his opponent. If Yongja knew what Meijin was thinking, he would say that the latter was overthinking it. He was merely warming up and had intended to give Meijin the chance to attack, but Meijin failed to seize it. After completing all his warm-ups, Yongja taunted, "Is that all you've got? I've been warming up for so long, and you still haven't shown any intent to attack." After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Meijin to attack. Yet Meijin remained unmoved. Enough of this, Yongja decided to take the initiative and launched his own attack. Boom! All anyone saw was Yongja take a stepping motion, and his figure vanished from sight. Even Meijin himself didn't realize where Yongja had gone. Just as Meijin looked around, Yongja instantaneously appeared behind him, turning to say, "Did you train for 3 years without any sense? You couldn't even catch a glimpse of my figure and still wish to challenge me." Meijin stunned thought to himself, when did he get behind me? Moreover, his aura had disappeared at the same time. How did he manage to do both? Meijin stopped pondering and turned to attack Yongja, but his punch only struck the gradually fading afterimage. "Fool him right here." With that, Yongja appeared behind Meijin and kicked him. In midair, Meijin, not willing to back down, utilized the prince's combat style, continuously launching a barrage of energy blasts at Yongja. Yongja, facing Meijin's overwhelming firepower, remained unfazed, allowing Meijin's attacks to hit him. Soon Yongja was engulfed by the onslaught, creating a massive cloud of dust. Meijin barely had time to celebrate when Yongja unleashed a burst of energy, clearing the dust entirely. This left Meijin's face pale with shock. Yongja crouched slightly, and then with a push dashed to Meijin's back, unleashing a series of punches. The sound of flesh being struck echoed in the air. When Yongja felt he had delivered enough, he delivered a heavy blow that sent Meijin crashing onto the arena. Everyone could sense Meijin's energy plummeting, and he struggled to stand up, battered all over. Now furious, Meijin discarded all his weights and his white hat, shouting, "I am Meijin Bu. You will die." He charged at Yongja in the air, but sadly, while his momentum seemed terrifying, it was equally as chaotic when he was sent flying back by Yongja's kick. Meijin smashed the arena into pieces while Yongja landed back on the stage. The contestants backstage cheered, "Great. What a good fight." In the audience, one viewer remarked, "Hey, did you hear him call himself Meijin Bu?" Another replied, "I heard it too. By the way, did you notice his green skin and the 2 antennae on his forehead?" Panic erupted in the audience, the atmosphere threatening to collapse into chaos. Just as Meijin was about to let out a triumphant laugh, Yongja yelled, "Dear friends, do not be afraid. I Yongja stand with you. As long as I am here, he won't stir up any trouble." The crowd, encouraged by Yongja's shout, noticed that this so-called Meijin Bu didn't seem so terrifying after all. "With Yongja on our side, we have the advantage." Yongja's voice instantly brought the situation back under control. The crowd was no longer afraid of the formidable Bic, and once they grasped the situation, they lost their fear of him. Bic's face turned green with anger as he unleashed a powerful ki blast towards the audience. However, Yongja was too quick. Before it could travel far, he seized it in his hand and crushed the intimidating energy wave with a clenched fist. Bick was frozen on the stage, unable to advance or retreat, wary of Yongja, who had already adopted a fighting stance. Meanwhile, our esteemed referee continued to shout into the mic, "What a shocking revelation. Who could have imagined that the second-generation demon contestant was none other than the notorious Bick who wreaked havoc in the kingdom 3 years ago?" Coincidentally, Bick's opponent was also his rival from 3 years ago, Yongja. Bick revealing his identity at this moment clearly indicated that he intended to use all his power. How will the subsequent matches unfold? Let's wait and see. Bick thought to himself, I also want to unleash all my power, but the problem is that I've already used all my tricks. Yongja provocatively said, "What's the matter, Bick? Is that all you've got? Aren't you brave enough to come at me? That doesn't quite match the reputation of the great Bick." Bick angrily replied, "You insolent brat. Come at me with your life." With that, Bick charged fiercely at Yongja. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, he could not land a single blow on Yongja. In the process, Yongja found openings and countered with several punches. Bick then attempted to enlarge himself, hoping to use an area effect attack against Yongja. However, despite his larger size, he found it even more difficult to hit Yongja, who darted around his legs. Ultimately, Yongja landed a powerful elbow strike to Bick's abdomen, causing Bick to revert to his original form, clutching his belly and trembling uncontrollably. Yongja said, "Bick, feel free to unleash any techniques you have left." If Bick were capable of using the Demon Convergence Cannon, now Yongja might have felt a bit cautious. Unfortunately, Yongja was currently overwhelming him in terms of combat power and skills, with techniques like the Key Armor and Key Blade still unused. It seemed that they could only be perfected during the Dragon Ball Z era. Yongja continued, "If you don't come at me, then it's my turn." After a pause, Bick finally charged at Yongja again. Unfortunately, his attacks were utterly ineffective, even slower than before. This left Bick in a panic, his expression one of utter frustration. Nearby, the deity noticed Bick's plight and urged Yongja, "Take this opportunity to eliminate this threat. I've already made enough mistakes." Yongja leisurely replied, "My lord, don't forget we're in a tournament. Killing in the ring is against the rules and would disqualify you." The deity exclaimed, "What are you concerned about at a time like this?" Yongja responded, "Bick, the game is over." With that, Bick's expression changed slightly, but he showed no other reaction, knowing that escaping was impossible. Suddenly, Yongja exploded with energy, sending Bick flying away. At that moment, Bick finally understood what true divine punishment felt like. Everything before had been Yongja holding back from the start of the match, until now Yongja had been letting him off easy. Realizing this, Bick reflected on how naive he had been earlier, pondering, is this truly the height that humanity can reach? Then Yongja unleashed a rapid sequence of attacks. The audience could barely see his figure, only catching glimpses of a black blur constantly striking Bick. Bick was relentlessly pummeled, and to finish, Yongja delivered a kick that sent Bick flying. Feeling it still wasn't perfect, Yongja leaped into the air, delivering a Kamehameha from above that sent Bick crashing back onto the stage. The entire ring dented under the impact, and Yongja landed gracefully. The referee began the countdown. After 10 seconds with no movement from Bick, the referee announced the second-generation demon contestant has been down for 10 seconds and cannot rise. Congratulations to Yongja for winning the championship of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, and Yongja bowed to all 4 directions. At that moment, the other contestants from backstage approached the stage to speak with Yongja. However, before they could say anything, Yongja preemptively stated regarding Bick, "I have plans. I intend to arrange 2 more friendly matches. The first will be Bick against Wukong, and the second will be Bick against Tianjin fan Yamcha, Klin, and Jiaozi. What do you all think?" Wukong excitedly replied, "I've been wanting to spar with Bick for a long time, but I never got the chance to face him in the ring." The other 4 chimed in, "Us. Are we going to fight the great Bick?" The 4 clearly lacked confidence. Yongja reassured them, "Indeed, if the 4 of you coordinate well, Bick is just one opponent. Even I might not necessarily be his match. Jiaozi is your control core, Tianjin fan is your tank and damage dealer, and Yamcha and Klin will depend on your initiative. I won't say more on that." Yongja then approached Bick's location, keenly sensing that Bick's energy was still not completely motionless. He stated, "Stop playing dead. Take this Senza bean and get up for the friendly match." With that, he tossed a Senza bean into Bick's mouth. Yongja then turned to communicate with the referee. Bick, without hesitation, ate the Senzu bean, fully rejuvenating himself and immediately assuming a fighting stance. Meanwhile, the main cast also dared not slack off, each taking their fighting stances. After a brief discussion with the referee, Yongja approached the middle of the 2 teams, saying, "So you all have a general understanding of the situation. For the first match, Bick will face Wukong. For the second match, Bick will take on all 4 of you. Understood?" The main cast had no objections, but Bick felt reluctant. "I, the great Bick, am supposed to be your sparring partner." If Yongja were aware of Bick's inner thoughts, he would surely retort that he would still have to play babysitter in the future. They had only just begun. The referee appropriately announced congratulations to the viewers at home on their computers, phones, and the audience present. Although the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament have concluded, our champion Yongja believes everyone hasn't had enough entertainment. He has organized 2 more friendly matches. The first will be the second-generation demon contestant versus Wukong, and the second will be the second-generation demon contestant against Tianjin fan Yamcha Klin and Jiaozi. Let's enjoy the upcoming matches. Upon hearing this, the audience, initially planning to leave, returned to their seats, eager to witness the next round. Yongja and the others willingly vacated the stage for Bic and Wukong. Wukong excitedly said to Bic, "Great Bic, this time it's my turn to be your opponent." Bic disdainfully retorted, "What are you? Do you think you can be my opponent?" Wukong replied, "Whether I'm worthy or not will be determined in battle." In truth, Bic was well aware of Wukong's strength. However, to maintain his own momentum, he had to put on a show. Soon after, Wukong launched an attack, appearing in front of Bic in an instant. Internally, Bic was astonished. Wukong's speed is incredible. Just facing Yongja alone made Bic feel hopeless. If Wukong teamed up with Yongja, would he ever have a chance to look up again? Oh well, I'll test Wukong's capabilities first. Soon the two were engulfed in battle. Wukong relentlessly unleashed his Wolf-Fang fist, striking Bic with punches and kicks. Yet Bic showed no fear, engaging Wukong in a fierce exchange of blows. They fought with such intensity that it felt as if the world was being torn apart. While this is an exaggeration, the true battle was still incredibly thrilling, with each blow landing hard as they exchanged hits, fighting recklessly. The untrained audience watched with excitement, while the main cast marveled at the immense strength of Wukong and Bic. And Yongja? Yongja was merely using Bic as a sparring partner, honing the skills of the main cast. Otherwise, if only Yongja grew stronger, it would differ little from the original story. At the very least, they needed a solid foundation established during the Dragon Ball era. Wukong and Bic fought fiercely, exchanging blows in midair, then resumed their aerial brawl, descending gradually. However, their combat postures remained unaffected. Eventually, they landed on the opposite side, and as Wukong prepared to unleash a Kamehameha, Bic did not give him the chance. He suddenly extended his arm, grabbing Wukong by the neck. Wukong struggled to break free, but Bic attempted to replicate his earlier encounter with Jiaozi. However, Wukong would not let Bic succeed. He opened his mouth wide. Initially perplexed by Wukong's actions, Bic was taken aback when Wukong bit down on his arm. Instantly, Bic felt pain and released his grip on Wukong. Bic withdrew his hand, one eye glistening with tears. It seemed Wukong's bite had inflicted significant damage. However, the two hesitated only a few seconds before they resumed their fierce exchange, standing toe-to-toe. It can be said that Bic and the current Wukong were evenly matched up. Perhaps this was Bic's best moment in the main storyline. After the Saiyan saga, Bic could barely maintain his status, but once Super Saiyans emerged, nearly all characters stepped back, with Bic relegated to a secondary role, while others became mere fodder or plot devices. Just then, Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending Bic crashing onto the stage. It seemed that the battle between Bic and Wukong was nearing its conclusion. Wukong gathered energy in midair, preparing a Kamehameha against Bic, who on the ground also gathered energy with both hands, the outlines of a demonic flash forming. Wave. After Wukong finished gathering energy, he shouted the last word. Just a petty trick. Not worth worrying about. Bic retorted undeterred, also unleashing an unknown energy wave. Bang. In an instant, a yellow wave and a blue wave clashed in midair, continuously neutralizing each other. Both fighters kept increasing their energy output, seeing who would be the first to falter. But who was Bic up against in this energy clash? He was facing a member of the Sun family, none other than Son Goku, the founder of the energy clash technique. After a while, Bic realized that not only was Wukong's energy unwavering, but it was also rising. This left Bic in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Damn it, Yong's is cheating, and you're cheating too." Alright. As the center of the energy clash drew closer to Bic, his expression darkened. It was now clear that he could not withdraw from the clash. If he did, both energy waves would strike him directly. The only option left was to gradually reduce the clash's power while fully defending against its might. Soon the center of the clash was right upon Bic, and finally, the center of the clash reached Bic's source of energy. Boom. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of white light, it swept across the arena, followed by a shockwave radiating outward. Everyone felt the power of this clash. As the light dissipated, Bic lay on the ground, his energy at an extremely low state. The referee saw Bic down and promptly began the countdown. Initially, Bic planned to rise, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't get up for the time being. As the referee counted down, he proclaimed the second-generation demon contestant has been down for 10 seconds and cannot rise. Congratulations to Wukong for winning this friendly match. The audience erupted in cheers, with one spectator exclaiming, "What a thrill. This is what true battle looks like. Today's World Martial Arts Tournament ticket was definitely worth it." Another audience member replied, "What are you talking about? I've already recorded the video and posted it on my account." A third spectator remarked, "Hey, is there a replay? What's there to record?" In any case, there was a wide variety of reactions. Then Yongja tossed out 2 senzu beans, one for Wukong and one for Bic. Both consumed them, immediately revitalizing their energy. Yongja asked Bick, "Are you ready for the second match?" Bick responded, "If we're going to fight, let's get on with it." Soon the referee followed the usual process, and then Tianjin fan Yamcha Klin and Zhaozi all entered the stage. The audience became excited. Previously it was 1v1, but this was something new. As the referee called for the match to begin, the four moved to the corners of the stage, seemingly planning to surround Bick. Quickly all four charged at Bick. Their combined strength far exceeded Bick's. However, in the Dragon Ball world, having more people doesn't guarantee a simple addition of strength. Sometimes 11-11 is worse than 11. Because of the numbers, the four found it hard to act decisively, as too many people risked friendly fire. Seizing the opportunity, Bick took down one after another, starting with Zhaozi, then Klin, followed by Yamcha, and finally Tianjin fan. This time their cooperation was reminiscent of the past, but Bick dismantled them one by one. Bick taunted, "You used this tactic 3 years ago. It seems you haven't progressed at all. Go back where you came from. You're unworthy opponents." At that moment, everyone recalled Yongja's words, Tianjin fan as the tank Yamcha, and Klin as support, and Zhaozi for crowd control. Soon they exchanged glances and agreed on a strategy. This time, Tianjin fan took the lead. Just as he was about to be hit by Bick, Yamcha and Klin intervened, forcing Bick back. This trio's coordination was far superior to the previous form and rush, but they still couldn't find a way to overcome Bick. At this moment, Jiatzi's role became crucial. Bick thought that their performance peaked here, but soon another wave of attack came. After distracting Bick, Tianjin fan made a high jump, forming the starting pose for his key cannon, while locking on a Bick, who was now on the defensive. Tianjin fan shouted from above, "Catch this key cannon!" Whoosh. After the finals and friendly matches, the referee began his post-match speech, thanking certain sponsors and groups for their support, which made Yongja consider leaving. At the last moment, the referee finally called Yongja, saying, "I apologize for the lengthy remarks earlier. Now that the match is over, let us get to the main point. Please welcome our champion, Yongja, to say a few words." After a round of applause, Yongja returned to the center of the stage. Although some audience members had already left, the majority remained waiting for this incredible man who had won 3 consecutive championships in the world's top martial arts competition and defeated the Demon King Piccolo, to share his thoughts. Yongja took the microphone from the referee and said, "Ahem, to all the viewers in front of the TV, computer, and phone screens, as well as the elders and martial arts enthusiasts present, greetings. I am the contestant, Yongja, honored to deliver a post-match speech at this martial arts event." Yongja paused for a moment and continued, "First, I would like to thank the organizers for hosting this world-class martial arts competition. The immense reaction to my fame in such a short time would not have been possible without the strong support from the organizers. Secondly, I want to thank my companions and partners who have been with me throughout this journey. Some joined along the way, while others transformed from rivals to friends. Without their companionship on this martial arts path, I would not be who I am today. Next, I believe many of you here are aware of the book I published titled Cultivation. 3 years ago, I was fortunate enough to establish and manage an autonomous city called Shingu City, authorized by the king. Now I represent all of Shingu City to promote martial arts. I welcome all martial arts enthusiasts to come and train in Shingu City. Shingu City is equipped with a complete and diverse range of training facilities, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to practice. Moreover, the core of the training, the gravity chamber, is entirely public, guaranteeing that anyone can train. Furthermore, we have something called the Immortal Bean as a reward for advanced martial artist training, which attentive viewers may have noticed appearing frequently during the quarterfinals. Saying this, Yongja took out an Immortal Bean. Everyone should understand the rarity of this item. Since it was only used in the ring, you all didn't see its true effects. Healing is merely its most basic function, to describe it in one phrase: resurrecting the dead, reviving flesh and bones. As long as there is a breath left, consuming the Immortal Bean can bring one back to life. An ordinary person can stay full for 10 days. Yongja continued, "Finally, I want to thank the organizers once again for their strong support, as well as my companions who have walked alongside me. Oh, by the way, everyone remember to come to Shingu City. In 3 days, I will hold the opening ceremony there. Shingu City has actually been completed for a while, but the inauguration ceremony has not yet been held to celebrate the completion of Shingu City after 3 years. Moreover, there will be other surprises as well." After saying this, Yongja handed the microphone back to the referee. Just as others were speculating what the surprise could be, Chi-Chi was the quickest to react, her little face turning red as she thought, "Is the surprise he mentioned really coming in 3 days?" As Yongja walked towards the contestants backstage, he naturally saw Kiki's flushed face. Without needing to guess, he knew she understood his thoughts. Thus, he didn't point it out, simply ruffling Kiki's hair before addressing everyone. "Let's go meet Master Rashi and the others. We're going for a big feast." Upon hearing this, the others exclaimed, "If you're saying that, then I'm no longer tired. Let's go today, you're treating us." At that moment, the god of heaven jumped out and said, "Yongja, wait a moment." Yongja turned around and said, "Don't worry, Lord God, there's a share for you too." The god of heaven replied, "That's not what I meant. You know I've been searching for a successor to the god of heaven. I think you're quite suitable. How about it? Would you like to take on the role of the god of heaven?" Yongja responded, "Lord God, you know me. I'm a free spirit by nature. Besides, staying in the god of heaven's palace 365 days a year would drive me crazy. The god of heaven insisted, such a powerful human, you are the only one fit to be the god of heaven. Only you can better protect the earth, so who could be more suitable for this role than you?" Yongja repeatedly declined, saying, "Lord God, it's not that I don't want to, but this position really doesn't suit me. How about this? If the opportunity arises, I'll find a suitable successor for you, one that will definitely satisfy you." The god of heaven asked, "Are you serious?" Yongja replied, "Lord God, in this vast universe, who knows? I might just find a suitable candidate. All right, it's settled then. I'm leaving now, Lord God. If you want to come over for a meal, you're always welcome." Saying this, Yongja didn't give the god of heaven a chance to respond and swiftly walked to the front of the group. The god of heaven could only click his tongue in silence. Afterwards, Yongja met up with Master Roshi and the others and headed to their usual spot. Yongja, Goku, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, Din, Master Roshi, Turtle, Oolong, Pure, Pilaf, Ash, Bulma, Xiao, Lanchi, and Chi-Chi. 16 people walked into the restaurant. The boss, who was quite perceptive and an old acquaintance, quickly led them to the second floor, still following the old arrangement. Yongja sat in the middle table, Goku and Tenshinhan and the other fighters at one table, while Master Roshi and the others, whose battle power was only around 200, sat at another table. This time Yongja sat with 4 girls, while Goku, Tenshinhan, and the other fighters remained at their table, and Master Roshi and the others were at their own table. The arrangement was largely unchanged. The group didn't have to wait long before a series of delicious dishes were served. The boss knew their appetites well, so he instructed the kitchen to prepare their meals separately from the other guests, ensuring that Yongja's private room received the food first. After a long day of exhaustion, how could they resist? Yongja shouted, "Let's eat." Soon, all 3 tables erupted into various feasts. The most intense was at Goku and Tenshinhan's table, which could be called a world-class disaster, as the food there was quickly devoured, forcing the staff to continuously bring out more dishes and take away empty plates. The table with Master Roshi was also lively. Although everyone there was civil, they had all been hungry all day and were eager to dig into the delicious dishes. Unfortunately, Master Roshi dominated the table. Yongja's table, however, had a more subtle atmosphere. Although Yongja's table appeared calm, he felt the most anxious among them, with his palms starting to sweat. However, having been through many experiences, he maintained his composure, saying, "Come on, the dishes are served. Let's eat." Yet none of the 4 girls made a move, seemingly waiting for Yongja to eat first. Yongja thought, "Oh, so this is how we're playing it. Now I have 3 choices. 1. Eat alone, which wouldn't offend anyone. This choice, while the safest, isn't a long-term solution. 2. Serve dishes to a specific person first. While this shows a choice, it inevitably leads to a storm of consequences. No, this choice won't do. 3. It seems I can only use my clever little brain. It'll serve everyone at once, utilizing the shadow clone technique to serve dishes simultaneously. It looks like I have to choose this one." Without hesitation, Yongja sprang into action, even channeling his energy to ensure success. The first to sense Yongja's rising energy was Goku. However, Goku quickly checked the surroundings and found no signs of strong opponents. While puzzled as to why Yongja was gathering energy, he suddenly saw Yongja's shadow clone technique in action, seemingly serving several dishes at once and placing them into everyone's bowls, including his own. Yongja then said, "All right, everyone, the dishes are served. Let's eat. I'll eat first as a gesture of respect." However, Chi-Chi looked a bit disappointed, but she quickly regained her spirits as if she had made a significant decision. The 4 girls exchanged glances, seemingly choosing to let Yongja off the hook this time in this trial by fire. In any case, they began to eat, and the other 2 tables also understood the situation, admiring Yongja's choice. Everyone was impressed by how he managed to navigate this situation, except for Goku, who was still confused about why Yongja had just raised his energy. Soon the time spent enjoying the delicious food passed quickly, and everyone had eaten quite a bit. At this moment, Yongja felt it was time to make an announcement, and this opportunity was fleeting. If missed, he wouldn't have another chance to gather everyone together like this. Thus, Yongja stood up, which attracted everyone's attention, waiting for what he would say next. Yongja then spoke, "Everyone, I have an announcement to make." The crowd fell silent, waiting for more. Yongja took a deep breath to adjust his mindset and continued, "I want to marry Bulma, Xiao, Lanchi, and Chi-Chi." As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into astonished silence. After all these years, it was the first time Yongja had discussed his personal matters. Previously, he had only spoken about cultivation or the journey of cultivation, so everyone was quite surprised by this shocking declaration. Only Goku was still puzzled, wondering what it meant to have a wife. Why would he want to marry them? Lanchi was the first to speak, saying, "Wow, that's quite a bold statement." Bulma responded in astonishment, "I thought I had overestimated you, but it turns out I underestimated you. You actually chose all of them." Xiao's face turned slightly red as she remained silent, while Chi-Chi merely covered her face with her hands, not daring to speak. At this moment, Oolong chimed in from the side saying, "Marry 4 girls. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to handle it?" Yamcha turned to Tenshinhan and said, "See, I bet on this. Pay up." Tenshinhan looked unwilling, feeling embarrassed to lose to Yamcha in this aspect. Master Roshi, however, just chuckled, saying, "Ah, the youth of today are something else. They really have big appetites." The others also had their own thoughts on the matter. Yongja, seizing the moment, decisively took out the engagement rings he had carefully crafted by hand from his secret vault. The exquisite rings featured the image of a phoenix, tranquil and adorned with soft lines revealing the metal's original luster. Yongja used his energy to open 4 small boxes, floating them in front of the 4 girls. At this moment, Bulma interjected, "But you still have to say who your favorite is." It could only be said that Bulma, being well-versed in worldly affairs, wasn't swayed by the exquisite rings and brought the other 3, who were still somewhat confused, back to reality, all waiting for Yongja's answer. Not just the 4 girls, but almost everyone present was waiting for Yongja to provide an answer. Yongja faced everyone's gazes and finally turned to the 4 girls, saying, "Each of you is an important person in my heart. If I were to choose only one, it wouldn't be fair to the others and would hurt their feelings. I don't want to see that kind of scene, and I want everyone to have the best outcome." Yongja then turned to the others, saying, "Of course, this also includes all of you. I have the strength to protect everyone, and naturally, I have the responsibility to protect all of you, so I don't want anyone to end up in tears because of this." Lan Chi remarked, "What a noble statement. All right, you've convinced me. Don't forget our agreement." After saying this, Lan Chi extended her left hand. Her fondness for him wasn't just for show. Yongja then used his energy to place the ring on Lanky's ring finger, saying, "I haven't forgotten our promise. It's just that there hasn't been a breakthrough in technology regarding personality yet. I might still need to consult the Dragon Shinran at the end." Xiaowu added, "Well, considering how many times you've saved me, I won't hold you back this time." After saying this, Xiaowu also extended her hand. Yongja repeated the ring-wearing process using his energy and replied, "Even if I had to start again, I would still make the same choice." Chi-Chi bashfully said, "Yongja, big brother, when I was little you said age was a big issue. Now isn't this number a big issue?" Saying this, she too extended her hand. Yongja continued with the same energy operation to place the ring, replying, "Wasn't this a promise I made to you when you were little? Moreover, I don't want anyone to feel sad because of this." Finally, Bulma said, "All right, since they all have no objections, then it would be somewhat rude for me to raise any further issues. You really have it easy, huh? Just remember, this was your initiative to propose to us." Saying this, Bulma also extended her hand. Yongja continued the energy operation to place the ring, ensuring no one was treated specially, and after finishing, he said, "If that's the case, how about we hold the wedding in Shingu City in 3 days? Bulma replied, "As you wish, I'll see how you plan to organize it." Lan Chi commented, "As expected of you, this wouldn't be the surprise you mentioned, would it?" Xiaowu remarked, "Shingu City. The place of work has become the wedding venue. You're quite something." Chi-Chi added, "Is it really happening so suddenly? I still need to talk to my father about it." Yongja reassured, "Don't worry, I'll arrange everything properly." After that, it was time to settle the bill. After all, everyone had eaten quite a bit, and even if they weren't full, they had eaten enough snacks. As everyone walked toward the inn, they began to discuss eagerly. Oolong said, This kid really has great fortune. He managed to get 4 girls without causing a fuss. Why don't I have that kind of treatment?" Master Roshi replied, "You might want to take a look in the mirror. Besides, do you have Yongja's overwhelming strength to compete with?" At this, Oolong had nothing to say. "We won't even discuss appearances. First of all, Oolong isn't even in a human body, which is sufficient to disqualify him from the competition. Moreover, let's not even talk about whether he's good-looking or not." Pure said to Yamcha, "Yamcha, since Yongja just got 4 girls, when do you plan to start your own business?" Yamcha sighed, "Hey, Pure, you can't say that. There's a saying that a wedding feast is the grave of love. I don't want to be buried so soon." Dumpling asked, "Tenshinhan, what do you think?" Tenshinhan replied, "I don't think much. Pursuing happiness is their business, and besides, Yongja is the best among us. My only goal right now is to train and become stronger." Pilaf said, "Ash, if Xiaowu really ends up with Yongja, will we get promoted?" Ash replied, "Let's just do our job well. Promotions are just a matter of their words." Thus that night, everyone returned to their respective rooms, welcoming the dawn of tomorrow. The next day, everyone gathered at the entrance as usual. It seemed that everyone had a good night's sleep and their spirits were quite high. Unbeknownst to them, they had all assembled, and finally Yongja also came out from the inn. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yongja, habitually waiting for him to speak. Yongja first glanced at everyone and said, "Although I invited you all to prepare for the banquet in 3 days, does anyone have plans for what comes after that?" The turtle sage was the first to speak. "Sai, what plans could I possibly have? After attending your banquet, I will return to the turtle house to retire." Next, Tianjin Fan said, "As for me, I plan to continue my training. I might go to the temple of the gods to immerse myself in my cultivation And if I get the chance, I will also try out that gravity chamber you mentioned. The goals of everyone else were largely similar. Those who wished to cultivate would do so, while others would go about their daily lives. Pure and Jiaozi-like followers trailed after Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, so to speak, wherever they went. Meanwhile, the Turtle Sage and the Sea Turtle planned to return to the Turtle House to retire, while Pilaf and Ash were to continue working in Shingu City. Wulong would temporarily stay at the Turtle House, and Yongja was preparing for the grand feast in 3 days. Thus, everyone had no choice but to temporarily follow Yongja to Shingu City. They boarded the flying vehicle to their destination. Except for those who had previously worked there, everyone was in awe of the city's grandeur. Although the overall style was still predominantly urban, it was not lacking in classical charm, giving it a somewhat cyberpunk ancient flavor. The most important thing was that in this city, money was not the main currency. Combat power, or rather points, was the hard currency here. Almost everything was determined by strength, and those who were dissatisfied could compete in the arena. The city was filled with martial arts schools, and one could hardly see any heavy industry, as the planning of this city was overseen by specialized personnel. As a result, Shingu City appeared vibrant and was continuously expanding. Perhaps the earlier statements were somewhat inaccurate. The actual effective range of Shingu City could almost be considered a province, and this range was still growing. It was possible that it would eventually expand to the extent of a nation. Those who had never been to Shingu City exclaimed, "Is this really Shingu City? It's so vast, and there are quite a number of martial artists here." Wukong remarked, "I can sense that there are several individuals here whose power rivals that of the Turtle Sage." The Turtle Sage responded, "What? There are people here whose strength is not inferior to mine." Yongja replied, "There's nothing strange about that. The purpose of building this city is to cultivate more strong individuals and promote martial arts. Among them, some may not have strength or talent comparable to yours, but here they can receive systematic and planned training. Moreover, with the gravity chamber as a powerful tool, their growth and strength will not be slow." At that moment, Wulong interjected, Hey, Yongja, can someone as weak as me also train here to become stronger?" Yongja nodded and said, "Of course, as long as you are willing to persevere. Furthermore, training here doesn't require you to be as diligent as we were before. The trade-off is that the time to become strong will be extended." Wulong exclaimed, "While being able to become stronger is already great, who cares about anything else?" With that, everyone became even more interested in this city. The flying vehicle finally arrived at the central area of Shingu City, where a tall and majestic building loomed before them. In fact, they had seen this towering structure from afar. Its shape resembled a pyramid and was the tallest building in the city. Everyone disembarked from the flying vehicle, and Yongja said, "Everyone feel free to rest for a bit or explore while I prepare some arrangements." Then Yongja called over a few staff members and instructed them. The staff provided identity badges to Bulma, Xiao Lanchi, and other prominent individuals already in Shingu City. This identity badge served the purpose of identification. Losing it was not a problem, as it mainly acted as a form of insurance that could not be used by anyone other than the rightful owner. Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others were taken by the staff to explore. Next, Yongja had some important matters to attend to. Once the crowd dispersed, only Yongja, Bulma, Xiao Lanchi, and Chi-Chi remained. Yongja addressed the other four, saying, "In my hometown, there is a custom where the groom must visit the bride's family to notify the elders and seek their consent, while also preparing a betrothal gift. Please tell me your home addresses to consider it a formality." Bulma replied, "I live in West Capital. You know the specific location. This custom of yours is quite interesting." Xiaowu and Lanchi said, "We are both alone and have no elders in our families, so we do not need to go through this process." Yongja nodded in acknowledgement. Chi-Chi said, "My home is on Bread Mountain. The specific location is that castle. You've been to the big city in my hometown before." Then the four of them teased, "What about you, Yongja? Where is your home?" Yongja nodded in agreement and continued, "I'm not sure if I've mentioned this to you, but I started my martial arts journey on Bun Mountain." The four of them acknowledged, "You have shared this with all of us before." Yongja continued, "Actually, I am not a human from this earth." The four were shocked. "You are not a human from this earth?" Yongja replied, "Yes, although the place I lived is also called Earth or Blue Star, the name is not important. It is quite similar here, but the technological advancements are completely different. The military technology over there is more advanced, while the applied technology here is more developed." The four of them listened intently as Yongja continued, "I lived a carefree life there for more than 20 years, but there were geopolitical and political conflicts between countries. I was fortunate to live in a strong and stable nation, receiving equal education. Unfortunately, with my talent, I was just an ordinary person there, a basic member of the lower class. At that time, I did not possess the powerful strength I have now." Yongja added, "Although I wish to elaborate more on my country, I find it difficult to describe it. But at least I do not regret being part of this nation, and I take pride in it." He added, "And one day in the future, I will find a way back home." After saying this, Yongja looked up at the sky, his eyes revealing an indescribable expression filled with 3 parts longing, 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts sorrow, and 1 part resilience. The four of them usually only saw Yongja's steadfastness and rarely witnessed other emotions from him. In short, one day while I was at home watching an animated show, I became so enraged by a scene that I fainted, and when I opened my eyes I found myself on this planet. Yongja laughed and said, quite bizarre, isn't it? The four of them responded, indeed, it is a magical story. What happened next? Yongja replied, what happened next was that on my first day here, I was almost taken away by a wild boar, followed by my hard training with Wukong, and then the adventures with Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls. The four of them said we didn't expect such a backstory. What are your thoughts now? For instance, what do you plan to do once you find your way back home? Yongja replied, since fate has brought me here, this place is my second hometown. My desire to find a way back is merely to reassure my family, to let them know I am safe, and they need not worry. The four of them said, sorry to bring up such a sorrowful topic. Yongja replied, sigh, let's not dwell on this, the atmosphere has turned somber. Bulma, Chi-Chi, will you stay here, or will you follow me? Should I take you back first? Bulma replied, there's no need for me, it's a minor matter, and my father has the final say. Yongja said, true to your character, Bulma, your words are quite firm. Even so, I still need to speak with your father about this. Chi-Chi said, I still want to tell my father about this matter in person. After all, such an extraordinary situation needs to be discussed with him. Yongja, please take me along. Yongja said, then you all enjoy your time in Shingu City for a couple of days. I will handle things beautifully. Bulma, Xiaowu, and Lan Qi replied, all right, understood. Go handle your business. Immediately, Yongja picked up Chi-Chi and a princess carry and flew towards Bread Mountain. Bulma, feeling displeased, thought to herself, should I have chosen to return after all? Forget it, Chi-Chi is the youngest, I'll let her have this experience. Bulma said, let's go. If I don't spend enough to bankrupt him in these 2 days, it wouldn't be right considering the vast fortune he has. Then Bulma dragged the embarrassed two into a wild shopping spree. After all, compared to Bulma's spending habits, Lan Qi and Xiaowu were no different from country bumpkins. In the air to accommodate Chi-Chi, Yongja deliberately increased the intensity of his aura, ensuring that even while flying at high speed, Chi-Chi could open her eyes to enjoy the scenery. Chi-Chi exclaimed, wow, such beautiful scenery. This is a completely different experience from flying on a plane. Yongja replied, of course, this experience is even better than first class. When I first flew high up, I felt just like you. Chi-Chi exclaimed, brother Yongja, I also want to fly freely in the air. Yongja said, no problem, I can teach you. With your current strength, learning the sky dance technique will be more than sufficient. As a white streak of light cut through the air on the way to Bread Mountain, Chi-Chi gained a preliminary understanding of the sky dance technique, and soon the streak of light arrived at the castle entrance on Bread Mountain. At the entrance, Yongja set Chi-Chi down, and the two entered through the grand gate. Inside was a magnificent hall. Guided by Chi-Chi, they passed through several rooms until they finally reached the center of the castle, where the Bull Demon King was grading papers at a table. Although Bread Mountain had developed, there was no need for the Bull Demon King to do such tasks himself. However, older people generally seek to occupy themselves with tasks, so the Bull Demon King's work was not particularly burdensome. Upon entering, Chi-Chi called out, Dad, I'm back. Upon hearing Kiki's voice, the Bull Demon King looked up and said, oh, Chi-Chi is back. Come, hurry and sit down. I watched your preliminary match. Your training over the years has certainly yielded results. Then he turned to Yongja and said, young man, Yongja, you are here too. Have you settled everything? When will the wedding be held? Yongja politely replied, yes, uncle, I am here to deliver the betrothal gifts. The date is set for 3 days from now, but the details still need to be discussed. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Good. Excellent. There is nothing more to discuss. Chi-Chi said, Dad, could you come over for a moment? I need to talk to you about something. The Bull Demon King looked puzzled. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Yongja knew that this was Kiki's intention to clarify the details with the Bull Demon King. Chi-Chi pulled the Bull Demon King aside and whispered to him. The Bull Demon King exclaimed loudly, what? There is such a matter. Chi-Chi, what do you think? Chi-Chi shyly replied, well, brother Yongja is so outstanding, it is understandable. Moreover, the other sisters have also agreed. This left the Bull Demon King utterly baffled. He said, all right, I will agree to this. Chi-Chi, if Yongja bullies you in the future, just tell your dad, and I will take care of him. Chi-Chi replied, Dad, I appreciate your good intentions, but it seems you are no longer Yongja's match. The Bull Demon King retorted, once you have a husband, you forget your father, huh? In any case, after a light-hearted exchange, the two returned together, and Yongja knew that everything had been settled. The Bull Demon King approached and said, well, you little rascal, you are even more impressive than I was in my youth. You managed to get 4 at once. Aren't you afraid of straining your back at night? Yongja chuckled that. The Bull Demon King interrupted, no need to say more, I know men well enough. In any case, since Chi-Chi is entrusted to you, you cannot treat her poorly. Yongja responded, of course not. I would never mistreat Chi-Chi. Subsequently, the Bull Demon King took out a box from a drawer and handed it to Chi-Chi, saying, inside is a wedding dress that your mother wore in the past. It's hard to believe so much time has passed. Chi-Chi said, Dad. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The ground began to shake and the buildings trembled. To an ordinary person's perspective, it seemed like a regular earthquake, but Yongja knew the plot. Sure enough, a violent fire erupted, flames shooting up from deep underground. Yongja immediately shouted, Chi-Chi, uncle, we should get out of here. This doesn't appear to be an ordinary earthquake. Yongja unleashed his aura and enveloped the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi, carrying them away from the castle, while also rescuing several others along the way. Once they reached an open area, Yongja continued, you all stay here and assist in evacuating the civilians. I will go back in to rescue people. Don't worry about me, this level of fire won't harm me at all. Soon Yongja unleashed his aura again and went back in to rescue everyone. However, the crowd had no way to deal with the raging flames. Neither water nor fire extinguishers could extinguish the fire. With no options left, everyone had to place their hopes on Yongja. After all, he was the one who had extinguished the last major fire. Therefore, Yongja followed the plot and used the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Unfortunately, while the Kamehameha did extinguish the flames, they quickly flared up again, leaving everyone at a loss. Yongja turned to the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi, saying, you stay here. I need to visit the fortune-telling old woman. Yongja unleashed his aura and flew towards the desert where the fortune-teller resided. In the sky, Yongja was flying at high speed towards the desert area where the fortune-telling old woman resided. Although his current combat power of 800 wasn't particularly high, it was still significantly faster than all existing flying tools. The only thing that couldn't be surpassed was the Nimbus Cloud. In fact, Yongja had speculated about the Nimbus Cloud. Its speed has a limit and depends entirely on the strength of its owner. The stronger one is the faster the Nimbus Cloud flies, but its speed is only that of a Super One. Of course, this Nimbus Cloud is not the same as that of the great sage equal to heaven who could travel countless miles in a single somersault. Just how far is that? 10,000, 8,000 miles translates to approximately 5,400 kilometers today. 10,000, 8,000 miles is written numerically as 10800 miles, which equals 5,400 kilometers, so it is roughly equivalent to 5,400 kilometers today. Many people have no concept of this number. The Earth's radius refers to the distance from the center of the Earth to its surface average sea level. This distance has several different measurements, but is generally considered to be about 6,371 kilometers. Rounding it up, it's about 6,400 kilometers, which is nearly 10 times that distance, just a small fraction. Thus, the Nimbus Cloud in Dragon Ball was eliminated by Gohan during the Dragon Ball Z era, as Gohan's own speed, after transforming, far surpassed that of the Nimbus Cloud. There is a peculiar aspect in the Dragon Ball world. It seems that the speed of combat and the speed of travel are two different values. The speed of combat is instantaneous, while the speed of travel involves acceleration. Our friends who are not good at math are probably starting to get headaches. Well, just know that the speed of combat and travel speed do not coincide. In any case, Yongja flew to the fortune-telling old woman's location and descended from the sky. The ghostly staff member who initially expected a customer and was hoping to make some money instantly became obedient upon seeing Yongja. The ghost said, oh, isn't this Yongja? Rare guest, rare guest. May I ask what brings you here? Yongja replied, oh, Mr. Ghost, I am here to find the fortune-telling old woman. Please inform her. The ghost responded, all right, I will go report this. Shortly after, two figures emerged, one of whom was sneezing continuously. The fortune-telling old woman said, what is it? I'm sick today, and I fear I won't be able to read fortunes. Yongja replied, 100 million. The fortune-telling old woman said, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm a patient. Yongja said, 200 million. The fortune-telling old woman said, fine, given your sincerity, speak up. What do you want to know? Yongja replied, tell me the specific method to extinguish the great fire from the explosive bread slices, including details, locations, and all information. It would be best if you could display the coordinates. The fortune-telling old woman said, your demands are too excessive. You must understand that I am ill. Yongja said, 300 million. The fortune-telling old woman said, all right, nothing is impossible for a willing heart. Though Yongja was aware of the subsequent plot, he still didn't know the exact coordinates. He was too lazy to search for the fire-eating bird, the banana fan, and Taishang Lao Jun himself, preferring a honest op service for coordinates. Since this divination involved Taishang Lao Jun, it proved quite laborious for the fortune-telling old woman. She said, this thing of yours has great karma. Yongja said, 400 million. The fortune-telling old woman said, our mission is to satisfy the customer, just wait. Then she began to recite an incantation that Yongja couldn't understand. Soon the fortune-telling old woman divined a lot of information, such as the coordinates of the fire-eating bird, the location of the banana fan, and the entrance to the Five Elements Mountain on the other side of the earth, where one must enter to find Taishang Lao Jun and access the Bagua furnace to extinguish the three flavors true fire from the explosive bread mountain. After obtaining the desired information, Yongja said to the fortune-telling old woman, I will come to Shingu City in 3 days. 400 million is inevitable for you. Goodbye. With that, Yongja unleashed his power and flew towards the coordinates of the fire-eating bird. The location of the fire-eating bird was on a volcanic island devoid of human presence. Yongja carefully sensed his surroundings and detected the presence of an ordinary person. Soon Yongja broke through multiple layers of earth and arrived deep underground where there were tunnels crisscrossing in every direction. However, Yongja was continuously approaching the energy of that ordinary person based on his perception. If he remembered correctly, this was a scientist specializing in researching the fire-eating bird who had ventured into dangerous places to determine whether it was extinct. Since Pilaf and Ashura had already been recruited as employees, there were no unexpected incidents here. Yongja smoothly met the scientist, and they got to know each other before teaming up to search for the fire-eating bird. Soon they found a fire-eating bird egg deep underground, the hatching stage of which was uncertain. Not far from it was a flow of lava. However, the scientist became overly excited, shouted a few times, and rushed toward this gigantic egg. The egg was ordinary in color, but stood about a meter tall, perhaps responding to the scientist's earlier shouts. Cracks began to appear on the eggshell surface, expanding continuously and accompanied by tremors. Finally, a red bird's head broke out of the shell, and the scientist exclaimed, "It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. This is the fire-eating bird." In response to the scientist's excitement, Yongja said, "Congratulations on finding the fire-eating bird, but I need the eggshell." Due to the absence of Pilaf's robots digging, there was no collapse here. Soon after both took what they needed, Yongja grabbed the scientist and demonstrated what flying feels like. Once they reached the surface of the island, the scientist suddenly realized, You are the martial artist, Yongja. I never expected there would really be someone who could fly with their own ability. I thought that human autonomous flight was just a synthesized video on the internet. Yongja said, "If you have time in 3 days or later, you can come to Shingu City. There are more unexpected things there. When everyone truly becomes a martial artist, flying will just be the most ordinary skill." With that, Yongja flew off into the distance, leaving the scientist in disbelief. The scientist said, "I never expected that after a lifetime of research, I would have made no significant contribution to humanity. Yongja is truly extraordinary." After showing off a bit, Yongja flew towards the location of the banana fan. The banana fan was in a very remote area, but Yongja did not hesitate, accelerating forward with a burst of energy. Soon Yongja arrived at a desolate place with a vast forest nearby. He had crossed the sea, and directly opposite was a tall mountain, its white appearance spreading down to the base. Yongja carefully sensed and found only the energy of an ordinary person. He flew towards that direction, coming into view of an ordinary house. There was smoke rising from the chimney, so this must be the place. Yongja knocked on the door of the house, and an old woman opened it, asking, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Yongja said, "Hello, old lady, my name is Yongja. I came here to find a fan that resembles banana leaves, known as the banana fan." The old woman asked, "What fan?" Yongja replied, "The banana fan." The old woman asked, "Banana what?" Yongja repeated, "The banana fan." The old woman continued, "Banana what?" Yongja thought inwardly, all right, you want to play this game, huh?" Yongja instantly summoned his chi as a blade and struck a nearby large rock 8 meters away, carving out the shape of the banana fan on its surface. Then Yongja grasped the air, and the stone wrapped in his chi flew to the door. The old woman scrutinized the image on the stone. Finally, the old woman exclaimed, "Oh, you mean this fan? I found this fan a year ago at the beach. If you want to take it." She then pointed to the neglected banana fan under a large tree. Yongja didn't hesitate, quickly approached the banana fan, picked it up, and before leaving, he gave the old woman a bag of gold. Perhaps the old lady would refuse after seeing the contents of the bag, so Yongja didn't give her a chance and flew up into the air, then accelerated away towards the next destination. The old woman squinted as she watched Yongja fly away, muttering, "Today's young people are truly impressive. Have flying devices advanced this much? I can't even tell how he took off. Well, let's see what's inside this bag." High in the sky, Yongja quickly flew towards the 5 Elements mountain, following the coordinates given by the fortune-telling old woman. It's strange how the settings related to the souls of the deceased during the time of Dragon Ball were managed by Taishang Laojun, whereas later in the Saiyan saga, it was entirely transferred to King Yama. Yongja couldn't quite figure out the nuances, but then again, Akira Toriyama has taken liberties before, as some things are attributable to Toei animation. Yongja swiftly approached the most mysterious place on Earth, soon coming into view of a massive gate flanked by infinite walls. The plaque above the gate was inscribed with the characters for the 5 Elements gate. Yongja quickly descended in front of the gate, but at that moment, he couldn't quite figure out how to open it. Yongja simply released a burst of energy, groaning softly. His combat power of 800 suddenly surged to 1,000 points as he pushed against the 2 doors. Before long, the 2 massive doors were easily pushed open. Yongja had thought it would require considerable effort, but the door was surprisingly light. Yongja did not rush forward, instead using his chi to sense the vicinity, discovering that there were no human presences nearby, not even that of Taishang Laojun. Moreover, he couldn't pick up any human energy in the direction he had come from, only a faint presence. Yongja speculated that this might be some sort of restriction or isolation, or perhaps a formation. In any case, for such a grand structure it should be detectable by Earth's technology, yet no one seemed to know of it. Reflecting on this, Yongja decided not to overthink. In the Dragon Ball world, everything else is illusory, but strength is real. Thus Yongja directly stepped through the gates of the 5 elements. Soon the gates closed automatically. This place was shrouded in mist, obscuring the distant view. The only path was a narrow stone road, not wide enough for more than 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. The other areas were filled with sharp stone spikes. Yongja had not walked far before encountering his first challenge. A section of the road was broken. A normal person would have to turn back, or anyone lacking strength would be forced to retreat. However, that did not stop Yongja, who directly walked in midair, using his chi to float over the gap, without stopping, continuing forward. Just as he was about to take off again, the second challenge arose. A sudden cloud of white smoke appeared. Once the smoke dissipated, a group of armored figures whose faces he couldn't discern blocked his path. Yongja recognized these as the heavenly soldiers from the original plot. Not caring about the situation, he fought as he moved, easily overcoming them, as he could not sense any energy from these armored soldiers. Yongja continued to advance, undeterred by the obstacles posed by the heavenly soldiers. His progress was unaffected, simply striking down any opponents that came his way. The attacks from the heavenly soldiers had no effect on him. Soon a stone giant appeared, but Yongja shattered it with a single punch, continuing on his way. This left the one who designed the challenges bewildered. Seriously, with such strength, what would happen to those who had previously challenged them? Alright, let's just throw you the last question. Soon after running a distance, the pursuing heavenly soldiers caught up with Yongja, and they arrived at a fork in the road. In front was a massive, malevolent western dragon. To the left was a luxurious paradise, and to the right was a plain gate seemingly leading back to the way they came. Yongja stopped carefully, using his chi to sense, and only the dragon ahead had a faint energy of a living being. Knowing the outcome, Yongja unleashed a burst of energy and leaped high, delivering a flying kick at the dragon. At the moment he struck the dragon, Yongja seemed to hear a clear female voice. "It's been a long time since a living person has come here, and you seem quite strong." When everything cleared, all obstacles vanished, revealing only a winding path. Yongja quickly followed this path into a cave, which could be described as a little path leads to a mountain with a small opening that seemed to emit light. He walked in, finding it initially very narrow before it opened up. After walking several dozen steps, the space suddenly became broad. Inside was a massive chamber within the mountain, with the first thing coming into view being a boiling bagua furnace. This bagua furnace was not the one from Journey to the West. The top was a large pot without handles, but featured bucket-like beams. Below the pot was a regular octagonal stove with crisscrossing lines on its sides, while the 4 cardinal directions had the largest ventilation openings, and the remaining 4 sides connected to huge pipes. After observing the scenery here, Yongja had reason to suspect that this was inside a colossal mountain, almost entirely hollowed out, unless it was naturally formed this way. It's been quite a while since we had a guest. Hearing this, an old man with a halo appeared. Yongja recognized him as Gohan, the grandfather of Goku, who had passed away. Yongja cupped his fists in greeting, saying, "Old man Gohan, it's been a long time." Gohan then took a closer look at the visitor and said, "You are? Oh, Goku's friend, right? What brings you here? This is not a place for the living. By the way, how is Goku doing lately?" Yongja replied, "Goku is fine. He has grown quite a bit, and is almost as tall as I am. I came here to find Taishang Lao Jun because of the problem with the bagua furnace. The flames on the explosive bread mountain cannot be extinguished." Gohan said, "Is that so? So you're looking for Taishang Lao Jun, the Lord of Peace? In that case..." Before Gohan finished speaking, a resonant female voice interrupted Gohan, "Are you there?" Gohan replied, "Yes. Yes. My grandson's friend has come here, and I was just talking to him." The female voice continued, "In that case, I will meet you both." Yongja also saw a massive shadow behind the steam of the bagua furnace. As she took a few steps forward, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. However, just as she was about to step out of the mist, Yongja only caught sight of a gigantic leg and an enormous fist. Then that massive shadow vanished as if the world had never known this giant. Soon a figure emerged from beneath the steam, resembling an ancient female general adorned with a crown featuring 2 long pheasant feathers, wielding a broadsword that showcased her martial prowess. To elaborate, she wore a red armored-style top and white shorts akin to those worn by deities in Western mythology, with red shoes and an even more pronounced red cape. As for her features, one can trust the aesthetics of an experienced observer. She was a strikingly beautiful woman with refined facial features. However, at that moment she held a bowl of spaghetti and remarked, "The spaghetti lately has been quite unappetizing. Is the fire in the bagua furnace not strong enough, Gohan?" Yongja cupped his fists and said, "I am Yongja. May I ask if you are the Supreme Lord Laozi? I have come to pay my respects due to the issue with the bagua furnace that caused the flames of the bread mountain to rage on. The necessary procedures must still be followed." At this moment Gohan said, "Bread mountain? Isn't that on the other side of the earth?" Anning took a bite of her spaghetti and responded, Oh, that place. It seems the underground of the Bagua furnace has burned through a hole. Yongja interjected, so I have come to fill that hole. Anning scrutinized Yongja carefully and said, enough. Even if you encounter the true fire of Samadhi, you would still meet a disastrous end. Let's not discuss this further. Would you like to try some spaghetti? With that, she scooped a spoonful of spaghetti from her bowl. Initially, Yongja intended to refute her, but her next statement left him speechless. Just as Yongja was unsure of what to say, Anning continued, this is really delicious. You should try it. Yongja replied, if I eat this, will this matter be settled then? Anning answered, how could that be? Yongja said, fine, I'll eat it. Yongja extended his hand intending to take the spoon, but Anning, unable to comprehend, asked, what are you doing? Yongja replied, give me the spoon, how else can I eat? Anning said, you're so troublesome, I just open your mouth. Yongja, unwilling to prolong the argument, quickly consumed the spaghetti from the spoon. After chewing a few times, he found it no different from ordinary noodles. Perhaps it simply lacked chili. Overall, the flavor was decent. Anning asked, how is it? Yongja replied, it's average. The sudden silence caused Gohan, who was of advanced age, to be taken aback. Yongja queried, Supreme Lord Lousy. What happens next? Anning replied, eating noodles is one thing. I never said I would help you solve your problem afterward. Yongja thought to himself, she's quite the player, her cunning is indeed greater than mine. Just as he was about to speak, Anning said, don't rush, wait until I finish this noodle before we talk. Reluctantly, Yongja took out a magical bean and said, look, what is this? Although Anning had overseen the Bagua furnace for millennia, she had never seen a magical bean before. Yongja explained, this is a magical bean. Eating one can revive a dead body, and an ordinary person can go without food or water for 10 days. Anning responded, is this thing really that miraculous? Yongja asked, for this magical bean as payment, can this matter be settled? Anning replied, it can be settled, just wait until I finish eating. Just as Yongja was about to lose his temper, Anning seemed to notice his growing impatience and said, never mind, Gohan, can you take this for me? Saying this, she tossed the nearly finished bowl of spaghetti to Gohan, who adeptly caught it. Anning took a couple of steps and said, before that I need to see your strength. Yongja first sensed Anning's aura, noting that her combat power was around 330 points. He remarked, no way, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. Anning said, what a boast. Prepare yourself. With that, she conjured a broadsword in her hand. Yongja thought, well, whether I eat this noodle or not, a fight is unavoidable, right? Anning executed a series of swift sword strikes, continuously attacking Yongja. But what strength does Yongja possess? And what strength does Anning possess? With combat power of 800 against 330, it was not merely a crushing defeat, annihilation was imminent. Therefore, although Anning's moves were grand and rapid, she could not land a single blow on Yongja, as all her strikes were evaded by his agile movements. In fact, if Yongja did not evade, Anning's attacks would have no effect whatsoever. After dodging a barrage of attacks, Yongja seized the opportunity to flick Anning's forehead with a finger. Anning winced in pain, losing grip on her broadsword, which clattered to the ground. At this moment, Gohan rushed forward to mediate, saying, Supreme Lord, the young man is inexperienced and did not exercise restraint. Anning said, no need, I'm fine. Gohan addressed Yongja, saying, Yongja, aren't you going to apologize? Supreme Lord Lousy has been overseeing the Bagua furnace for thousands of years. Why can't you give her some respect? Yongja did not respond, but instead took out the shell of the fire-breathing bird's egg and the banana fan and stated, so Supreme Lord, you must have had your fun by now, right? I have gathered the materials. It's time to get down to business, isn't it? Anning asked, how did you know that repairing the Bagua furnace required these items? Yongja replied, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Can we hurry it up? Anning said, today's youth are truly impatient. Can you not wait even a moment for a bowl of noodles? After finishing her statement, she immediately enlarged herself and walked to the Bagua furnace. Lifting the bucket beam with both hands, she exerted strength, raising the entire Bagua furnace. Yongja promptly used the banana fan to create an opening, followed by releasing his aura and energy armor, diving into the bottom of the Bagua furnace. One must say the flames of the Bagua furnace are indeed formidable. Even with 800 combat power combined with explosive energy and armor, Yongja still found the situation challenging. If it weren't for the banana fan clearing a path, he would have faced a life-and-death situation. At the bottom, Yongja surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting a perfect square-shaped gap. He took out an eggshell, used his chi to outline it, and crafted a fitting component. After pouring the special adhesive provided by Anning onto it, Yongja completed the task and burst out from the bottom. Simultaneously, on the other side of the earth, the raging fire on Bread Mountain extinguished instantly, as Yongja repaired the breach, taking no more than half an hour. Bull Demon King and Shishi watched the extinguished scene, understanding that Yongja had successfully sought out the fortune-telling grandmother. Over here, Anning, seeing Yongja emerge, placed the large pot back in its original position. Anning reverted to her original form and said to Yongja, Kid, you're quite fast. Have you considered coming here as a guardian? All meals and accommodations included. Yongja replied, thank you for your kindness, Supreme Lord, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Being a guardian might provide temporary protection for you, but it cannot ensure lifelong security. Only sufficient strength can safeguard everything. Anning responded, aren't you strong enough? With your strength you could easily annihilate me in seconds. Yongja replied, the universe is vast and boundless, and there will always be stronger beings. My modest goal is to become a powerful figure in the universe, and only then will I have a voice. Anning remarked, you worry too much, never mind, I won't keep you here any longer. Yongja said, then Supreme Lord Gohan, I hope to see you again. If you have time, feel free to visit Shingu City in 3 days. He swiftly departed, leaving only a gradually fading figure. Gohan said, this kid really am already a dead man. Without special means I cannot venture into the human realm. Anning sighed, having stayed here for millennia, perhaps it is time I take a look outside. Yongja retraced his steps along the route he had come, encountering no obstacles along the way. He simply activated his explosive energy and soared toward the gates, having resolved the issue of the raging fire on Bread Mountain. First he would return to Bread Mountain, and then head to Shidu. As he thought this, Yongja arrived at the gates of the Five Elements Mountain. However, this time upon his exit, the gate seemed to respond and opened automatically. Without further ado, he stepped out, confirmed his direction, and shot towards Bread Mountain with explosive energy. It didn't take long for him to see the smoke left behind by the extinguished flames. Sensing Shishi's aura, he accelerated and dove down beside Shishi and Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King expressed his gratitude, saying, good lad, truly worthy of the son-in-law I have chosen. Such a fierce blaze was actually extinguished by you. Shishi curiously asked, yes, Yongja, tell us how this all happened. Yongja then recounted the entire story to the two of them. Bull Demon King commented, I never expected such a thing could happen. Well, this matter is settled. Here, Chi-Chi, this is the wedding dress your mother once wore. Saying this, Bull Demon King produced a box containing the wedding dress and handed it to Shishi. Shishi received the box, and seeing that things were nearly settled, Yongja said, well then, father-in-law, come to Shingu City in 3 days. I will have everything prepared. He turned to Shishi and asked, what about you, Shishi? Will you return with me to Shingu City now, or stay here with Bull Demon King for another 2 days? Shishi replied, I will stay here for 2 days. As they were leaving, Yongja said to Bull Demon King, father-in-law, if you need help rebuilding the castle, feel free to reach out to me. Not to mention the infrastructure team I have is top-notch in speed and quality. Bull Demon King laughed. Haha, go ahead, our rebuilding the fortress is a small matter, it's not worth asking for your assistance. After bidding farewell, Yongja soared into the air and shot toward Shidu. After some time he arrived at Shidu, spotting the iconic spherical architecture of Bulma's family as he approached. Yongja landed in front of Bulma's home and pressed the doorbell. A mechanical voice came from the doorbell. Hello, esteemed guest, whom do you wish to see? Yongja replied, hello, I am Yongja, a friend of Bulma's, and I wish to speak with the briefs about something. The mechanical voice responded, alright, noted, connecting you now. A few seconds later the doorbell displayed the image of Bulma's father, who appeared quite flustered and exclaimed, isn't this Yongja? Come in. Honey, Bulma's boyfriend is here, please go and entertain him. The scene shifted to Bulma's mother Bikini, who said, oh, this isn't Yongja, is it? Come on in, my husband is busy tinkering with his inventions. Before long the large door of Bulma's house swung open and Mrs. Brief said, here, Yongja. Yongja approached the door and greeted, good afternoon, Mrs. Briefs. I apologize for visiting in haste without a gift. Here are 3 magical beans. Before Yongja could finish, Mrs. Briefs interrupted, oh, who are we to each other? There's no need for gifts, come on in and sit down. She then grabbed Yongja's arm and led him inside. In the living room, the high-tech decor dazzled Yongja's eyes. Although it was not his first visit, the array of technological gadgets was indeed refreshing. Mrs. Brief said, come sit down, we have fruit. My husband will need a little more time to come out. Is there something specific you came for, Yongja? You even took the trouble to greet both me and my husband at the door. Yongja did not hide anything and said, it's not anything special, I came to discuss the engagement. I specifically came to deliver the betrothal gifts and inform both of you. Mrs. Briefs responded, oh, so that's what this is about. As long as Bulma agrees, it will be fine. She is a strong-willed person and will make her own decisions regarding her affairs. At this moment, the well-prepared Dr. Briefs emerged from behind a door with a small black cat perched on his shoulder. He approached and said, oh, isn't this Yongja? Long time no see, what brings you here this time? Yongja stood up and reiterated what he had discussed with Mrs. Briefs. After hearing Yongja, Dr. Briefs calmly sat on the sofa and said, oh, regarding this matter, as long as Bulma agrees, it will be fine. We won't be accepting any betrothal gifts, oh, just treat Bulma well. Yongja had imagined a fierce debate full of eloquence, but it proceeded smoothly instead. In fact, Yongja merely sent a message notifying Bulma's parents, and they likely replied with a simple acknowledgement. Suddenly Yongja found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing his awkwardness, Dr. Briefs chuckled, "Haha, no need to be so formal, my family runs this way. When shall we set a date?" Yongja finally replied, 3 days from now in Shingu City. Dr. Brief said, "Though the timing is a bit rushed, never mind, I will attend with my wife in 3 days." Yongja couldn't quite recall how he exited afterward. Things were wrapped up rather casually, and he left feeling somewhat perplexed. 3 days later, the banquet was held as scheduled with people flooding into Shingu City, all faces beaming with smiles. After all, today marked the grand opening of Shingu City, and many expenses were slashed, with some even being free. The scene shifted to the center of Shingu City. Yongja succinctly condensed the lengthy opening ceremony into a single sentence, rubbing his notes as he announced live to the crowd, "Today is a joyous day for everyone. I declare the official completion of Shingu City." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present erupted in cheers, the sounds of celebration echoing even from afar. At this moment, Yongja added, "Additionally, today is also my wedding day. Though the women may differ, each has her own unique character, yet I will protect them for a lifetime." Following this, Bulma, Xiao Wulanqi, and Shishi made their entrance, all four adorned in white wedding dresses, each with different colorful embellishments. The banquet proceeded smoothly without any disruptions, and the entire crowd cheered. However, elsewhere different voices emerged as a bystander remarked, "What? Marrying for? I don't understand the law. Is this illegal?" Another bystander replied, "Hey, are you new here? The champion of the world's martial arts tournament thrice over. If you can defeat him, feel free to try to snatch a marriage." The third bystander chimed in, "If he can marry 4, why can't I marry 1 more?" The first and second bystanders asked, "May I ask, are you male or female?" The third bystander responded, "I'm a man. Oh, what's wrong with that?" The first and second bystanders said, "Brother, something seems off with you." Meanwhile, the main characters were all present, including everyone who had ever appeared and was familiar with Yongja, even the recently acquainted Anning Supreme Lord Laozi. Anning remarked, "The development of the human realm has exceeded my expectations. Humans can actually fly on iron birds thanks to so-called technology. Truly, it's a wonderful era." Thus, the Dragon Ball chapter concludes, and we now transition into Dragon Ball Z. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 5 years had gone by. At this moment, Yongja was standing on an island, gazing into the distance, eyes closed as if lost in thought. Though these 5 years flew by, many events unfolded. First, speaking of Yongja himself, he had been diligently training, yet his combat power had seen only a slow increase. Almost nothing changed, but he managed to reach 1,200 points in combat power, and after that it truly stagnated, remaining at 1,200 for 2 years. Name: Yongja. Race: human. Skills: Chi sword, no combat power amplification, but decent power. Chi armor, no combat power amplification, but strong defense. Explosive: Chi 1. 25 times combat power. Phantom fist: Chi perception, Chi bullet, Chi wave, and tunnel wave. I can live without it, but can't do without it. Chi manipulation bullet, similar to tunnel wave. Magic ceiling wave: Chi cannon, stronger than Kamehameha, but consumes more Chi. Kamehameha. And universal shocking palm, not much power, but strong control. Items: a dozen immortal beans, a set of adjustable vision, a gravity suit with automatic repair, a portable gravity chamber universal capsule brand, and a mobile phone for communication. Combat power: 1,200. Yongja has been stuck at 1,200 for 2 years, marking the peak of his current version. Chi proficiency: entry level, mid-stage. Due to the astonishing consumption rate of immortal beans over the years, despite Yongja's regulation and selection, the price of immortal beans skyrocketed. The demand was overwhelming, and now the number of immortal beans had reached a critical state. The only place where Yongja could find immortal beans was at Galinta. Elsewhere they were nowhere to be seen. After all, aside from ordinary people needing them, the members of the protagonist group also required them, and being severely injured during training was quite reasonable. Yongja once sought out the dragon, wishing for a large quantity of immortal beans, but the dragon stated that such a wish was unfeasible. Therefore, he settled for a secondary wish to expand the production of immortal beans, yet the dragon still deemed it impossible. It seems that the immortal beans, at least those from Earth's Dragon Balls, were beyond that capability. Consequently, the origin of the immortal beans warranted consideration. Furthermore, the consumption of super divine water in recent years had also been astonishing, forcing Yongja to raise the usage standards. However, super divine water could still be wished for from the dragon. Currently, there were quite a few individuals with combat power exceeding 200, some even possessing 400 points. However, no one had broken past 500 points. Presently, Goku and other frontline fighters had combat power around 800 points, while Piccolo and Tien, who could barely keep up, followed suit. Second-tier fighters like Yamcha had combat power around 600 points, and Krillin and Kaiatsu had reached the same level as Krillin, even stronger in some respects. There were still no combat power detectors. All these estimates were based on Yongja's intuition, which were quite accurate. In the early stages, combat power values were still useful, especially considering the non-combatant situations of the protagonist group. First and foremost, there were Yongja's four partners Bulma, Xiao Wu, Chi, and Lan Qi. Over these 5 years, although Yongja had not fathered any children, his domestic life had not fallen short in any regard. All necessary precautions were taken. If by chance there was a lapse, it could be remedied afterward. Hence Yongja's four partners lived quite comfortably. Initially, Yongja was indeed vigorous, but as time wore on, he found himself outmatched. A combat power of over 1,000 could only withstand so much. Moreover, among them, Chi and Xiao Wu had a certain combat power foundation, but the one who could truly match Yongja in a fierce battle was still Chi. Thus, within the household apart from Yongja, Chi held the most authority. This situation prompted the others to join in the training, and they each became stronger, yet they never inquired about Yongja's feelings. Yongja expressed, "It feels as if I have been hollowed out. I am truly left with nothing, experiencing pain yet joy." In the third year, Yongja learned from the forefront of science that with current technological means, it was impossible to cure Lan Qi's condition of dual souls or split personality. Thus, he consulted with Lan Qi and Huang Qi, and the final result was that Yongja used the Dragon Balls to wish for the mutual sharing of memories between Lan Qi and Huang Qi, allowing for the ability to switch personalities at will. However, with this arrangement, originally when Lan Qi was not transformed, Yongja still had the upper hand in combat. Yet once Lan Qi faltered, Huang Qi would instantly take over, which put substantial pressure on Yongja. Next up were Master Rashi and his group. Master Rashi was still living as usual in the Kame house, accompanied by Oolong, Poor Pilaf, and Ash. Except for Oolong and Master Rashi, the others were on vacation. Life here, while lacking excitement, exemplified the benefits of peace. Master Rashi and Oolong were both complaining about whether Yongja did this on purpose. He took away the only beautiful resident at Kame house, resulting in a lack of enjoyment for both Oolong and Master Rashi in their lives there. Although they dared to voice their complaints, they knew Yongja might not even hear them. Due to Bulma's efforts in developing the portable gravity chamber, Goku and the others were almost entirely training at the Heavenly Temple. Perhaps because the version had not been unlocked, their training speed was akin to Yongja's at a snail's pace. However, if there was anyone who spent the most time in the Heavenly Temple, it was undoubtedly Tien, or else he wouldn't have become a top-tier fighter. At that moment, a streak of red light crossed the sky, and instantly Yongja opened his eyes, muttering to himself, "Finally here, but it took me so long to wait." With that, he unleashed a burst of explosive chi and chased after the streak of red in the sky. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Temple, the protagonist group, who were in combat, suddenly sensed, "What is this? Such powerful chi. Is this Yongja's chi? So strong. Could it be that he has broken through?" Yamcha remarked. Tien added, "No, this is not Yongja's chi. This energy is coming from beyond the heavens. Let's go take a look." "I didn't expect that besides Yongja there are others with such formidable power," Goku exclaimed. Having experienced the benefits of flight, the group had generally learned to unleash explosive chi. Thus they all soared into the air and headed towards the distant red light, with Goku summoning the flying Nimbus, as at this moment it was still T0. Naturally, Goku sped ahead, followed by several trails of white chi. Meanwhile, Piccolo, meditating in a desert, was also startled awake by this powerful chi, muttering to himself, "What? Whose chi is so strong? Could it be Yongja? No, Yongja's chi is unmoving at its original place. Who could this possibly be?" After hesitating for 2 seconds, Piccolo decided to unleash his explosive chi and fly towards this powerful energy. Location on the plains where many people lived. In the distance stood snow-capped mountains piercing the sky, and at the horizon the golden wheat ears were striking. Here the harvesting had already begun, with trucks continuously coming and going loaded with bountiful crops. When most people had nearly finished harvesting, only an old man wearing a straw hat remained resting against a truck. Breaking this tranquility was a streak of red light crossing the sky. The old man looked at the red light in shock, exclaiming, "Is it a meteorite? Or a UFO?" After hesitating for 2 seconds, the old man decisively drove towards the direction where the red light fell. However, what he did not know was that just as he got into the car, a white chi flame was closely following behind, moving faster than him. Its speed must be measured against distance. As the red light fell onto the plains, it created a large crater with a radius of several meters. Almost immediately after landing, the old man arrived at the scene, brandishing an unknown gun and approaching the edge of the crater. The old man said, "What is this? It doesn't look like a meteorite." Inside the crater, a round object slowly opened its hatch and a figure emerged, a man wearing armor unique to the Vegeta race with a combat power detector on his left eye. He had long flowing black hair and a tail wrapped around his waist. In the crater, the man murmured, "So these beings on this planet are still alive, that foolish cockroach." The old man trembled and asked, "Who are you?" He spoke while loading his gun. Although in this timeline Yongja had advocated for universal cultivation, the remote areas still lacked proper resources. The long-haired man pressed the button on the detector he wore on his left eye, which analyzed the old man, and the final reading stopped at 5. Thus Raditz uttered his famous line, a combat power of only 5. Simply worthless. He approached the old farmer. The old man, wary of the stranger, trembled and warned him not to come closer, but the man continued to advance, prompting the old man to fire his gun. Bang. With a muffled sound, the long-haired man caught the bullet barehanded and flicked it back. However, unlike the original timeline where the old man was knocked away by the bullet, instead Yongja appeared in front of the old man, blocking the deadly bullet and catching it in his hand. Yongja said to the old man, "Old man, this place is very dangerous. You should quickly drive away. The battle that follows belongs to the experts." Upon seeing who it was, the old man joyfully exclaimed, "You are Lord Yongja." Yongja did not refute the title of Lord, given his overwhelming power was deserving of respect from ordinary people. After all, Yongja's current influence was comparable to that of Mr. Satan during the Dragon Ball Z era, perhaps even surpassing it. Originally, Yongja intended to persuade him further, but the old man had already pulled out his mobile phone and started a live broadcast titled Shocking. The title read, Lord Yongja battles an alien. He excitedly told Yongja, "With you here, all problems in the world are solvable, so I've decided not to leave." However, the long-haired man remarked, "Who the hell are you?" He pressed the switch on his left ear, and the green lens in front of his left eye analyzed Yongja, ultimately reading 600 points. He then stated, "A mere 600 points of combat power. Not worth fearing." It was uncertain if the detector was not advanced enough, or if it had failed to power on before landing. In any case, Yongja's explosive chi power was not detected. Furthermore, Yongja's 600 points of combat power were merely the result of his chi being retracted naturally, leading to the contempt of the man before him. Yongja politely followed the formalities, saying, "I am Yongja. And you are?" The long-haired man replied, "You are not worthy to know my name. Prepare to die." With that, he charged at Yongja. Yongja keenly sensed the enemy's chi, estimating a combat power of around 750 points. It seemed he was underestimated. No matter, Yongja would take action. Just as the enemy was about to approach and attempt to land a lethal blow, Yongja used an even faster speed to deliver a solid slap to the enemy, executing a Thomas spin midair, the speed so swift it was like a flash of lightning. This time the old man became obedient and quietly retreated a distance, but this action displeased the viewers in the live stream, who began to criticize the broadcaster. "Send us the coordinates. Don't go too far, or I can't see clearly. Damn it, just give us the coordinates, and I will go see Lord Yongja in person." The long-haired man, who had been struck and was stumbling, looked at the sky in confusion and said, "What is this? A blue sky? Who am I? Why am I lying on the ground? What just happened?" Feeling a fiery pain on his cheek, he finally realized he had been slapped. Now the man was furious, shouting, "Damn it, die for me." In an instant, he sprang back up from the ground and prepared to attack Yongja again, but this time the detector reacted, forcing him to stop and see what was happening. Beep, beep, beep. An outline with an explosive hairstyle showed a combat power of 850 points. Beep, beep, beep. A figure with a large cape showed a combat power of 845 points. Beep, beep, beep. A bald male figure showed a combat power of 750 points. Beep, beep, beep. A male figure with hair showed a combat power of 600 points. Beep, beep, beep. A bald young male figure showed a combat power of 550 points. Beep, beep, beep. A boy with a hat showed a combat power of 560 points. However, the strange thing was that the detector did not register the combat power during explosive chi, only detecting them when the protagonist group approached and canceled their explosive chi to prepare for landing. The mystery was that the detector was not advanced or intelligent enough. Originally filled with rage, Raditz felt a bit unsettled upon seeing so many individuals with combat power above 500 flying towards him. His overwhelming fury instantly extinguished as he stood in place, waiting for all the people to arrive. After all, he possessed a solid 1,500 points of combat power, making these individuals mere trifles before him. The first to reach the battlefield was Goku, who landed beside Yongja riding on the yellow flying Nimbus. Raditz had initially wanted to observe closely, but he was soon blocked by Piccolo's white cloak, which drew attention away. Following him were Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, making their appearances in sequence. The long-haired man confidently stated, "Among you there are 2 with 800 points of combat power, 1 with 700 points, and the remaining 3 are worthless. Moreover, there is that guy who snuck up on me and slapped me when I wasn't paying attention. All of you just wait. I will kill every last one of you, and then go find Kakarot." As the long-haired man rambled, Yongja had already recounted the general events. Meanwhile, Piccolo, relying on his acute hearing, was somewhat distanced from the rest, yet he could still hear the conversation content. Finally, Yongja stepped out of the crowd, moving to the front. The rest of the group also took their positions, flanking Yongja on either side. To his left stood Goku, and to his right was Tien, while the others lined up sequentially, with Piccolo positioned further away on the right. But when the long-haired man saw Goku, he shouted towards him, "Kakarot, what are you doing?" The long-haired man let out a loud roar, leaving everyone bewildered. "Who here is Kakarot?" Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the same large question mark in each other's eyes. At first, everyone thought he was shouting at Yongja, but upon closer inspection it became clear he was actually addressing Wukong. Naturally, Yongja, who knew the plot, remained calm, just waiting for the proceedings to unfold. Seeing that Wukong from the main character group reacted not at all, the long-haired man shouted again, "Have you lost the dignity of being the strongest warrior in the universe, a Saiyan?" "Kakarot, Kakarot." Seeing that Wukong still showed no reaction, the man spoke again. "Although you've grown up, I can still recognize you at a glance. Kakarot, you look just like your father." Everyone also temporarily figured out that the man was coming for Wukong. So Wukong stepped out from the crowd and faced the man, asking, "Who are you?" "And am not Kakarot, my name is Son Wukong." The long-haired man replied, "What nonsense are you talking? Not only have you failed to complete your mission, but you've also mixed with these trash. Do you even know what you're doing, Kakarot?" Wukong stepped forward again, emphasizing, "They'll say it again, am not Kakarot, my name is Son Wukong." The long-haired man said, "What's going on? You've forgotten your mission, and now you don't even remember me. Tell me, did you hit your head when you were a child?" Wukong replied, "It seems that was the case. The scar is still on my forehead." "That's not surprising. Listen up, I am Raditz. I carry the blood of the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans, and you, Kakarot, are also one of them." As soon as these words were spoken, gasps filled the air, and everyone murmured, "Wukong is an extraterrestrial." At this moment, even Wukong himself was shocked. Among those present, only Yongja, who knew the plot, appeared unfazed, as if these matters were trivial. At this time, Krillin stepped forward to refute, "No way. You're talking nonsense. If Wukong is an extraterrestrial, how did he get to Earth?" Raditz replied, "Of course he was sent here. We Saiyans roam the universe, slaughtering natives and selling planets. Kakarot was sent to this remote planet shortly after birth. Recently, while I was engaged in a fierce battle with two others on another planet, I remembered Kakarot's existence. Unfortunately, our home planet, Vegeta, was destroyed by a meteorite impact. It can be said that there are only 4 of us Saiyans left in this universe. Come on, Kakarot, you were born on planet Vegeta, and you too have the blood of a Saiyan flowing through you. I, Raditz, am your only blood relative in this world, and I am also your brother. Hurry up and resolve the trivial matters here, and come with me to assist the other 2 Saiyans." Wukong firmly responded, "Raditz, you can leave. I will not accompany you to invade planets." Raditz's temper flared at this. "What? You dare to defy me? Not only have you failed to complete your mission, but you also dare to argue with me. No. With your abilities, you could easily eliminate the humans of this planet by now." Raditz then looked closely at Wukong's waist and shouted, "Kakarot, where's your tail, eh?" Wukong replied, "It was dealt with by Lord Kai." "Why?" Raditz exclaimed, "Fool. The tail is the source of a Saiyon's power. Only on a full moon night can a Saiyan transform into a great ape and unleash their full power. No wonder this planet has a moon, and during this long period you could coexist peacefully with these trash." Suddenly Wukong seemed to remember something, linking it to Grandpa Gohan's words from his childhood, as well as the information from Lord Kai and his companions. Wukong instantly realized that Grandpa Gohan seemed to have been accidentally killed by him. Then Yongja swiftly summarized Wukong's past experience of transforming into a great ape, thus solidifying Wukong's origins. However, Krillin was the first to come out to comfort him, but as soon as he called Wukong's name, he was waved off by Wukong. Seeing that Wukong was not in too much trouble, Krillin decided not to say more. Raditz said, "Well, after saying so much, will you come with me willingly, or do I have to beat you up before taking you? As for these trash, I will clean them up another time." Wukong rebutted, "They are not trash. They are my companions. Sai, it seems that taking you away will require some effort." Wukong originally wanted to challenge Raditz alone, but he was stopped by Yongja. Yongja said, "Wukong, step back for now. Let me test him. My power has stagnated for a long time, and I now need an exhilarating battle to break through." Seeing Yongja's fighting spirit, Wukong knew that Yongja's strength had indeed been stagnant for many years, and the entire main character group had not improved much in strength. Among everyone, Yongja was also the strongest, so it was only natural for him to step forward to face this so-called Saiyan. Seeing Yongja stepping forward alone, Raditz habitually pressed the button on his left ear scouter. The scouter analyzed Yongja's body, and his combat power was finally recorded at 600. Raditz then arrogantly boasted, "What are you? Your combat power is only 600 points, even less than Kakarot, and you are in such a hurry to die, eh?" At this moment, the main character group realized what the scouter was. No wonder Raditz seemed to know everyone's details beforehand. Whoever came would not fear. As it turned out, there was a device that could detect combat power. Yongja stepped forward and said, "Oh, is that so? Is my combat power really only 600? With that, he clenched his fists at his waist, spread his legs, straightened his back, and shouted at Raditz, "You better see how much my combat power really is." "Huh. Yongja released the suppressed energy and Raditz's scouter continuously scanned him, the combat power value, rising from 600 points steadily. 610 points, 650 points, 720 points, 830 points, 940 points, 1150 points, 1,200 points. When the scouter recorded Yang's combat power at 1,200 points, it stopped rising. At this moment, Raditz's expression was extremely grim, yet he still felt he held the advantage. Yongja did not explode with anger. He simply released the contained energy enveloped in a faint white aura. Yang's grand display stunned everyone, and Wukong Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were already mentally calculating whether they could match such strength even if they exploded with their own energy. However, after comparing themselves, they realized that even if they unleashed their energy, they would not match Yang's current power, wondering how he had trained to achieve such strength. Raditz said, 1,200 points, that's all. To speak frankly, I have a combat power of a full 1,500 points. While you have some strength, it is still insufficient in my presence. Raditz was not lying, though everyone sensed the energy of Raditz and Yongja. Although Yang's energy was strong now, it still could not compare to Raditz's. Yongja responded, 1,200 points of combat power is enough to defeat you. Raditz retorted, you are boasting. I wondered why I was hit by you earlier. I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength. But the game is over now. With that, he leaned forward and quickly approached Yongja. The speed shocked the main character group, who in their eyes Raditz's speed seemed like a line. But before they could think more, they heard a loud bang. Only then did they carefully see that Raditz had somehow appeared behind Yongja, preparing to punch him, but Yongja turned around and blocked the punch with his palm. Raditz stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you? Before Raditz could finish, Yongja countered with a punch directly hitting Raditz's right cheek, causing Raditz to suffer again. Yang's powerful performance once again refreshed everyone's impression of him, and they all thought to themselves, Yongja has become even stronger. Yongja taunted, hey Raditz, can you handle this? Raditz covered his face and stood up saying, okay, very good. It's just that you hit me twice. It's time for you to learn what it means to insult a Saiyan. Swish. This time Raditz did not hold back, directly using his strength to engage in battle. Now Yongja could not afford to be careless, assuming a fighting stance on the spot. Right uppercut. Yongja swung his left fist, colliding with Raditz's punch. Raditz took a step back, while Yongja stepped back 3 steps. Raditz, feeling he had the upper hand, arrogantly declared, as expected, trash is trash. What do you think you can use to fight me? However, Yongja did not respond, verbally regrouping and actively attacking Raditz. Yongja moved quickly, forcing Raditz to bring out his strength to deal with him. As Yongja threw out his right fist, propelled by the momentum of his charge and his aggressive spirit, the battle began. Yongja unleashed numerous punches while Raditz retaliated. In the early stages, although Yongja held the upper hand, the advantage began to diminish gradually as the fight dragged on. The difference of 300 points in combat power, 1,500 points versus 1,200 points, indicated that Raditz was a quarter stronger than Yongja. In the clash of fists, Yongja felt his hands throbbing with pain. Furthermore, Raditz was not only fast, but also had high damage output, making it hard to compete against him. Nonetheless, Yongja gritted his teeth and pressed on. Having been stuck at 1,200 points of combat power for 2 years, he couldn't let Raditz become a sharpening stone for him. After a while, Yang's punching speed slowed down. While spectators could not see any external signs, Yongja was genuinely matching Raditz blow for blow with his normal strength. To be able to fight evenly with Raditz at 1,500 points, while maintaining a normal 1,200 points of combat power with the qualifications of an ordinary earthling, was already his current limit. Seeing that Yongja seemed to have lost some momentum, Raditz taunted while fighting, hey, what's wrong? Where did that momentum you had go at the beginning? Bang! Yang's offensive was finally broken by Raditz, who landed a punch in Yang's abdomen. However, Raditz was still not satisfied. He unleashed a series of consecutive punches on Yongja, keeping him airborne, without letting him fall, culminating in a final kick that sent Yongja flying. The main character group had to be on high alert, as their strongest fighter Yongja had at least lost this round. They exchanged glances, confirming that together they could defeat Raditz. However, they had not yet acted. Yongja quickly got up from the ground. With blood trickling from his mouth and his shirt torn, revealing the inner lining of his weighted clothing, Yongja declared, everyone need not worry, I alone am enough to deal with Raditz. Raditz sneered, looks like I went easy on you. He then quickly charged at Yongja, shouting, kid, prepare to die. Seeing this, Yongja no longer held back. Before Raditz's fist could reach him, Yongja exploded with energy, dodging Raditz's punch. In Raditz's shocked gaze, he delivered an uppercut that struck Raditz's chin, propelling him upward before smashing him back down to the ground. Raditz crashed hard on the ground, but Yongja was now in a state of explosive energy, quickly descending toward Raditz's abdomen with a knee strike. Raditz's upper body armor was shattered by Yang's blow, causing him to vomit up the food he had eaten the previous night. After executing a complete set of attacks, Yongja jumped back to create distance, allowing Raditz time to rise. The earlier attack was not enough to finish him off, and soon Raditz trembled as he stood holding his abdomen, saying, "How is this possible? You are not at 1,200 points of combat power." With that, he used the scouter again to scan Yongja. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 1,500. Raditz panicked. Impossible. How can you have 1,500 points of combat power? He looked at Yongja enveloped in white energy and exclaimed, "Fake. I was just careless." Quickly, Raditz charged at Yongja again, but since Yongja had already fought Raditz evenly at 1,200 points now in his explosive state, Raditz's every attack was easily deflected by Yongja. Raditz exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Yongja replied, "What do you mean impossible? Let me show you my energy sword and energy armor." Raditz asked, "What is that?" Without further ado, Yongja's aura began to take the form of armor. The white energy contracted, no longer exploding like before, but instead adhering to the armor, indicating that Yongja was now in a state of explosive energy combined with energy armor. He swung a punch, and with the energy armor attached to his fist, he shattered Raditz's already crumbling upper body armor, leaving only the inner lining. In pain, Raditz clutched his wound and said, "How is this possible?" Yongja responded, "Your armor's defense is too weak. I can't even use my energy sword against you." "Well then, Raditz, are you ready for my next attack?" This time Raditz was enraged, shouting, "You bastard, die." With that, he threw a furious right punch at Yongja, who was waiting for the punch. Yongja covered his fist with energy armor and countered, bang. Following that was Raditz's scream of pain. Raditz cried out, "My hand. My hand." Yongja retorted, "Is that all? I stayed silent when I punched you, and you can't handle this." With that, he dispersed the armor on his fist. After all, in a fist fight, you don't want your opponent's fist to be sharp, right? Without giving Raditz a chance to catch his breath, Yongja relentlessly attacked Raditz's face, but all of Yongja's attacks avoided the scouter, which Bulma had not managed to destroy. Yongja felt that just hitting the face wasn't enough. Thus, aside from the man's most sensitive areas, Yongja thoroughly treated Raditz's body with his supersonic wind fist. After all, friends come from afar, and a punch is a good greeting. However, Yongja still showed mercy. Aside from using energy armor during the fist fight, the rest of the attacks were not covered. After all, the main role of energy armor was still armor. It couldn't overshadow the role of the energy sword. Unfortunately, Raditz was still too weak. The energy sword was not utilized. After a series of attacks, Raditz finally could not hold on and knelt on the ground, eventually collapsing forward. Although Raditz attempted to retaliate during this time, his punch hit Yongja's energy armor, causing him to feel pain instead. Now Raditz was covered in injuries, but not severely wounded. He simply could not get up for a moment. Seeing this, Yongja chose not to continue the assault, but instead distanced himself, saying to the main character group, "Little Raditz is not to be feared." Then he dispersed the energy armor and explosive energy, reaching out toward Raditz's direction. A hand formed of energy the same size as Yongja's hand quickly approached Raditz's ear and removed Raditz's scouter. Yongja's actions prompted the main character group to exclaim, not only did Yongja possess formidable strength, but his mastery of energy had reached such a high level. Although the main character group usually did not neglect their training in energy, no matter how creatively they used the Kamehameha, at its core, it was still a Kamehameha. Even Tien Shinhan, who had the most talent in mastering energy, had only just begun to scratch the surface of mastery, beginning stages. The rest of the group had nearly reached the level of perfection. To reach the stage of mastery, the standard is to create one's own energy technique, unlike simply creating a different Kamehameha. Some things cannot be solved by just changing the color. So far, no one has developed a unique energy technique, like Tien Shinhan's four-way fist. As for Piccolo, that was different. Some things people are born with, like giant transformation. Yongja addressed the group. Later, it will be the same as before. You all should practice against him. Everyone has been stuck at their current level for a long time. The group nodded in agreement. Yongja approached, looking at the injured Raditz lying on the ground. Seeing the terrifying strength of the person before him, Raditz quickly got up, panting, and assumed a tense fighting stance to respond to the situation. Yongja walked a few meters away from Raditz, took out a magical bean from his pocket, and said to Raditz, "Hey Raditz, catch this." As he spoke, he tossed the magical bean over. With his strength of 1,500, Raditz easily caught the ordinary toss, but he was puzzled and asked, "What is this thing?" Yongja replied, "This is called a magical bean. Eating it fully restores your health. Later they will use you to practice and break through. You don't mind, do you?" Raditz reluctantly accepted, but after eating the magical bean, he instantly recovered his health and boasted, "Kid, how dare you give such a divine item to an enemy? Now I feel full of power. Prepare to face my wrath." Yongja shook his head, knowing that someone as unruly as Raditz wouldn't listen unless he was thoroughly beaten. He immediately unleashed his energy and activated his armor. Then the two charged at each other, their powerful auras colliding. Boom! Raditz threw the first punch, and Yongja mirrored the action, enhancing his fist with sharp points. To put it inappropriately, Raditz's punch was like an unprotected ordinary fist, while Yongja's was akin to a fist covered in spikes. The outcome of this clash was obvious. Raditz lost. Raditz withdrew his hand, looking at the numerous bloody holes in his fingers, and angrily yelled at Yongja, "Damn it, is this all you know? These lowly tricks?" Yongja didn't respond. He quickly closed the distance and delivered an uppercut, saying, "Sorry, but there is no mercy against enemies." Thud, thud, thud. Another combo of punches rained down on Raditz, leaving him gasping for breath. If Yongja hadn't deliberately avoided hitting him in a sensitive area, Raditz might have ended up naked. Raditz lay on the ground, breathing heavily, as Yongja asked, "Are you convinced yet?" Raditz replied, "I yield to you." Raditz stubbornly continued. Thud. Yongja's foot landed on Raditz's chest, demanding, "Are you convinced yet?" Raditz still stubbornly retorted, "Saiyans are not easily subdued." "Be gentle, I yield. I yield." Yongja quickly retrieved another magical bean and brought it to Raditz's mouth, trying hard to prevent him from triggering the Saiyans' near-death instinct. It was exhausting to strike the right balance between not hitting too hard, beating him into submission, and feeding him the magical bean before he was completely incapacitated. After eating the magical bean, Raditz stood up again and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What skill is it to beat me? The other two Saiyans are even stronger than me. Just wait for your doom." Yongja replied, "You don't need to worry about our demise. Are you ready to be our punching bag now? Hey, Piccolo, come here for a moment." Piccolo, standing a bit further away, showed a hint of panic on his face, but still flew over and asked, "What's up?" Yongja said, "Get this guy a transformation suit. His armor was destroyed by me. The style doesn't matter." Piccolo, feeling speechless, didn't say much, but he was curious about how Yongja knew he had this ability. He then extended his hand toward Raditz, and a white light enveloped Raditz. He was now dressed in clothes similar to Piccolo's, except without a cape and hat. Raditz said, "This outfit is so ugly." Piccolo instantly felt displeased, but didn't dare to voice his anger. Yongja remarked, "All right, getting you some clothes is already generous. Oh, what more do you want?" Then he turned to the group and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Naturally, Goku was the quickest to react, saying, "I'll go. I'm really excited and want to have a good fight." Yongja replied, "Sure, no problem. Are you going to challenge him solo or call for help?" Raditz sneered, "With someone like Kakarot, even two more would be useless." Goku said, "Let's do it unknown. Ooh, I want to see where my limits are now." The others quickly made space for Raditz and Goku. Everyone asked Yongja why he didn't just finish Raditz off. Yongja replied, "After all, Goku is the only blood relative in this world, so whether to kill him or not should be up to Goku." Soon the battle commenced. Goku made the first move, and as his afterimage disappeared, his real body crashed into Raditz. While this sudden strike surprised Raditz, he had a battle power of 1500 and quickly responded by throwing a punch at Goku, just as Goku, not using energy armor or explosive energy, was sent flying back by Raditz's overwhelming strength. Raditz moved in for a finishing blow, taunting, "What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this all the strength you have?" A heavy punch sent Goku crashing to the ground, bouncing slightly before delivering a kick to his face, causing Goku to spin around. However, Goku was tough, managing to land smoothly despite the impact. Realizing he couldn't possibly defeat Raditz at his current strength, he quickly shed his weighted clothing and shouted, bursting with energy once more as he charged at Raditz. Raditz stood his ground, scoffing, "Humph, trying to be impressive. Your aura looks strong, but in reality." Before he could finish, Goku, bursting with energy, closed the distance and struck Raditz, unexpectedly landing a punch on his face, followed by a flurry of rapid attacks, using both hands and feet. If Goku had more limbs, Yongja might have suspected he was wishing for more arms and legs. Although Raditz was being pummeled, it was clear to the observers that Goku's attacks weren't inflicting significant damage on Raditz. Raditz, now infuriated, shouted, "Are you done yet?" After taking a punch to the face from Goku, Raditz quickly countered with a hook to Goku's abdomen, followed by a crushing blow to his head. Goku was left dazed, and Raditz, not yet satisfied, struck Goku's abdomen with a knee, bending him over before unleashing another series of punches, ultimately sending Goku flying with a loud thud. Goku lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but unable to rise due to the overwhelming damage from Raditz's attack. Seeing Goku laid out, Raditz's confidence surged back, and he laughed, "Kakarot, you're still too naive." Goku, seemingly trying to prove he could still fight, struggled to get back on his feet, but Yongja called out, "Enough, Goku. You can't take Raditz on alone. After taking that beating, I assume you should be able to break through now." He then tossed a magical bean to Goku, noting that there were enough for everyone present to have one. Yongja continued, "Now it's your turn, Piccolo. What do you say?" Piccolo, looking uncomfortable, replied, "Me it." Yongja said, "That's right. What? Don't you want to face such a strong enemy to push your limits?" Piccolo quickly said, "Wait. I want to fight, but I need a partner." Yongja replied, "Sure, no problem. Now is exactly the time for him to be your training partner. Of course, just don't invite me. Ooh, I can handle him myself." Piccolo looked at everyone, finally settling on Goku, saying, I've decided, I want Goku as my partner. Yongja replied, no problem. What do you think, Goku? Goku excitedly said, of course no problem. Let him see our power. The others made space for Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo. Raditz sneered, it's useless, no matter how many of you come you're all the same. However, Goku and Piccolo ignored Raditz, with Goku charging ahead, and Piccolo, having witnessed Raditz's strength, also moved in while shedding his weighted clothing. In the original timeline, Goku and Piccolo had battle powers of just over 400, so their partnership was easily overwhelmed by Raditz. But here both had over 800, and surprisingly they began to gain an advantage over Raditz. Everyone realized that Raditz was clearly a weak link, yet he claimed that bringing in more fighters would be pointless. Now, however, Piccolo and Goku's combined strength was already surpassing Raditz. On the battlefield, Raditz was sweating heavily. Logically, with his battle power of 1500, he should be able to handle two opponents with 800 battle power easily. However, what he didn't realize was that in this version both Goku and Piccolo were capable of fighting above their levels. Moreover, both Goku and Piccolo could unleash energy, meaning their effective battle power was actually higher than what appeared on paper. With 800 being their normal power and energy bursts making it 1000, under high-pressure combat conditions their actual battle power could easily reach 1200. This is why Yongja, despite also having a battle power of 1500, could overpower Raditz, who also had 1500, especially since Yongja had the energy armor technique that could both attack and defend. Thus, Raditz could barely defend against the two's fierce assaults. The three fought back and forth with Goku and Piccolo skillfully alternating their attack patterns, making it hard for Raditz to adapt. As the battle progressed, Goku and Piccolo gained the upper hand, and Raditz finally seized an opportunity to break away from their combined assault and create some distance. At this moment, Piccolo asked Goku, have you learned any powerful finishing techniques over the years? Goku replied, sorry Piccolo, I haven't. Piccolo responded, you really are lazy. Unlike Yongja, who has become strong enough to challenge Raditz and even overpower him. Goku said, that's not true. I've been training seriously all these years, it's just that Yongja is incredibly strong. I don't know how he trained. Piccolo continued, in a bit you hold him off while I prepare a special technique. Originally this move was meant for you and Yongja, but now it's perfect to test its power on him. Goku said, alright, no problem. Meanwhile, Raditz had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly realizing that the combined efforts of Goku and Piccolo were ramping up the intensity of the fight. He had initially thought he could easily handle a single opponent with 800 battle power, but to his surprise the teamwork of two 800 battle power fighters was making it hard for him to keep up. Raditz felt this was true, but he was facing Goku and Piccolo, both of whom were top-tier fighters. On his own, he was struggling. Suddenly Goku charged at Raditz alone, and Raditz sneered, what a fool, thinking that teaming up gives you an advantage means you're capable now. Goku didn't respond and launched a barrage of powerful strikes at Raditz, but Goku's solo onslaught was far less effective than before. Raditz easily dodged all of Goku's attacks. Any that he couldn't avoid were dissipated by Raditz's strength. However, in the midst of the battle, Raditz suddenly sensed something and glanced at Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo was charging up with one hand in a half-crouched stance, his right hand bent, fingers pointed at his forehead. His entire body was tense, indicating that even without a scouter, Raditz could feel the intensity of Piccolo's ultimate technique. Feeling that Piccolo was preparing something formidable, Raditz began to panic. He quickly pushed Goku back and moved toward Piccolo to interrupt his charge, but Goku wouldn't let Raditz have that chance. Goku quickly exploded forward to engage Raditz, but despite his abilities, he was only at 800 battle power and was ultimately kicked away by Raditz. However, Goku managed to gather energy for the Kamehameha in midair while Raditz was still some distance away from Piccolo. After gathering energy for the Kamehameha, Yongja carefully assessed its power, estimating it to be around 1600 battle power. Meanwhile, Piccolo's energy was still rising, potentially reaching 2400 battle power. Raditz was in a dilemma. If he moved in to interrupt Piccolo's charge, he would certainly be hit by Goku's Kamehameha. If he chose to engage Goku, Piccolo would complete his charge. Just as Raditz was struggling with his options, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, shouting, ha! A blue energy sphere surged forward towards Raditz. Now Raditz had no choice but to dodge Goku's Kamehameha. As the attack was about to hit him, Raditz swiftly evaded to the side, but Goku's years of training had not been in vain. With a wave of his hands, the Kamehameha turned and headed straight for Raditz again. As the Kamehameha closed and Raditz shouted, don't underestimate me. He crossed his arms in front of him, and boom! The Kamehameha struck Raditz directly. However, the explosion only produced a thick cloud of smoke. According to the Dragon Ball rules, as long as there was smoke, Raditz was not in any real danger. As the smoke dissipated, Raditz gasped for breath, his clothes once again torn to shreds. This attack had genuinely surprised him. If he had taken such a fearsome blow unprepared, he might have been seriously injured. Seeing this, Goku charged at Raditz again, but this time he didn't try to go head-to-head. Instead, he took advantage of Raditz' aggressive attacks to grab onto his tail. Goku exclaimed, "Now Piccolo. I've got him restrained." Piccolo replied, "Great special beam cannon." As he finished speaking, a spiraling column of yellow and white energy shot toward Raditz. At this moment, Raditz truly sensed the danger to his life. Raditz shouted, "Wait, Kakarot. That attack is lethal, oh let me go." Goku assured him, "Don't worry, we have magical beans, you won't die." Yongja said, "Piccolo, Goku, you both fought well. Your cooperation has surprisingly produced results greater than the sum of its parts, which is quite impressive." Goku replied, "Hee, this is just the beginning. But you Yongja have become much stronger than before." Yongja thought to himself, of course. "Without pushing too hard, can my battle power surpass yours?" Yongja nodded and addressed Tien Shinhan and the others. "So Tien, are you all ready to fight?" Tien and his companions looked at each other, seemingly hesitating about whether to engage. Among them, only Tien had a combat power of approximately 780, while the others couldn't withstand even a few strikes from Raditz before falling. Finally, Tien's gaze sharpened as he declared, "I want to fight." Seeing Tien's determination, the others chimed in, "I want to fight too." Yongja nodded and said, "All right." Very spirited. For cultivators, what they need most is the heart to forge ahead. Then Yongja handed a Senzu bean to Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo. Looking at the few beans left in his pocket, he thought, "Looks like I need to stock up from the Meow Star soon." Senzu beans are still too scarce, only one or a few jars a year, completely unable to meet demand. The main issue is that the demand from Shingu City is too high. Oh no, it seems I've become a jackalope. Next, Raditz faced Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin. Raditz, realizing he was up against 4 weaklings, boldly proclaimed, "Just 4 trash come and take your lives." Raditz charged at the leading Tien. It's unclear why Kaiatsu didn't use his powers right away. It seems Tien wanted to challenge Raditz on his own to see just how strong he was. The outcome was clear. Although Tien attacked fiercely, all his strikes were easily deflected by Raditz. Raditz mocked, Hey, did you forget to eat? Your movements are so slow." The 3 spectators realized that Tien alone couldn't do much against Raditz, and soon they all joined the fray. Clearly, without Kairatsu using his powers, the 4 attacking Raditz seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality Raditz was toying with them. After all, Tien and his companions were not Goku. During the Dragon Ball era, they might have faced off against a boss like Goku could, but now entering the Dragon Ball Z era, Tien and his group naturally became second-tier fighters. By the time of the Super Saiyan era, they would drop to third tier. Quickly, Tien's group was overwhelmed by Raditz's attacks. Had it not been for Tien bearing the brunt of the damage, the others would likely have already collapsed on the ground. Raditz looked at Tien and said, "You have some strength, but not much. Trash is still trash." After hearing this, Tien didn't argue, but instead focused on Kaiatsu. This call seemed to serve as a command, and the other 3 quickly got up, albeit unsteadily, their bodies trembling. Clearly, they couldn't withstand Raditz's overwhelming power, but they still formed a stance. Tien led the charge with Yamcha on the left and Krillin on the right, while Kairatsu was protected behind them. Raditz observed and asked, "What are you planning to do? It seems a bit different this time, but it won't matter. You will die for your futile efforts." With that, he charged towards Tien and the others. However, this time Raditz did not have the same flashy entrance. Just as he was about to hit Tien, his body inexplicably trembled, and he paused midair. Raditz exclaimed, "What's happening? Why can't I move my body?" But Tien and the others didn't give Raditz a chance to finish. Swiftly, Tien launched the main attack while Yamcha and Krillin targeted Raditz's sides. With Kaiatsu's control, Raditz quickly began to take damage, albeit not much, with minimal effect. The 3 realized that normal attacks wouldn't suffice, so they quickly distanced themselves. Yamcha and Krillin gathered energy for the Kamehameha, while Tien flew into the air, gestured, and connected his thumbs and index fingers, forming a triangular gap aimed at Raditz. Once Yamcha and Krillin finished charging the Kamehameha, they wasted no time and launched it at Raditz. Meanwhile, Raditz was being restrained by Kairatsu, enduring the attack with his body boom. As the smoke cleared, the freshly repaired clothes from his previous fight with Piccolo and Goku were once again torn to shreds, but this time Raditz clearly felt the impact. Raditz arrogantly declared, "You bugs can only use these petty tricks." The only response was Tien's roar Kamehameha. Yongja sensed that the fully charged Kamehameha had about twice the normal power, while the Demon Light Cannon had 3 times the normal power. However, this Kamehameha was impressive, as Tien's combat power of 780 could unleash over 2,500 points of strength. It was roughly 4 times the normal power. Unfortunately, the current Kamehameha's power was too dispersed. In terms of killing efficiency, it might not be as effective as the Demon Light Cannon. A flash of white light illuminated the area where Raditz had been standing, creating a square-shaped, deep pit. Yongja noted, as expected of a Saiyan, he didn't die, just his aura is extremely weak. If I could narrow the power range to a diameter of 1 meter, I might be able to kill Raditz, but Tien's pursuit of power made the diameter too wide, dispersing the strength. Yongja quickly distributed the senzu beans to everyone. As for Raditz, let him lie down for a while. As for his near-death state with 1500 combat power, even if he triggers his passive ability, Yongja is confident he can slay him. After all, the power of the Chi sword is second only to the Chi Yuan slash, and judging by the state of the others, Krillin seems to have grasped the rudimentary form of the Chi Yuan slash. Yongja then gathered everyone around while the stubborn Piccolo stood a bit farther away from the group. The others were curious about what Yongja had to say. Yongja teased, "Not yet, we need to wait for more people to arrive." Then Yongja took out a capsule, thankfully a quality one that he had asked Bulma to prepare, and then pulled out his phone. He sent a group message to Bulma, Xiaowu-Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, sharing the coordinates and asking them to come here. He also asked Bulma to bring several Dragon Ball radar detectors. At this moment, an energy signature with a combat power of about 300 quietly appeared among the crowd. Yongja sensed it first, and the others turned their attention towards this energy. In the midst of the crowd stood the Supreme Kai, who seemed unsure how to react, as if he was observing an exhibit. Yongja then initiated the conversation. "Oh, it's been a while, Supreme Kai. The invader has been defeated by our combined efforts, and he's over there in that big pit." With a gesture, Yongja pointed. The Supreme Kai coughed and said, "Thank you all for your fierce battle successfully defending Earth and bringing the enemy to justice. Actually, I have other matters to attend to on this visit." Yongja replied, "Supreme Kai, please don't rush. I have something that needs immediate attention. I would appreciate your patience for a moment." Yongja's demeanor seemed to suggest that even the Supreme Kai would have to wait. This piqued everyone's curiosity about what Yongja was planning to do next, and it might even involve the Dragon Balls. What could it be? The wait wasn't long. A large spacecraft flew from the distance in the sky at a considerable speed, soon arriving above everyone and slowly descending. Four people emerged from the craft: Bulma, Xiaowu-Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. Bulma spoke first. "What's the matter that you needed to call us all here?" Xiao added, "Well, I don't mind, but I'm curious about what's going on." Chi-Chi complained, "Really, you could have said something sooner or later. I was almost done cooking. Don't blame me if the food doesn't taste good because of your delays." Lanchi asked, "So what exactly is the matter?" Yongja noticed everyone had gathered and spoke. "Everyone, the capabilities of humans have limits. What I've learned from my brief life is that the more one pushes themselves to cultivate, the more chaotic they feel in terms of strength. One must transcend humanity to evolve." The group replied, "What are you talking about?" Yongja declared, "I will no longer be human. I will transcend humanity." This revelation stunned everyone, and for a moment they were unsure of what Yongja meant, thinking he might have lost his mind. At that moment, Huangqi appeared, her yellow hair drawing attention as she grabbed Yongja's ear and said, "Enough, stop acting crazy here, come back inside with me." Yongja replied, "Huangqi, stop. I'm serious, let go of me." Then Yongja earnestly explained, "Just now Earth was invaded by a being named Raditz, a member of the Saiyan race possessing immense strength. I've realized that the cultivation speed of humans pales in comparison to that of Saiyans. I sense that in the future I must choose to cultivate beyond humanity." He continued, "Moreover, I'm not speaking without basis. Goku is also a Saiyan. Currently, Goku is the fastest to cultivate after me, and it won't be long before he surpasses me." The four women asked, "So what?" Yongja replied, "I'm only trying to protect you better. I want to become a Super Saiyan." Goku asked, "Is that so?" "So my rapid cultivation is because I'm this so-called Saiyan." The others noted, after what Yongja said, it seems Goku has been surpassing us one after another, and only Yongja can still keep a lead over him. Yongja stated, "Thus I wish to test the decision to become a Saiyan with the dragon." The four women asked, "What difference would it make if you became a Saiyan?" Yongja replied, "Perhaps I would grow a tail." The others responded, "So this is why you need the Dragon Ball radar." Yongja confirmed, "Yes. By the way, Bulma, I have a detector here that can sense the location and strength of powerful enemies. Do you think you could replicate it? After all, it's somewhat useful." Actually, Yongja hadn't mentioned that everything happening now had already been observed from far away from Earth, where two Saiyans had understood most of the content. Even if Yongja destroyed the detector beforehand, the original world storyline would likely still proceed as usual. Yongja had no doubts about this. He had witnessed the power of plot correction, and unless one possessed the strength to defy everything, they would have to obediently follow the main storyline. This reminded Yongja of various Fate novels from his past life, where the narrative stated that the greater forces could not be altered while smaller ones could be changed. In other words, the bigger fate cannot be changed. Bulma took the detector and pulled out a portable toolbox from her pocket. In no time, she dismantled the detector and analyzed it. "No problem, this is quite simple. I just need some professional tools when I get back." Then Yongja distributed the Dragon Ball radars to everyone, one for himself, one for Goku, one for Tien, one for Yamcha, one for Krillin, one for Kaiatsu, and finally one for Piccolo. Yongja then addressed the Supreme Kai. "Please wait a moment. With everyone's current strength, we will gather the Dragon Balls quickly." He also told the others, "Let's gather here later." As soon as he finished speaking, Yongja erupted with energy flying away from the location. The energy from the 6 warriors burst forth in all directions. Currently, everyone's power was at least 400, and with their ability to unleash energy, their speed was considerable. Yongja was the first to return, followed by Goku, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, with Kaiatsu slightly ahead. After gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, Yongja wasted no time and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls encircling the ground, "Come forth, Shinran, and grant my wish." As he finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light. Whooshed! A green fork-clawed dragon emerged from the brilliance. Shinran circled several times in the sky, growing from small to large, then spoke to the crowd below. "O Summoner, state your wish." Yongja looked up at Shinran and said, "O Shinran, please transform my bloodline into that of the warrior race of the universe, the Saiyans. Can this wish be granted?" Shinran replied, "That wish is no problem, but my ability can only transform you into the bloodline of the lowest tier warriors. Do you accept this wish?" Yongja responded, "No problem. Let it be that wish." With that, Shinran's eyes glowed red, and he said, "As you wish." Immediately, Yongja was enveloped in white light. Shinran continued, "Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again." Then Shinran's tail lifted the 7 Dragon Balls, and he transformed into white light, scattering in 7 different directions. After a flash of white light, Yongja's appearance remained largely unchanged. Everyone rushed to inquire about Yongja's condition, except for the Supreme Kai and Piccolo. Yongja carefully sensed his own state name: Yongja. Gender male. Combat power 1200 currently. He simply changed bloodlines with no direct boost to combat power, but the difference in strength is vast. Race Saiyan, lowest tier skills: Energy Sphere, Energy Burst, Chi Armor, Chi Sword, Energy Wave, Energy Sense, Afterimage, Fist, Solar Flare, Dodo, Wave Manipulation of Energy Sphere, Kamehameha, Demon Seal Wave, and Turtle School Kamehameha. Items: a few remaining Senzu beans, a set of gravity training clothes, and a portable multifunction capsule box, including gravity chamber communication phone. Chi proficiency level, entry-level, mid-stage. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference, but only Yongja knew that deep within his body lay an inexhaustible power. He felt a surge of impatience, eager to engage in a battle, and his mindset became somewhat restless. In other words, it's like upgrading a set of purple rare equipment top tier in DNF to a set of golden epic equipment lowest tier. Although the level and icons remain the same, the values are worlds apart. Yongja replied, "I feel fine overall, just a slight itch in a specific spot on my back." Goku then asked, "So Goku, what do you plan to do about your blood-related brother?" The group's attention shifted back to Goku, who replied, "Let's spare him. I'll stop him before he does any evil." Indeed, Goku was still the same Goku, and the others had nothing to say about it. Then Yongja used his chi to lift Raditz from the bottom of the pit, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Bulma and said, "By the way, Bulma, this Saiyan brought with him a spaceship." A circular UFO and a battered man who was barely wearing any clothes were pulled out by Yongja. Bulma observed and said, "A spaceship, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of its replication and analysis." Then, under the gaze of everyone, Yongja used chi to crush a senzu bean into powder and stuffed it into Raditz's mouth. Then from a distance, he used telekinesis to grab some snow and fed it to Raditz. Instantly, Raditz woke up with a start, jumping up in surprise and distancing himself from the others. The scene felt familiar to everyone, and Piccolo thought to himself, "Not me, it's not me, it's not me." Yongja told Raditz, "I apologize, but your spaceship has been commandeered, and for the time being you will need to stay on Earth." Raditz exclaimed, "What? You want me to stay on this trash planet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Goku and the other warriors shot him displeased looks. Yongja said, "All right, here are some clothes for you to wear. Just a warning, don't pull any tricks, or it won't just be me who will deal with you." Raditz stubbornly retorted, "Let me tell you, just a year. As long as it's a year, the other 2 Saiyans will arrive and kill you all." Yongja asked, and then. Originally, everyone was somewhat concerned, but seeing Yongja's confidence, they became less fearful. Yongja then turned to the Supreme Kai and said, "I'm sorry, Supreme Kai, for keeping you waiting." The Supreme Kai replied, "Not at all. With greater power comes greater responsibility." Yongja asked, "So what is the purpose of your visit, Lord God?" The others were also attentively listening to their conversation. The god replied, "It's like this, Yongja. Due to the strong enemies facing Earth this time, with everyone's current strength, we should be completely incapable of dealing with the Saiyan enemies a year from now. Moreover, using the Dragon Balls would also be futile." Actually, Yongja wanted to say that they could use the Dragon Balls to wish for the destruction of the enemy's spaceship in the universe, but he did not plan to do so. If they met their end too soon, how would he practice against these people later? It would indeed be a pity for such a good experience package to perish in the universe. Yongja listened intently, going through the process. The god noticed that Yongja seemed to have nothing to say and directly stated, "It'll be straightforward. I plan to send you to the underworld, and then through Lord Yanwan you will meet Lord Kai." The crowd exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Kai?" The god said, Yes, Lord Kai is the highest deity I know of, and Lord Yin Wang is also a high deity. The difference is that Lord Yin Wang is my direct superior, while Lord Kai is my ultimate superior that I can know of. The crowd teased. Who would have thought that even gods have hierarchies? This clears it up. The end of the universe is about taking exams. Meanwhile, the gun-holding farmer in the distance was still live-streaming, but unfortunately, he missed the explosive content. However, simply leaning against the battle screen for the live stream had already secured his later life. Yongja said, "Then Lord God, shall we set off now?" He then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone remember to go to Galinta and urge the cat people to increase production of the immortal beans. We're running low here." The four women simultaneously said, "Wait a moment." Yongja asked, "What's wrong?" The four women replied, "How long are you going to be gone?" Yongja responded, "Well, it shouldn't take too long, right?" The four women saw that Yongja couldn't determine a precise time and immediately focused their attention on the god. Now the god was also put in a difficult position and had to say about half a year. The four women stared. The god said, "Perhaps 3 months." Stare. The god said, 1 month. It's settled then. He then immediately patted Yang's shoulder and the two vanished from their location. The four women exclaimed, "Hey, clarify things." Now the situation was that everyone returned to their homes. Goku and the other warriors were busy training while Raditz was temporarily exiled to the wild. Yongja wasn't worried about Raditz's misbehavior. With Goku and Piccolo's combined power exceeding 800, they were more than capable of handling Raditz, especially with Tianjin Fan standing by as support. At crucial moments, they also had the super ability of Dazai, and Krillin's Spirit Slash was expected to be comprehended soon. With this combination, even Yang's explosive aura and chi armor would have to kneel. The scene shifted to a location far from Earth. The environment of this planet was quite decent with plenty of greenery. As the camera zoomed in, two figures could be seen, one tall and one short. The taller one was robust, but bald, while the shorter one, although small in stature, had hair standing upright. At that moment, the shorter one spat out unknown biological fragments and said, "Yuck, this thing tastes really bad." The taller one replied, "Who said otherwise? By the way, Vegito, what are our next targets? Should we go rescue Raditz?" Nappa replied, "What nonsense are you saying? Is a worthless being like Raditz worth saving? Moreover, it seems there's a good thing on Earth called the Dragon Balls. Stupid indeed. Immortality. As long as I wish for an immortal body, how could I not become the ruler of the universe?" Nappa respectfully said, "Then this trip to Earth must be absolutely magnificent." Following this, both of them burst into arrogant laughter. Next, the scene showed the road to the underworld surrounded by endless yellow clouds. The only notable feature was a building complex arranged in a square shape with a 2-story ancient structure at the center. In the 4 squares of the square, there were towers standing tall. In front of them was a narrow green path that seemed infinite. However, on this green path, white fiery souls continuously entered from the front, resembling an industrial assembly line. Nearby, there were demon workers with horns maintaining order. The god said, "That's how it is. I hope Lord Yin Wang can allow this person to go to Lord Kai for training." Yongja took the opportunity to quickly survey his surroundings. Besides the towering Yin Wang, who stood over 3 meters tall, and the office furniture, there was nothing particularly special about the environment. The ceiling was wooden, the walls were a white material that was hard to identify, and the windows had a circular design with a cross pattern. There were also 2 large doors with 2 staff members stationed at the entrance. This was roughly the situation. Yin Wang said, "I understand the situation. I permit this human to go to Lord Kai for training, but if any accidents occur, I will not take responsibility. Do you understand?" Yongja replied, "Thank you very much, Lord Yin Wang." Yin Wang said, "If that's the case, this way," pointing to the left, "is the direction to Lord Kai. Just walk that way, and someone will naturally guide you." Yongja said, "All right, I understand. So Lord God, I will now go to Lord Kai for training. You don't need to worry too much. Oh, just leave the rest to me and my companions. Goodbye." After saying that, Yongja ran towards the large door on the left. Yongja quickly exited a small room and was met by a staff member with horns who said, "Hello, Mr. Yongja, please get in the car. I will drive you to the beginning of Snake Way." Yongja certainly would not refuse. The two exchanged little conversation, and with the staff member, as the driver, Yongja sat in the back following a purple path leading off into the distance. Time passed slowly as Yongja closed his eyes to rest. After all, this wasn't the cultivation system. He wasn't sure how long he had been practicing chi with his eyes closed. The staff member said, "All right, we have arrived at Snake Way. This Snake Way winds endlessly, stretching approximately 1 million kilometers. It seems the only person who reached the end was Lord Yin Wang, who did so 1 billion years ago to find Lord Kai for training." Yongja said, "Thank you for the information." "Huh, staff member." The staff member replied, "I received your compliment. I wish you a pleasant journey." Then he added, "By the way, please be careful not to fall off the cloud layer. Below is hell, and if you fall down, you won't be able to return." Yongja said, Alright, I understand. If it weren't for having seen the anime, I would have believed it. Yongja then unleashed his aura and flew towards the end of Snake Way. In the original timeline, Goku, with a power level of over 400, took half a year to reach King Kai's planet. With Yongja's explosive power of 1500 speeding up by 3 times, it shouldn't be a problem, right? That means in half a year, he would reach King Kai's planet in just 2 months. Wait a minute. Yongja suddenly realized something. He was a living person, now not a deceased one with a halo over his head. He only had a few immortal beans in his pocket, not to mention he was in a hurry. He definitely wouldn't last until he reached King Kai's planet. It seemed he had no choice but to descend into hell. Those who had watched the anime knew there were 2 places to replenish supplies. One was the midpoint station of Snake Way, and the other was hell under the cloud layer. Yellow clouds. Yongja then stopped at the edge of Snake Way and reached out to grab a handful of the yellow cloud. Surprisingly, it felt decent, not much different from the Nimbus cloud on Earth. Looking at the weightless yellow cloud in his hand, he first sniffed it, and as expected, it had no smell. He tried to take a bite out of a cloud, but unfortunately, even when he bit into it, there was no flavor. Attempting to swallow it, it was merely chewier than drinking water with no other difference. Never mind. I still have some immortal beans left, so I'll continue on my way. With that in mind, Yongja unleashed his aura again and flew towards the direction of the end. Back on Earth in this timeline, without Gohan, Goku was naturally training with Piccolo. The two were engaged in an intense battle in the wild, and their power levels were gradually increasing, but it wasn't easy to raise their base power levels. Not far from there was Shingu City, where everyone was almost training due to convenience. Meanwhile, Raditz was watching these people practice on his own. Raditz said, "TCH, all of you are weaklings. With your level, it's impossible to surpass me even after 10 years of training." Hearing this, the Z fighters stopped and turned their attention to Raditz. Raditz asked, "What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe it, let's settle it with a duel." The others replied, "Why duel Onion when we can gang up on you? Looks like you haven't been beaten in 3 days, and now you're getting arrogant." Raditz said, "TSK tisk, this is all you are capable of." As for the portable gravity chamber, it was placed aside by everyone as they preferred to increase their strength through mutual sparring. They would only choose the gravity chamber when they needed to improve their fundamentals. The basic routine was gravity chamber, rest, spar, rest, gravity chamber. Inside the headquarters of Shingu City, Bulma had already repaired the power level detector and even replicated several units. The technology for communicating with the universe was cut off because they couldn't possibly leave a listening device on Earth. Subsequently, Bulma put the replicated detector next to her ear. With the beeping sound, the text on the display screen was replaced by Bulma with Earth's writing. After the detector analyzed, she obtained her power level, 5 points, which was at least stronger than the uncle with a gun. After all, Bulma currently had a power level of 5 without needing to fight. After more beeping, she found that Shishi had a power level of 100, Lan Chi had 3 points, Huang Chi was about 30 points, and Xiao Wu had a power level of 40 points. Because of Yongja, everyone here had been in contact with training to some extent. Bulma then flew her spaceship to Goku and the others, wanting to check everyone's power levels. As Bulma's spaceship landed, everyone also stopped their training. They turned to Bulma and asked, "What's the matter?" Bulma replied, "Haven't I just replicated the power level detectors? I'm thinking of giving each of you one and checking your power levels at the same time." Everyone replied, "Is there such a good thing? Now we have to compare ourselves to each other." With the continuous beeping of Bulma's power level detector, everyone's power levels gradually became clear. Goku, power level 850 points. After Raditz's arrival, everyone experienced varying degrees of improvement. Piccolo, power level 845 points. Tianjin Fan, power level 810 points. Yamcha, power level 700 points. Dumplings, power level 600 points. Krillin, power level 590 points. Yajirobe, power level 550 points. Raditz, power level 1525 points. After being beaten by Yongja, everyone gasped upon learning of Raditz's power level. Raditz said, "Now you know my power, right? No matter how you train, you trash will never catch up to me." They replied, "But you can't defeat Yongja." Raditz retorted, "So what? Which one of you is my match?" The others responded, "You can't defeat Yongja." Raditz said, "You are all useless." They replied, "You can't defeat Yongja." Raditz exclaimed, "Is that all you can say?" They replied, "You can't defeat Yongja." Just then the god arrived. As soon as the god appeared, everyone turned their attention to him, leaving the god bewildered. Only Raditz was oblivious to what was happening until he noticed someone new had joined. Raditz, who was arrogant and proud, would never voluntarily ask others for advice, so he missed out on this opportunity for training. The god exchanged some words with everyone, hoping they would train at the god temple. In the end, only Piccolo and Goku remained on the surface to monitor Raditz to avoid any trouble. Almost all the other warriors rushed to the god temple to solidify and deepen their chi training, and after this round, everyone's power levels were likely to advance to a new level. Time passed continuously as everyone kept training to become stronger. Yongja was also rushing towards the end of Snake Way. He didn't know how long it had been, but saw a staff member driving a cleaning vehicle. If it were in the original timeline, it would have taken Goku just completed a quarter of Snake Way, which would translate to about 45 days. However, Yongja was moving nearly 3 times faster than Goku in the original timeline, meaning he had run approximately 15 days. Unexpectedly, 15 days had already passed. Although he would sometimes lie down on Snake Way to rest or sleep, when tired there was no distinction between day and night here, making it impossible to gauge the passage of time. It should be noted that while the immortal beings claim to keep an ordinary person from feeling hungry for 10 days, Yongja's consumption was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After these 10+ days of consumption, only the last immortal being remained, and Yongja was already considering jumping down into hell to find those good people to stock up on supplies. Yongja looked at the last remaining fairy bean in his pocket. He had barely traveled a quarter of the way, and he couldn't rely solely on the clouds for sustenance. Without much hesitation, he jumped into the nearby cloud layer, which seemed to sense his fall and automatically opened a gap for him to descend. Below was indeed a hidden paradise, not a gruesome scene of corpses and blood, but rather a place that felt like a utopia. The environment was pleasant, and if he recalled correctly, this seemed to be the 3rd special zone of the 1st tier, the very top layer of hell. Regardless, Yongja didn't concern himself with its identity. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, there was a type of fruit tree here, whose fruits ensured one would not feel hunger for 100 days, while also increasing strength. Such a treasure should be harvested without hesitation. He had to break off a branch to take back to Earth and transplant it. With that thought, Yongja landed smoothly and surveyed his surroundings. Except for the surface being not lush and green, everything else could be described as idyllic. He quickly searched the area and soon found a fruit tree not far away, its fruits a mix of yellow and red resembling peaches. He decided to name them pan peaches. There were only 2 ghost workers here, a green ghost with 1 horn and a red ghost with 2 horns, both wearing white tracksuits, peacefully coexisting with a group of spirits. Taking advantage of their distraction, Yongja hurriedly approached the fruit tree. Yongja certainly wouldn't consume all the fruits directly, as that would be too obvious. Instead, he took out his universal capsule, which contained only 1 fairy bean apart from a portable gravity chamber. Well, a gravity chamber was fine as long as it could store items. Yongja chose to pick a fruit from different parts of the tree, a mix of red and yellow, then floated to the top. He broke off the highest branch as well as one from the middle and the lowest. The entire process was quick, aided by his chi. Once he secured the fruits, he swiftly dashed behind a mountain, opened the portable gravity chamber, and stuffed everything inside, estimating around several dozen fruits. Since the tree had over 200 pan peaches, this wouldn't be a problem. Next, he planned to eat 1 red and 1 yellow pan peach. I must say these are excellent fruits with a delightful taste. The red ones felt slightly underripe and sour. However, after eating the red one, he already felt his stomach quite full, and his strength had slightly increased, roughly a 1% boost. But strangely, if the king of the universe kept eating these fruits, wouldn't Frieza wreak havoc? The only explanation would be that these fruits have a level cap. Perhaps once a certain power level is reached, their effects diminish. But at least for now, they worked quite well. The red ones were still unripe, and as for the yellow ones' effects, that would have to wait for next time. Since his goal had been achieved, it was time to return to the snake path. Yongja stealthily moved, as flying boldly would draw attention. He didn't want to be discovered stealing fruits and create trouble for himself. Yongja searched around and finally found a narrow mountain passage. To be precise, it had 2 vertical lines in the middle. This was the shortcut where Goku had originally returned to King Yama's drawer. He plunged into the cave, gradually losing the sense of space. It felt like he was moving both upwards and forwards, but he was simply progressing. As Yongja dove into the shortcut, the 2 workers sensed something, but looked around and found nothing unusual. Eventually, they ended up back under the pan peach tree. The green ghost said, "Hey, do you think the fruits on the pan peach tree are fewer than before?" The red ghost replied, "Hey, now that you mention it, I also feel like there are fewer fruits, but it seems like there are still plenty." The green ghost said, "Actually, I felt like someone had been here since earlier." The red ghost responded, "What nonsense are you saying? This is hell. How could anyone come here?" In any case, the 2 ghosts were baffled while Yongja finally saw a glimmer of light. He pushed hard and sure enough, he found himself in King Yama's office drawer. King Yama looked at Yongja and asked, "Have you met the king of the universe?" Yongja replied, "No, I just accidentally fell into hell from the snake path and came back here again." "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. Although I'm making a quick escape due to having eaten the fruits, I can burst forth with energy at full speed. I thought my satiety from the last 100 days would be about 70%, but it felt more like just 1 meal's worth. Anyway, I still have plenty of fruits. I can eat whenever I'm hungry, rest when tired, and sleep when sleepy." The yellow pan peach increased his strength by 5%, added more to his satiety, and his battle power rose to 1272 points. Honestly, the effects were quite impressive. It's known that increasing normal battle power is the hardest, and here he simply ate a fruit to gain a 5% increase, which was immensely satisfying. The taste was excellent, sweet and filling, and one was already very satisfying with the satiety lasting longer than that of the red fruit. Moreover, this yellow pan peach seemed to provide an additional buff. After eating it, he felt an endless surge of energy for quite some time. Thus, supported by multiple enhancements, he covered half the distance in just 15 days, even spotting a cleaning truck heading back. From afar, he saw several ancient-style buildings and landed on the snake path to inspect them. However, these buildings gave Yongja a very peculiar feeling. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like the mouth of a certain snake. Suddenly, the building in front transformed into the head of a giant snake, directly sucking Yongja inside. With the mindset of not wanting to leave empty-handed, he decided to take a look inside. After a dizzying spin, Yongja found himself in a luxurious interior filled with female characters, all with green skin. They were quite attractive, but Yongja wasn't particularly fond of the green skin and allowed these people to be overly hospitable. Then came the so-called snake princess with fluffy orange hair, long ears, crimson eyes, and exquisite clothing resembling Zanya from the Dragon Ball movie almost perfectly. However, to be fair, the snake princess was less attractive than the black-haired maid beside her. Just as the princess was about to speak, Yongja interrupted. "What relationship do you have with Zanya?" "Huh? What did you say?" Yongja replied, "You don't know Zanya." The princess said, "I don't know. Who is this Zanya?" "Someone who looks quite similar to you." The princess responded, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Your flirting is quite unique. Well, since there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. I'm leaving now." The other side became anxious, trying all means to keep Yongja there. Thinking about being inside her belly, Yongja felt increasingly inclined to leave and said, "This place is utterly uninteresting. I merely stopped to admire the intriguing architecture, and I ended up being sucked in by a giant snake. What are you talking about?" The princess said, "I have no idea what the guest is referring to." Yongja replied, "Stop pretending, you creature. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Monster, I demand you reveal your true form. Great dragon of heaven, earthly Buddha. Great Luo spell, Bodhi Buddha. Bodhi Bamaho. Flying dragon in the sky. Go." In the blink of an eye, Yongja knocked everyone present to the ground, and the surroundings transformed into an unknown interior, still writhing continuously. Yongja erupted with energy to illuminate the area, looked around, and saw a glimmer of light rushing quickly through the snake's mouth. The snake princess exclaimed, "You little brat. I intended to treat you kindly, and you resorted to violence. Die." Yongja wasted no words, launching 2 punches at the snake's head, and then delivering a barrage of strikes to its vulnerable spot. Finally, he kicked the snake's head back into the clouds. Strangely, the clouds did not disperse, but allowed the giant snake to crash into them. "Keeping you on the snake path is a disaster. Go to hell." Turtle School's Kamehameha. Whoosh, penetrating the clouds and creating a hole while the snake writhed above the clouds. Yongja rushed to the snake's head and flung it toward the opening. "Enjoy your stay in hell." The giant snake shouted, "I will definitely return." With that settled, Yongja continued to burst forth with energy, flying toward the distant destination. As for what the snake would experience in hell, that was not Yongja's concern. Moreover, once that huge snake realized the fruits were gone, it could just as well blame her, which would only add fuel to the fire. After all, not killing it was already Yongja's mercy. On the other side, in the Temple of the Gods on Earth, everyone was practicing together, but progress in battle power was slow. Thus, many approached the God of Heaven seeking advanced training. The God of Heaven had no choice but to lead everyone to the mental time travel room. In this timeline, they were not instantly killed by the 2 scions from the anime, but merely managed to achieve mutual destruction. If they ganged up on one person, they might stand a chance, as Dumpling's ability could hold one person down, but here there were 2 scions. Therefore, in this mental environment, everyone sacrificed Krillin and Yamcha to create an opening for Tien Shinhan and Dumpling to attack, and Tien Shinhan, living up to expectations, could only use a technique that drained all his life energy to kill the 2 scions. However, before dying, the scions still managed to take Dumpling away, so the battle's outcome could only be described as mutual destruction. Then everyone woke up, and the God of Heaven informed them of a more brutal reality. The intensity of the environment was only on par with Raditz, and the 2 scions soon to arrive would be even stronger. Just with 2 Raditz-level strengths, they had been utterly defeated, and only through mutual destruction could victory be achieved. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for everyone. However, instead of retreating, everyone became even more determined to become stronger. As for Goku, he and Piccolo were still in constant training, while occasionally engaging Raditz. Of course, Goku and Piccolo teaming up against Raditz was not a problem, mainly because Raditz was restless and clearly stated that when his reinforcements arrived, he would be the first to attack Goku and the others. The snake path grew increasingly abstract, from a straight line at the beginning to winding turns in the middle, and then to 3-dimensional twists later on. It was designed to be impossible for ordinary people to traverse. If someone who couldn't fly fell here, they would probably have to start all over again. Finally, Yongja reached the end of the snake path, and before him lay an endless sea of yellow clouds. Only by looking up could he see a small green planet. However, it was quite small, with a road running through its center, scattered trees around, 2 houses beside the road, and a well not far away accompanied by a potted green plant. Overall, there were few embellishments. Confirming with his eyes this was indeed the king of the universe's planet. Yongja leaped high and soon felt a pull drawing him toward it. He did not resist the force. The gravity here was 10 times that of Earth, and in an instant he was pressed against the surface of the king of the universe's planet. However, Yongja was already accustomed to tenfold gravity, so his landing was very smooth. He surveyed the surroundings, which were not vastly different from the earlier description. What attracted his attention was a nearby fruit tree that appeared to be an apple tree, but each fruit was large and round, looking very appetizing. A tree that could grow under tenfold gravity must bear fruits of unique flavors. He had to taste them. Yongja hurriedly approached the tree, took a small leap, and picked one fruit. After eating it, it was rather ordinary with no special effects, feeling no different from an ordinary apple. At that moment, he heard a whoosh behind him and turned to see a gorilla dancing in front of him. Yongja tossed the fruit in his hand to the gorilla, who happily grabbed it and left. Suddenly, Yongja sensed a powerful aura and quickly turned to face a figure before him, wearing a black hat adorned with 2 tentacles, sporting black sunglasses, with bluish skin, a chubby face, and short stature, resembling a little plump figure dressed in black armor. On his belly was imprinted a strange character for realm. Yongja was the first to salute and spoke, "I am Yongja, paying my respects to the king of the universe." "Not bad. You have a unique bone structure and etiquette. May I ask what brings you here?" "I have come to seek guidance and training. My home planet is about to face an invasion from the Saiyans. The god of heaven on earth brought me to hell, and after meeting King Yama, I traversed the snake path to request to learn the magical powers of the king of the universe. While my magical powers aren't as exaggerated as that, I have a few techniques, but martial arts should not be passed lightly. How about this? You can first pass a little test before learning my skills. Then I humbly ask for your guidance, king of the universe." The king of the universe said, "First, let's start with the first test." Yongja obediently replied, "The first one. No need to think it must be a cold joke." The king of the universe said, "Let me tell a cold joke first." Yongja said, "All right, then I will share a joke." He continued, "Question, do you know why newborn babies don't have teeth? Answer, because babies are toothless." The king of the universe laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha, you've got some wit, give me another one." Yongja asked, "Your Majesty, do you know why vampires don't like to eat spicy food?" The king of the universe replied, "Why is that?" Yongja answered, "Because vampires prefer blood." The king of the universe laughed again, saying, "You're quite a talent. How about you become my cold joke teller from now on?" Yongja replied, "I am honored by your affection, your Majesty, but I came here to train and grow stronger, so I cannot stay by your side all the time." The king of the universe asked, "Then why do you want to train and grow stronger?" Yongja said, "Because I want to protect the planet I live on," and then briefly explained the current situation of Earth. The king of the universe said, "All right, since that's the case, the second test is, hey, bring Bruce here." A gorilla, upon hearing this, came to the two and started dancing in front of Yongja. The king of the universe said to Yongja, "Here, your next test is to catch Bruce." Yongja replied, "No problem, your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Bruce instantly ran away. Although Yongja felt a bit uncomfortable at first, when he took a step, he quickly adapted and not surprisingly caught Bruce in no time. The king of the universe looked at Yongja appreciatively and said, "Not bad, not bad. With such skills, you might fully unleash the power of the king's fist. It seems you've long adapted to 10 times the gravity. If you weren't born on such a remote planet as Earth, your strength might surpass that of those 2 Saiyans." Yongja approached the king of the universe and said, "So your Majesty, the second test has also concluded. Can you teach me the real techniques now?" Just as he was speaking, a flash of white light appeared nearby, and a small bug said, "Hey kid, what's with that attitude?" Yongja looked at the bug momentarily, unable to recall its name. The bug said, "Hey, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen a talking bug before?" The king of the universe said, "Oh, this is Jebulize. Perfect, let's use Jebulize for the next test." Yongja replied, "I have no problem with that." The king of the universe then conjured a heavy hammer out of thin air and tossed it to Yongja, who almost couldn't catch it. Jebulize looked at the large hammer and said, "Your Majesty, isn't this hammer a bit exaggerated?" The king of the universe replied, "Not at all. Yongja, your next test is to hit Jebulize with this hammer." Yongja asked, "Is that all?" The king of the universe answered, "That's all." Yongja looked at the little bug and said, "Jebulize, I apologize in advance." With a swoosh, Yongja tightened his grip on the hammer and swung it towards Jebulize. Jebulize quickly dodged, saying to Yongja, "Hey, you're so unethical in martial arts, how can you sneak attack?" Yongja replied, "Didn't I already give you a heads up? You were the one daydreaming." Then it was a game of chase, he pursued, and Jebulize fled. One could only say that Jebulize was indeed agile and since this bug was only the size of a human palm, Yongja found it difficult to hit him. Yongja said, "You little bug, just wait for me." Originally, this small king's planet was not large, but with Yongja smashing and pounding it was becoming increasingly battered. Although he was quick and nimble, Yongja didn't spend too much time, but it indeed took longer than catching Beerus. The main reason was the weight of the hammer. Thus, on the first day of arriving at King's Planet, he smoothly passed the first 3 trials of the king, saving a lot of time for the next powerful skill training. The next day, the King of the Universe officially taught Yongja the real powerful techniques. The King of the Universe said, "Yongja, come here. The previous tests were indeed too easy for you. I'm ready to teach you my unique ultimate skills, King's Fist and Spirit Bomb." Yongja followed the procedure, saying, "These sound like very powerful techniques. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." The King of the Universe said, "First, the King's Fist, as the name implies, is my unique technique. It can temporarily unleash your latent power within your body, significantly boosting your combat strength in a short time. It's even possible to increase your combat power by several times, or even dozens of times. The multiplier can be improved through training, but the only downside is that it puts a great burden on the body." Yongja then asked, "What about the Spirit Bomb?" The King of the Universe replied, "As for the Spirit Bomb, it requires you to raise both hands high to absorb the spiritual energy of all living beings, condensing it into a massive blue-white energy sphere. The size of the energy sphere depends on the amount of spiritual energy absorbed before attacking the opponent. Once it hits the opponent, the stronger the evil in their heart, the greater the damage it inflicts, potentially leaving them with not even a single cell remaining. However, those with righteous hearts will hardly suffer any harm." The King of the Universe continued, "Similarly, this technique has its drawbacks. The Spirit Bomb takes a long time to gather energy and can easily be detected by others, so generally you need to divert their attention. If you miss your target, no matter how powerful the technique, it would be useless." Yongja excitedly said, "Please teach me, Your Majesty." The King of the Universe replied, "Of course, but everything requires step-by-step practice. Let's start with practicing the King's Fist." The two walked to a nearby area, and the King of the Universe said, "First, you can't directly use the King's Fist yet. I will teach you the learning version of the King's Fist. This version won't harm your body, and the boost to your combat power will also be minimal." This learning version of the King's Fist had only appeared once in the original timeline, and its aura was white, slightly different from the explosive aura. The explosive aura has a white outline on the outer edge, while the learning version's aura is completely white, enveloping the entire body, providing a slightly better boost than the explosive aura. The King of the Universe looked at Yongja and said, "I didn't expect you to have such proficiency in energy control. As far as I know, very few can freely manipulate their aura. I never expected you to achieve such a level on such a remote planet as Earth. It's truly remarkable." Yongja humbly replied, "Your Majesty is just joking. I'm merely lucky and worked a bit harder than others." The King of the Universe said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. If you had the same background as the Scions, your strength would at least be 10 times what it is now." Yongja replied, "To be honest, Your Majesty, I just became a Scion not long ago." The King of the Universe exclaimed, "What?" Yongja then recounted how he gathered the Dragon Balls to wish to become a Scion, explaining it in a concise yet thorough manner. The King of the Universe said, "I see, so that's how it is. Well, a gentleman asks about the path, not the heart. Indeed, the racial limit of Earthlings cannot compare to that of the Scions. I understand your determination to become a Scion to grow stronger." Yongja thought to himself, "Actually, I initially just aimed to become a Super Saiyan. Though I had the intention of growing stronger, it wasn't that strong. Of course, Scions can't become Super Saions unless they are hybrids or have a sufficient concentration of S cells, as per Dragon Ball Super setting. Strictly speaking, it's purely about the concentration of S cells." Yongja had reason to suspect that Gohan in Dragon Ball Z couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan early on because Goku's S cell concentration wasn't enough when he married Shishi and had Gohan. Later, Goku, Vegeta, and others worked hard to transform into Super Saions, raising their S cell concentrations to the required levels, which were then inherited by their offspring. This is why Goten and Trunks could transform at ages 7 or 8. He thought to himself, "You're telling me Goten and Trunks at ages 7 and 8 have a base power level of 300? I can't believe that." With this thought, Yongja suddenly wondered if he should have chosen to become a hybrid Saiyan instead. But then again, whether or not he could transform into a Super Saiyan depended on his own training. If he remembered correctly, to transform into a Super Saiyan, one needed either a base combat power of over 300 combined with extreme anger or a sufficiently high concentration of S cells. These should be the only 2 conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, regardless of how he thought about it, the Dragon Balls on Earth couldn't fulfill either of those conditions, so whether or not he was a hybrid Saiyan didn't seem that important. The King of the Universe said, "Hey Yongja, what are you daydreaming about?" Yongja came back to his senses and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was just thinking about some things." The King of the Universe said, Alright, since that's the case, practice the learning version of the King's Fist for now. When you've got it down, I'll teach you the real King's Fist. Yongja said, okay, Your Majesty. The next period of time was naturally Yongja's exploration phase. Frankly speaking, the learning version of the King's Fist felt to Yongja like it was just a bit stronger than regular explosive aura. If explosive aura was 1.25 times, then this learning version of the King's Fist was probably around 1.3 to 1. For times, not much difference. But since he had already started practicing, he decided to attempt to integrate this learning version of the King's Fist with explosive aura. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. It turned out that this so-called learning version of the King's Fist had already integrated explosive aura, so when Yongja used explosive aura, he could elevate it to the learning version of the King's Fist. However, if he had already activated the learning version of the King's Fist, he would find himself in a state of explosive aura. A few days later, the King of the Universe said, Yongja, come here. Yongja asked, what do you need, Your Majesty? The King of the Universe said, I see that you've mastered the learning version of the King's Fist. Now I will teach you the real King's Fist. The King of the Universe said, watch closely, I will demonstrate this technique only once. With that, the King of the Universe was enveloped in a red glow and his aura began to rise continuously until a vibrant red flame surrounded his entire body. Yongja carefully sensed it, realizing that the already powerful aura had directly increased by 1.5 times. The King of the Universe said, this is the King's Fist. After using the King's Fist, your speed and strength will be enhanced, but the drawback is the significant burden on the body. The King of the Universe continued, the activation method is similar to that of the learning version of the King's Fist. To put it simply, one is aerobic exercise while the other is anaerobic exercise. The main focus is on unleashing the potential within the body. Yongja said, I have learned a lot, Your Majesty. The next part was Yongja's continuous learning, mastering, developing, and absorbing process. At first, Yongja directly activated the 3x King's Fist, but he couldn't hold on for long and collapsed, gasping for breath. If he hadn't retracted his technique early, he might have seriously hurt himself. The King of the Universe scolded, you kid, thinking you can run before you learn to walk. Even the strongest person will struggle to use this technique the first time. You, on the other hand, jump straight to 3x King's Fist. Are you trying to kill yourself? Yongja replied, I was just trying to challenge myself. From then on, Yongja chose to take things step by step, mainly because he only had one healing Senzu bean left, which was meant for healing. In case he accidentally injured himself while training, he was counting on that Senzu bean to save him. Some more days passed. In the environment of 10 times the gravity of King's Planet, plus the 110 times gravity from Yongja's max 100x weighted clothing, Yongja could now withstand a maximum of 5 times the King's Fist. As for why he didn't enter the portable gravity chamber, Yongja was learning skills and didn't have a significant need for increased base combat power at the moment. One day, the King of the Universe said to Yongja, Yongja, come here. I see you have made progress with the King's Fist, so I will teach you my secret skill, the Spirit Bomb. The King of the Universe continued, the Spirit Bomb is not difficult to learn in itself. The challenge lies in gathering spiritual energy. All things in the world have spirit. Flowers, grass, trees, humans, animals, etc. can all provide energy. The Spirit Bomb, formed from the energy provided by this small King's Planet alone, has immense destructive power. The King of the Universe said, now let me demonstrate a Spirit Bomb. He then took a horse stance, and the small planet instantly emitted glimmers of white light. Although each white point emitted was not particularly powerful, after the King of the Universe collected and refined it, the white light first enveloped him before gathering in his right hand. The King of the Universe said, I forgot to mention the Spirit Bomb I created has 2 activation methods. One is this small Spirit Bomb, where the gathered energy is concentrated in the fist, which can be used for striking or throwing. The other is the large Spirit Bomb, which requires raising both hands over the head to collect energy. After speaking, the King of the Universe conjured a brick of unknown material with his left hand and threw it into the sky. He swiftly launched the Spirit Bomb, creating a tremendous explosion high above King's Planet. Yongja carefully sensed this. The greatest advantage of this technique was that it basically did not consume the user's own energy. No matter what technique is used, there will always be some consumption. This is the strength of the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb created from just this small King's Planet possesses such formidable power. The key point is that the amount of energy absorbed depends entirely on the user's needs. In other words, the power of the Spirit Bomb just created could potentially be increased. It's worth noting that the Spirit Bomb generally averages out energy absorption, but if one desires, they can absorb more energy, and the power of the Spirit Bomb could increase tenfold. Though the previous Spirit Bomb may not have seemed particularly strong at first glance, it had a special effect against those of the evil faction. After appreciating the demonstration, Yongja said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. Yongja will certainly train diligently and live up to your reputation. Time 6 months before the Scions arrive on Earth. On this day, Yongja had fully mastered the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb, and he had no issues executing them. As a result, Yongja's baseline combat power experienced a tremendous boost. In the original timeline, Goku's combat power against Raditz was over 400, and when he faced Nappa it soared to 8,000, marking an increase of more than 20 times. Therefore, Yongja now possessed a combat power of over 25,000. At that moment, King Kai approached and said, "Yongja, stop for a moment." Yongja replied, "What can I do for you, Lord King Kai?" King Kai continued, "You managed to learn the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb to this extent in just 3 months. I have nothing more to teach you now. You are ready to go out into the world." Yongja asked, "Lord King Kai, how long has it been since I arrived here in the underworld?" King Kai replied, "About 5 months, I suppose." Yongja responded, "So does that mean I can return to the living world now?" King Kai said, "You could have done so a long time ago. You were basically ready to go 2 weeks ago." Yongja said, "All right, Lord King Kai, I apologize for any disturbances during my time here. Next time I visit, I'll make sure to bring ample gifts to express my gratitude. Oh, by the way, Lord King Kai, you don't mind if I share your techniques with others, do you?" King Kai replied, "As long as you have the intent, it's fine. Generally, when I take disciples, I assess their talent before teaching them unique techniques. If you wish to teach, it's your choice. Just remember to come back here to share some cold jokes." Yongja said, "Sure then, Lord King Kai, I'll see you later." After saying that, Yongja soared into the air and propelled himself towards the direction he came from. While flying, Yongja took stock of himself. Name: Yongja. Race: Scion, lowest tier warrior. Skills: Chi Blade, Chi Armor, Burst of Energy, Afterimage, Fist, Chi Perception, Ki Blast, Kamehameha, Dodone, Ray Energy, Sphere, Magic, Seal, Wave, Spirit Cannon, Kamehameha, Universal, Shocking Palm. Newly learned King Kai Fist, Spirit Bomb. Items: 1 Sense of Being, a set of gravity training clothes that can adjust color with thought and automatically repair, a portable gravity chamber, a power detector, and a mobile phone. Who newly acquired several dozen Peaches of Immortality and 3 branches of the Peach of Immortality tree. Combat power 25,000, proficiency in Chi intermediate late stage. This journey to the Snake Way and training under King Kai yielded significant rewards, not only dramatically increasing his baseline power, but also acquiring fruits that could slightly enhance baseline power and grant buffs when matured. Next time he sees King Kai, he must express his gratitude properly. After not spending too much time, Yongja's power was now considerable. Even though 1,000 kilometers still felt somewhat distant, he eventually arrived at King Enma's office. King Enma looked at a person coming out from the door on his right, and upon closer inspection said, Did you complete your training under King Kai in return?" Yongja replied, "Yes, Lord King Enma, I will remember your recommendation during this journey. If there's ever trouble in the underworld, I will be the first to come and assist." After that, Yongja didn't forget to sense King Enma's chi. To be honest, his combat power wasn't very high. It used to be 1,200, but he felt that King Enma's power was unfathomable, just like King Kai. Now he felt a lack of oppressive force. However, he couldn't quite gauge how strong King Enma truly was. According to the original animation, Nappa, Frisia's subordinates, and even Frisia himself would arrive at King Enma's place, so they certainly wouldn't yield easily. Thus, Yongja speculated that King Enma must have special abilities against souls. As long as one is in a soul state, they would be subordinate to King Enma, which explains why Yongja felt that King Enma himself seemed weak, yet could hold a supreme position in the underworld. King Enma said, "I appreciate your good intentions. There is no ghost or monster in the underworld that I cannot subdue. The flag has already been raised." King Enma continued, "Now I will send you back to the living world." With a wave of his hand, Yongja felt the world spinning, and before he knew it, he had appeared on Earth. The moment Yongja appeared, the Z fighters on Earth simultaneously sensed the powerful energy. At first, they assumed it was the Scions arriving early, but upon closer inspection, they realized there was only one aura. They speculated that it was Yongja returning after his training, and they all burst into energy and flew towards his direction. Goku and Piccolo also sensed it, and both stopped their fierce battle, bursting into energy as they flew towards Yongja's direction. Only Raditz was puzzled but curious and decided to follow. The first to meet were naturally Goku, Piccolo, and Raditz, followed by Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and others. They exclaimed, "Long time no see, Yongja, have you completed your training?" They continued, "We can sense a very strong energy emanating from you." Yongja replied, "Yes, I indeed learned a few techniques, and I am more than capable of dealing with the Scions coming from the universe now." Raditz scoffed, "Humph, what nonsense. It's only been half a year since you left, and you're already boasting about your strength." Yongja didn't wait for Raditz to finish and landed a punch on Raditz's stomach. The look of disbelief on Raditz's face was unmistakable, and the Z fighters were also astonished by Yongja's incredible speed. When Yongja had a combat power of 1,200, though everyone could still gauge his strength, now he felt like an endless ocean to them. Yongja reassured them, "Don't worry, I will teach you all the techniques I've learned, and you will be able to grow stronger quickly." After saying that, he took out the power detector, and as the beeping sound rang out, everyone's current combat power appeared one by one. Since only half a year had passed in the original timeline, the group's combat power had increased by around 6 times in a year. Naturally, everyone here had likely seen a threefold increase in their combat power. Goku combat power 2550 points. Piccolo combat power 2535 points. Tien combat power 2400 points. Yamcha combat power 2200 points. Kaiatsu combat power 1800 points. Krillin combat power 1770 points. As for Yajirobe, he wasn't here, he was still at Korin Tower. Long ago, Yongja had already reached an agreement with the cat people, and in this timeline Yajirobe wouldn't be able to taste the senza beans. Yongja said, "Not bad, everyone has improved greatly. Dealing with cultivated individuals is no problem for Earthlings to keep up with Goku, and Piccolo's progress is already quite remarkable." Moreover, in Dragon Ball Z, Earthlings officially broke into the first tier, starting with the King Kai Fist. At least in this timeline, Tien and the others can rely on the King Kai Fist to join the first tier. Yongja continued, "I practiced 2 skills under Lord King Kai, the King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb." He then briefly explained the effects of these skills. Yongja said, "I hope that in the next 6 months everyone can strengthen themselves by learning these 2 skills. I'll demonstrate each skill only once. I believe in your talents." Next, Yongja demonstrated the learning version of the King Kai Fist, and Spirit Bomb. During Yongja's demonstration of the King Kai Fist, Raditz was startled. When he saw Yongja surrounded by a red glow, he was frightened by the pressure Yongja exuded. Of course, this was intentional on Yongja's part. Although Raditz didn't understand how to sense chi, his battle experience allowed him to feel an overwhelming pressure that was even greater than that emitted by Vegeta. After completing the skill demonstrations, Yongja patiently explained the intricacies of each technique before taking his leave and flying towards the Korin Tower. The others watched Yongja's departing figure and said, "I didn't expect that after just half a year Yongja would have become so powerful. We must work harder now." Little did they know that from this moment on, Goku had quietly opened up a distance from the others and was closely pursuing Yongja. Even Piccolo was barely keeping up, while the Earthlings could only rely on the King Kai Fist, an extraordinary skill, to hold their ground. On the way to Korin Tower, Yongja casually gathered a large amount of delicious pre-prepared food before heading to the tower. The cat people atop the tower heard Yongja's voice long before seeing him as he called out for them from afar. The cat person said, "You brat, I learned about what happened during the past 6 months from Lord Kami. Why are you already here to gather senza beans? It's only been half a year, the senza beans haven't matured yet. It'll take at least a year for a proper harvest." Yongja asked, "So how many senza beans are ripe now?" The cat person replied, "Just a small jar." Yongja responded, "Hand it over." Yongja quickly snatched the jar, leaving the cat person bewildered about how it disappeared. The cat person sighed, Forget it. Nowadays you no longer call me senior, nor do you call me old man. You've become so powerful now." Yongja replied, "How could that be? Senior cat person, during my time I acquired these branches. Can you try cultivating them? I also have these fruits from the tree. I plan to use half as seeds to see if I can plant trees directly." The cat person asked, "What are these? Let me take a look." Yongja then presented everything he mentioned earlier and explained the effects of the peaches of immortality. The cat person said, "I can't say for sure about this. I can try to cultivate them. Since senza beans can be grown here, these fruits should be cultivable as well, but it may take a long time to verify." Yongja said, "No problem as long as they can be cultivated. As for the growth cycle, there will always be a way to address it." After bidding farewell to the cat person, Yongja realized he hadn't brought any drinks. He made a special trip to the city, returned to the Kamist temple, greeted Kami and Popo, and gave Yajirobe an unripe red peach of immortality since he was a contributor to defeating Vegeta in the original timeline. He then returned to Shingu City. Upon returning to Shingu City, the first person Yongja saw was Bulma in the laboratory. She was busy doing something, and upon noticing him, he greeted her directly. Yongja said, "Hey Bulma, I'm back." Bulma, dressed in work clothes and occasionally emitting sparks from her welding work, turned around and lifted her goggles upon hearing Yongja's voice. "Oh, you finally decided to come back." Yongja said, "I finished everything and came back as soon as I could. By the way, where is everyone?" Bulma replied, "As for everyone else, you mean Shishi and the others. Shishi should be at the market and Lanchi might be doing housework. Xiao's whereabouts are uncertain. Oh, just call them if you need them." Yongja responded, "That's not necessary. I plan to stay here for the next 6 months and won't be going far." Bulma asked what. Yongja replied, "Maybe, possibly, probably." He suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Bulma, have there been any breakthroughs in medical technology recently?" Bulma said, "Not really." "Why? Is there something?" Yongja responded, "There is indeed something. You know that senza beans can heal injuries but cannot cure diseases. Even a cold cannot be treated. Therefore, I am looking forward to breakthroughs in this area of technology." Bulma said, "Now that you mention it, you're right. However, scientific advancements in medicine cannot be rushed. Why not use your name to urge the development in this area? At the very least, you could invest a significant amount of money to support this industry. Yongja said, that's a good idea. I'll leave this to you. After finishing, Yongja swiftly vanished. Bulma exclaimed, hey, you come back and assign me a task. Just wait until tonight. Yongja left without catching Bulma's full words, but heard her mention trouble. With a combat power of over 25,000, even if all 4 women teamed up, Yongja was confident he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The remaining arrangements were to surprise each of them one by one. Yongja chose his destination based on proximity. Since Lanchi was doing housework, he quickly arrived at the residential area. Although he had previously hired help, or at the very least had household robots, Lanchi would never take a break, while Huangqi was quite the opposite. While contemplating, Yongja sensed Lanchi's energy. Although it wasn't very strong, it was still somewhat present. At that moment, Lanchi was leisurely doing housework, either wiping windows or sweeping floors, cleaning every room. Yongja took her by surprise. As Lanchi looked up, he covered her eyes and lowered his voice, saying, guess who I am? Lanchi exclaimed. She replied, stop messing around, Yongja. You've been gone for almost half a year, and you've only just returned. Yongja, realizing it was pointless to hide, said, alas, I was easily recognized by you. Lanchi said, although it's unlikely, our apartment complex is not accessible to ordinary people. If outsiders intrude, the alarm would have gone off long ago. Yongja asked, has anything significant happened at home recently? Lanchi responded, nothing major. However, Shingu City has been growing stronger. Yongja said, alright, no problem. I'll be off now. I came back and found you first. Lanchi asked, really? Yongja replied, more genuine than a pearl. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Next, Yongja headed straight to the market. According to city regulations, the sanitation here was generally acceptable and order was well maintained. Yongja sensed the crowd, anyone with even slightly stronger energy than the average person was checked. After searching, he finally spotted Shishi haggling with an old lady selling vegetables. Shishi said, 1 yuan. No more than that. The old lady replied, oh dear, how can you bargain like this? You're asking for a price lower than cost. Shishi replied, Annie, don't think I don't know the cost price of these vegetables. 1 yuan is still profitable for you. In short, the two were engaged in a verbal battle over the price. Finally, they reached an agreement at 3 yuan. Just as Shishi was about to scan her phone to pay, Yongja spoke up, let me pay. Shishi was taken aback at first, and then turned to Yongja saying, Yongja, you're back. Tonight I'll make a sumptuous dinner for you. By the way, why didn't you give me a heads up before returning? With a beep, a mechanical voice came from the old lattice phone. Payment successful, 3 yuan. Yongja said, hey, I just missed you, so I came to see you first upon my return. Shishi said, really? She asked, you're not kidding me, are you? Yongja replied, how could I? Let's go hand over the items, and we'll head back. Shishi handed him the goods and said, okay. Then holding the items in one hand and linking arms with Shishi with the other, they floated up, and a white energy sphere appeared beneath their feet, carrying them back to their residence. The old lady selling vegetables suddenly realized that the two just now seemed to be the city lord and his lady, and she must set up surveillance to record the video and post it online titled, shocking. Today I met a big shot while selling vegetables. After dropping Shishi off at their residence, Yongja went to find Xiaowu, but she was neither at the headquarters building nor in the apartment complex, most likely patrolling the city. Time quickly passed to the evening. After enjoying a grand dinner prepared by Chi-Chi, everyone finished cleaning up and quietly withdrew. Yongja, confused about what they were up to, thought he could finally lie down and rest after training hard under King Kai for half a year. However, just as Yongja lay down, the door was knocked on. It was Bulma. She said, what? You're going to rest so soon? You assigned me a task today without any compensation. Yongja replied, do you really need compensation for such a small matter? Bulma said, otherwise. Even if you're the city lord, you can't just use people for free. Yongja proposed, in that case, let's play some Go. Just then there was another knock at the door. It was Shishi. She said, looks like I came at a bad time. Yongja replied, come. Let's play a happy game of Do Di Zhu. He immediately hummed a tune from Do Di Zhu, clapping his hands. Yongja decisively moved the nearby desk to the middle of the room and pulled out a deck of playing cards from somewhere. Yongja shouted, I'll be the dealer for the first round. Come, the dealer's card is the hard A. Just as Yongja was separating the dealer's cards, distributing 3 cards, each a series of sharp gunfire interrupted them. The door was kicked open with a heavy thud by a strong leg. Looking closely, it was Huangqi. She exclaimed, hey, you're playing Do Di Zhu without calling me, huh? With that, she ignored everything and brought over a chair. Yongja said, alright, so we're playing like this, huh? After that, he pulled out a set of mahjong from somewhere and said, since that's the case, let's play mahjong. The deck of playing cards was swiftly replaced with the intense mahjong tiles. The sound of shuffling mahjong echoed, and while they were still shuffling, another uninvited guest arrived. It turned out to be Xiaowu. She said, I heard gunfire and came to investigate. You know that the anti-theft system generally only works outside. If it's someone recognized, the alarm won't trigger. If there's nothing, I'll be on my way. Yongja took the initiative to grab Xiaowu and said, Sai, since you're here, let's enjoy a game of Do Di Zhu and Mahjong in rotation. If anyone gets tired of one, we can switch to Go. Yongja declared, tonight we'll battle for 300 rounds. No one leaves until dawn. Someone remarked, hurry up, I'm waiting so long, I'm withering away. Thus it was destined to be a sleepless night. The first to lose all their chips was Bulma, as she was the least skilled in these types of games, and being the weakest ordinary person coupled with her lack of endurance compared to the others, she was eliminated fastest. Next to lose all her chips was Huanqi. Although she was once a fierce woman who dared to charge in with a submachine gun, she was still better at suppressing fire than at these brain games. Then Xiaowu lost all her chips. Although she was once a standout among spies, she had never formally learned chi perception. Lastly, Shishi lost all her chips. Having studied chi perception and having been influenced since childhood, she had a strong combat power and managed to last until the end. Although Yongja was the final victor winning all the chips, the price was that he had exhausted a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, he had been able to stay up all night since childhood, and with his strong physique, he managed to secure victory in this brutal contest. As time swiftly passed, Yongja lived a leisurely life. Although his cultivation was not neglected, it was merely maintained adequately. His daily routine was regular, and the combat exercises at night varied. The Z warriors frequently sought his guidance during the day, and Yongja generously imparted his knowledge without any reservations. As everyone trained and grew stronger over time, the initially anxious Z warriors gradually became more confident. They realized that some had already surpassed Raditz while others were nearly on par. Thus, as the time approached, it was Raditz who began to feel increasingly strained. Since no one taught Raditz how to sense energy, he cultivated according to his own methods, but his progress was slow. Without the assistance of the gravity chamber, the only effective training came from battling each other, but hardly anyone sought him out for practice. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo had already begun to surpass and overpower Raditz. In summary, half a year passed. The moment Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship entered the solar system and approached Earth, it was Yongja who first sensed it. Then, as the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, the Z warriors began to feel the presence one by one. Before departing, Yongja instructed Bulma, Bulma, please go to my room and publish the document I organized recently titled What Kind of Universe Are We In? On the official Shingu City website. Please also spread it through other channels. It's time for Earth to enter an era of great development. Bulma replied, I've seen that document. If Shingu City endorses it, it will surely cause a stir. Yongja said, go ahead and publish it. Do our satellites support live streaming now? Bulma responded, not yet. We can monitor, but live streaming is still a bit challenging. Yongja said, if there's nothing else, I need to go meet the Scions now. Without waiting for Bulma's reply, Yongja's figure vanished from the spot. Shortly after, outside the building, Yongja's silhouette appeared, locking onto the direction of two powerful energies and blasting off. The first to arrive at the predicted landing site was Yongja. With the aid of the technological genius Bulma, not only had the document been published, but the predicted landing coordinates had also been sent ahead, and a notification was issued to the local city of Dongdu. Unfortunately, the person in charge of Dongdu expressed disbelief in such matters. The public opinion regarding the publication from Shingu City was polarized, with many claiming that Shingu City was dissatisfied with the current situation and aimed to dominate the entire Earth. As the news spread rapidly online, a heated debate ensued. Had it not been for the fact that the account publishing the information was officially from Shingu City, people would probably have thought it was a rumor. Meanwhile, some eager individuals had already arrived in Dongdu, hoping to act as battlefield reporters. After all, the recent battle with Raditz had gone viral online, and the traffic from that old man's live broadcast had secured them enough for a lifetime. That battle was even more shocking than the World Martial Arts Tournament, especially since Raditz had fought fiercely against Yongja. Although Bulma had notified Dongdu cities do not operate under a hierarchical relationship. One person's warning doesn't mean an immediate evacuation can happen, there simply wasn't enough time. As it turned out, the Scion spaceship had already landed in the middle of the city's main road, and most of the people were still in a daze. The alert individuals had already pulled out their phones to start live streaming. Some began recording videos, and those with sharp eyes had spotted Yongja hovering in midair. As the hatch of the half-human tall circular spaceship opened, two figures emerged, one tall and bald, the other short with hair standing up like a spire. The tall one said to the short one, so this is Earth. Vegeta, the environment seems quite nice, we could sell it for a good price. Vegeta replied, indeed, but our primary goal is the Dragon Balls. Nappa used the scouter to detect if there are any strong warriors on this planet. After all, anyone capable of defeating Raditz must be quite formidable. Nappa responded, no problem. After a series of beeping sounds, the scouter suddenly locked onto a figure high in the sky. Nappa looked up and said, I didn't expect someone to be waiting for us. Power level what? 10000 points. Vegeta was startled as well. He activated his own scouter and exclaimed, "What? Is this really true?" Yongja followed the procedure and said, "You two have come from afar. What is your purpose? Feel free to say it out loud." At that moment, the Z warriors began to arrive one after another. Since everyone was floating in the air, most of their gazes were directed towards Yongja and his group. Yongja addressed everyone saying, "Now that everyone is here, below are the Saiyans. The tall one is Nappa and the short one is Vegeta." Yongja then shouted down, "Since you two are not speaking, this must not be a suitable place for discussions. In that case, allow me to assist you." With that, Yongja instantly raised his energy to the maximum and used it to blow the two Saiyans away, sending them flying far into the wilderness. Nappa reacted first, but in such a short time the distance the two were blown away was considerable. Nappa managed to stabilize himself, while Yongja followed. Soon after, Goku and the others arrived and Raditz also showed up. However, he didn't dare to reveal himself at first. With the battleground moved, he followed, exposed in the open sky, without any cover. Nappa said, "Raditz, you're still alive, why don't you come over here?" Raditz looked embarrassed, but eventually returned to Vegeta's side. Yongja said in the air, "Now everyone is gathered. The sun up there is blinding, oh, let's go down to talk." With that, Yongja voluntarily lowered his altitude, and the Z warriors followed closely. Vegeta's group exchanged confirmations and descended as well. Yongja stated, "Now it's time to discuss your intentions, isn't it?" Nappa scoffed, "Intentions? Just because you defeated Raditz, you're acting all arrogant." Vegeta said, "Well, it's fine to share. Our primary goal in coming here is the Dragon Balls. However, it seems you won't be honest about it." Nappa chimed in, "After that, we'll kill all the inhabitants of this planet and sell it for a good price, ha." Raditz remained silent, knowing he lacked the strength to speak. The Z warriors, except for Yongja and Piccolo, were indignant, declaring, "Your intentions will not succeed." Vegeta said, "Nappa used the scouter to check their power levels. Although they may change during battle, I'm curious to see how they have the courage to speak against us now." Nappa replied, "No problem." After the scouter beeped, he began listing the power levels of the Z warriors. Nappa said, "First, the one in the middle who looks like the leader." Of course, Yongja was not to be outdone. He also pulled out a scouter to scan the opposing side. Everyone initially thought he was just playing around, but now he was actually scanning the enemies. The others, who could sense energy on their own, felt the scouter was of little use and found it cumbersome to carry, so they hardly wore it. Although the opposing side was somewhat surprised, they thought that since Raditz was empty-handed, Yongja must have taken the scouter from him, so they said nothing further. Thus, the power levels of everyone became clear at a glance. Yongja, power level 100 in a restrained energy state. Full power in normal state is 2600. The increase over 6 months was not much, but still some. Goku, power level 9000. Piccolo, power level 4000. Tianjin Fan, power level 2800. Yamcha, power level 2400. Kaiatsu, power level 2000. Krillin, power level 1950. Raditz, power level 2200. The others trained without him, and he could only rely on his own efforts, but he still gained a bit. Nappa, power level 4000. Vegeta, power level 18000. Nappa exclaimed, "Vegeta, this is troublesome. There are two with power levels over 4000, and the highest is 10000. Vegeta replied, "No problem, everything is under control." "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a Namekian among them." Piccolo, who usually said little, suddenly became excited, saying, "What? A Namekian?" Vegeta said, "I see it is said that some Namekians possess special abilities. The Dragon Balls must be your doing." At this moment, the Supreme Kai far away in the Kai's palace learned of his lineage. However, this merely clarified Piccolo's background and had no significant impact on the battle. At this time, a battle reporter flying in a helicopter recklessly approached. Nappa, just like in the original timeline, unleashed an energy blast, but Yongja countered it with an even faster energy blast. Yongja said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, use your abilities to advise them to stay far away, or the aftermath of the battle will harm the innocent. I won't intervene again." Although Piccolo appeared unwilling, he still utilized his abilities to telepathically communicate with everyone in the helicopter. Some sensibly distanced themselves for safety, while others, not believing in danger, pressed forward. For Yongja, good advice is often wasted on the unrepentant. When the fighting starts, they'll understand what it means to let go of their self-serving tendencies and respect the destinies of others. Following the original timeline, Nappa pulled out a vial, planted 6 seeds into the ground, and then poured a green goo over them. Soon the 6 plants rapidly grew, all with green skin resembling vegetables, but their appearance was quite grotesque, standing at half a person's height, with an average power level of 1200. Vegeta counted the number of participants, saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. "Very well, since that's the case, let's have a little game." Vegeta continued, "Each side will send out one person until the last one remains." "How about that?" Goku excitedly replied, "Great. I've been itching for a fight. Yongja said, since your side has such leisure, I don't mind playing along a bit. Tianjin Fan volunteered, everyone I'd like to take the lead this time. Let me test their strength. Yongja replied, alright, just be careful. A ship sails 1,000 years safely with caution. Goku exclaimed, hey, I want to go too. The others said, let us deal with the cultivated warriors. Thus the process was not much different from the original timeline, but the outcome would be quite different. Nappa casually pointed to a cultivated warrior and said, you go deal with that bald guy. The Z warriors stood back as Tianjin Fan stepped forward and the invading side sent out cultivated warrior A. Of course, at this moment, some fearless reporters thinking that flying high would keep them safe soon learned that Nappa's energy blast quickly scattered the helicopter above. Goku intended to intervene, but Yongja stopped him saying, Goku, good advice is often wasted on the unrepentant. Even if you save them this time, they will inevitably encounter danger for other reasons. Do you expect to save them every time? Having a kind heart is undoubtedly important, but now they are facing a formidable enemy and cannot let chaos ensue. As Yongja spoke, the battle between Tianjin Fan and Cultivated Warrior A had already begun. The Cultivated Warrior, perhaps once a formidable fighter, did not exert full strength against Tianjin Fan, as this was merely a regular beating. As the battle commenced, it became clear which side was dominating. Tianjin Fan maintained the upper hand throughout, with Cultivated Warrior A growing increasingly desperate, having no chance to counter. In contrast, Tianjin Fan not only executed his techniques with precision, but also adeptly handled the Cultivated Warrior's attacks. After a round of warm-ups, he began to increase his offensive intensity, delivering a finishing elbow strike to the Cultivated Warrior's abdomen. Having taken that powerful blow, the Cultivated Warrior could not rise again, struggling on the ground. Nappa, who was used to dominating fights, exclaimed this. It's impossible. In terms of strength, the Cultivated Warrior should be on par with second-rate Saiyans. How could he? Vegito assessed, there's nothing impossible about this, it merely indicates that the opponent's strength was already above that of the Cultivated Warrior. Tianjin Fan, seeing that Cultivated Warrior A was out of combat, returned to the ranks. However, just as the Cultivated Warrior struggled to get back up, he was finished off by a beam from Vegeta's fingertip. Vegeta warned, if you continue to underestimate your enemies, you might as well disappear from here now. Upon hearing this, the Cultivated Warriors were filled with dread, while Yongja was astonished by Vegeta's ruthlessness, noting that he even killed his own kind. Next came the second round, where Yamcha claimed the second opportunity, and the opposing side sent out Cultivated Warrior B. History tends to repeat itself remarkably. Although in this timeline Yamcha still held the upper hand, he was still overly playful. Even though the Cultivated Warrior had revealed his strength, he was still no match for Yamcha. As the battle reached its climax, Yamcha unleashed a flurry of attacks, sending the Cultivated Warrior soaring into the air. He then followed up with a Kamehameha, causing the Cultivated Warrior to crash to the ground, creating a small crater from the explosion. Yamcha even struck a stylish landing pose. Just when everyone thought this round would end in victory for their side, the Cultivated Warrior on the ground suddenly sprang up, wrapping his arms and legs around Yamcha, preventing him from escaping. This unexpected turn caught both sides off guard. Only two were different. Vegeta had already revealed a crooked smile, having realized what the Cultivated Warrior was planning. Just as Yamcha was about to relive his past, Yongja shouted, Yamcha, what are you dawdling for? Quickly envelop yourself with energy. With Yongja's prompt, Yamcha hurriedly released his energy. Boom. A small explosion, though not large in scale, produced significant power, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Yamcha, covered in injuries and kneeling on one knee, coughed up blood as his energy began to fade. Yamcha exclaimed, that was close. If I hadn't released my energy in time, I might have flipped the situation upside down just now. This experience left Yamcha feeling as if he had one foot in the grave. At this moment, Krillin hurried over to Yamcha's side and asked, hey Yamcha, are you alright? Yamcha replied, I'm fine, just a bit of breath left. This Cultivated Warrior is truly cunning, trying to take me down with him. Yongja said, Yamcha, here's a Senzu bean. Krillin, catch it. With that, he produced a Senzu bean from who knows when and tossed it to Yamcha. Krillin caught it securely, and Yamcha wasted no time in grabbing it, and immediately, cough, 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 he swallowed it down, instantly fully rejuvenated. Yongja's group had long grown accustomed to it, while Vegeta expressed surprise, saying, I didn't expect they had such good stuff. Nappa remarked, yeah, we truly came to Earth at the right time. Naba said, speaking of which, you are truly useless. Even the cultivators can't perish together. You are indeed a bunch of trash. The cultivator replied, oh, you think you're so great and noble. Vegeta stated, all right, this round, let's say you win. Hurry up to the next round. Yongja spoke up, this way coming one by one is too slow. How about this, there are only 4 cultivators left on your side, and we also have some who haven't acted, let's just choose our opponents directly. Upon hearing this, Yongja felt both joy and concern. The joy was that with someone like Goku, they could finally stop waiting slowly, while the concern was that he felt his strength might hold his teammates back. Vegeta laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This is truly interesting. Tell me, how do you want to fight? Before Yongja could respond, Goku eagerly stepped forward and said, Hey, you're Vegeta, right? I will be your opponent. Vegeta replied, Well, I didn't expect someone to come forward to seek death so soon. Goku replied, Just say whether you will fight or not. In that case, it's Kakarot, right? Raditz. Raditz responded, Yes. Vegeta said, Then when I kill him later, you have no objections, right? Raditz said, Not at all. How could I have objections? Whether you can defeat him is another story. If I hadn't learned some new techniques in this year, I would have celebrated already. Vegeta said, Naba, remember not to kill that Namekian. You can have fun with the others. Naba replied, But that one has a power level of 1000. Vegeta said, Don't worry, I can see he has no intention of making a move. Come on, Kakarot, let's change places to fight. After saying this, he floated into the air and flew away into the distance. Goku said, I am not Kakarot, my name is Goku. After rebutting, he followed closely behind. Yongja said, Alright, Krillin, Chaos, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan, you four should choose a cultivator. Piccolo, you deal with the bald guy on the opposite side. Piccolo said, That's something you don't need to tell me. After both sides finished discussing their tactics, Piccolo took the initiative and charged at Naba, while Krillin, Chaos, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan each selected a cultivator to attack, causing the scene to become lively. Raditz stood still, not daring to move. At this moment, the live broadcast crew noticed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and quickly chose a battlefield to broadcast. After all, each battlefield was a treasure trove. Yongja, feeling relaxed, simply closed his eyes and meditated, using his chi to sense the various battlefields. With Yamcha's trial and error, they would likely be much more cautious in dealing with the cultivators, as this was one of the few experience packages available. On the cultivator battlefield, Krillin, Chaos, and the cultivators were evenly matched in power, so the battle was closely contested. Yamcha, having learned from a previous defeat, was more cautious in dealing with the cultivators, while Tenshinhan was effortlessly dominating his opponent. On Piccolo's battlefield, the commotion here was the loudest. Both sides fought fiercely from the start, employing all sorts of tricks and tactics, with both exhibiting ruthless combat styles. Piccolo threw a punch that missed, then launched another. Naba dodged one punch, but felt unsatisfied just evading, so they exchanged blows directly, battling from the ground to the air. The sound of fists colliding reverberated throughout the arena, and the aftershocks from the battle began to affect the surrounding environment, causing those truly broadcasting the fight to suffer greatly. Thus, the sensible ones moved to the cultivator battlefield. After all, one careless move could cost them their lives. Naturally, where there are those who risk their lives, there are also those who disregard their safety. These were the people Yongja chose to ignore. Back on the battlefield, Tenshinhan, who had swiftly ended his fight with a power level of 2000, faced the cultivator with a power level of 1200. Even with all their effort, the cultivator was no match for Tenshinhan, who overwhelmed him with a continuous barrage of attacks, reducing him to ashes. Yamcha, seeing that Tenshinhan had resolved his opponent quicker than himself, immediately pushed himself to exert more effort, attacking the cultivator with even greater intensity. Originally, the cultivator was no match for Yamcha. Now, with Yamcha ramping up his strength, it was a guaranteed loss for the cultivator. Perhaps having already experienced a setback, Yamcha's punches seemed to carry a hint of resentment. Yamcha, feeling a sense of urgency after surviving earlier, thought that if he didn't showcase his full power today, his reputation would be at stake. Thus, he concluded with the Kamehameha, using maximum power, and his 1,600 points of strength unleashed a force equivalent to 3,200. This commotion even affected Piccolo's battle. Next was Chaos' battlefield. Using his psychic abilities, Chaos quickly understood the cultivator's attack patterns, and seeing Tenshinhan and Yamcha shine in their efforts, decided to unleash his trump card. The cultivator had no idea why he was immobilized after initially being equal in strength. In the end, Chaos controlled him with one hand, while gathering a massive energy wave with the other, unleashing a power level of 2,400. Lastly, Krillin, seeing that Chaos had revealed his skills, could no longer hold back. After using the afterimage technique, he relentlessly targeted the cultivator's joints with powerful strikes. Eventually, as the cultivator was immobilized, Krillin delivered several small energy slashes, severing the cultivator's limbs, and following up with a Kamehameha that took the cultivator's life. The victorious few stood together beside Yongja. Everyone was celebrating in their own way, and Yamcha said, "These mere cultivators can be extinguished with a snap of the fingers." Krillin replied, "I don't know who almost died at the hands of a cultivator." Yamcha said, "I was just testing the enemy. Didn't I uncover my opponent's dirty tricks? I am a contributor." Tenshinhan said, "Chaos, you did well." Although they were joking around, the battlefield on Piccolo's side was clearly on a different level, and there was still one opponent left who hadn't made a move. At this moment, Yamcha stepped out of the line and said, "Hey Raditz, right? What's going on? Are you going to fight or not?" Raditz turned his head to look and Yamcha immediately took a fighting stance. However, upon seeing Yongja standing among them, he could only hold back. Raditz could only scoff. "You're too weak, you don't have the qualification to fight me." Yamcha upon hearing this was about to explode when Tenshinhan stepped forward and said, "In that case I wonder if I'm qualified enough." Raditz looked him over twice and said, "You're barely acceptable." Tenshinhan replied, "In that case, excuse me." With that he charged at Raditz. Raditz shouted, "You little brat, do you dare?" Tenshinhan narrowly dodged Raditz's attack. Although a year ago Raditz could easily overpower Tenshinhan after training in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques taught by Yongja, Tenshinhan's strength had grown tremendously. If it weren't for the fact that they only had half a year to train, he might have been able to match Naba. At first Raditz could hold his own against Tenshinhan, but gradually he began to fall behind and his injuries started to accumulate. If not for being a Saiyan, he would have already been down on the ground. Raditz shouted, "You bastard, die." Tenshinhan replied, "Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Bang! Another intense clash of fists caused the shockwave to shatter nearby hills. Yamcha watched this scene and suddenly felt that he really might not be Raditz's opponent. With both having a power level of 1600, there was still a gap. Some could challenge higher levels, while others had inflated power levels. Yamcha, being average, could only say he was ordinary unless he used the Kaioken technique to challenge higher levels. After another fierce exchange of punches, Raditz finally could not withstand it and was knocked down. Tenshinhan said, "Raditz, you're nothing more than this." Raditz, on the other hand, could only feel anger without the ability to express it. On Piccolo's battlefield, both sides fought fiercely, trading blows back and forth, one punch for another kick. Both sides sustained increasing injuries, but Piccolo noticed that the armor on the opposing side was not ordinary armor, putting him at a disadvantage. However, Piccolo had a feeling that the opponent still had unspent energy. Although he himself had some reserves, if things continued like this, he would inevitably lose. It was time to bring out his ultimate power. After a round of exchanges, Raditz and Piccolo distanced themselves from each other. Piccolo crouched down, his muscles bulging with veins protruding in some places. In no time, a white aura erupted from Piccolo's body. Yongja and the others realized that Piccolo was about to unleash his true power against Naba. Naba looked at him and said, "Well, are you finally going to show your strength? That's more like it. This is getting interesting. Come." With that, he stomped the ground and charged at Piccolo. However, an iconic scene unfolded. The way Naba attacked was the same way he was sent flying back in embarrassment. It turned out that when Naba charged aggressively, Piccolo's aura was merely a flashy show meant to intimidate. As soon as he reached Piccolo, it was a perfect demonstration of what happens when one faces a powerful attack. Hidden, as he willingly extended his face to take a fierce barrage from Piccolo before being kicked back. Naba tumbled on the ground, rolling over, and finally crashing into a small hill, essentially turning the earth into his bed and sleeping soundly. Bang! Naba rubbed his injured face and said, "Good, good, good. To think you could hurt me, you have chosen your path to death." After saying that, he charged at Piccolo again, but this time was different. Naba was filled with energy and his chi was continuously rising, surpassing Piccolo's, with his power level reaching a staggering 7500. In contrast, Piccolo's explosive state was only about 400 multiplied by 125, which equaled 5000. It could be said that Naba's earlier kick had indeed ignited his fighting spirit. Naba charged at Piccolo like a tiger descending the mountain, but Piccolo would not just sit and wait. He raised his hands above his head, crossed his arms, gathering energy in his palms, emitting a yellow glow. Naba shouted, "Trivial skills. Die." Piccolo roared, "Demon Flash." With that, he flung out his hands, sending energy orbs towards Naba. At that moment, Naba's blood was boiling, feeling overconfident, charging headfirst towards Piccolo's Demon Flash. Bang! This attack was undeniably powerful. Had it not been for the short gathering time, its strength might have increased further. As the dust settled, Naba's armor was torn apart, leaving him clad in only black shorts. Naba himself was battered and bruised, yet his aura had not diminished too much. However, this wave of attacks had indeed been effective. Naba trembled and said, "How outrageous. This mere Namekian can injure me time and again. Unforgivable." On the other hand, Piccolo, despite the high damage dealt, was clearly running low on energy. Although regarding injuries, Piccolo had managed to turn the tide, it did not change the fact that he was still at a disadvantage. Thus Naba said, "Namekian, is this all you can do? Prepare to experience the terror of a Saiyan." At this moment, Yongja spoke up, "It's your turn to go up. Piccolo won't be able to take down Naba on his own. Go, let them see our power." Everyone responded, "All right." Tenshinhan said, "Let's go." Yamcha declared, "Don't underestimate us Earthlings." Chaos said, "Wait, I'll use my psychic powers, or remember to cover for me." Krillin commanded, "All units assemble." The four of them charged towards Naba. Seeing them approaching, Naba sneered, "Humph, a bunch of rabble, prepare to die." He began gathering energy in his hands, preparing a ki blast to eliminate the four of them. But Chaos, seizing the opportunity, used his psychic abilities with both hands, causing Na-Ba movements to suddenly falter. Upon seeing someone stop with their hands raised, he felt hindered in his actions and quickly opened his mouth to unleash a mouth blast at Chaos. Tenshinhan had been watching Na-Ba closely and shouted, "Yamcha, Krillin, lend me a hand." With that, he rushed to the forefront. His skin rapidly turned red, and he enveloped himself in energy, placing his hands before his chest in a stance. Soon Na-Ba mouth blast collided with Tenshinhan's energy shield. Simultaneously, Yamcha and Krillin quickly gathered energy for their Kamehameha. The clash began with Tenshinhan initially bearing the brunt alone, but as the two Kamehameha blasts joined in, the tide began to turn. However, it could only push back halfway before both sides fell into a stalemate. At this moment, Piccolo whispered, "Have you forgotten my existence?" It turned out that while everyone else was at the front, Piccolo had not been idle. Positioned at a slight angle behind them, he was continuously gathering energy for the Demon Flash Cannon, but he had already exhausted a significant amount of power and could no longer gather an overwhelming blast. Feeling that it was about time, Piccolo aimed the Demon Flash Cannon at Na-Ba's abdomen and fired it out directly. However, Na-Ba would not die so easily. In this life-or-death moment, he unleashed the last remnants of his survival instinct. Although he broke free from Chaos' control, he had lost the resistance against the clash. The moment the clash lost Na-Ba's support, it quickly surged toward Na-Ba. Although Na-Ba narrowly escaped Chaos' control, he managed to dodge the Demon Flash Cannon just in time. However, the resulting explosion from the clash thoroughly engulfed him, creating a small mushroom cloud and a massive crater in the ground. It seemed that Na-Ba bore the brunt of it all, otherwise the devastation would be far greater. As for Na-Ba himself, he was probably at the bottom of the crater, and whether he was alive or dead depended on how well he could endure. With this, the battlefield here ended in victory. Our side suffered varying degrees of losses. Yongja wasted no words, directly grabbing a handful of spirit beans and reminding everyone, "Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Chaos, catch the spirit beans." After saying this, each person quickly and accurately tossed a spirit bean. After receiving the spirit beans, everyone swallowed them whole after a quick chew, instantly resurrecting to full health. Yongja sensed the pit beneath, and the Naiba now lingered like a thread of smoke, utterly devoid of combat capability. Don't underestimate the Scion's vitality, they won't die easily. Tenshinhan stepped forward and said, "What should we do? There's still one Raditz left, and Naiba down there isn't dead yet." Yongja replied, "No worries, these two can't stir up any trouble. Let's go check on Goku and Vegeta's battlefield." Yongja continued, "Moreover, Raditz isn't doing anything tricky. He can see the situation clearly and has widened the path." Piccolo interjected, "Hey, shouldn't we take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate them?" Yongja confidently said, "Let me put it this way, even if those three attacked together, they wouldn't be my match. Let's go check on how Goku is faring." Piccolo observed Yongja's demeanor and sensed he wasn't deceiving them. He initially wanted to say more, but Yongja had already taken the lead, flying toward Goku's direction. The others chose to trust Yongja's strength and followed his lead toward Goku. Seeing this, Piccolo could only give a reluctant sound of agreement and chose to follow. After all, he knew Goku's strength and wanted to see what a battle between Scions was like. Meanwhile, Raditz, who stood frozen in place, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Yongja lead the way out, saying, "Damn it, I Raditz have actually fallen to this state. Damn, power. I need power. And that damn Namekian. What a mouthy one. Just wait until I become stronger, you'll be sorry." However, standing still was not a long-term solution. Remembering the direction the others went, Raditz decided to check the bottom of the pit and jumped down to investigate. Naiba lay face up at the bottom of the pit, and upon seeing someone approach, he said, "Vegeta, is that you?" Raditz replied, "Sorry, it's not." Naiba asked, "So has Vegeta defeated everyone?" Raditz replied, "Have you lost your mind? It hasn't been long since the explosion. Vegeta is currently fighting Kakarot. Do you want to go see?" Naiba asked, "How can I go?" Raditz replied, "So you agree then." After saying this, Raditz roughly hoisted Naiba onto his shoulder. Naiba winced in pain and exclaimed, "Raditz, be gentle. Are you trying to kill me?" Raditz replied, "You're so whiny. I can't believe you're a Scion elite warrior, and this is how you are." Naiba retorted, "You're doing this on purpose." Regardless, under Raditz's lead, Naiba headed toward the battlefield where Goku and Vegeta were fighting. Time rewinds a little earlier. Goku and Vegeta had flown away from the area where Yongja was, but this was also a desolate wilderness with a poor environment. Small hills scattered around, and despite slight historical differences, Goku and Vegeta arrived at the same location. The hill Goku stood on was lower than Vegeta's, and Vegeta arrogantly declared, "Kakarot, in the upcoming battle, I will show you the difference between a genius and an ant." Goku replied, "So-called genius can be surpassed by hard work." Vegeta remarked, "What a ridiculous statement. Let me make it clear, I am the prince among Scions, the strongest among all Scions, with the purest and highest lineage. How could you understand the significance of this?" Goku replied, "I don't care about what you said. On the contrary, I should thank you." If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it to Earth. Vegeta said, what a boring thought. The two then fell into silence, signifying that the battle had truly begun. Goku assumed a half-crouched stance with one hand forward and the other back, a standard fighting posture, his expression serious. In contrast, Vegeta stood upright, hands crossed over his chest, exuding a relaxed demeanor, a crooked smile on his lips.